Transmigration, Raising the Child of the Male Lead Boss Chapter 1 to Chapter 206. When Xianxia saw the ID "My wife is not bad," he felt a headache coming on. Even the back of his neck felt cold. Xianxia, this Xianxia, was he crazy? Why did he have to create a SMF account instead of his main one? Why did he create such a SMF account to praise his wife and annoy them? Xianxia really wanted to vomit blood. He didn't want to read the article written by this SMF account. However, he had to read it because Xianxia had blatantly tagged Wanchen Group's official Weibo. The article, "My wife is not bad," was not a flowery style at all, but it was sharp and direct. At the beginning, it refuted the previous argument of belittling Yu Yaoyao's acting and praising Du Jingya's acting. The reason was simple. The former had no background story, while the latter was an excerpt from City Toppling Beauty, and the characters were taken from the novel. The former only had a small darkroom set, while the latter had a battlefield set built by the entire crew. The former wore modern casual clothes, drank fruit juice, and had no makeup. The latter wore a well-made Han costume, with hair accessories and makeup. The former did not have any NGs and performed on the spot. According to the news, the latter was a finished product after 6 NGs with the director's guidance. There was even a tear-jerking BGM playing. Therefore, these two pieces were not comparable at all. If it was to be compared with Yu Yaoyao's piece, then she should be asked to improvise on the spot as well. In addition, this alternate account also made a short 10-minute video, showing the two of them in different scenes of joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. After Yu Yaoyao's crying scene, it was followed by Du Jingya's crying scene. After a laugh, it was followed by Du Jingya's laughter, and so on. At the end of the video, this SMF account concluded, "People have 1,000 faces, and each face is different. How can it be compared? How can it be compared?" This article with the video was directly pushed to the top by YY fans and passers-by. After Xianxia finished reading it, he felt even worse. Bastard. He swept all the promotional documents about Du Jingya on the table to the floor. He couldn't find a single reason to refute Xianxia's arguments. He was indeed famous in the industry for his sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance how much value an artist had. Xianxia gritted his teeth. After watching this video, even he himself was shaken. He felt that Yu Yaoyao's edited footage was better, let alone the public. Du Jingya did have acting skills, but perhaps because she had been low-key for a long time and had been a supporting actress for a long time, her acting was more reserved and she was more like a pretty girl from a humble family. She had only taken a snippet of her crying scene, and it still looked a little beautiful. However, after taking a few more snippets, it seemed a little similar. On the other hand, Yu Yaoyao's every character, every voice, every smile, and every tears, had a completely different flavor. They were even filled with the character's own personality. She was ever-changing, with exquisite and strange beauty that people would never get tired of looking at her. They even wanted to continuously dig deeper into her content to see if there were any surprises. Xianxia was also a professional entertainment investor. After watching it 2 more times, he sighed dispiritedly. Putting her acting skills aside, Yu Yaoyao did have more room for growth. She could definitely live the longest in the entertainment industry. She had a face that wouldn't annoy the audience and a temperament that was ever-changing. Du Jingya lost. On Friday, No Regrets of Youth aired at 8 p.m. as promised. As a youth drama starring Yu Yaoyao, the fans were initially against it. Even many viewers who were obsessed with school dramas were not optimistic about it. At that time, this youth-themed web drama was the prize for the top 3 contestants on stage. No. One expected that the winner would be a married woman with a 5-year-old son. Originally, stage freshmen targeted newcomers in the film and television industry. Generally speaking, newcomers were under the age of 20. The youngest contestant was only 15 years old. She was underage and accompanied by her father. Yu Yaoyao became the dark horse of the show and won the leading actress award in one fell swoop. This was something that the production team and even the directing team had not expected at the beginning. In the end, the result was more awkward. Obviously, Yu Yaoyao was now a mother. Because she had started filming Wife, she had a strong image of a baby mother. She was worlds apart from the underage girl at the beginning of the plot. Later, her growth curve was far beyond everyone's imagination. She took on small supporting roles and made a brilliant comeback. She even stole the limelight of the lead in a few films and was praised by the critics on the big screen. It could be said that she had entered the mature circle of acting and had a very positive image. In comparison, this naive suite was a little low. Coupled with the natural age gap, many YY fans were very worried and did not dare to watch it. They were afraid that she would be dragged down by this web drama. Also, with the impact of the disappointment of the heat packs, they had previously threatened not to watch it. But in the end, although they said no, their bodies were very honest. Recently, De Yao Yao had been as quiet as a chicken except for a picture in the hospital. Her Weibo was completely closed. If they wanted to watch her now, they could only watch her work, therefore, many fans could not hold back in the end. Among them, the deputy leader of the official fan group, ID Pan Little White Flower, was one of them. Her real name was Yi Yun. Her actual identity was a middle-level manager in a company. Her annual salary was 700,000 yuan. She was almost 30 but still single. She had always admired Yu Yaoyao's personality. She was strong when she met someone strong. She could have relied on her beauty but still worked hard to improve herself. Hence, she had long been a fan of Yu Yaoyao on the stage. She didn't want to watch Regretless Youth at first, but as a single person, it was too boring to watch after work. Thus, he casually clicked on an episode. DIP members could skip advertisements, so she didn't hesitate to spend 300 yuan to buy a diamond membership. As soon as it was broadcasted, she kicked off her slippers and lay on the bed. Just 10 minutes. She glanced at the time. It was now 8:20. She could go cook some noodles, take a shower, lie down, and apply a facial mask. 10 minutes was enough for her to finish watching De Yao Yao's acting in the drama. As Yi Yun thought about it, she took off the watch on her wrist and placed it on the bed. However, when her stomach growled and she looked up at the small alarm clock, she was instantly stunned. It was already 9:20. She watched a TV series for an hour? He didn't cook the noodles, nor did he take a bath. Yi Yun tapped the screen in shock and looked at the progress bar. Ling Shuang's expression froze, and her cheeks turned red. Yu Yaoyao vomited, which was a slap to her face. "Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't feeling well. Maybe I ate too much for lunch. Thank you for your appreciation of my husband. But I heard from the director that you came to the audition because you liked the role. Isn't that true? Did you accept the role because my husband invested in it and thought that it would be a hit?" Yu Yaoyao covered her red lips. "You have a good sense of investment. That's amazing." Ma Jigua was stunned. Ling Shuang was shocked. She didn't like the script, but she wanted to speculate. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. "No, what I meant was," Ling Shuang spoke hurriedly, but she was interrupted again. "Oh, dear, I seem to have interrupted your conversation. I'm sorry. You can continue." Yu Yaoyao looked guilty as she spoke. She blinked and looked at Xianxia. The corner of Xianxia's cold eyes couldn't help but twitch. He turned around and avoided Ling Shuang's gaze. "The audition is the director's home ground. I'm just a bystander. I'm not responsible for the order of the actors." With that, he cut off the topic of Ling Shuang. After he said that, he helped Yu Yaoyao to the seat next to him and adjusted the temperature of the air conditioner with the remote control. Ma Jigua also reacted at this moment. He looked at Ling Shuang with disapproval and signaled her not to deliberately talk to the investor. He could only awkwardly smooth things over. "Boss Shen, what are you talking about? You are very cultured and have a good appreciation of art. I invited you here today because I hope that you can check it out. Mrs. Shen is an actress herself, so she can give a very objective opinion. Oh yes, if you're not feeling well, there's mineral water here." Ling Shuang stood in the room, but she was ignored again. Even her image in front of the director and Xianxiang had been degraded. She couldn't even refute. She couldn't help but put her hands behind her back and clenched them tightly. After Yu Yaoyao took a sip of water, she silently moved closer to Xianxiang and quietly browsed through the script. She was too lazy to pay attention to the original female lead who had too many scenes. After the scriptwriter and casting director arrived, the audition began. Ma Zhigua obviously preferred Ling Shuang. Although he felt that she was reckless just now, he also liked her youthful spirit of fearlessness. Ling Shuang, you can start first since you're the first to arrive. First, tell me your understanding of the character of Summer. This was a common question. When an actor was given a part of the script for an audition, they would often be tested on the character's inner feelings, changes in values, and growth curve. As a Ling Shuang, she was already prepared for this question. She took a step forward confidently. Summer is a very pure girl. At the beginning of the script, she was like a blank piece of paper. She believed that most things in the world were beautiful and that no matter what happened, she would always be able to see the sun. Her innocence touched many people around her. Even her deskmate, the male lead, Meng Haoren, was moved. But when it was close to the college entrance examination, her mother got into a car accident and her father became an alcoholic. Her world instantly turned upside down. She began to doubt the world and her fate. She felt that even when she walked under the sun, all she saw was darkness. Until Meng Haoren woke her up. This school bully, who used to bully her, took her through this long and painful road, and brought her to see hope once again. As soon as Yu Yaoyao spoke, the only two men in the room shifted their gazes to her face at the same time. She immediately squeezed out a flower from her face. I am very happy right now. I don't want my freedom. Not only did Xianxia, who was squatting on the ground and talking to his son, coldly turn his head to glare at her, even Bao Bao, who was sitting on the bed with a broken heart and quietly sobbing, looked at her in shock. The men in the family looked at her as if she had said something overboard. Damn, this was a good start for her from the original body. What I mean is, Yu Yaoyao searched her snake brain for lines from novels. I don't want a divorce. Xianxia stood up and directly waved his hand with a frown. I can give you your living expenses in one lump sum. The 5 million you said in your text, I can give you all of it. Yu Yaoyao opened her pink lips. She had walked into the plot of the novel again. In the original work, she swallowed sleeping pills and took the male lead's 5 million before being kicked out of the house. Now, she had avoided the sleeping pills, but she still couldn't avoid the plot development. No, she couldn't accept it. She couldn't follow the original body's miserable path. She still had many snake dreams that hadn't been realized. Now she had such a cute little cub. She didn't care. She wanted this cub. I don't want this money. Yu Yaoyao quickly shook her head. Xianxia directly narrowed his eyes. Then how much do you want? He directly thought that she thought the number was too little. Yu Yaoyao glanced at the visibly nervous little bun on the small bed. His hands were tightly gripping the small tablet in his hands, and his watery round eyes seemed to be looking at the floor. From time to time, he would sneak a glance at her when she wasn't paying attention. Very quickly, he pretended to be looking at his father and averted his gaze. While they were talking, the little bun had secretly glanced at her at least 10 times. It's not a matter of money. Yu Yaoyao raised her chin and stubbornly looked at the gloomy man in front of her. She pinched the corner of her clothes and bit her pink lips. She blushed and stole a glance at the little bun. Their gazes met, and the little bun's face flushed red. It's not appropriate to talk about this in front of a child. When Yu Yaoyao raised her small face again, it was already covered in red clouds. Her watery eyes were like a clear spring as she looked into Xianxia's cold black eyes. But at this point, I have to admit that I really have fallen in love with you, hubby. Xianxia's mouth twitched at the end of her sentence. Love me? Xianxia narrowed his eyes dangerously. The temperature in the ward seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Yu Yaoyao shrunk her neck under his piercing gaze. But she still nodded, as if she found it hard to speak. I did put all my heart and soul on another man and ignored your feelings. But even if I love another man more, there will still be a place for you in my heart. She raised her head and saw Xianxia's ugly expression as if he had swallowed a fly. Shut up. I'll take Shenrui home to sleep and let the manager accompany you. Yu Yaoyao rejected Yu Xingjia's 38th call and smiled at the distressed little bun in front of her. You don't like vegetables? You don't even eat carrots? Look at me, I'll eat it in one bite. She picked up the fragrant vegetable in the bowl with her chopsticks, opened her mouth wide, and stuffed it in. She squinted her eyes and chewed with her cheeks puffed up. The little bun in front of her held his little bowl and stared blankly at her. Even Nanny Sue, who had brought the soup over, forgot to put the bowl down. The main thing was that the way Yu Yao Yao ate now was too fragrant. Her face was beautiful to begin with, especially her pair of limpid eyes. At this moment, when she bit into the vegetables, her eyes were like stars shining in the night sky. They lit up in an instant, making her small and exquisite face radiate with a mesmerizing glow. What made the little bun and Nanny Sue even more entranced was that Yu Yao Yao looked like she was eating the most delicious food in the world with every bite. She puffed up her cheeks, squinted her eyes, and chewed quickly like some kind of small animal. It was a little cute. The little bun couldn't help but use his exclusive little fork to pick up a piece of carrot that he hated the most. He mimicked her eating happily and swallowed it in one bite. He smacked his little mouth and realized that watching his mother eat, the carrot didn't seem that bad anymore. Nanny Sue, your cooking is amazing. This is the most delicious food I've ever eaten in my life. Yu Yao Yao put the empty bowl on the table in satisfaction and gave Nanny Sue a thumbs up. Nanny Sue instantly blushed and quickly put the soup down. She waved her hand nervously. Madam, what are you saying? My cooking is average and can't compare to the restaurants outside. Yu Yao Yao happily filled another bowl of chicken soup and drank it in one gulp. She couldn't help but let out a sound of enjoyment. Nanny Sue, don't be modest. I stayed in the hospital for 2 days this time, and then I came home to eat your cooking. Boo-hoo, it's so delicious. She wasn't exaggerating at all. When she was a snake, she ate raw food in the zoo. It was disgusting and she couldn't fill her stomach. When she watched idol dramas before, she felt that the actors in those scenes were eating some kind of heavenly food. After she became a spirit, she couldn't eat it even if she wanted to. Today, she finally tasted it. It was even more delicious than she had imagined in her dreams. She wanted to cry. This chicken is tender and sweet. I've never eaten anything as delicious as this. Yu Yao Yao's sincere expression stunned Mrs. Sue. She had been criticized by Madame many times in the past for her cooking skills. Mrs. Sue, can I have another bowl of pudding tonight? Yu Yao Yao put her hands together, her eyes sparkling. If it's too much trouble, how about tomorrow night? Or, is there anything I can help you with? Mrs. Sue was even more terrified when she heard that. If Madame likes it, I can buy one every day. He used to be very rude to her. Now. I heard that he hit his head this time. You're such a good person. Yu Yao Yao waved her hand. I'll tell Steamed Bun's father to give you a raise. Compared to the past, the present was like heaven. She looked at Mrs. Sue. And felt that she was very pleasing to the eye. The original owner of this body was so picky in the past and even tried to fire Mrs. Sue. This was a heavenly dish. Mrs. Sue wiped little Bun's oily mouth in a dreamy manner. Steamed Bun also looked up at Yu Yao Yao, his grape-like eyes filled with worship. He was on the verge of tears. Sis, is this a matter of whether there are photos or not? I have to call the company to report this immediately. Sis, hurry up and take a look at the cheating love letter on the internet. Did you really write it? Yu Yao Yao's eardrums were almost deafened. She held the phone away from her ear and said, Don't be so agitated. What's the big deal? Xianxia's right hand, which was holding the pen, clenched tightly. He must be crazy to believe that she would turn over a new leaf. He even had the extravagant hope that she would fulfill her responsibilities as a mother. The agreement in his hand was simply mocking him. The puzzle in Shenrue's hands also fell to the ground. Stop the car. Xianxia's jaw was clenched tightly, and he felt cold all over. Yu Yao Yao's neck shrank back. She immediately felt the fire burning beside her. Wait. Listen to what I have to say before you sentence me to death. She only dared to mutter this sentence before she hurriedly scrolled through her phone. She didn't even need to look for the Weibo app. The screen was full of messages, and she could see the overwhelming number of love letter scandals. After Yu Yao Yao saw it clearly, she heaved a sigh of relief. It was the plot of the novel that she remembered. There was an official statement at the top of the post. Big Fish Entertainment, Yu Yao Yao is suspected of having an affair with Best Actor Chen Jiao. The autographed love letter is as follows. There was a clear picture attached, and every handwritten word could be easily recognized. This media company was even crazy enough to record a voice transmission version. Yu Yaoyao clicked on it, and a coquettish and pretentious female voice could be heard. October 20th, 2020, Sunny. This is the 23rd day since I met you. But God knows how many days and nights I have been looking forward to meeting you and getting to know you. In the past, I have imagined how you would look like when you came to my side. But no matter how many times I imagined it, it could never compare to the first time I saw you. I think this is what everyone is talking about. Fate and love. Yu Yaoyao swallowed her saliva and said, "Don't be anxious. This is slander without a beginning or end." As soon as she said this, the voice chat gave her a godly analysis. According to my investigation, September 27th, 2020 is the first day of filming Four Heroes. It was in this drama that Yu Yaoyao first met actor Xianxia and worked with him for the first time. The date of the love letter is exactly 23 days away. Steamed Bun, who was sitting between the two, couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to take another look at Yu Yaoyao, but he quickly lowered his pale face and clenched his fists. Yu Yaoyao's heart trembled. It's a misunderstanding. Oh my God, I didn't expect there to be such a recording. The death plot had been upgraded. Xianxia was AF** king talent. Before arriving at the amusement park, Yu Yaoyao sent the ultrasound photos and explanations to her almost bald manager, Nie. Thank God, sis. I was almost scared to death. I was wondering why you didn't go to the set with the rest of the cast because your morning sickness was late by a day. I looked at the schedule and you should have joined the set on September 28th. That means the 23-day time frame doesn't match. The date of the love letter should be 22 days after the first meeting with Best Actor. Yu Yaoyao, why didn't you say so earlier? You still need me to explain it to you? Nie, well. I thought you were bad at math and made a mistake. Yu Yaoyao, exclamation point. She had learned math from her online school. No, the author of this CEO novel was bad at math, so there was a bug. Sis, it's a false alarm anyway. Don't act rashly. I'll report this to the company and send out a statement. I'll hang up first. Sis, have fun. Yu Yaoyao narrowed her eyes. The top management of the company was right beside her. Who else could she explain to after dealing with this big shot? Without another word, she posted on Weibo to prove herself. The key point was that Big Fish Entertainment didn't even post her beautiful photos. Negative comments. Yu Yaoyao, Big Fish Entertainment, this is what I wrote for my baby son. When I first joined the cast, my acting skills were immature and I had no one to rely on. Only my baby, who was connected to me by blood, gave me the strength and courage to persevere. But I didn't expect someone to use my love for my baby to slander me. Please apologize to me and my baby. At Director Li Bo, the first time I met Best Actor wasn't on that day. You know best. I look forward to working with the great director again next week. This time, I'll do my best. This Weibo statement was accompanied by an ultrasound photo with a clear date in the corner. It was the 23rd day after the love letter was posted. She also included a 9-picture grid. The other 8 pictures were of her posing in the car with various expressions. After Nie finished reporting to the company, she wiped the sweat off her forehead and prepared to draft a draft for the company's official blog. Only then did he realize that Yu Yaoyao had made it to the 15th place on the hot search list. Yu Yaoyao angrily rebuked the rumor monger. The netizens were once again summoned. Her Weibo post soon received hundreds and thousands of comments. Ha ha ha. Spreading rumors costs nothing, and slapping faces so quickly. Big Fish is an authoritative media company, but they don't take any responsibility for their words. Ha, a small-time celebrity has a witness. You didn't expect this, did you? Big Fish Entertainment, are you tired of making up stories? You're even recording? Godly operation. He won't even let off a mother with a child. That's too much. Soon, some sharp-eyed spectators discovered the secret hidden in the 9 palaces grid. This celestial beauty is flawless from every angle. I actually don't know him. This face, I'm going to lick the screen and eat it. 5 years ago, her acting skills were so bad that she was almost blacklisted by all the directors. Later, she married a big shot and retired as a rich wife. She just said last week that she was going to make a comeback. Hey, she's been targeted by haters as soon as she comes out. So, the arm she's hugging is the big shot's husband? The little dumpling robot cat's but next to her is the main character of the love letter, my baby? Yu Yao Yao was at the amusement park, her face pale. She covered her mouth, bent over, and vomited into the trash can. Beside her, a tall man wearing sunglasses was supporting her. In his arm was a classic catchy pink square bag. Behind them, a cute little boy wearing a Doraemon suit was looking up at her with sunglasses. He was pulling at the hem of her skirt pitifully, looking worried and a little scared. Another man who looked like an assistant was passing her a tissue and was trying to pull the little bun to his side. This photo quickly followed her popularity today and squeezed into the 5th trending topic. The previous rumor of Yu Yao Yao defeating the love letter had disappeared from the top 10 trending topics. After she finished vomiting in the bathroom, she sat down on the stool next to her and took a deep breath to recover her strength. Then she looked at Weibo. Huh? My 9 Palaces beautiful photos has dropped to the bottom 20? Yu Yao Yao clutched her chest in pain. How long has it been? Only 2 hours? What are these new trending topics? Gone Wei's new drama, Su Mingjun picked up money while walking. I'm so angry. Snake, humans liked the new and hated the old. Shenlin laughed. Weibo is a place where traffic is concentrated. Many people want to be on the trending topics. Many companies will use this position to promote new dramas or artists. We didn't buy the previous rumor. In other words, someone had bought a new trending topic and squeezed her down. Also, Big Fish, the one who slandered Lady Boss, has also removed it. Yu Yao Yao sighed and took a sip of the warm water from the thermos that the little bun had thoughtfully passed to her. She hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. Zai Zai, mommy has to work hard. One day, I will occupy the top 10 trending topics. No one will be able to take it away, and no one will be able to suppress me. The little bun's delicate eyebrows furrowed, and there was a little worry in his starry eyes. He turned to look at his father and poked his arm. Shinichong felt a gentle touch on his arm. He looked down and saw the little bun's pleading eyes. He pinched his eyebrows. Get well first, then we'll talk about other things. Let's go home. Little bun hurriedly nodded. Yu Yao Yao obediently admitted defeat this time. Previously, she had been crazy about playing with the drop tower. Let it go with the wind, snakes weren't afraid of heights, but they couldn't stand the sudden sense of suffocation from a height of dozens of meters. She didn't want to play anymore. She didn't want to go up even if she was offered money. She looked back at Shinichong, whose expression did not change, and a trace of admiration flashed through her eyes. This man was really awesome. On the roller coaster, not only did he not make a sound, but he also held little bun's robot thermos with one hand the entire time. He did not even hold the railing. Shinichong noticed her watery eyes and peeked at him from time to time. What's wrong? Yu Yao Yao held steamed bun's hand and covered her mouth as she laughed. Hubby, you're super handsome today. Yu Yao Yao didn't live on set, so it was an hour's drive from her house. This was what Nie had discussed with the crew beforehand. She arrived when she was about to fall asleep. Before getting out of the car, Nie took out a mirror and wiped her saliva in it. She wrapped her scarf properly before getting out of the car. She wasn't the main character and was admitted to the hospital in an emergency, so she wasn't invited for the opening ceremony. When she walked in, the crew was preparing for the scene between the male and female leads. As she got closer, she could hear everyone's discussion. Xian Ran is so pretty and has good acting skills. It's not unreasonable for her to be popular. Yeah, how else could she be the female lead? Yu Yao Yao has such a strong backing. Her husband can directly invest in her to be the female lead, but she can only be the supporting female lead with Director Lee. He despises her so much. Haha, her acting skills are so bad that I can't even look at it. Is it really that bad? Didn't she learn acting? I heard that she debuted very early. She stayed at home to nurse her child for 5 years. What's the use of debuting early? Let me tell you, even if I were to act, I might be better than her. That's for sure. At least you can read the lines. Nie gritted her teeth as she listened. She was so angry that her forehead was covered in sweat. But he couldn't refute. His sister was really. Sigh. He stole a glance at Yu Yaoyao's expression and wanted to cough lightly to let everyone know that they wouldn't continue to criticize her. But after a while, the crew and extras at the outermost perimeter stopped talking. They suddenly felt that the atmosphere wasn't right and felt a chill on the back of their necks. When they turned around, they saw Yu Yaoyao standing behind them. They immediately swallowed their words awkwardly. The next second, their gazes were a little dazed. Just by standing there, she actually became a scene of her own. Her aura was so strong that it was like a beautiful painting. Her black coat was half open, revealing a pair of long and slender white legs. Her delicate and jade-like feet were especially dazzling in the glittering gold-sequined high heels. At this moment, her hands were wrapped in a large yellow scarf and she was wearing a pair of brown sunglasses. Although half of her small face was covered, one could still imagine her beautiful appearance from her exposed snow-white skin. The jacket also made her waist look slender, and her curly black hair was scattered behind her back, giving her a mature woman's charm. The noisy set suddenly became quiet. Just like dominoes, starting from the first card on the outside, the other cards continued to fall one by one to the center. The staff in the outermost circle were attracted by her. Soon, the lighting engineer, sound engineer, and director gradually shifted their gazes. In the center, Director Li, who was staring at the camera, also noticed the strangeness in the field and looked outside. In the next second, his gaze froze and he frowned. His unshaven square face was suddenly filled with anger. What the hell? Red carpet? Lighting, recording, what the F***ck are you looking at? Get ready for filming, didn't you hear me? Yu Yaoyao, who was standing at the outermost circle, heard the director's angry scolding. She clicked her tongue and took off her sunglasses. Then, she cast a smiling gaze at everyone. Her slightly upturned watery eyes were like clear spring water flowing through. They were filled with gentleness, but there was also a trace of seductive charm to them. Director Li Bo laughed at Yu Yaoyao's boastful words. The crew members also laughed at her. How many takes do you think it'll take? I bet 100, at least 10 takes. You're too conservative. I bet 150. Miss Meng is here. What do you think? Meng Xinran, who was supposed to go to the intermission break, also came to watch with a smile. I won't participate in the bet, but I can provide offsite information. If I were to act, I would have to try at least 3 to 5 times before I'm confident. The crew members nodded as soon as they heard this. Well, this scene is really not easy. I'm a man, and I feel scared when I imagine a snake crawling on my body. Yu Yaoyao is probably going to pee her pants, right? Ha ha ha. I have nothing to say. I'll take out my last pocket money for this month, 250, and bet it all. More than 10 takes. Meng Xinran smiled and didn't say anything else. This snake scene, even though she was an acting major and had 2 years of actual combat experience, she still felt that it was very difficult. In addition to the multiple layers of emotional changes of the characters in this scene, which could only be expressed with expressions, the most fatal problem was that she had to overcome her own fear of snakes. This was not a scene that could be passed by relying on beauty and stubbornness. Even she didn't have the confidence to act in this scene. Yu Yaoyao, just wait to make a fool of yourself. Sister, come on. Niu was cheering for Yu Yaoyao outside of the camera. He was gnashing his teeth in anger at the gambling house next to him. But the sweat on his forehead had already appeared. Obviously, he had no confidence at all. Lights, okay. Recording, okay. Camera position, okay. Director Li Bo looked at Yu Yaoyao, who had closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep, and waved his hand. Prop master, get ready. On the count of 3, release the snake. Position, the edge of the bed. Get out of the camera immediately after the play. Let's start shooting. 1 2 3 action. The scriptwriter hit the board, the prop master quickly took the snake cage, put on protective gloves, and caught a grass snake inside. He immediately threw it on the bed where Yu Yaoyao was lying. Almost everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. The snake was about 1 meter long, with green and brown scales on its back and yellow vertical stripes in the middle of its back. The fine scales on its body looked cold and terrifying under the reflector lights. As soon as it was thrown onto the bed, its entire body curled up into a few circles. Its triangular, flat, and round head quickly straightened up, as if it was surveying its surroundings. In Xianxia Garden Villa. On the sofa in the living room, a fair and chubby little bun was holding a tablet and watching a video with a serious expression. He was so small that his legs couldn't even touch the ground. Even holding the tablet with his short lotus root-like hands was a little strenuous for him. But after an hour, his big black eyes didn't blink as he stared at the screen. He pursed his lips and his delicate and beautiful eyebrows were furrowed. He didn't even touch the fruit platter and his favorite milk that the nanny had brought over. Xianxia returned home early and saw his son looking so unhappy as he stared at the tablet with a pitiful expression. He walked into the living room. The little bun was completely immersed in the video and didn't even notice that his father had returned. As the video progressed, his brows furrowed more and more tightly. His little mouth pouted higher and higher. His entire face was filled with worry and anger, and his two little fists were clenched tightly. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and asked, "What are you looking at?" The little bun immediately hid the tablet behind him with a guilty conscience. Obviously, he didn't want to show it to his father. But he accidentally hit the volume button. Suddenly, the man in the video roared angrily in the living room. "Have you never fallen in love with me? From the beginning until now?" Soon, a familiar woman's voice sounded, 1 2 3 4 5, the man's voice exploded again. "You will only ever love yourself, 1 2 3 1 2 3. The almost monotonous female voice sounded again. "Let's break up. Mu-e, 123, the..." Little Bun was so anxious that he almost spun around on the sofa. He wanted to turn down the volume, but his short fingers pressed the wrong button in a hurry. In the end, he turned up the volume, he angrily closed the protective case of the tablet and locked the screen. He acted as if nothing had happened. He stuffed the tablet under the pillow next to him and looked at his father calmly. Xianxia looked at his son's expression and couldn't help but pinch his brows. After hearing a few sentences, he knew what was going on. This was the urban romance drama that Xiaoyao had insisted on acting in after she married him. The scandal of her using numbers to read her lines was exposed online by the crew and became the biggest scandal in the entertainment industry that year. The director was none other than Li Bo. "Why are you looking at these things?" He looked at his son helplessly. He didn't expect Xiaoyao to be so irresponsible before they got married. However, they had a son soon after their marriage. If they were to divorce again, they would have to consider the impact on the child. After he was born, his mother ran away from home. He had never experienced maternal love, but he didn't want his son to experience that. Yu Yaoyao had been locked up at home for 5 years to calm her down and deal with public opinion coldly. This was to prevent her son from having any psychological trauma. However, he didn't expect that Nie would let his son dig up all the old stories on the internet. "Did you not wake up today? I've already explained the scene to you 5 times. Did you not hear it or did you not understand it? Do you even recognize the words on the script?" Anqin was framed. She didn't do anything to let He Ling down. "What the f***ck, why do you have such a guilty conscience and look like you've seen a ghost?" Director Li Bo was so angry that he kept spitting. Their lines were very simple. After all, He Ling's body was already weak at the time and she fell into a coma again after saying a few words. Logically speaking, this scene should be passed quickly unless the inexperienced Zhu Yaoyao made a mistake again. But unexpectedly, just as everyone was worried about Zhu Yaoyao's acting skills, she actually performed well. Instead, it was Meng Xinran who was stuck. With Li Bo's annoyance, the atmosphere on set froze. "One last time. If you can't do it, go to the side." Meng Xinran bit her lip. "Okay, Director Li, I'll do my best this time." Director Li Bo was clearly admiring her just a second ago, but now he was being so fierce to her. It was all Yu Yaoyao's fault. She had already married into a rich family and didn't lack anything. She even came to compete with a newbie like her for the entertainment industry resources and the director's love. Meng Xinran looked at her in disgust, but there was a trace of fear in her originally contemptuous gaze. She clearly knew what emotions she was supposed to act in, but when she was in front of her, she felt a wave of fear. Yu Yaoyao's gaze almost made her think that she was looking at a cold beast with its bloody mouth wide open. Meng Xinran shuddered at the thought. 3, 2, 1, action. The sound of the clapperboard rang out again. She bit her lip and pinched her thigh with her hand to cheer herself up. Yu Yaoyao was still lying on the ground. She seemed to be completely defenseless. Her pale face was like a broken doll. But very quickly, her soft gaze changed. I curse you, to die a horrible death. The cold and angry hoarse voice sounded as if it had crawled out of hell. Meng Xinran was stunned. In an instant, his teeth chattered together. Pata. Li Bo angrily threw the script in his hand to the ground. Cut. Go and read every word clearly before coming back. Scriptwriter, rewrite this scene and put the male lead in. It was changed to He Ling being poisoned by a snake and unconscious, but the emperor did not even look at her. The emperor dreamed at night, and He Ling cried to him about why he didn't come. Didn't he promise to pamper her? She told the emperor that someone wanted to hurt her and asked the emperor to avenge her. When he woke up, he heard the eunuch say that He Ling had gone. So, this scene was added, got it? 10 minutes to change the script, and the rest of the crew would rest for half an hour. Wei Ming, do your makeup now. Nie looked at the time and smiled bitterly. He had just told his boss that it would be over soon. Who would have thought that this little flower was not reliable at all? Meng Xinran's eyes flickered as she looked at the scene. The corners of her mouth immediately curled up slightly, but she quickly suppressed it and returned to her usual harmless and pure expression. When she heard that Wei Ming and Yu Yaoyao were about to start filming, she braced herself and came out of the lounge to see them make a fool of themselves. However, she didn't expect to hear the director praising Yu Yaoyao as soon as she came out. She was so angry that she burst into tears in the corner. These praises and amazement were supposed to belong to her. Now that Senior Qin Jiao was here, she immediately gritted her teeth and dragged Yu Yaoyao into the spotlight. This woman was tainted. Would Director Li admire such a woman who cheated in black? Moreover, as a successful and rich man, how could the boss of Guangxin, Shen Yicheng, not suspect his wife? As Meng Xinran thought, she smiled and helped Yu Yaoyao up from the bed. Sister Yu, only those who have experienced true love can have such eyes, right? Did you think of the person you love the most just now? Everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Jiao, who seemed to have the halo of a male lead. Yu Yaoyao glanced at the corner that was blocked by the crowd and didn't find anything unusual. However, she felt a cold murderous aura coming from the corner and it was climbing up to her neck. It seemed that if she answered wrongly, she would die on the spot. She looked at Meng Xinran and then looked at the third wheel man with peach blossom eyes. Her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed. Yes. There were always unruly people who wanted to harm the snake. Of course I'm thinking of the person I love the most. Meng Xinran's lips curled up and she couldn't help but smile. But in the next second, Yu Yaoyao, who was in front of her, made an obvious grieving gesture. Then, as if she was reciting a poem, she recited words that were more mushy than any script lines. In the first hour, I miss him. In the second hour, I miss him. In the third hour, I miss him. Everyone stared at him. She didn't miss him at home. She wasn't thinking about Best Actor Qin Jiao, right? Yu Yaoyao actually had the perseverance to say 8 times that she missed him. Then, he reached out and wiped the corners of his eyes. I miss him so much. I wonder what my little baby is doing at home. Is he lonely? I wonder if my little baby's father missed me today? As soon as she said this, she felt the cold air around her dissipate. Qin Jiao's peach blossom eyes were startled, and soon the corners of his mouth tightened. You're the handsome actor Qin Jiao who was rumored to be in a scandal with me? After Yu Yaoyao finished wiping her tears, she seemed to have just noticed him. Her face was full of surprise. This was indeed the first time she had seen him since she had transmigrated. Qin Jiao was stunned, but he quickly nodded politely. Mrs. Shen, long time no see. Yu Yaoyao sniffed and then clicked her tongue in wonder. Indeed, only a handsome guy like you is worthy of being in a scandal with a beautiful goddess like me. Now, I can forgive the guy who started the rumor a little. In the end, Yu Yaoyao swaggered home with the snake cage in her left hand and the little bun in her right. She successfully gained a bunch of envious and admiring looks from the crew. Sister Yu, this snake is... A curious crew member couldn't help but ask. Yu Yaoyao raised her watery eyes and glanced at Meng Xinran and Chen Jiao, who had a complicated expression on their faces, and chuckled. This snake bit me today. When I bring it back, I'll break its spine, pull out its tendons, and skin it. Boil it in hot water, add chili and vermicelli, and suffocate it. Her words were sharp, but the last sentence was so tender that water could be squeezed out of it. Then, I'll make snake whip soup to nourish my husband's body. Hee hee, everyone's eyes lit up. Nourishing with food, Shinichong followed at the back, and her face couldn't be any darker. They left the set. Do you like my little gift from work? Baby, husband? Yu Yaoyao shook the snake cage and smiled as if she had taken advantage of it. Director Li said it's useless, so he gave it to me. Hee hee, each of you can play with it. The little bun, whose hand was being held, widened his eyes. Play? Isn't it soup? He glanced at the snake that was still slithering inside and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had never played with such a toy before. Yes, I'll give it to you as a pet. Baby, do you want to touch it? It's cool and very comfortable. The little bun tilted his head and stretched out a tender finger curiously. Shinichong's eyelids twitched when he saw that his son's chubby finger was about to touch the slimy snake. He grabbed his son's arm. You can't touch the snake. This woman just went out for a shoot. Why was she so troublesome? One for each of them. Visiting a shoot was more tiring than doing business for the whole day. The little bun was a little disappointed, but he still listened to his father. Yu Yaoyao wasn't angry. She smiled and sat in the car door opened by an IE. Little bun sat on the left and the snake cage on the right. The corner of Shinichong's mouth twitched. She gave him a look of disdain and sat in the front row. Yu Yaoyao took Shenrui and little bun to the back seat. She introduced the habits of the little snake to the little guy and discussed what to eat for dinner. The mother and son talked and laughed. Her beautiful features softened, as if they were mixed with the radiance of a mother. Shinichong looked at her for a while and frowned. Halfway through the journey, little bun began to cry out. Mom didn't say drumsticks today, so he didn't seem to hear it. She worried all the way, but in the end, her mother didn't do anything bad. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and his entire body relaxed. What happened? Little bun shook his head and shut his mouth tightly. His mother had been thinking about him all day, but he couldn't tell her that he thought of her as a bad child. Yu Yaoyao was sobbing as she ate the delicious steak. Shinichong felt that this woman's ability to get money had improved again. If she worked harder and got a Best Actress award, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem. She was so dramatic just to get money. Shinichong frowned. He wiped little Baozi's face, which was stained by the sauce, and looked up. How much do you want? Yu Yaoyao was stunned. What? This month's pocket money. Shinichong's tone was a little cold. Your performance on the set today was not bad. It's rare for you to be so good at acting. This was the first time he heard her say that she missed him and their son. If he hadn't known her so well over the past 5 years, he would have believed her. Yu Yaoyao's delicate face was as soft as snow. She was puzzled. What has this got to do with pocket money? Isn't there a salary? She was also a reasonable snake. Shinichong's mouth sank. He looked at his son, who was eating happily, and looked at her coldly. Don't you remember what you said to me on the set? Not for your 5 million? Now she was crying while eating steak. Wasn't she just asking for money? It wasn't as if it had never happened before. Once she wasn't satisfied, she would do whatever she wanted. She would cry until she saw the money. Yu Yaoyao was dumbfounded. She swallowed her saliva and her eyes lit up. You intend to give me 5 million? Just because I said that I missed you? With a bang, Shinichong smashed his fork on the table in embarrassment. He was cold and his face was dark. Shenrui lifted his little face suddenly. There was still a grain of rice at the corner of his mouth. Are you crazy? Yu Yaoyao was also angry. She had said that she missed him out of the blue, and this was his reaction. Damn it, this man was a masochist. Would he be happy if it was the other way around? He was even harder to please than his ancestors. Dad, Mom. Mom. Don't fight, the little bun trembled. He was so scared that tears were about to fall from his eyes. Yu Yaoyao fiercely glared at the ice-cold man. She immediately hugged the frightened little bun in her arms and patted the little fellow's back. "Don't be scared, don't be scared. We're not fighting. Mommy is an actress. These are the lines for Mommy's next audition. You fell asleep in the car just now. Mommy asked Dad to help me practice my lines." Meng Xinran, who was next to her, almost tore the towel that her assistant had brought over. In order to get this spot in the variety show, she almost fell out with a few newcomers and even begged all the directors she had worked with before. Originally, Li Bo's spot was hers, but because she didn't perform well on set this time, she didn't get it. In the end, she even asked her agent to use a favor to exchange for another spot in the hands of another variety show director. Yu Yaoyao actually got Li Bo's entry ticket so easily. This was originally hers, embedded with diamonds. This woman who relied on men to get to the top, all her resources were piled up. What gold and diamonds? Why should she be able to make a comeback when she failed 5 years ago? Meng Xinran gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. Yu Yaoyao felt her full of malice, but couldn't be bothered to look at her. TSK, there were many enemies in the wild. But who to eat or not to eat all depended on her mood. Just looking at this girl's unlucky face, she was disgusting. "Little E, let's go home, then let's go back and see the little snakes." After Yu Yaoyao finished filming, she left after eating the bento box from the crew. "Sister Yu, I hope to have a chance to work with you again next time. Congratulations on finishing filming. I wish you all the best. Fly all the way. Next time, I'll give you an extra chicken leg rice." As soon as she left, everyone said goodbye to her warmly, completely different from the mockery and alienation a few days ago. Originally, everyone on set thought that she was a rich man's wife and didn't want to get close to her. But in the past few days, they found that not only was her acting skills good, but she was also beautiful and down-to-earth. She was paralyzed everywhere, her bento box was delicious, and her words were as funny as her lines. Gradually, everyone got closer to her. They were even a little reluctant to let her leave. Meng Xinran's eyes were about to burn, but she still smiled and came up to greet her. "Sister Yu, next time we meet, you have to go easy on me." Yu Yaoyao's watery eyes curved. "Haha, of course. Who saw a snake fight? She only used her mouth, in a villa in the suburbs." A black-haired man was lying leisurely, his long legs crossed on the armrest of the sofa. His hands were casually placed on his body, and his face was covered with a book. Even so, it was obvious that he was a natural clothes hanger. But soon, a woman in a red shirt walked in. "I found out that Yu Yaoyao's a love letter. Back then, to your side, to your room, to you, to your room, to your room, to your room, to you, to escape after she was discovered. Are we going to pay for the little assistant to post on Weibo and make it to the top of the hot searches? Pulling the book Yu Yaoyao's to you to Yaoyao's twos." After dinner, Little Bun would usually take a shower early and change into his pajamas. Then, he would watch videos or play with trains in his room. But today, he refused to take a shower in the living room. He was like a tail. After a few minutes, he would rush into the kitchen to ask Nanny Sue if his little dragon pajamas were dry. Every time he got a negative answer, he would hug the soft white snake toy and stand there in disappointment for a while. Then, he would return to the living room listlessly and pretend that he didn't see his father. As long as Xianxia looked at him, Little Bun would immediately hide beside Yu Yaoyao. Little Bun hugged the snake and sat beside Yu Yaoyao, who was bitterly studying her new job. He looked up and protested to his father, who was staring at him. "I want to wear new pajamas today, Daddy. So, I can't be so early today. I'll take a shower with you." Little Bun's pink face turned a little red as he spoke. He carefully glanced at Yu Yaoyao's expression. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with her face, he heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, he was a sensible and obedient child, a little man. He wasn't a stupid child who needed his father's help to take a shower. Thinking of this, the Little Bun calmly waved his little hand at Xianxia. "Daddy, go take a shower first. Don't wait for me." Xianxia pinched his eyebrows. Did he become a big fool who needed his son to take a shower with him? "Okay, Shenrue. Don't get the shower gel into your eyes later." Also, wash your face clean after applying the facial cleanser. My own, Daddy. Shenrue's little buns but twitched, and his little face turned red unnaturally. A pair of round black eyes stared angrily, and his little mouth immediately pouted. I know. After he finished speaking, he secretly glanced at Yu Yao Yao, afraid that she would find out that he didn't know how to take a shower by himself. Mommy said that he had to learn to be independent. If she found out that he wasn't independent, maybe she would distance herself from him like before. Thinking of this, his little hand nervously pinched the corner of his shirt. He didn't want Mommy to ignore him, not talk to him, not hug him like before. He glanced at the white snake toy in his arms and couldn't help but tighten his grip. This was the first gift that Mommy bought him. Baby pajamas too. He wanted to be an independent little kid and let Mommy continue to love him, just like now. Xianxia seemed to have read his son's mind and did not expose him. Then I'll go. Watch the time yourself. You still have class tomorrow. Little Bun immediately nodded. Nie was so adorable by the mother and son that she wanted to get married and have children as soon as possible. But he soon saw Xianxia, who was eating breakfast with a solemn expression, and immediately sobered up. Sister, quickly change and wash up. We're ready to go. We can't be late for today's preliminary recording. This time, the recording was held in a small enclosed building near the TV station. Yu Yao Yao once again won the gold medal with her strong husband's support. She could stay at home during the non-filming period every day. Okay. Yu Yao Yao was a responsible snake. On the spot, because more people were about to see her beauty, she was so excited that her sleepiness immediately disappeared. Yesterday, the official Weibo account of Stage Fresh Off the Stage had announced the backgrounds of the 88 contestants, as well as the voting channels of the audience. She happily voted for herself and even forced Xianxia to vote for her using his cell phone. When she woke up in the morning, she saw that she had gained 2,000 to 3,000 followers last night. Baby, give me a lucky kiss. Shenrue, the little bun, immediately pinched his little tail shyly and moved his little face closer to let his mommy give him a big kiss. Yu Yao Yao went to change, and Nie took the opportunity to pack breakfast for her to eat on the way. Shenrue, on the other hand, was very satisfied. He happily wagged his little tail and climbed onto his children's dining chair. But he quickly looked at his father, who was silent, and then looked at Nie, who was busy packing sandwiches and orange juice, and pouted. Daddy. Mommy has to go to work. Daddy really didn't care about Mommy. He used to be young and often didn't understand why his parents quarreled. But now, he felt that he seemed to understand. Daddy didn't care about Mommy as much as Uncle Nie. He didn't give Mommy a kiss before work, nor did he arrange breakfast for her. He didn't even want to wear the dinosaur suit that Mommy worked so hard to buy. Daddy, really? No wonder Mommy used to be angry and unhappy all day long, and even said that Daddy owed her money. Shenrue picked up his fork and felt that he understood everything. Daddy really didn't know how to behave. Daddy, you didn't even thank Mommy when you received the gift. The kindergarten teacher said that when children receive a gift, even if they don't like it, they shouldn't show it and hurt the other party's good intentions. Daddy, that's not right. The little bun put on a serious face. He felt very tired. It wasn't easy for his mother to treat him well, but his father started to be unhelpful and drag him down again. Xianxia's mouth twitched, and put the cup in his hand. Soon, the livestream was taken over by a new group of people. The previous comments were also suppressed by the new ones. Wait, I'm here to scold someone. Why did I open a packet of dried plums? F***ck, I just ordered 10 packets of potato chips, cucumber flavored. The wind of spring. Damn, I've been planted with grass. Cucumbers really don't taste good, but why does she look so happy eating them? Help. I can't stop my hand from ordering takeout. Someone help me. The number of people online instantly increased in the flood of messages. Nie, who was waiting outside, looked at the screen and almost fainted. Sis, is she doing this on purpose? He didn't let her eat at home, but she actually went to the show to eat it openly. In the end, the audience liked it very much. Have the netizens in this batch never eaten potato chips before? Beside Nie, another manager wearing a mask also sent a message with a strange expression. In the double room, Meng Xinran, who was in the 18th seat, had white hair. She was obviously acting as an old person, but she quickly noticed the message on her phone on the table. YYY's livestream has more than 1,000 viewers. Good reviews. Meng Xinran's hunched back suddenly froze. Her left hand slammed on the table. How is it possible? She didn't change her voice and was suddenly stunned. Oh no. Soon, the judges' voices sounded in her room. Number 18, Meng Xinran made a mistake in her performance. 500 votes will be deducted. On the livestream screen in front of her, the fans also started to refresh the screen. Ran, what's wrong? What just happened? Why do you look so angry? Old Ran is flipping out online. Meng Xinran's fingernails dug into her palms. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she quickly lowered her voice. I was shocked by my granddaughter's message. Yao, how did she do it? How could there be a flood of good reviews? Big Brother manager must have seen wrongly. She was being scolded by thousands of people. She looked at her Weibo again and found that the manager of the fan club was leading people to bring people to Yao's livestream. That's right, this is normal, she thought for a while and sent a message to her agent. Big Brother, you must be mistaken. I'm going to perform seriously. If it doesn't work, you can contact the management of the fan club and Brother Big Sword's fans. She lowered her head and pursed her lips into a cold smile. It was useless for Yao to be complacent on set. A married woman like her shouldn't come to this industry. Cho Daejian was the new generation of young men with the most fans. He had a lot of wife fans and sister fans. Knowing that the first place had been snatched by a woman who somehow relied on her husband to get to the top, how could Big Sword fans tolerate it? As long as the Big Sword powder rushed in, would Yao still have a chance to survive? How could there be so many good reviews? Daddy, hurry up and bring her in. Mommy will catch a cold and cough. The little bun poked his father with all his might. Shinichong frowned. The woman in his arms was like an octopus. But it was true that her body temperature was a little low. He lowered his head and examined Yao's fair face. Her nose was a little red from the cold. Her beautiful swan-like neck was bare, revealing her small and delicate collarbone. Her slender waist was pressed against his lower abdomen, and her pair of firm and slender legs were mostly exposed to the air. There wasn't even a piece of cloth covering them. This woman was wearing so little, he frowned. With a bit of strength, he lifted her slender body up. He turned around and blocked Anai's view with his broad back. In that instant, the weight on his arms made him slightly startled. It was very light, lighter than he had imagined. She didn't weigh much, but it felt surprisingly good to the touch. Her petite body was unusually soft. The soft and tender feeling made the muscles in his arms loosen for a moment, and his footsteps slowed down. After 2 steps, a clear and delicate fragrance drifted from her body. It was like an ice lotus on a snowy mountain, pure and beautiful. But after smelling it carefully, it seemed to be filled with a seductive sweetness that was enough to charm all the men in the world. Daddy? The little bun reached out and tugged on one side of his trousers like a little tail, worriedly following behind him. But soon, he realized that his father's footsteps were getting slower and slower. His father's long legs were actually slower than his short legs. Daddy, did you not eat enough today? Can't you carry Mommy? The little bun puffed up his cheeks in dissatisfaction as he thought about it. When he grew up, he definitely couldn't be like his father, who couldn't even carry Mommy. How could he protect Mommy like this? His son's childish complaints were like a basin of cold water in winter, suddenly waking Shinichong up. His ears were a little red, and he immediately quickened his pace and quickly walked to the room on the 2nd floor. When he reached the big bed, he was just about to throw Yao, who was looking at him like a spring pond, onto the bed when little Bun rushed over and grabbed his arm. Daddy, you have to slow down. Mommy has a headache and her back is sore. You have to slow down. Don't hurt Mommy. Shinichong, he looked at the woman with sparkling eyes and didn't look uncomfortable at all. Yao's beautiful eyes moved, and she reached out her small hand to grab the corner of his clothes, gently shaking it. She then took the opportunity to raise her head and leave a strawberry mark on his neck. Thank you, my dear husband, your arms are so warm. The softness in front of her chest was directly pressed against his chest. Xianxia's body trembled. She looked like she had indigestion. When Meng Xinran heard the rules, she was also shocked and her face turned pale. Director, is there a mistake? This was different from what she had imagined. The entire room was now filled with hostility towards her, but Yu Yaoyao had won the hearts of the people. The assistant director waved his hand and said, "Number 68, hurry up. This is your own choice. If you delay going on stage, your performance time will be shortened." When he said that, he helped Meng Xinran pull the aggro of the crowd even more firmly. Before the assistant director left, he glanced at Yu Yaoyao, who was sitting in the corner, with a hint of surprise. Just now, he had received a last-minute order from the executive director. The director wanted Yu Yaoyao to be the last to go. He wanted to give her plenty of time and let her live as long as possible. Controversial, has a background, and brings her own topics. Looks outstanding, has a lively personality, and has a bright spot. The executive director had a very high opinion of her. In a show, there had to be one or two hot topics to attract the audience. Since she had the support of the sponsors, the director had to give her more exposure. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a lot of scenes of her in the final film. The assistant director knew very well who was worthy of his goodwill. Before he left, he smiled at Nie, who was sweating profusely. Nie felt her hair stand on end when she saw his smile. What did the assistant director mean? Hiss. He rubbed his arms and felt that something was strange. Nie looked at Yu Yaoyao in the middle of the stage and was also anxious. She simply went to the stage to see the performance of the other contestants. Originally, she wanted to see the other newbies make mistakes to increase her confidence. But she did not expect that one or two of them would perform smoothly. There were not many problems with their performances from beginning to end. Even the judges praised them throughout the entire show and did not say many harsh words. The more Nie watched, the more nervous her heart became. Another 20 contestants were going to be eliminated today. Could his sister do it today? If she made a mistake, it would be over. Nie paced back and forth below the stage. Time flew by anxiously. Nie was still thinking about their chances of winning when she saw Meng Xinran on stage. "Hello everyone, my topic today is to make a phone call. The prop is a cell phone." Nie sighed. Was Meng Xinran lucky? "Daddy, help mommy bathe and feed her." The little bun poked his head out of Yu Yaoyao's arms worriedly. "Mommy must be hungry. I had egg rolls in the afternoon, so I'm hungry now." Xianxiang pinched his eyebrows. "Daddy, hurry up. You were slow at feeding her yesterday. Hurry up today." The little bun's words made Nie, who had not left, open her mouth in shock. Nie had thought that Yu Yaoyao's words on stage were all a joke. What about performing with love? What about acting out of love? What about acting out of love? So it was all true. Nie glanced at Yu Yaoyao and then secretly glanced at Boss Shen's cold face. He couldn't help but shudder. It seemed that Boss Shen was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Behind closed doors, he wasn't just a little henpecked husband. He had discovered a big secret. "Well, I'll leave first. Sister Yu, boss, call me if you need anything." Nie fled. Yu Yaoyao was still in a good mood from the little bun's scolding. She turned to look at Nie, who was sweaty all over. It had been a hard day. He had accompanied her all day and hadn't eaten yet. "Stay for dinner. Your stomach kept grumbling on the way here." Nie shivered. Instantly, he felt a gust of cold wind and ice knives stabbing his neck diagonally from behind. He stole a glance and saw Boss Shen standing in the living room with his head lowered. His legs gave way and he fell on the sofa, clutching his bag tightly. Eat. "I'm not eating, stay and watch Boss Shen feed his wife." Or stay and watch Boss Shen bathe his wife. Would he be silenced? Nie grabbed his bag and fled without looking back. "Sister, I'll text you later when I come to pick you up." The door slammed shut. The little bun looked at the door with a conflicted expression. He hadn't had time to tell Uncle Nie to take good care of his mother. Sigh. What a worry. He puffed up his cheeks and looked at his father, who was still standing at the side in a daze. His shoulders drooped weakly. His father didn't even step forward to help. He almost couldn't carry his father. Xianxia frowned at his son's resentful expression. And Yu Yaoyao instantly cooperated by lying on the sofa like a corpse. "Hubby, I'm counting on you today." She held her right hand and whimpered pitifully. Yu Yaoyao rubbed her nose and curled up on the sofa. She was so happy that she was about to doze off. But soon, a tall shadow covered the ceiling, light shining on her face. A faint smell of tobacco mixed with the clean smell of grass after the rain entered her nose. She looked up and saw the expressionless Xianxia standing in front of the sofa with Shenrui in his arms. He was wearing ordinary gray striped home clothes. "The water in the bathtub is ready." Xianxia frowned as he spoke. "You can go up." The little bun in his arms looked up and wanted to say something. But he was quickly interrupted by Xianxia. "Your mother's hand is injured, but her leg is not broken. If she doesn't walk, she will cry if she becomes fat." When the little bun heard this, he could only pout and agree. Yu Yaoyao was just about to get off the bed and walk, but when she heard Xianxia's words, she couldn't help but groan. Her beautiful eyes flashed as she stood up and twisted her slender waist. She simply put her entire weight on his back. The two soft lumps in front of her chest pressed against his back. Hubby, two slender and delicate arms wrapped around his neck from behind. Her red lips parted slightly, and she gently blew a mouthful of hot fragrance into his ear. "I can't walk, I've been sitting cross-legged for too long. My legs are so sore and numb." She hooked her arm and the fabric of the white dress in her hand was pulled down, revealing the fair and delicate skin of her forearm. Xianxia's back suddenly stiffened like a rock. As she spoke, the fragrant wind quickly swirled around him like a sweet mist, surrounding him from all directions. Xianxia's throat tightened. Her smooth and warm fingertips brushed against his neck and even accidentally touched his jaw, causing some images that were not suitable for children to appear in his mind. But soon, a trace of coldness and sobriety flashed across his deep eyes. He avoided her bandaged hand and grabbed her left hand that had slid down to his Adam's apple. He increased his strength. His eyes were as cold as ice. "Come down. Walk by yourself." Shenrui wanted to say something, but he was quickly carried away. His soft voice of protest quickly dissipated in the living room. Yu Yaoyao snorted. "A man who doesn't mean what he says." He obviously had feelings for her. Let's see how long he could tolerate it. Nie was so attracted by the mother and son that he wanted to get married and have kids as soon as possible. But soon, he saw Xianxiang, who was having breakfast with a serious face. He immediately woke up. "Sis, hurry up and change your clothes. We are going to leave now. We can't be late for today's recording." This time, the recording was held in a small closed building near the TV station. Yu Yaoyao once again won the gold medal with her husband's strong background. She could stay at home every day during the non-filming period. Okay. Yu Yaoyao was a responsible snake. On the spot, because her beauty was about to be seen by more people, she was so excited that her sleepiness disappeared immediately. Yesterday, the official Weibo of Stage New Student had announced the background of the 88 contestants and the voting channel of the audience. She happily voted for herself and forced Xianxiang to use his phone to vote for her. When she woke up in the morning, she saw that she had gained 2,000 to 3,000 fans last night. "Baby, give me a lucky kiss." Shenrui, the little bun, immediately shyly pinched his little tail and moved his little face over to let his mommy give him a big kiss. Yu Yaoyao went to change her clothes. Nie took advantage of the free time to pack breakfast for her to eat on the road. Shenrui, the little bun, was satisfied. He happily wagged his little tail and climbed onto his children's dining chair. But he quickly looked at his daddy, who was silent, then looked at Nie, who was busy packing sandwiches and orange juice. He pouted. "Daddy. Mommy has to go to work." Daddy really doesn't care about mommy. When he was young, he didn't understand why his parents quarreled. But now, he felt like he understood. Daddy doesn't care about mommy as much as Uncle Nie. He doesn't give mommy a kiss before work, and he doesn't even arrange breakfast for her. He doesn't even want to wear the dinosaur costume that mommy worked hard to buy. Daddy, really? No wonder mommy used to be angry and unhappy all day long. She even said that daddy owed her money and didn't give it to her. Shenrui picked up his fork and felt that he understood everything. Daddy is really too insensible. Daddy, you didn't even receive a gift. Thank you, Mommy. The kindergarten teacher said that when children receive a gift, even if they don't like it, they can't show it and hurt the other party's good intentions. Daddy, you're not right. The little bun's face became serious. He felt that his heart was very tired. It wasn't easy for his mommy to become good to him, but his daddy started to be useless again and dragged him down. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He put down the cup in his hand. Very quickly, the live stream was occupied by a new group of people. The previous comments were also suppressed by the new group. Wait, I'm here to scold someone. Why did I open a bag of dried plums next to my hand? Damn, I just ordered 10 bags of potato chips, cucumber flavored. The wind of spring. F*CK, I've been planted with weeds. Cucumbers really don't taste good, but why does she look so happy eating them? Help. I can't stop my hand from ordering takeout. Someone help me. The number of people online instantly increased as they flooded the screen. Nie, who was waiting outside, almost fainted as he looked at the screen. Sis, she's doing this on purpose, right? He didn't let her eat at home, but she actually went to the production team and ate them openly. In the end, the audience liked it very much. This batch of netizens had never eaten potato chips before, right? Beside Nie, another manager wearing a mask also sent a text with a strange expression. In the double room, Meng Xinran, who was sitting in seat 18, had white hair. She was obviously an old lady performing. However, she soon noticed the message that popped up on her phone on the table. YYY live stream has over 1,000 viewers. Tons of good reviews. Meng Xinran's hunched back suddenly stiffened, and her left hand slammed on the table. How is that possible? She didn't manage to change her voice to call out, so she was stunned. Oh no, very quickly, the judges' voices rang out in her room. Number 18, Meng Xinran made a mistake in her performance. 500 votes deducted. Fans also started to flood the screen with comments on the live stream in front of her. Ran, what's wrong? What happened just now? Why do you look so angry? Old Ran, go crazy online. Meng Xinran's fingernails dug into her palms, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she hurriedly lowered her voice. I was scared by my granddaughter's text. Yao, how did she do it? How did she get so many good reviews? Big Brother manager must have seen it wrong. She was scolded by thousands of people. She took a look at her Weibo and noticed that some fans were trying to stir up trouble, wanting to bring people to destroy Yao's live stream. That's right, that's normal, she thought for a while and sent another message to her manager. Brother, you must have seen it wrong. I'm going to do my live stream seriously. If I can't do it, brother, you can contact the fans and Big Brother Daejeon's fans again. She lowered her head and pursed her lips, revealing a cold smile. It's useless for you Yao to be proud on the set. A married woman should not play in this industry. Cho Daejeon was the new generation of young actors with the most fans. He had a lot of wife and younger sister fans. How could Big Sword's fans tolerate the fact that the first place was snatched away by a woman who relied on her husband for no reason? As long as Big Sword's fans rushed in, would Yao still have a chance to survive? She could still get such good reviews? Daddy, hurry up and carry her in. Mommy will catch a cold and cough. Little Baozi desperately poked her father. Shenichong frowned. The woman in his arms was still like an octopus. But indeed, her body temperature was a little low. He lowered his head and carefully examined Yao's fair face. Her nose was a little red from the cold, and her beautiful swan neck was empty, revealing her small and delicate collarbone. Her slender waist was tightly pressed against his lower abdomen, and a pair of tight and slender legs were almost mostly exposed to the air, not even a piece of cloth to cover them. This woman was wearing so little, he frowned. With a bit of force, he lifted her slender body up into his arms. He turned around and used his broad back to block Nie's line of sight. In an instant, the weight on his arms made him slightly startled. It was very light, lighter than he had imagined. She obviously didn't weigh much, but it felt surprisingly good. Her petite body was abnormally soft. The soft and tender feeling made the muscles in his arms relax for a moment, and his footsteps slowed down. After taking 2 steps, a clear and delicate fragrance floated from her body. It was like an ice lotus on a snowy mountain, pure and beautiful. But after taking a closer sniff, it seemed to be filled with a seductive sweetness that was enough to enchant all men in the world. "Daddy?" Little Bowsy stretched out his hand and tugged on one side of his trousers. Like a little tail, he was worried and followed closely behind. But very soon, he realized that his father's footsteps were getting slower and slower. His father's long legs were actually walking slower than his short legs. "Daddy, did you not eat enough today? You can't carry mommy anymore?" Thinking about this, Bowsy puffed up his cheeks in dissatisfaction. When he grew up, he definitely couldn't be like his father, unable to even carry mommy. How could he protect mommy like this? His son's childish complaints were like a bucket of cold water in winter, suddenly waking Xianxia up. His ears were a little red, and he immediately quickened his pace and quickly walked towards the room on the 2nd floor. When he arrived at the side of the large bed, he was about to throw Xiaoyao, who was in his arms, onto the bed, but little Bowsy anxiously rushed over and grabbed his arm. "Daddy, you have to slow down. Mommy has a headache and a sore back, you have to slow down. Don't hurt mommy." Xianxia, he looked at this woman with sparkling eyes and didn't seem to feel uncomfortable at all. Yaoyao's beautiful eyes moved, and she reached out her small hand to grab the corner of his shirt and shook it lightly. Then, she took the opportunity to raise her head and directly left a strawberry mark on his neck. "Thank you, my dear husband, your arms are so warm." The softness of her breasts pressed directly against his chest. Xianxia's whole body trembled, and he had a face of indigestion. When Meng Xinran heard the rules, she was shocked, and her face turned pale. "Director, did you make a mistake?" This was different from what she had expected. The whole room was filled with hostility towards her, but Yu Yaoyao had won the hearts of the people. The assistant director waved his hand. "Number 68, hurry up. This is your choice. If you delay your performance time will be shortened." When he said that, he helped Meng Xinran pull the hatred in the room. Before the assistant director left, he looked at Yu Yaoyao, who was at the corner, with a surprised look. Just now, he had received a temporary order from the director. The main director wanted Yu Yaoyao to be the last one to have enough time. He wanted her to try her best to survive. Controversial, has a background, and has her own topics. Outstanding appearance, lively personality, a bright spot. The director had a high opinion of her. For a show, there must be 1 or 2 explosive topics to attract the audience. Moreover, she had gotten the support of the sponsors, so the director definitely wanted to give her more exposure. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be a lot of scenes with her in the final film. The assistant director knew very well which one was worthy of his goodwill. Before walking, he smiled at Nie, who was sweating profusely. Nie got goosebumps from his smile. What did the assistant director mean? Hiss. He rubbed his arms, feeling that something was wrong. Nie looked at Yu Yaoyao, who was in the middle of the stage, and felt anxious, so he went to the front stage to see the performance of the other contestants. Originally, he wanted to see the other newcomers make mistakes to increase his confidence. But unexpectedly, all of them performed smoothly. From the beginning to the end, there weren't many problems. Even the judges praised them throughout and didn't say anything harsh. The more Nie watched, the more anxious he felt. Another 20 contestants were going to be eliminated today. Would his sister be able to do it today? If she made a mistake, it would be over for sure. Nie paced back and forth in front of the stage. The anxious time flew by quickly. Nie was still thinking about their chances of winning when he saw Meng Xinran on stage. "Hello everyone, my topic today is making a phone call. The prop is a mobile phone." Nie sighed. Was Meng Xinran lucky? However, the moment Meng Xinran walked in, Yu Yaoyao stepped forward to stop her. "What does it have to do with you that there's a man talking in my room?" She wasn't a fool. She instantly understood when she saw Meng Xinran in front of her. The previous scandals and photos were most likely related to this little flower. Was she here to catch them in the act? This little flower was really not simple. She had underestimated how shameless she could be. "Miss Meng, I don't think I know you well. You'd better not step into my room. Yu Yaoyao smiled charmingly. After all, I have a lot of expensive things in my room. If I lose them, I won't be able to explain myself. Meng Xinran's expression changed. Yu Yaoyao walked back to the small sofa where she was sitting and picked up the instant noodles. Sister Yu, are you hiding something good? Meng Xinran clenched her fists, her eyes flickering. Yu Yaoyao picked up the fork and slurped a big mouthful of instant noodles into her mouth. She giggled. Don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, her watery eyes suddenly turned cold, as if they were tainted with an invisible murderous aura. You'll have to bear the consequences. Meng Xinran's face turned pale, and she stopped in her tracks. But in the blink of an eye, she laughed. Only those with a guilty conscience would have an unnatural look in their eyes, an unnatural expression, and deliberately speak loudly. It all matched up with Yu Yaoyao's current situation. Meng Xinran quickly looked into the room and took a step forward. In the end, after 2 steps, he saw a black cap lying on the left side of the coffee table. Ah, this cap looks familiar. I think I've seen it in a photo recently. Meng Xinran's eyes lit up and she immediately picked it up. This was the cap that the man she found had given to him personally. In the photo of the hotel in Treasure A, the man was wearing this brand of black cap. As if afraid that Yu Yaoyao would destroy the evidence, she clutched the cap tightly in her hand. What kind of brand is this? It's quite special. There's a black belt. Someone at the door recognized it immediately, and their expressions changed. Isn't this the cap that was trending in the afternoon? Yes, I remember this as a high-end brand. One costs a few thousand. The assistant director, who was about to leave, immediately changed his expression. But soon, he gestured to a female staff beside him. Only then did Meng Xinran realize that she had made a huge mistake in what she had said. The way everyone looked at Meng Xinran became very subtle. Rummaging through the bedsheets, the trash can. Her methods of catching adulterers had reached this stage. What pure girl setting was all fake. This Meng Xiaohua was no longer a virgin. She was so skilled in this trick. Meng Xinran glared at Yu Yaoyao resentfully. She couldn't take back what she had said. Her character setting had collapsed. She had to drag Yu Yaoyao down with her today. Yaoyao looked at her as if she wanted to eat her alive. Her red lips parted, and she clapped her hands and took a piece of tissue from the table to cover her hands. Her slender fingers pinched a small corner of the trash can with a look of disdain. Here. She dragged the trash can out and grinned at Meng Xinran, showing her white teeth. Go ahead. Once she dragged it out, everyone could see it clearly. Yu Yaoyao didn't seem to like to use tissue. The trash can was almost empty. There were only 2 empty pudding shells and a plastic-sealed instant noodles bag. There's also trash in the washroom. Do you want to see it? As Yu Yaoyao spoke, she covered her nose and frowned in disdain. I can't help you there. If you want to rummage through it, you can do it yourself. It's too dirty. Meng Xinran was about to break down, but at this point, could she still back down? Seeing that she was about to expose Yu Yaoyao's true colors, she couldn't back down. In for a penny, in for a pound, she rushed into the washroom. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for the innocence of the entire production team. Meng Xinran said to everyone with red eyes. But everyone was silent. Wasn't Meng Xinran too proactive? She was so proactive that they couldn't help but think that she had ulterior motives. After Meng Xinran entered the washroom, she really endured the humiliation and dug out all the dirty tissues in the trash can. She found an empty pudding shell hidden at the bottom. Pudding again. Meng Xinran couldn't stand steadily. Her vision turned black, and the world spun. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Other than the tissue to wipe my hands, I only threw a pudding, hee hee. But if you like to rummage through my trash so much, you can come again tomorrow and help me throw them away. Yu Yaoyao couldn't stop laughing. Meng Xinran looked at her ferociously. Shen Lin was sitting in the opposite seat. He looked at Shen Rui nervously, afraid that he would fall from his seat. When he saw Shen Yichong, Shen Lin breathed a sigh of relief and immediately gave up his seat. Shen Yichong got into the back seat of the car and covered the little bun tightly with the blanket. Seeing Yu Yaoyao's surprise, he explained. The child won't wake up easily, but if he wakes up and finds that we're not at home, he'll be scared. When he was young, he often had nightmares about being abandoned by his mother. His father was also away from home all year round. When he woke up, he would always be in a daze or sitting looking at the moon. He didn't want his son to experience such a nightmare. After saying that, Xianxia glanced at the two snakes from the corner of his eye. His face didn't look too good. The snakes were more important than her son. She had to take them everywhere. But he also guessed that if the snakes hadn't scared the man away, he probably wouldn't have been able to save Xiaoyao in time even if he called the police. Thinking of this, and looking at the two snakes, his face finally looked better. They drove directly to the hotel. But a new problem quickly arose. The director booked a family suite. There were 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 1 living room. Nie and Shenlin squeezed into a double bedroom. There was only 1 room left. They wanted to book another room, but the other rooms were already full. Recently, the production team of Stage had rented a lot of hotel rooms. The cameraman, sound engineers, lighting, and the director's team all occupied the rooms. Shenlin was also a little scared to be in the same room as the boss. It's my negligence. I'll call and ask about the other hotels. Xianxia hugged his son and was about to nod when Yu Yaoyao stopped him. It's already so late. The baby wants to sleep. Don't bother. She looked at the little guy who was frowning in his father's arms. She also yawned a few times in the car. She was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyes. Xianxia lowered her head and found that her son was sleeping uncomfortably in her arms. She could not help but frown. On the other hand, Yu Yaoyao acted very quickly. She took the room card from Shenlin and went to open the door. Then, she quickly pulled the stunned Shenlin and Nie into the room. What are you afraid of? Lock the room. Are you afraid that I'll peek at you? Xianxia was speechless. Come in and sleep. He frowned and carried his son into the room with the big bed. Yu Yaoyao winked at Shenlin and mouthed, "Don't be afraid." With that, she swayed her hips and entered the room with a smile. Xianxia had already placed little Baozi on the big bed. When he saw Yu Yaoyao walk in, he pursed his lips and tugged at his tie. I'm going to take a shower. You sleep first. Xianxia walked over and directly ignored his son's protest. He picked him up and placed him on the ground. Faced with his son's glare, his face was calm. Let your mother get up and wash up. It's time for breakfast. He also ignored Yu Yaoyao's lazy and boneless rascal who almost slipped back into the quilt and lay down again. He went up, pressed on her small waist, and pulled her out of the quilt. If you want to join the crew for filming today, I'll accompany you. As he spoke, a trace of darkness flashed through his phoenix eyes. No one will say anything about you, and no one will dare to do anything to you. If you want to rest, then don't go. But you still have to get up and eat. Yu Yaoyao heard the rare care in his tone. She blinked her beautiful eyes and wanted to collapse into a puddle of spring water in his arms. But she looked at the little bun who was standing on the ground and looking over curiously. She sighed and decided not to harm the flowers of the human motherland. She secretly turned her back and reached out to touch Xianxia's firm and elastic thigh muscles from the little bun's blind spot. She laughed mischievously. Okay, I'm up. Xianxia's back stiffened. He actually had a damn reaction immediately. After Yu Yaoyao finished her naughty deed, she ran away with the pink dress. Her slender and beautiful legs were completely exposed under his t-shirt. The wisps of black hair on her chest faintly outlined her undulating curves. Daddy, you have a nosebleed again. Shenrui and the little bun widened their eyes. Xianxia's mouth twitched, and his face darkened as he covered his nose. Go and eat your porridge. The little bun stuck out his tongue at him, hugged the big white snake, and rushed into the bathroom like a cannonball. Mommy, Daddy has a nosebleed again. I'll accompany you to work today. Daddy is useless. Soon, there was a tinkling giggle in the bathroom. Xianxia After eating a sumptuous breakfast, the family of 3 got into the car. Shenrui, the little bun, was unwillingly sent to kindergarten. Yu Yaoyao said goodbye to him through the glass. Xianxia personally sent his son off and sent him to the garden. To the production crew. As Yu Yaoyao walked over, it was as if she was accompanied by a BGM. Every step she took seemed very ordinary, but it was enchanting in its own way. Is she cosplaying Green Snake? Is she using the character from that movie as a reference? Smart. She doesn't need to create a new character. Wrong. This is equivalent to increasing the difficulty. Who is playing Green Snake? What level of work is it? Is it something that can be easily imitated? The more classic a character was, the more difficult it was to erase the impression it left in the audience's heart. It was even more difficult to surpass it. If she imitated it well, others would say that she was just copying without any personal characteristics. If she imitated it poorly, she would be making a fool of herself. The effect would be extremely awkward. The view that Xiaoyao's imitation was a mistake quickly gained the approval of many people present. But when they saw Xiaoyao walk over to the director and discuss the details of the shooting, they couldn't help but be moved. She had beautiful eyes, red lips, and white teeth. Coupled with her green clothes, it was as if she had really strolled over from the mountains and rivers. And the way she walked, her slender waist swaying like a willow branch, was extremely similar to the waist of a water snake. Her movements actually restored a trace of the beauty of a seductress. As she looked at the crowd, her clear eyes carried a trace of a gentle smile, making people's minds suddenly blank for a second. Was she really making a fool of herself by imitating someone else? At this moment, the people present couldn't say whether her image had surpassed the original. Because she seemed to be a green snake, there were tens of thousands of snakes. Could it be that there was only one charming snake demon? She stood in front of them, impressively a little snake demon that had just cultivated into a spirit and left the mountain in human form. She didn't need to imitate anyone or surpass anyone. It was as if she was a part of nature. Xianxia stood in the resting area and didn't interfere with the shooting. But the moment he saw her walk out, his heart surged uncontrollably. From his position, he could see all the other contestants present. But no matter if they were male or female, they couldn't be compared to her charming and extraordinary, gorgeous, and pure appearance and temperament at this moment. Everyone seemed to have become her foil at this moment. This kind of radiance made his heart tremble involuntarily. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up, and a trace of pride burst out from his chest that he had never felt before. No one could help but raise their eyebrows when they saw her like this. Soon, the on-set director asked Xiaoyao to be the first to start filming. He wanted to take care of her body from the shock last night so that she could wrap up early. Xianxia looked at her charming appearance as she tugged at the hem of her dress and prepared to enter the water. His expression became slightly dignified as he glanced at Nie beside him. "Have you prepared everything to keep warm?" Nie shuddered. "Yes, I've also prepared some ginger tea." Before he could finish his sentence, the items in his hands were all taken away by Boss Shen. "Nie, watch, don't allow anyone to use their phones to take pictures of the lace." Mr. Shen, who was holding a big towel and ginger tea, had changed from a big boss to a personal assistant. Xiaoyao looked like a drenched little chick as she was carried out of the water by Xianxia. She was still dripping water from her body when she got out of the water. Xianxia took the big towel from Nie and quickly wrapped it around her shivering body. Xiaoyao's teeth were chattering non-stop, but she still used her strong willpower to force a weak and beautiful smile. Hubby, I knew it. You like me." Yes. "I'm moved." She spoke as if she was stuck in a tape. Xianxia's cold eyes froze as he recalled the lines she had just said to the martial arts actor. Had she specially designed these lines for him to hear? Xianxia's cold and hard lips softened for a moment, but soon they became even tighter. What did she mean by she knew that he liked her? She was really feeling good about herself. He lowered his eyes and did not say a word. He passed the hand warmer and the hot water bottle to her expressionlessly. Then he carried her in a princess carry and strode quickly to the waiting room. Nie quickly ran in front and led the way while holding 2 cups of ginger tea. After they left, the crew on set started gossiping. "They're such a loving couple." Boss Shen jumped into the water without saying a word. So, she acted out her love story just now? In the past, Boss Shen was a man who did not dare to confess his feelings. He was a man who did not mean what he said. TSK, no wonder she was so immersed in her performance. Every expression was so natural. Art comes from life. Did you see it just now? When he heard what his wife said, Boss Shen's ears turned red. Xianxia, who was being gossiped about, carried the trembling woman in his arms to the waiting room and violently kicked the door shut. Anai was so frightened that she stood still outside the door. She did not dare to move. Xianxia placed Yu Yaoyao, who was trembling and unable to speak, on the sofa. With a frown, he reached out and quickly took off her still dripping cyan overcoat. His large, slightly calloused hand reached for the belt around her waist and nimbly loosened the knot. His large hand moved up and quickly stopped in front of her full chest. His eyes darkened, but he still hastened his hand and undid the hidden clasps in front of her chest one by one. Her white undershirt fell, revealing half of her smooth snowy shoulder. The cold water droplets followed her hair and dripped onto her delicate collarbone. They rolled a few times before disappearing under the deep ripples of her snowy skin. Xianxia's eyes darkened, and his slender fingers paused. But in the next moment, achoo! A loud sneeze came crashing down on his handsome face. The dim light in his eyes immediately disappeared. His thin lips pursed into a sharp line in displeasure. With a darkened face, he stripped off the wet costume that stuck to her skin. Even her dark pink underwear was viciously ripped off. Yu Yaoyao whimpered. She reached out her fair and slender hands to cover herself in a panic. She was a 200-year-old virgin snake after all. When it came to critical moments, she was still a little shy. In a duplex bunk room, Meng Xinran, the sweet little flower, was like a flower bud that had been hit by a heavy rain. She was so devastated that she was about to wither. She knelt on the ground and begged at the top of her lungs. She grabbed the pants of the man in front of her and cried until she was out of breath. Brother Han, save me. I beg you, please tell the other shareholders about me. I beg them not to blacklist me. She raised her phone and desperately wanted this person to see it. Everyone on the internet is supporting me now and speaking up for me. I have millions of fans. I'm much more valuable than that B*TCH Yu Yaoyao. I will work hard to repay the company and make money for the shareholders. Give me another chance. Han Jihong sighed deeply. Xiao Ran, you shouldn't have done that. You even did that to the boss's wife. I thought that you would just throw a tantrum because you were upset. But harming someone. You'll go to jail. His eyes were full of helplessness. Meng Xinran was a newcomer that he had nurtured for a year. She was also the company's main focus. Now, she had so many fans, but they were all ruined. He was more heartbroken than anyone else. Stay at home for the next few days. Don't think about anything. Don't go out and don't look for information online. Brother, I'm innocent. I didn't do anything. Meng Xinran's face was full of tears. Han Jihong couldn't help but smile bitterly. I hope so too. But he heard the whole process from the staff he was familiar with. That night in Meng Xinran was too strange. It was so strange that even if she wasn't the mastermind, she had offended the big boss. She even destroyed her innocent image in front of so many people. Her image being destroyed was tantamount to suicide in the entertainment industry. Brother Han, even you have to give up on me. Meng Xinran looked up in disbelief. You said that I would definitely be popular and become the most popular starlet in 3 years. Han Jihong was silent. Yes, she used to be. But now, there was an even more dazzling female artist in the company, and she was the boss's wife. The situation had changed. He left without looking back. Xiao Ran, take care. It was not until the door closed that Meng Xinran looked up in despair. Take care? Her tears flowed down, and her sweet face was like a broken rag doll. At this moment, in the hotel, little Bun was solemnly declaring with his cheeks puffed up. He was declaring the ownership of his mother to his father face to face. Mommy, marry me in the future. I will treat her well. I won't be like Daddy, making Mommy sick after going out for a day. Xianxia massaged her temples and looked at her son's little hedgehog-like appearance. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Meng Xinran's die-hard fans were all moved, and almost all of them came out. Ran, I'll support you forever. From today onwards, I'll boycott YYY until the end. Don't be afraid, we'll always be here. If Guangxin can't do it, we'll change companies. We'll crowdfund you to pay for the breach of contract. Xiao Ran, your purity is a contrast to Yu Yaoyao's despicableness. I won't leave you even if I die, I'll always be by your side. Yu Yaoyao didn't continue to care about all of this. For the past 2 days, she had been sleeping and eating and sleeping, living a blissful life being fed by Little Bun. The cold medicine also made her feel drowsy, and she didn't even bother to check how many fans she gained every day. While she and the Little Bun were showing off their love for each other, the 3rd episode of The Stage was broadcast online, and the trailer for the 4th episode was released as well. The next day, Meng Xinran's Weibo was bombarded by a small account named, "My Wife is Doing Well." This ID almost didn't have any followers, and only one analysis was posted, and it was pushed to the top of the search list. Hashtag "My Wife is Really Doing Well" hashtag. He posted a concise and comprehensive long post, explaining the 3 Meng Xinran's Black Lotus and Yu Yaoyao's words. 1. For the first live broadcast, Meng Xinran informed 13 familiar contestants, the first tier, to arrive at the set an hour earlier and asked them to vacate the first contestant's room, forcing My Wife to enter the room. Attached is a JPG of Meng Xinran's chat with 3 of the contestants. 2. For the second disfigurement test, Meng Xinran changed the order and broke My Wife's prop mirror. Attached is an unedited video of the whole process. 3. In the 3rd round of the competition, Meng Xinran stole My Wife's role as a beggar, but after My Wife turned the tables on her, she plotted to make her change from a single scene to a double scene at the last minute. She even had to act with the best actor who was in a scandal. Attached are screenshots of the show's lines and analysis. 4. That night, My Wife met with a mishap in her room. Meng Xinran's attitude and words were completely inconsistent with her later statement of "Trust my wife." Attached is a surveillance video that the program team did not broadcast. 5. Slandering My Wife's hotel photos. The IP address sent to the entertainment reporters is the same as Meng Xinran. 6. I hope everyone is rational and logical. It's obvious who the Black Lotus is. This logical and well-founded analysis led to the release of the unaired video of Stage, which immediately became a trending topic. And this Weibo post, which seemed to be written by a pink-haired woman, was filled with the words "How is my wife? I'm so proud of her." It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Most fans would indeed call their idols "my madam." However, Yu Yaoyao was already married and had a child. It was very awkward for her to be addressed like that in public. The audience on the internet quickly finished eating the essence of the melon. After letting out a sigh of relief, they all tagged Xianxia. "Boss Shen, this person stole your title, hee. Cuckolded again, recording every day of Boss Shen's breakdown. This is obviously a very serious matter. Why do I feel like laughing? Xianxia, are you going to fight this big brother to the death?" Then, they realized that the sweet and innocent image of Meng Xinran's little white flower had collapsed to the point that it was unrecognizable. This two-faced, vicious, hypocritical, and sweet girl was too disgusting and corrupt. She was sinister and cunning to the extreme. In an instant, Meng Xinran's Weibo was almost slaughtered by the audience. "You disgusting villain, get out of the entertainment industry." Nie had nothing to say about her narcissism. He automatically skipped over it. Let's talk about the bad news first. The bad news is that you'll have to lose weight for a long time. Yu Yaoyao's eyes widened and she covered her stomach with one hand. "No, I didn't eat potato chips or pudding. I didn't eat an extra piece of steak last night. I didn't eat soup dumplings or duck blood vermicelli this morning." Nie glanced at her with a helpless look on his face. "Sis, you're eating food again." "I didn't, I really, how did you know?" Nie felt that she had lost a bunch of hair. "Okay, let's get to the point. You have to lose weight because the good news is, your favorite brand of pudding wants you to be their spokesperson after watching the video the day before yesterday." As he spoke, he took out a document from his bag. "This is the endorsement contract that they sent over. I've let the legal department look at it. It's worth 3 million yuan. Then they need you to shoot a pudding commercial urgently." Yu Yaoyao was amused when she heard this. Wow, she even raised the price. Nie took out the script for the commercial and showed it to her. "In the script, we need to eat different flavors of pudding. Also, the 3 million yuan endorsement contract includes other beverages and snacks under their brand. I estimate that you'll have to shoot 3 to 5 commercials and a poster. Also, they want you to post at least 50 times a year on Weibo about eating their snacks in private. You have to post at least 50% of the pictures and short videos. Nie finished speaking quickly. Seeing Yu Yaoyao's eyes getting brighter, he felt a chill in his heart. Sis, don't forget to control your weight. If you eat too much snacks, you won't look good on camera and it will affect your image later on. I know. Isn't it just exercise? Yu Yaoyao waved her hand. Tearing the flowers with her bare hands was also a form of exercise. She also had to tease her husband. There was a lot of exercise. As she spoke, she thought of the different flavors of pudding and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She looked at Nie with watery eyes full of expectation. You said that it's an urgent shoot. How urgent is it? Today? Nie coughed. I made an appointment for tomorrow. I still have to wait the whole day. Family. Xianxia felt a tremor in his chest. He hadn't heard this word for many years. His mother had left home when he was young, and his father had been doing business for many years. In his memory, he didn't have the chance to share meals with his family. After marriage, his wife rarely spoke to him gently. After giving birth, she even suffered from depression and was at a dead end. Family was like the most unfamiliar word to him. It was also because he had a son that he reduced the frequency of his business trips and came home on time every day. But until now, his son was still young. He was still at the age where he didn't understand his old father and was still mischievous. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Under the dim yellow lights of the hotel, he could vaguely see Yu Yaoyao's exquisite side profile and her red lips. When he had just gotten married, he had hoped that his wife would wait for him and that his family would accompany him when he returned home. But day after day, what awaited him was the tightly shut door and her evasive and fearful gaze. As time went by, he no longer had such expectations. But today, Yu Yaoyao's clear gaze seemed to have scalded his cold and hard heart. It actually made him feel emotional. It was as if a warm stream of air had flowed into his chest and disturbed his calm mind. His raised hand paused in midair. In the end, it fell down, but it lost its momentum halfway and landed gently on her smooth thigh. Next time, send me a photo. Don't reveal so much. He pursed his thin lips and his handsome face was slightly red in the dim light. Yu Yaoyao tried hard to turn her head and lift her little face to look at him. But his large hand held her down, not allowing her to move. Go to sleep. I'm going to look for Shenlin to talk about work. Xianxia's eyes were a little gloomy. Yu Yaoyao said sympathetically, so late? It wasn't easy to be a diamond man. Xianxia, on the other hand, responded with a hoarse He slowly pulled the blanket that she had kicked to the end of the bed until it was below her neck and covered her graceful body in her pajamas. Looking at the back view that was covered with the blanket, his expression softened. He then turned to walk out of the room and gently closed the door. 2 years ago, he had given her a chance to leave. If she didn't leave, he would have made her stay forever. Even if he cried, he wouldn't let her go. Xianxia stood outside the door. Not a single light was turned on in the spacious living room. Milk flavor, caramel flavor, almond flavor, banana flavor, strawberry flavor, chocolate flavor, mango flavor. When Yu Yaoyao took out the small snack box, she couldn't control her watery eyes and her hand that was reaching out for the pudding. On the small bed next to her, the actor who played her son was sleeping soundly. Baby, I'm sorry. I'll just have one. She looked embarrassed and conflicted. She closed her eyes and randomly picked one from the pile of flavors. She bent down and kissed the forehead of her sleeping son apologetically. I'll give you a kiss in exchange. Then, she tore open the packaging of the pudding. She didn't even need a small spoon. She directly opened her small red lips and sucked a small mouthful into her mouth. Ow, delicious. She raised her snow-white, slender, swan neck and lifted her delicate little face that was glowing in the dim light. She closed her eyes and moaned softly. It was as if the pudding had melted in her mouth and slid down her throat in satisfaction. One mouthful after another, there was only a faint light and a reflector in the dark. However, her eyes became brighter and brighter, and they were filled with incomparable joy. It was as if she had eaten the high-quality food cooked by a top chef with 3 Michelin stars. Through the surveillance camera, every expression and action of hers was clearly captured. Director Guo Mingxiu excitedly pinched the armrest of the chair. Yes, like this, Li Tao, who was standing behind the monitor, originally had a playful expression on his face, but at this moment, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. She really loved his pudding. She loved it very, very much. He glanced at Xianxia, who was standing silently at the side and carefully watching his wife. He couldn't help but sound a little strange. Sister-in-law is. Why did she look like she was being abused and had never eaten a proper meal? But before he could finish speaking, he saw Yu Yaoyao through the monitor. She looked very conflicted, but she couldn't control herself and reached for the second pudding. She was so fast that his vision blurred. This time, she actually swallowed the entire pudding into her mouth. Suddenly, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. She looked at the child vigilantly, afraid that he would suddenly wake up. She raised her neck and swallowed with all her might. Li Tao was shocked. As the #1 decision-maker of this pudding brand, he was a little dazed. Was this his pudding? Was it really not some kind of nectar? How could his pudding be so delicious? How come he didn't know? Li Tao swallowed his saliva and took a closer look. He realized that the empty shell in her hand was banana-flavored. Could it be that the taste had leveled up? The moment they entered the room, their faces were full of smiles. Mr. Shen, we would like to invite you and your wife to star in the next episode of My Wife and Me. It's a large-scale variety show that records the sweet interactions between a married couple. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched slightly and his expression darkened. I'm not an artist, I don't need to be exposed. The director of stage rubbed his hands together. Yes, we know Boss Shen's power. Of course, we don't need to exchange our privacy for anything. But. As he spoke, he took out the tablet from his bag. He tapped on it and played it. Tonight at 7 o'clock, we will be showing the trailer for the next episode. Boss Shen, you can take a look at the response online. In less than an hour, the popularity of the trailer has exceeded that of the regular episodes. Xianxia lowered his head. Suddenly, he saw the scene where Yu Yaoyao fell into the water was shown on the screen. When she was completely soaked, he jumped into the water to carry her out. Later, when she vomited while hugging a garbage bag and asked the director for 5 lunchboxes, she even wanted to give him 2. All these scenes were cut into the trailer. The number of views had exceeded 20 million and the number of comments was also very impressive. What kind of fairy is this? She vomited in discomfort, cried for wasting food, and even asked for 2 lunchboxes for her husband who works at night. What a perfect wife. To the person in front, you must have some misunderstanding about working at night. Sex is very tiring, so you have to eat more. Children don't understand, go to bed early. I finally know that she wasn't joking when she said that she had 2 stomachs. Oh, Boss Shen is really a slave to his wife. He should have jumped into the water himself, there were so many assistants beside him. Sweet. I give full marks for this Princess Carrie. Looking forward to more clips of Boss Shen. Oh, my auntie laughed the whole time. When will the regular episodes be shown? I want to give the cameraman an extra drumstick. I bet 50 cents that Boss Shen's back view with his long legs and narrow waist is definitely a handsome guy. Xianxia looked at it for a while and felt a headache coming on. Boss Shen, My Wife and Me is not just for show. It's also to let everyone understand Mrs. Shen's unique and innocent personality. The executive producer pushed up his spectacles. The feedback for all her broadcast programs is good, but recently, she has been positioning herself as a snack, but in fact, she can totally walk a more high-end image and let the public know more about her. She's on the rise and needs more exposure. Xianxia's mouth twitched. High class. Yu Yaoyao, the director of stage added, most importantly, this is not our first time working together. Boss Shen, our film crew will definitely respect your and your wife's privacy and will not cross the line. Even the footage that will be broadcasted can be checked by you first. We will not broadcast any scenes that will damage your image and your lives. The executive producer nodded. Also, Boss Shen's child is still young, right? Mrs. Shen often works away from home, so it's inevitable that she has some regrets about her family. But for our program, we can film at home or in the surrounding area. The filming time can also be discussed. Shinichong frowned and flipped open the program plan and basic proposal that they had handed over. Just as he was about to speak, the bathroom door opened. A chubby little bun with a head full of wet hair ran out in a pair of tiger slippers. Zhao Yu and Lu Jingcheng were stunned. Shinichong waved at his son. Say hello to the two uncles. He picked up a towel and wiped his son's hair. The little bun greeted them politely and was so adorable that the director and executive producer's eyes lit up. Uncles, did you just say that you want to give Mom the opportunity to work at home? Shinruwei, the little bun, sat beside his father. He was not nervous at all and asked clearly. Shinichong's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling before he could stop his son from speaking. The little bun stood on the ground. His round head couldn't even reach Shinichong's waist. He could only pout and look up at him. Shinichong reached out and pinched the space between his eyebrows. You can't go on TV. He didn't even need to think about it. Shinrui's little bun immediately exploded. When he looked up, the ahog on his head trembled. His dark eyes were almost full of grievances as he complained about his father's despicable behavior. He looked down at the tablet and his mouth puffed up angrily. All the videos on the tablet would be kept for a long time. They could be taken out and watched repeatedly every day. They could also be taken out and watched after a while. They could be kept for many years as a memento. Why could only Daddy and Mommy take photos together? Why couldn't he go on TV? He also wanted to be with his beautiful mommy and let those uncles record every precious day of their lives. Daddy, you're like a big bad guy. The little bun was extremely indignant. You didn't even take me to the photos you took in the past. This is too bad. Daddy, you're too treacherous. He came to this conclusion seriously. Shinichong felt that all of his rationality and logic were about to collapse at this moment. This son of his used to be quite sensible and had always been his little cotton jacket. Until this time, when Yu Yaoyao was hospitalized with a concussion, everything changed. He pinched the space between his eyebrows and felt that his lungs hurt as he breathed. Shinruwei, your mother and I only took wedding photos. As he said this, he looked at his son's protesting expression and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You sneaked into my study again? Didn't Daddy tell you that there are a lot of work materials there and that you'd better play elsewhere at home? Ever since Yu Yaoyao made a fuss a few times and even wanted to sleep in a different room from him, he asked the servants to put away all the wedding photos and put them at the bottom of the cabinet in his study. If his son didn't go in to look through his things, he definitely wouldn't see them. The little bun instantly puffed up his cheeks and looked at his father. What's going on? Yu Yaoyao came out of the shower and walked over to the father and son who were confronting each other while drying her hair. As the father and son stood like this, she vaguely felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Upon seeing her, little bun pouted and looked at her pitifully. Mommy, Shinichong looked at her son's depressed and pitiful appearance. She couldn't help but feel stuffy in her chest. For the first time, she wondered if she was too strict. He reached out and stroked his son's head. His deep voice warmed up. The next time Daddy and Mommy take a photo, I'll definitely bring you along, Yu Yaoyao asked. Do you want to take a picture with me? After they left, Shinichong was about to send Yu Yaoyao to the filming location when he felt his son's gaze. He pressed his forehead and said, I'll pick you up after class to visit your mother. Shinruei pouted his lips and instantly raised a small arc. But he still nodded reluctantly, as if he had suffered a great grievance and had to compromise. Okay. Oh yeah, the little bun turned around and covered his face with his hands, revealing a big smile. Shinichong sent Yu Yaoyao to the filming location of the stage and stayed behind to watch. The entire filming crew was under a lot of pressure. Even the film king Chen Jiao, who was acting as a judge, had to smile and greet them. Shinichong nodded indifferently in response. Even the film king did not receive any special attention from him. From the beginning to the end, his attention was focused on Yu Yaoyao, who was not far away in front of the camera. Today was another outdoor filming location. The filming crew was practicing on the spot. The assistant director was already holding a loudspeaker and explaining the new round of tasks to the contestants. Today, we are at a filming location that has produced many famous films and TV series. We have specially contacted the filming crew of North and South of River, which is currently finishing filming. The chief director of this film is Zhou Qiong, who everyone is very familiar with. Today, all the contestants will be acting as extras in this film. You will experience your performance under the big camera and will be graded by director Zhou Qiong and 2 other judges. After a few rounds of competition, there were only 20 contestants left. First, let's draw lots. Director Zhou Qiong was much more serious than when he was acting as a judge on the filming location. Let me give you a brief introduction. You will be filming a big scene where the Japanese army enters a tea house to search for people. Some of you will be acting as tea guests, waiters, passers-by outside the tea house, and some of you will be acting as businessmen or soldiers of the Japanese army. Everyone needs to put on a performance that matches the characters and the plot in this scene. For example, the customers of the tea house will have to show that they are drinking tea leisurely in the beginning, to the nervousness and forbearance when they are searched, and to the relief and anger after the Japanese army leaves. While he was speaking, everyone had already finished drawing their lots. Everyone, go get your clothes and get ready. Wait until we reach the scene, then go on stage. The assistant director and the stage supervisor were in charge of the scene. After a while, Yu Yaoyao left the group with a note and returned to Shinichong's side confidently. Shinichong didn't ask. Nie did it for her and asked nervously, "Sis, what topic did you get? Tea guests?" As soon as the director gave a detailed explanation, the difficulty level dropped instantly. Yu Yaoyao stuffed the note into his hand. Nie looked down and her expression changed. Thief? This role was not suitable for female celebrities. It was very difficult for ordinary girls to experience it. Everyone present looked at director Zhou Qiong and Yu Yaoyao, who was in front of the camera, in shock. Yu Yaoyao was wearing a thief's costume, which was quite inconspicuous. But when she heard the director's words, she immediately smiled brightly like a sunny flower. She was still standing in the same place, wearing the dusty gray clothes and makeup, but she instantly became bright and eye-catching, as if she had become the main lead standing in the center of the scene. "Director, you're really giving me the chair?" Yu Yaoyao walked up to Director Zhou. Director Zhou snorted in annoyance. "I'm a man of my word. I'm tired of sitting here, take it." He still had half a sentence that he didn't say. After filming for so long, he had worked with a lot of actresses, including some who later won the Golden Rooster Award or even the Golden Lion Award. But he rarely, almost never saw an actress who could play a thief to this extent. At that moment, she stood there as if she was an ordinary person. A pickpocket who saw the target, decisively took action, and escaped in the chaos. He had thought that her beauty would be a burden, or that the brilliance in her bones would be an obstacle. But she obviously hid it very well just now. She knew how to let it go and how to take it back. This was not the essence that an ordinary actor could understand. There was no such thing as a small role, only small actors. A seemingly inconspicuous supporting role, when played by an excellent actor, would instantly become flesh and blood, real and down to earth. Director Zhou looked at Yu Yaoyao with some curiosity. She had already bent down and picked up the director's recliner without caring about anything else. Even her fat agent was sweating and trying to stop her, but he was still shouted away by her. "The director agreed to give it to me. Little E, don't snatch it." Director Zhou laughed out loud and let the whole crew rest and prepare for the next scene. The other 2 judges followed the program crew's cameraman over. With great interest, he showed them the replay of the scene that they had just filmed. Chen Jiao's eyes flashed. The more the performance went on, the more one would understand that the difficulty of playing some ordinary characters was much higher than that of playing a role with strong emotions. The old actor Xiaoqing was a judge today and also the actor's guide. He was waiting for someone to come forward to teach, but he didn't expect Yu Yaoyao to do so perfectly. She's just a girl, but she's able to portray the charm of all sorts of people. "Old Zhou, she is indeed worthy of your chair." Director Zhou was also a little curious. He simply put his hands behind his back and walked over to Yu Yaoyao. "How did you just conceive?" As a judge, he had seen the information of every contestant. After Yu Yaoyao debuted, she almost didn't have any good works. If she had spent the 5 years of retirement, of course, it would have been enough to make a hard-working person reborn. However, just by receiving training and not putting it into practice, it was impossible for her to be compared to a mature actress. Director Zhao was speechless, but he soon discovered something even more speechless. Xianxia, who had just said that he would order takeout for them, went to the kitchen in person. He rolled up his sleeves and washed the vegetables and fried eggs skillfully and freely. It was obvious that he was a man who usually went to the kitchen. Soon, the kitchen was filled with the fragrance of noodles, which showed that someone's cooking skills were not bad. When 2 big bowls of noodles and a small bowl of noodles were brought out, the expressionless Xianxia was stopped by Director Zhao. "Didn't you say that you would order takeout?" Xianxia glanced at him. "Children can't eat takeout." Director Zhao Yu felt as if he had been shot in the chest. So Boss Shen was indeed a warm man who cared about the family and was good at cooking, but he did not open it to outsiders. "Director Zhao, my son can't be on camera later. Please pay attention." Xianxia prepared breakfast and poured out 3 glasses of milk. Zhao Yu was stunned. "Okay, but today's shooting will take a whole day." As he spoke, footsteps came from behind them. Yu Yaoyao changed into a youthful and beautiful suspenders dress and walked down from the 2nd floor, holding the little bun's hand. Shen Ruwei was a little bun. He was wearing the same sky blue suspenders as his mother. His little round face was white and bright, and he was as cute as a carved jade doll. The adult and the little bun, standing together in parent-child outfits, were so cute that the cameramen were a little dazed. Zhao Yu, who had just agreed to Xianxia's request, was regretting it at the moment. If the chubby little bun in front of him was on camera, it would definitely make the girls in front of the TV scream. He was so cute. He bounced over to the dining table and even bowed to greet them in a childish voice. He was polite and well-behaved. In fact, after Yu Yaoyao sat down at the dining table, this little guy worked hard on his own and climbed up the children's chair with his little butt sticking out. He didn't need anyone's help. After he sat down, he even sensibly took a small napkin from the children's chair and tied it around his neck. All the movements were done in one go. After putting on the napkin, the little guy even thoughtfully helped Yu Yaoyao pick up the chopsticks on the table for her. "Mommy, eat." When Zhao Yu saw this, he wished he could ask Xianxia for his son's back view to appear in the editing. However, Xianxia helped his son hold the child's seat. His thin lips curled up, directly denying his worries. "Eat it yourself. Mommy is an adult. After eating, go out and play with your Uncle Lin. He'll take you to your favorite zoo." Little Baozi pouted and gave a soft "oh." However, when Yu Yaoyao heard about the zoo, her originally bright eyes immediately dimmed. That was the place she was most afraid of now. When she thought about how she was treated in the past, she didn't like the zoo at all. She quickly gave the little bun a regretful look. "Mommy will wait at home for my darling to come back. Tonight, we'll have a water fight together and then take a bath together." Shen Lin took the little bun out of the house. Other than the chauffeur, there was also a nanny to take care of him. But halfway through the drive, Shen Lin, who was in the back seat, was deeply struck by the little bun's melancholic side profile. "Uncle Lin, do you think Mommy is thinking of me now? Uncle Lin, do you think Mommy will be scolded by Daddy again?" Uncle Lin, Shen Lin felt a headache coming. Most importantly, he felt that the little guy was a little pitiful. His parents were at home filming, but the little guy was chased out. "Ah, I left my baby Whitey at home and forgot to bring it out. Uncle Lin, can we drive it back?" The little bun lowered his head and tugged at Shen Lin's sleeve expectantly. Other than going to kindergarten, the little guy would bring the big white snake with him wherever he went. He really liked this big doll. Shen Lin knew. Instantly, his heart softened and he was a little shaken. It wouldn't take much time to get it back and it wouldn't affect the filming. He looked at the little fellow's soft and tender face and big, watery eyes and instantly surrendered. "Okay, let's drive it back." At home, Yu Yaoyao was bowing her head in repentance to the big boss of the family. Xianxia gave her a pen and supervised her writing of the footnotes of the script. After she finished writing, he would check and recite her lines. Yu Yaoyao wanted to collapse on the sofa, but he pulled her up and sat her down after a while. Shinichong looked at her boneless appearance and frowned deeply. Look up, chest out, stomach in. Recollect the company's appearance lesson. Yu Yaoyao pouted her red lips and looked at the cameraman and director Song for help. What happened to the free shooting? Hubby, I don't read the script like this at home. She dared to protest. We have to be honest with the audience. You can't lie to everyone and beautify me. Shinichong's temple twitched. As she spoke, she slowly fell onto the sofa cushion. Her slender, jade-like hand took the pen from his hand. Her little finger caressed the muscles on his muscular forearm and gently slid across his skin. When I lie down, my mental activity will increase and I will become smarter immediately. I can recite my lines immediately. She pouted her red lips. Shinichong reached out and pinched his eyebrows. Dad, I forgot to take Dubai, so I came back. After flattering his mother, little Bun realized that he had exposed himself. He looked at his father's expression and carefully raised the white snake in his hand for his father to see. Shinichong pinched her eyebrows and looked at Shinlin. Director, Dad, I didn't show my face. Little Bun stuck out his head, but the white snake immediately covered the lower half of his face. It's okay, no one can recognize me. He looked at Yu Yaoyao eagerly, and then looked at the cameraman pitifully. Uncle, you can't capture my face. Director Zhao Yu's heart was stirred by the little guy's childish performance. He immediately switched sides to the little guy's side. Boss Shen, you can use post-production effects. You can't let the child fully appear on screen, but you can also record the child's every move. When the child grows up in the future, this video can also be your memory. Shinichong's thin lips tightened. The cameraman, Old Jing, who had been filming silently, couldn't help but speak up. You can film the child's side or back. You can even remove the sound in post-production. Little Bun was young, but he understood all this. Instantly, little stars flashed in his black eyes and he looked gratefully at these uncles who spoke up for him. Yu Yaoyao also felt that beauty should be shown to the world. A lost pearl can be hidden for a while, but not forever. Since your beauty will be discovered sooner or later, it's better to be prepared for everyone to see it. Little Bun immediately looked at his mother with praise and admiration and nodded desperately. Shinichong coldly swept a glance at Shinlin beside him. Shinlin, who had softened his heart and brought Little Bun back, already knew that everything was Little Bun's plan. Shinlin's face looked worse than if he were crying. Sit down. Shinichong finally nodded at her son. Sit with your mommy. Little Bun's eyes immediately lit up and he almost shouted happily. He jumped to Yu Yaoyao's side and sat close to her. Even his little hands were obediently placed flat on his lap, looking like an obedient baby. Shinichong raised his head and looked at the mother and son pair. What a busybody. Be obedient in the future. Don't act on your own. Both of them nodded at the same time, their bodies straightened. Lu Yaji was a little confused. Xingji had very few scenes, but she was actually her favorite female character in the drama. She was beautiful and favored, and almost the entire world was at her fingertips when she was in glory. However, she never really cared about these things. She always had an indelible pride in her bones, and the calmness of toying with the ruler of a generation in the palm of her hand and making fun of the world. Because of this, after the fall of the country, she didn't submit to the new ruler and was able to resolutely jump off the stage to commit suicide. This character seemed simple, but there was a lot of inner drama. What do you think? Director Zhou narrowed his eyes and smiled proudly at his friend of many years. Is there a problem with my taste? Lu Yaji looked at Yu Yaoyao, who was dressed to the nines, and could only smile bitterly. I didn't expect her to be so suitable. Other than suitable, she didn't know what else to say. Yu Yaoyao stood in front of the illuminated reflector. Every move she made, and even every step she took when she entered the room, was filled with an enchanting and charming aura. It was dazzling and gorgeous, as if she was a beautiful flower blooming on a mountain with thorns and poison. She stood there, only a few steps away, but there seemed to be an untouchable, unpredictable, and extremely mysterious demonic aura around her, as if she was covered with layers of gauze. It was as if one would look down on her beauty at first glance, but in the next second, it changed into another appearance. Only by being patient and lifting the gauze layer by layer could one peek at her true beauty. Lu Yaji realized that the more she looked at her, the more she couldn't look away. What's her rank in the stage competition? Director Zhou was happy when he heard this. He knew that his old friend was interested in Yu Yaoyao. I suggest you watch the show yourself. He touched the stubble on his chin. Forget about the others, but you can pay special attention to her editing. From the second round, there was a voice in my heart shouting that she was Xingji. But later on, she gave me other surprises. I really want to know where the limits of her acting are. Lu Yaji was stunned. She looked at Yu Yaoyao in front of the camera again, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Acting limits. Every actor had a unique characteristic. This characteristic was a kind of performance aid, but sometimes it also added a limit to their performance. It was difficult for a cute person to play a vicious character. It was difficult for a beautiful person to play an ordinary character. All talents seemed to be a gift from the heavens, but they were also a kind of innate restriction. Actors who had no boundaries, or rather, actors whose boundaries even the director could not see, would usually have a wide career path and high achievements in the future, which would usually be astonishing. Zhou Qiong did not continue the conversation. Instead, she gave Lu Yaji a look that said, "Wait and see." Then, he waved at Yu Yaoyao. "Xiaoyao," he said, "SSSSS. Tell me your thoughts." Lu Yaji was shocked. Zhou. But while she was still in shock, Yu Yaoyao had already leisurely walked towards them, a trace of regret appearing on her delicate and charming face. "Director Zhou, I have a small suggestion." Yu Yaoyao's voice was also delicate. It was like the tinkling of a jade stone falling into a clear pool of water, and it was moist as if water could be squeezed out. Lu Yaji shuddered. The gentleness and smile on Xianxia's face almost made Shenlin forget that he was in a meeting. He had never seen such a gentle expression on his boss's face. Shenlin took 2 steps closer and glanced at his phone. He realized that the screen was a picture of the lady boss in an ancient costume. Had the boss become such a henpecked husband? He had never noticed this before. "Boss, vote, vote." Shenlin hurriedly shouted. Only then did Xianxiang raise his head. His handsome face, which had been warm just a moment ago, immediately became resolute and cold. It was as if the smile just now was a flash in the pan. The whole meeting room returned to its suffocating cold and solemn state. Shenlin's heart trembled. "Shareholders who agree to withdraw their investment, please vote." The shareholders present instantly felt a chill run down their spines. They looked at each other. The 2 shareholders who were seated at the front raised their hands first. "I agree to withdraw our investment." Seconded. "Boss Shen has never made a mistake." After the 2 of them voted, the remaining shareholders were even more tormented. Xianxiang looked up. His slender fingers were still on the phone screen, but when he pursed his thin lips, he became even colder. "Haven't I made myself clear?" As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining shareholders immediately raised their hands in 2s and 3s. "I agree with Boss Shen. I believe in Boss Shen's foresight. I support the withdrawal, unanimous vote." Shenlin announced on the spot. Su Hong from the investment department stiffened and became extremely embarrassed. He had been in the company for 3 years. On the surface, he was the head of the investment department, but recently, a few big investment proposals had been rejected by Boss Shen. And the previous few had proven that Boss's decision was correct. But this time, City Toppling Beauty was a good project that he had studied for a long time and felt was foolproof. Even this had been rejected. Su Hong squeezed the project document hard. When the meeting ended, Xianxiang stood up and strode toward the door of the meeting room without looking at them. Shenlin quickly put away the documents and almost couldn't keep up with his boss's footsteps. However, when Xianxiang hurried to the door, everyone heard a delicate voice coming from his phone. "Hubby, the director praised me today and signed the contract with me." A steady stream of couriers arrived, delivering all kinds of roses. Almost the entire living room of the small villa was filled with roses. In the end, they could only pile up in the small garden outside. All kinds of red, pink, white, yellow, blue, the flower buds were blooming. Yu Yaoyao had lived for almost 200 years, but she had never seen so many flowers clustered together. And Ai was also shocked. Sis, boss really loves you. Yu Yaoyao threw herself into the pile of flowers, smiling and nodding. Nie suddenly realized that his sister didn't rely on her abilities to make her debut. Sis, do you remember boss's birthday next week? Boss Shen's birthday was very low-key every year. But because he worked with Yu Yaoyao and had indirect contact with boss from time to time, he knew about boss's birthday. Yu Yaoyao looked up decisively, looking like she had lost her memory. Nie sighed. Sis, quickly think about how to prepare a gift. Boss is so good to you. You have to show him something on this important day. Don't let him down. Boss definitely liked her very much. Even bystanders could see it. Especially recently, boss was obviously very busy with work, but he still followed her to work all the time. Even a fool could see how much he cared about her. Yu Yaoyao was a little confused. Gift, she had never given anyone a gift before. Now that she thought about what Xianxia liked, her mind was blank. Sis, come, I'll search Taobao for you and see the list of gifts for hubby. Yu Yaoyao looked at it with interest. But when she saw it, she rolled her eyes in boredom. Pillows, teacups, scarves, ties. What were these? That's so unoriginal. I might as well think of one myself. She pushed her phone away in disdain. She patted Nie's shoulder confidently. Little E, it's okay. I'll definitely prepare an unforgettable gift for my mighty hubby. Come, quickly take a picture of me. I want to dance in the sea of flowers. Nie, she was bald, he had a bad feeling about this. When Xianxia got home, the first thing he wanted to do was to carefully observe Yu Yaoyao's expression. She had never liked flowers before. In the end, he entered the house and looked around the living room but couldn't find her. Only soft and excited voices could be heard from the garden outside. Zhao Xiaoming munched on potato chips and soon saw the 360-degree aerial shot of Sister Yu's house excitedly. The DJI drone had taken a clear picture of the entire duplex villa by the lake. Leaning against the lake, mountains, blue sky, and white clouds, it was like a place where fairies lived. Zhao Xiaoming's eyes were flashing. On the bullet screen, there were already many excited comments about kneeling down and calling him daddy. Boss Shen's wealth drove everyone crazy. But soon, as the camera advanced, the door was knocked open. The moment the door opened, a handsome but languid man in pajamas appeared on the screen. It was obvious that he had just taken a shower. In less than 3 seconds, his face was covered by densely packed screams of text. Ah, I'm dead. Who is this handsome guy? Why, I'm so jealous that I'm going crazy. This is a rich and powerful husband. He's so handsome. F*ck, I'm a step too late. Otherwise, I'm willing to be F*ked by him until I'm sent to the ICU. Lemon Fairy is suffocating at this moment. Zhao Xiaoming looked at the bullet screen and felt like laughing. She had seen Xianxia at the filming site of a few episodes of Stage. At that time, she thought that Boss Shen was indeed a talented man, rich and handsome. However, with her sister Yu's beauty, of course, it was enough to match him. She could not hold back and also sent a bullet screen. My Mrs. Y's looks make me even more jealous of Boss Shen. This sentence was quickly drowned out and did not even cause a splash. That was because as soon as the cameraman entered the house, he took a long panoramic shot of the villa's exquisite decoration. Apart from the mysterious bedroom, the dining room, study, living room, and even the small garden outside and swimming pool all made the group of Lemon Fairies scream. Zhao Xiaoming was a little angry, but when she heard Boss Shen say that Yu Yaoyao had not woken up yet, she could not help but laugh. Sister Yu still loved beauty sleep as usual. When she was in the program, she was almost always thinking of ways to lie down and take a nap. When she saw Xianxia enter the study to deal with work, Zhao Xiaoming started eating potato chips. She even got up to pour herself a glass of water and waited patiently for Sister Yu to appear. However, she didn't expect to hear a sweet and soft voice coming from the computer before she even reached the table. Hubby, I'm so hungry. Zhao Xiaoming's eyes lit up and she immediately turned back to the screen. At a glance, he saw Yu Yaoyao's translucent, fair, and rosy face appear on the screen. She even threw her soft body on Xianxia's back like a little child, allowing him to carry her. The cute SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas made her look even cuter. Roar. She must be barefaced. Am I seeing things? Goddess, her hair is messy, but she still looks so good. Oh my god, she looks like a poster in her pajamas. I can't accept this. I want to cry. His looks are going to explode. Oh, don't you guys think that her breasts are so big? Wow, they're stuck on Bastian's body. Her curves are so obvious. Bastian's expression is so strange, ha 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 ha. Yu Yaoyao opened the door happily and received the package. It was a huge delivery box, almost half the height of a person. The delivery man was panting heavily when he carried it over. Yu Yaoyao even gave him a bottle of sparkling mineral water. It's cool, sparkling, and delicious. She smiled sweetly. The delivery man blushed and was too embarrassed to accept the bottle of mineral water. However, Yu Yaoyao waved her hand and said, "Take it, little brother. I'll have to trouble you to help me move this box to my husband's study." The delivery man smiled innocently. He felt more at ease now that he was holding the bottle of premium mineral water. However, the moment he walked into the room, he was shocked by the camera inside. "Come with me, little brother. Pretend that those big brothers aren't here." The delivery man was dumbfounded. He lowered his head and looked at the woman in front of him. He was instantly stunned by her beauty and his movements became a little sluggish. He blushed the whole time and did not dare to look at Yu Yaoyao again. It was as if looking at her any longer would be blasphemy. Holding the bottle of mineral water, which looked expensive and had English words written on it, the delivery man left in a flutter. He was on TV, he had even met a super beauty, he had even drunk the water she gave him, he could brag about it when he got back. It was not until the door of the small villa closed that the delivery man smiled excitedly. He even immediately made an incoherent phone call to his brother. What he didn't know was that his fanboy expression had been captured by an outdoor camera. At this moment, Yu Yaoyao was working alone in Xianxia's study. She was unpacking the box and checking the quality. She was trying hard to tie a beautiful bow on the present. In order to keep it a secret, she even kept the cameraman outside the study. She said that she wanted to give her diamond husband a big surprise and could not reveal it to them in advance. However, the curious director Zhao Yu heard a soft voice coming from the study after he asked the cameraman to take a picture of the closed door. Wow, the boss didn't lie. Although she's not as outstanding as me, she still has some of my charm and elegance. Not bad, give him a good review. Zhao Yu was stunned when he heard this. What present, and her charm, he was a little curious, but also very excited. Xianxiang resisted the urge to vomit blood and reached out to throw the doll in her hand into the box. Next week is the finals of stage. Aren't you going to prepare? You're already thinking of getting the first prize and being the female lead of a web drama? Yu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks. I'm confident that my beauty can handle all challenges. Hubby, be gentle with little Yao number 2. She's very expensive. She's worth a lot of snacks. Xianxiang's mouth twitched and he ignored the second half of her sentence. Okay, the camera will be my witness. If you don't get the first prize, your snacks will be halved. Ah? Yu Yaoyao's attention was diverted. Xianxiang's lips curved up slightly. If you fail, it means that your beauty isn't enough for you to enjoy the freedom of snacks. If you eat too much, you'll only become fat and round. It won't be more beautiful. Yu Yaoyao looked shocked. Don't. Ah. Xianxiang had already turned around and walked out of the study. As he spoke, he gritted his teeth. I'll return the favor to you for the great gift you've given me. If you get first place, but you don't get it, heh. Yu Yaoyao swallowed her saliva and followed him eagerly. She reached out and grabbed the corner of his shirt. Xianxiang stopped in his tracks and felt his shirt sink. He looked back and saw the slender fingers holding his shirt. The corners of his mouth turned up. I'll take you to eat Australian lobster buffet. We'll eat until you don't want to eat lobster anymore. Yu Yaoyao's mouth fell open and her eyes widened. Lobster, she had only seen it on TV and had never eaten it. After living for so long, she had always wanted to eat something big. I'll go prepare. Yu Yaoyao quickly jumped up. Xianxiang's lips curved up. But you're going to act in Director Zhou's movie. The contract stipulates that you can't weigh more than 100 kilograms. If you do, you won't be able to. Yu Yaoyao immediately nodded happily, that won't happen. But when she walked out of the study, she saw Shinichong turn around and enter the bedroom, so she quickly ran to the living room with her cheeks puffed out. This time, it was rare that she didn't take out her snacks to eat. Instead, she silently took off her shoes and her knitted jacket. She guiltily took out the scale from the bathroom. I won't get fat. In this world, there are no fat snakes. I'm not fat, she kept nagging. But when he stood on the scale, he covered his face and only peeked at the electronic numbers through the gap between his fingers. She sucked in a deep breath. The cameraman quickly turned the camera over. Her beautiful face, which was on the verge of collapse, appeared in the close-up. Hashtag tell a joke and cry within a minute. Hashtag Yu Yaoyao's trick didn't seem to be a problem from the wording of the question. However, she didn't do it on purpose. Mainly, if she were to tell a sad and romantic love story or the fairy tale that she read to little Bun every day, she might be able to do it. But jokes? She really didn't know anything about them. When she was at the zoo, she didn't like to read online jokes. She didn't have a single joke in her head. In order to pass the competition, she could only do this. When she thought about how she would fail the first question and how she had confidently told her diamond husband that the first place would be taken away, she felt a gust of cold wind blow past her. Her diamond husband would definitely punish her. When he asked her to prepare for the competition, she said that there would be no problem. If she lost, not only would the lobster that she had been dreaming of for days be taken away, but her snacks would also be halved. When she thought of this, she felt sad and couldn't help but cry. Suddenly, the live broadcast room exploded. No problem. It's a joke, haha. Yes. Is there something wrong with the person in front? If she can pass this, it must be the show's dirty tricks. Is what she said a joke? I'm going to send a knife to the show. The comments that couldn't be settled instantly flooded the screen. Shinichong, who was in the audience, also realized a serious problem and frowned deeply. Shenlin arranged for her to attend the company's basic and advanced courses for artists. This kind of clever answer was indeed controversial. Shenlin immediately took out his work tablet and recorded it. However, little Bun looked at the screen worriedly and couldn't help but ask, Daddy, is Mommy going to learn how to tell jokes? Shinichong patted his head and her eyes darkened. Your mommy still has a lot to learn if she wants to be the queen of the entertainment industry. When little Bun heard this, he looked at the screen sympathetically and nodded. I know. It's like when I go to kindergarten, I still have to go to primary school. I still have to study for many years. As he said this, he seemed to feel that it was a little tough for him and looked at his mommy sympathetically. While they were talking, the host announced the end of the voting. The votes from the audience and the judges were combined. In this round, 2 contestants who didn't even have the chance to cry were eliminated. Yu Yaoyao's ranking temporarily dropped to 5th. Little Bun clenched his fists nervously. He stared at the rankings on the big screen. Mommy, I'm more than 2,000 votes away from the first place. He was a little anxious and couldn't sit still. When Yu Yaoyao saw that the question was so long, her heart trembled. There was nothing else. It was just that she had difficulty reading long sentences. Because after her wisdom was awakened, she had been watching videos for a long time and had fewer chances to come into contact with words. It was not until she transformed into a human and became obsessed with novels that her understanding of words improved by leaps and bounds. However, the only thing she did not read was ancient Chinese. She didn't recognize the ancient characters. At this moment, Director Zhou's long sentence question had a slightly ancient flavor, which made it difficult for her to read it. She frowned slightly, pouted her red lips, and stared at the question for more than 10 seconds. There was no other action throughout. Ha, silly. I don't know how to act anymore. Director Zhou, I want to prove my innocence. Sigh, my bad luck drew a difficult question. Sorry. Boss Shen, forget it. Honey, let's go home and have a second child. The world is too dangerous for you. Yu Yaoyao is stunned. Oh my god, I'm laughing out loud. Many people were making funny comments. However, there were also loyal YY fans who had liked her all the way from the first episode, or even earlier, when she became a scandal. They had been cheering for her. There were a few lines of good luck and "don't be afraid" in the comments. However, not long after, Yu Yaoyao raised her slender hand weakly in front of the live broadcast camera. "Can I ask a question? What kind of wine did she drink?" As she said that, her face was a little bitter. Last time, when the production team held a farewell party for the contestants, she did not like the wine at all. It was bitter, sour, and a little astringent that made her tongue numb. When she asked this question, everyone was a little stunned. However, the on-site production team went to ask Director Zhou. Director Zhou also thought for a while and did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What kind of wine did she drink?" "Anything is fine." This sentence was quickly passed to Yu Yaoyao's question board. The staff even quickly brought her a wine jug and a wine glass to drink alone. Yu Yaoyao saw the words on the question board and her heart ached. Wine that she drank. She looked at the wine flask with fear in her eyes. However, she gritted her teeth and poured out a glass. At this moment, Xianxia, who was in the audience, looked a little gloomy. The difficulty of this performance was very high. Not only did she have to act out the change from being drunk to being drunk, but she also had to be in a painful state of being drunk. To cry, she had to control the tears in her eyes and not fall. When the tears fell, it was also the moment when the character's emotions were at their peak. She had to act out the strong feelings behind the forbearance. When Qiu Daijian was the first to walk out of the room, he caused a wave of enthusiastic screams. His wife fans, girlfriend fans, and mother fans were all shouting excitedly. Big Sword, you're the best. Big Sword, you're number one." The originally organized rallying cry was also very loud at this moment. However, they were scattered and not organized, and there were even some objections. For example, little Bun Shenrue, who was sitting on his father's lap, puffed up his cheeks and frowned as he looked at the excited girl next to him. Little Bun pouted and twisted his fingers, but he still couldn't hold it in. "Pretty sister, my mommy is number one, my mommy is the best." The Big Sword fan next to him was obviously stunned. She turned around and saw the cute little Bun, who she had secretly glanced at a few times, talking to her. This little Bun watched the performance the whole time and interacted with his father a lot. She eavesdropped a few words and felt that it was very cute. However, little Bun was wearing a mask and his hat was pulled down, so she couldn't see his little face. She could only see his pink and soft cheeks. She didn't expect little Bun to talk to her, and it was for his mother, Yu Yaoyao. Oh, I'm a Big Sword fan, I can't be swayed, but little Bun is so cute, although Big Sword is also. Okay, Big Sword is indeed not as cute as this little kid. Oh, Big Sword's female fan followed the crowd and shouted a slogan. Later, under little Bun's aggrieved gaze, her voice became lower and lower. In the end, she was too embarrassed to speak again. Well, it wasn't that she didn't do well, but the enemy was too strong. The enemy was too strong. Yu Yaoyao's performance today really moved her. The female fan looked at Big Sword, who was laughing heartlessly on the stage, and couldn't help but sigh. Besides her, similar examples happened in other seats in the audience and even in the live broadcast room. Many fans were organized, but as long as one was rational, they could see that Yu Yaoyao's wonderful performance just now was genuine. Qiu Daijian was considered popular, so he was slightly better. However, when it came to the third place, Chen Ruishi, who was known as Little Jade Girl, there were only a few cheers in the audience, not to mention the contestants behind. When Yu Yaoyao was released from the 12th dark little room, the audience was filled with wild screams of excitement. Her Y fans had a similar personality to her. They were rather funny and violent and direct. There was no unified slogan, there were all kinds of names. Fairy Yu. Beauty Yu. Mrs. Y is the most beautiful. Oh, she's so beautiful. Big U of the World. The celebratory party at the end of the show was usually an important opportunity that every newcomer would fight for. At the celebratory party, there would be the director of the show, 3 senior judges, and even many big shots from entertainment companies and entertainment reporters. For many artists, this was a rare opportunity to perform. However, Yu Yaoyao did not care. She's gone? Zhao Yu stared at his assistant, dumbfounded. Alright, she had Boss Shen to protect her. Why would she need to know any big shots? Perhaps she had already met many big shots at her family gatherings and did not need to suck up to anyone at the celebratory party. Zhao Yu sighed. He had miscalculated. If he had known, he would have sent someone to stop her. He glanced at Jade Girl Chen Ruishi, who was holding a wine glass and chatting happily with several entertainment company bosses not far away. He shook his head even more. What a different fate. Let's go then. Zhao Yu waved his hand. But halfway through his swing, he slapped his thigh with a cry. Oh no, the couple must be celebrating with their little family. Zhao Yu's expression changed. Old Jing, where's Old Jing? The cameraman, Old Jing, who had just taken a sip of red wine, was immediately called over. Zhao Yu looked pained. It's my fault. I can't leave now. Get the camera team to follow you, Yao Yao. I'll call them and ask where they are. If they could film such a private and sweet celebration with a cute son, it would be strange if the ratings of Wife did not explode. As he spoke, he immediately took out his cell phone. After some thought, he decided to call Yu Yao Yao, who was easier to talk to, first. She loved to show off in front of the camera. Zhao Yu was still confident that he could persuade her to film an emergency special. No matter what, after winning stage, her popularity would skyrocket. He had to seize the opportunity. The cameraman, Old Jing, also hurriedly gathered his brothers and swallowed another piece of steak. While waiting for news by Zhao Yu's side, he set up the camera. But soon, Yu Yao Yao's cheerful laughter could be heard from the phone. Io, so many big lobsters. Hubby, I want to eat the fiercest one. Zhao Yu's eyes immediately lit up. Little Yu, you're eating? I want to follow up with the next episode of Wife. You'll be filming a web drama in the future. Once you join the crew, we'll probably be pressed for time. Little Yu, where are you and Boss Shin? I'll get the photography team to come over now. Ah? Are you coming? Yu Yao Yao was stunned for a moment. Are you also coming to eat lobsters? Zhao Yu was about to answer. In the end, he heard a delicate cry of surprise from the other end of the phone. Hubby, Director Zhao is also bringing people to eat lobsters. Yu Yao Yao was a little disheartened when her request wasn't granted. But it was quickly healed. Xianxia personally helped her get a serving of oysters and squeezed some lemon juice on top. You've been on 2 variety shows in a row recently. The frequency is very high, and your exposure is basically saturated. Next, calm down and focus on developing your acting career. Yu Yao Yao pouted, but she quickly sniffed and was attracted by the tender and plump oyster in front of her. She licked her red lips. What you need now is to accumulate experience and speak with a good TV show in the market. Xianxia had never thought that he would marry a foodie. At this point, he paused for a moment. I'll ask Shenlin to keep an eye on the market and see if there are any good chef scripts. He was going to make a special investment for her. Yu Yao Yao's eyes lit up when she heard this. She immediately picked up the oyster happily and carefully put her mouth to the shell. She used her chopsticks to poke at it and sucked it into her mouth. Mixed with the salty juice and the slightly sour lemon juice, the fresh and chewy oyster meat almost instantly filled her small mouth and rushed to the bottom of the sea on the tip of her tongue. Ow! Yu Yao Yao immediately covered her tender red lips. She'd only chewed once and instantly fell in love with it. Woo-woo. Woo-woo, what kind of heavenly taste was this? The high-quality taste of seafood surged in her mouth. As a little snake on land, this was the first time she had eaten such fresh seafood. She had never tasted such a delicious taste. Xianxia was speechless. He was holding a fork and was shaving crab meat for his son. When he heard this sound, he really stopped what he was doing. Shenrui looked over excitedly from the children's chair. Mommy, is it delicious? Eat more. In the future, when Rui has money, bring mommy to eat too. Yu Yao Yao chewed twice more and felt that she was going to faint from happiness. This time, she couldn't bear to swallow it in a hurry and could only nod. Xianxia looked at her for a while and finally sighed deeply. Next time, tell director Zhao Yu to shoot the next few episodes in the restaurant. He really didn't know what to do with Yu Yao Yao. But now, her eyes were shining. Although she couldn't speak with her mouth stuffed with food, her little face was filled with emotion. She was unusually beautiful and unusually real. Xianxia's eyes deepened. It had been a long time since he saw a woman with such characteristics. Ever since he became an adult, he had been focused on his work. All the women who approached him always wore all kinds of masks. Just like Yu Yaoyao, who had been sent to him, and just like his mother, who had left her family. When Yu Yaoyao woke up the next day, she realized that news of her diamond husband's company being poorly managed and that he was about to go bankrupt had spread all over the internet. She wanted to see how many followers she had, but she was dazzled by the number of mentions she received. There were even many people she didn't know who privately messaged her and asked her all sorts of strange questions. "Mrs. Shen, is Boss Shen facing financial difficulties? You moved to a small villa for the filming of My Wife and Me. Did you sell the villa in the city center? Are you making a comeback because Boss Shen doesn't have enough money and needs you to earn money?" Yu Yaoyao looked at the comments for a long time and almost laughed out loud at her cell phone. When it was time for breakfast, she went downstairs and saw Xianxia in the living room. She rushed over in her slippers and gave him a bear hug from behind. "Hubby, everyone is laughing at me the moment I wake up." Yu Yaoyao laughed as she said this. "Everyone is saying that you're about to go bankrupt because you don't have enough money. They're asking me if I should make a comeback to earn money for you." Xianxia was startled. His train of thought, which he was talking to Shenlin, abruptly stopped. His back stiffened. After a while, he pulled Yu Yaoyao down from his back with a cold expression. He lowered his eyes and looked at her deeply. It was as if he wanted to see every detail of her expression. After a long time, he finally spoke in a hoarse voice. There seemed to be a faint flame burning in his deep eyes. "What if I go bankrupt?" Yu Yaoyao pouted her red lips and immediately turned her head. "What are you talking about? How is that possible? Hubby, have you had breakfast?" She had read the entire novel. How could he go bankrupt as the male lead? The light in Xianxia's eyes dimmed instantly. His face was tense. Nie, who had been waiting for Yu Yaoyao beside them, braced herself and stood up from the sofa furthest away. "That sister, Director Zhou called. He hopes that you can go to the set for an emergency shoot." Nie spoke quickly. Yu Yaoyao was stunned. She wanted to hug Xianxia's arm like a koala, but her attention was diverted in an instant. "Now?" Just as he held Xianxia's arm, he loosened it slightly. "Eat breakfast in the car. I packed it for you." Nie glanced at Xianxia and Shenlin from the corner of her eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. In fact, he arrived at 8 in the morning. But because he had nothing to do, he could only wait for Yu Yaoyao to wake up. However, not long after, Shenlin arrived and reported to Xianxia about the negative news about Guangxin. Nie couldn't sit still after hearing a few sentences. Although he was also concerned about the company's future prospects, after all, if the sky fell, there were tall people to hold it up. He was not a senior in the company, and when he heard this kind of topic, he wanted to immediately disappear. Now that Yu Yaoyao was awake, the first thing she asked was this. From where he was sitting just now, he could clearly see Boss Shen's eyebrows furrowed. He had a feeling that Boss would definitely not like to hear his wife talk about going bankrupt. "The cruise assistant sent me a message at 11 last night. Sister, you were already asleep." Yu Yaoyao was quickly dragged to the set. She still did not know that she had been given a free meal. When a certain boss was happy, he decided to give in to her and was ready to feed her until she was plump. At this moment, she was bitterly listening to the director. "Today, we will act out your scene." At the beginning, Princess Xingji is traveling with the servant girl. She sees that the emperor is moved and at the same time, he is attracted to this scene. Zhou Qiong had also directly arrived at the set last night. Without saying a word, she pulled her over to talk about the scene. Yu Yaoyao kept thinking about her husband and was a little absent-minded. However, she had read the script several times. So when the camera started rolling, she did not panic at all. The supporting actor who played the role of the emperor of a fallen country who was obsessed with beauty was a young child actor, Yu Haiquan. He was a rather shy boy with delicate features. When he saw Yu Yaoyao, he blushed. However, when he stood in front of the camera, his acting skills were superb and he immediately acted like an emperor. "Okay, action." After the script was done, Yu Yaoyao immediately entered the script state. She looked down at the prop of the comb on the stall and played with it in her hands. However, when she heard a sound behind her, she was startled and turned her head. Soon, her watery eyes looked into the distance at the center of the road. It was as if they were glistening. Enough to suck people in. But, cut. Zhou Qiong looked at the camera and frowned slightly. She paused and waved at Yu Yaoyao, who was standing in front of the reflector. Little Yu, your eyes did not portray the feelings of a young girl. Just now, you had a good sense of the scene. You also fully displayed your beauty. However, although it was seductive, it did not express the feelings of a young girl who has just awakened to love, or the heartbeat of starting to care about the other party. Do you understand what I mean? Zhou Qiong patiently explained and asked subconsciously. However, Yu Yaoyao shook her head blankly. She could feel that her heart had been pounding nonstop. However, she did not quite understand why she would be attracted to the emperor when she was clearly shopping in the script. Zhou Qiong was stunned for a moment. Thinking about it, Yu Yaoyao was already married and even had a child. She was indeed not like those young girls who were still in the phase of their first love or passionate love. She wasn't a professional either. He frowned and thought for a moment. It's just like you and Boss Shen. When you first meet or when you're in the early stages of your relationship, you'll definitely have feelings for him. That feeling of only seeing him in a vast sea of people, as if everyone else in the world has disappeared. You like the other party and want the other party to see your thoughts. As Zhou Qiong was speaking, she saw the female lead arrive. She hurriedly said to Yu Yaoyao, think about it on your own. I'll go and talk to them about the upcoming scenes. Yu Yaoyao was, after all, a supporting role. Even though Zhou Qiong valued her, as the executive director, he couldn't do anything else. Zhou Qiong was satisfied with this scene. The happiest person was Nie. He finally felt that he was useful by Yu Yaoyao's side, moreover, he was relieved. Sister Yu and Boss were truly in love, so as her manager, he did not have to be stuck in the middle. However, who would have thought that the scene that was supposed to go smoothly would be stuck after a short while? It was rare for Yu Yaoyao to feel her heart beating faster, but the little male star Yu Haiquan was stuck. Previously, when he looked back at Yu Yaoyao's charms, Yu Haiquan had been honing his skills in front of the camera since young. When he was a child star, he had worked with many famous actors, so he resisted Yu Yaoyao's charms and completed his performance. However, when she was in his arms and showed a shy expression like a young girl, Yu Haiquan felt like his brain was about to explode, a young girl in love. Her watery eyes had a trace of ripples and a trace of shyness as she avoided his gaze. Just a moment ago, he could see that she had a thick layer of light on her body. Although it was tempting, it made her seem out of reach. He could clearly feel a trace of distance between them. Now, she was looking down shyly, her cheeks pink. She had already entered her character state and acted out a trace of a young girl's true nature. At this moment, she was alive. She seemed to be moved by him, it did not seem like she was acting at all. Yu Haiquan had been acting for more than 10 years, but until now, he was still a single man in his 20s. He was immediately struck by her innocent and seductive look. Instantly, when the director shouted cut, the young man's face turned red all the way to his neck. For the next few scenes, he obviously did not dare to look at Yu Yaoyao, her innocence, her purity, her beauty, and the vitality that bloomed from her body. Zhou Qiong finally could not hold it in anymore. Little Quan, what's wrong with you? What are you doing out of your mind? Can't you find your groove? Yu Haiquan braced himself and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water. Director, give me 5 minutes. Zhou Qiong looked at him and could not help but sigh. Yu Yaoyao couldn't help but walk over and curiously look down at Director Zhou's monitor. With one look, she realized that Yu Haiquan did not dare to look at her at all. It was as if she was a scourge. Xiao Quan Quan, are you afraid of me? Yu Yaoyao blinked and couldn't help but chuckle. What are you afraid of? I won't eat you. Yu Haiquan almost scratched his head. Usually, when he was immersed in the role, he would treat himself as the character and everything that he was acting out was a real experience. In these scenes, his character, Emperor Zhou, was going to be obsessed with Yu Yaoyao's beauty, but every time he entered that state, he would think that she was married and had a child, which was rejected by his rationality. Of course he couldn't like her, But in the script, he had to like it. I'm sorry, Sister Yao Yao. I've done it too many times. Yu Haikuan repeatedly apologized. Yu Yao Yao didn't mind. She had her own recliner anyway. Even Director Zhou's recliner was not as good as hers. She pursed her lips and waved her hand. It's okay. You can practice. I can lie down for as long as you want. Seeing that Yu Yao Yao was already in Yu Haichuan's arms, their faces were about to touch. Nie, who was standing beside Xianxia, shuddered. He didn't know why, but he felt like death was staring at the back of his neck. There's something wrong with this scene. An abnormally deep and low voice came from behind him. Nie didn't have to think to know who it was. He really had to hand it to Director Zhou. Why did he have to film this kissing scene in front of the boss? Although they had read the script and didn't reject this scene, if the boss saw it live, he would definitely find fault with it. Indeed, when Nie turned around, he saw Xianxia's uneasy expression. He immediately gritted his teeth and reached out to stop the director from filming. But at this moment, Yu Yao Yao was one step ahead of him. She reached out and hooked her arms around Yu Haichuan's neck. Just as he was about to kiss her, she closed her eyes and pulled the back of his head down, kissing him on the crown on his head. The tip of Yu Haichuan's nose touched the fire-colored gemstone on her chest. The cold texture made him stop abruptly and open his eyes. Zhou Qiong shouted, "Cut!" He frowned. He wanted to scold her, but the words were stuck in his throat. Looking at the monitor in front of him, he quickly replayed the scene again. Just as he was about to speak, Nie, who was in the corner, reached out her hand. Director, this scene, this script." Xianxia, who was behind him, looked at the two figures who were still very close to the camera, almost hugging each other. His eyebrows twitched hard on the spot. What's wrong with the script? Zhou Qiong looked up in annoyance. He was in a bad mood. This kissing scene is not suitable, Nie finally said after holding it in for a long time. Zhou Qiong, who was already in a dilemma, was annoyed when he heard this. Are you going back on your word? He looked at Xianxia, clearly unhappy. Nie quickly waved her hand. No, it's not suitable. Xianxia spoke directly. I've read the script. Emperor Zhou has just experienced the pain of losing his mother. Even if his desire is strong and he dotes on Xingji to the bone, he won't be in the mood at this time. First of all, he's a person is a person. Zhou was stunned and couldn't help but look at the monitor in front of him. Just now, Yu Yao Yao had gone out of the script. Logically speaking, she should have let Yu Haikuan hug her and kiss. But she's to avoid his kisses to kisses as his twos. He yelled cut, but he was in a dilemma. Xianxia's face was a little dark, especially under the camera lens of wife. It was so dark that it was a little red. By the time Yu Yao Yao ran over in horror, it was already too late. What should be shown to him and what should not be shown to him, he saw it all clearly. Hubby, that, Yu Yao Yao hadn't said more than a few words when her face turned as red as a burning cloud. She immediately covered her face with her hands. She could feel that her face was burning hot. She was done for, she was too ashamed to face him. No, she was too ashamed to face her hubby. What was written in the script was a method that Little E had inspired her to get into character. If she wanted to act out the feeling of being moved, she could only do it when she was thinking of Xianxia. Yu Haikuan had said something wrong. The desire for good food couldn't solve all the scenes. Eating was just a basic instinct. As Yu Yao Yao thought about it, her gaze drifted. Let's go home and pick up our son. What? Walk? Her words were incoherent, and she could only feel her heart thumping wildly. She was so embarrassed that he had seen these words. She wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. You kissed him afterward, a hoarse and deep voice sounded. There was almost a familiar minty smell that brushed past her ears, making her feel numb, causing her to tremble. Yu Yao Yao's hand that was covering her small face moved slightly, revealing her bright red lips. Hubby, I don't want to kiss him. I can't kiss him. When she said this, she whimpered and even her ears turned red. She covered her face and instantly jumped from his side to his back. Hubby, why you walk forward? Don't look back at me. She had always been proud of her fair and smooth skin, which was colder than the cold snow. But now, it was as red as the monkey next door to the zoo. Ugly, she couldn't let him see it. Xianxia was frowning as he listened. His heart, which had been hard at first, was suddenly hit by her soft and light voice. It hit the bullseye. It was soft and didn't seem to have any offensive power, but it was as if it had hammered his chest. His head was buzzing. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He couldn't hear her coquettish voice anymore. When he turned around, he saw her red cheeks glistening under the sun. Somewhere in his heart seemed to have sunk in and turned into a pool. As Xiaoyao spoke to her son, she couldn't help but recall the zookeeper's conversation she had overheard at the zoo. There used to be a rich man there, but his company later went bankrupt and he was heavily in debt. In the end, his house and car were all taken away to pay off his debts. He wandered the streets, drinking and picking up garbage every day. He was poor for a few years and eventually starved to death on the streets. She had only listened to it casually. But now that she thought about it, if Xianxia's future was like this, he would be too miserable. Moreover, Xiaxia was still so young. What would they do, although they could still live in a big house and didn't have to worry about food and clothing? But if they really lost their RV in the future, would the father and son be able to bear it? They had to save money now. On one hand, they could slowly adapt to such a life. On the other hand, they could accumulate savings to make life easier for the family in the future. As Xiaoyao thought about it, she decided to save money from today onwards and not buy expensive things recklessly. Then, she and Xianxia would continue to work hard and strive for the child to grow up well. Don't worry, Xiaxia. If mommy eats meat, there will be meat for you and daddy. In the future, mommy will protect you. Xiaoyao patted her chest and said to the little boy. She had just looked at the supermarket's price list. Her remuneration for today's filming was more than enough to buy the things in this supermarket. No matter what, it wouldn't be enough to let the family starve to death on the streets. Yes, she had to work harder on her acting. Little Bun, who had been told by mommy that the family had no money, tilted his head and pointed at the cameraman behind her. Filming the show has money, 10 million. Shenrui had a good memory. He still remembered the conversation when the director went to the hotel to persuade his father to participate in the show. However, he didn't know whether this amount of money was a lot or not, nor did he know how he had spent it all in such a short time. Xiaoyao sighed when she heard him. The remuneration for wife was 30 million. If it was lobster, it would probably be enough to eat for a lifetime. But, the internet said that Xianxia's company owed the bank hundreds of millions of yuan. It would take at least 30 million yuan to pay it off, but her eyes lit up when she thought about it. She turned around and saw Zhao Yu. Director, are we still filming the show for a second season? You have to find me when the time comes. After filming for 3 seasons, he would be able to pay off his debt. With that thought in mind, she couldn't wait to sign the follow-up contract with Zhao Yu and raise the price at the same time. Zhao Yu had been listening the whole time. In fact, as the mother and son walked and talked, there was a sound collector following behind them the entire time. All of them heard it loud and clear. Zhao Yu casually thought about it and knew what she was planning. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, listen to me. Xianxia took a few deep breaths, adjusted her emotions, and spoke patiently. But very quickly, Xiaoyao took the phone away, puffed up her cheeks, and blew into the phone's microphone. She didn't know where she learned to do that. As she blew, she spoke. Huff, huff, what are you saying? Huff. I can't hear you. Xianxia. The photographers around them were all stunned. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He reached out to take the phone from her and wanted to hang up. With the children present, she set an example and used this little trick well. Xianxia was probably angered by her. She raised her voice and shouted on the other side of the phone. Sister. Talk to me somewhere else. I'm back in the country. I'll be at your house tonight. Xiaoyao was about to hang up the phone, but she was shocked by her loud voice. She quickly took the phone away from her ear. Xianxia's voice was suddenly amplified. Even Xianxia, who was at the side, heard it and frowned. Director Zhao Yu tried his best to listen. His intuition told him that there was a high energy in front of him again. He waved his hand and signaled for the camera and sound engineer to follow. Anyway, they would talk about it after they filmed it. If Boss Shen didn't let them broadcast it, they would just edit it. Zhao Yu was fearless. Yu Yaoyao's ear hurt from the shouting. She frowned and glanced at the phone unhappily. This Xianxia was too annoying. How long had it been? She didn't want to talk to her. Why didn't she feel anything? Why did she have to come over? Why did she come to their house? They had just spent a lot of money and blood to buy 3 steaks, and she wanted to come over. Was she trying to freeload? Yu Yaoyao widened her eyes. It was as if her wild territory had been invaded. Sister, did you hear that? I saw the news of brother-in-law's bankruptcy when I got off the plane. Is he broke now? Yu Yaoyao spat, but then she smiled at the phone. Ah, sister, you want to transfer money to me? You want to come to my house and give me money personally? Yu Yaoyao was just about to savor her small piece of steak. The doorbell rang at such an inopportune time. Xianxia put down his fork and said, I'll get the door. You can continue eating. No, no, no. Hubby, I'll go. Yu Yaoyao quickly stood up and pushed him back into his seat. The more she moved, the more energy she would consume. She would get hungry easily and eat more when she was hungry. The more she ate, the more she would spend. She was smaller than Xianxia, so she needed less energy. She was going to open the door. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He had not guessed what she was thinking, but he did not reject her. But soon, Yu Yaoyao walked to the door, swaying her hips. Sister, I'm back. As soon as she opened the door, a delicate and pretty face with familiar features peered in. Are you eating? Xianxia, Yu Yaoyao's smiling face immediately sank. Of all times, she had to come at mealtime. This little girl was even more sinister than what was written in the novel. Who are you? She was about to close the door in a huff. Xianxia's face twitched and she quickly blocked the door. Sister, I'm Xianxia. Don't tell me you don't remember me because of your concussion? I'm your most beloved sister. She peeked her head out and saw the cameraman behind Yu Yaoyao. Even when she was overseas, she knew that Yu Yaoyao was currently filming My Wife and I, a reality show for couples. This show was very popular. As she thought about it, she put on a sad and concerned expression in front of the camera. Where did you hit your head just now? Sister, you didn't pick up my call because your body was affected? Xianxia's words immediately highlighted her image as the victim and concerned sister in front of the camera. Sure enough, the cameraman was very interested and shifted the lens to her face. Ugh, Yu Yaoyao wanted to vomit. This Xianxia's shamelessness really gave her goosebumps. What most beloved younger sister? She was clearly his half-sister from a different mother. Her mother was a mistress who stole the original owner's mother's husband. She was obviously full of evil ideas and wanted to steal everything from her sister, but she was still so pretentious. Since she loved acting so much, she would accompany her to the end. Ah? I didn't recognize you. Xianxia felt that something was wrong the moment she said it, but it was like spilled water that couldn't be taken back. She hurriedly walked out. Yu Yaoyao was the most sensitive when she heard the word money. What money tree flew away? Chen Jiao, the best actor? Xianxia gritted her teeth. She had let it slip. In a fit of anger. Sis, you heard wrong. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Yu Yaoyao, the woman who had been like a little white rabbit for more than 10 years, had become smart after a fall and was as fierce as a beast. She was so angry today that her lungs were about to explode. She also felt inexplicably scared and flustered. Her mind was in a mess. That was why she had said the wrong thing in her panic. Xianxia ran to the door, hurriedly left the wine, pulled her suitcase, opened the door, and escaped. Until the door closed with a bang, cutting off the view from the small villa. She suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, she knew that Yu Yaoyao wouldn't do anything to her, but she still felt her hair stand on end. It was as if Yu Yaoyao would really bite her neck off. How did Yu Yaoyao change so much? Xianxia held back her doubts and took the book. She glanced at it resentfully, tore it into pieces, and threw it into the bin. The atmosphere in the small villa was unusually strange. Almost the entire film crew of Wife looked awkwardly at Xianxia. Guangxin's money tree was about to fly away. Who else was the money tree? Wasn't it Qin Jiao, the best actor? Moreover, Yu Yaoyao's sister had directly said his name. Guangxin was already in a precarious situation. If the best actor left and jumped ship, they would really be in a desperate situation. The few cameramen looked at each other. Zhao Yu also looked at Xianxia in shock, trying to find some clues from his expression. However, Xianxia was expressionless. Instead, he patted Yu Yaoyao's little hand. Let's continue eating. Yu Yaoyao frowned slightly. In the original novel, there was no mention of Qin Jiao leaving Guangxin and causing Xianxia to become poor. Hubby, Qin Jiao, Xianxia helped her pick up a piece of fish and picked out the big bones. To leave or to stay is everyone's freedom. His calm gaze quickly turned to the film crew. Please pretend that you didn't hear anything. What happened just now has nothing to do with wife. Thank you. Zhao Yu's lips moved. After all, he was a veteran in the industry, so he still knew the basic rules. If Qin Jiao really chose to leave Guangxin at this time, there must be a reason. Perhaps behind the scenes, there were some inside stories that ordinary people did not know, and it was best not to know. Zhao Yu immediately regained his composure. Boss Shen, don't worry. We won't reveal anything. Please continue so that we can have more warm interactions during the meal. Let's hurry up and finish this part. Yu was stunned. He didn't expect Yu Yaoyao to be so direct and violent. Putting aside the fact that she was bringing good luck to her husband, she had the guts to mention so many people on Weibo. Wasn't she afraid of being rejected and losing face? Yu couldn't describe the shock in his heart at this moment. He couldn't help but look at Xianxia. His boss was also amazing, a successful person. This sentence naturally popped up in his mind. Sister Yu, for the sake of her boss's career, she could throw away her pride and help his company recruit people. Even when he had no money, she would eat alone and let the father and son eat meat. He was so touched, Yu sighed in his heart as he thought about it. Although this move was a little silly and completely illogical, it was true that fortune favors fools. In just a short while, there were so many people responding to her. Zhao Xiaoming was one of the few freelance artists on stage who didn't belong to any entertainment company. The main reason was that she was wavering before whether she really wanted to go down the path of the entertainment industry without hesitation. In the first episode of Stage, Yu Yaoyao had protected Zhao Xiaoming, who was on the verge of tears. Now that Zhao Xiaoming had made it into the top 10, she had regained her confidence. She was about to look for a company when Yu Yaoyao called for her. Of course, Zhao Xiaoming would run over. And Qiu Daijian had also joined Guangxin, and Yu was a little shocked. Previously, he had heard that he had some disagreements with his own company. She didn't expect him to join Guangxin just a few days after the competition. As for the remaining screenwriter Liu and director Zhou, what did they mean? Yu repeatedly read these few Weibo posts and was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. Not long after, when Yu was about to look for her, he found that she had already cornered director Zhao on the balcony. At this time, Xianxia also noticed that his little wife had been missing for a long time and was being tagged on Weibo by everyone. Not long after, he walked to the balcony to catch her. In the end, director Zhao was awkwardly blocked by Yu Yaoyao as he listened to her incitement. Director Zhao, are you really not going to consider it? Look at how good my luck has been throughout the competition. Not only did I bring good luck to myself, but I also brought good luck to my husband. If you work for my husband, you will definitely bring good luck to him. Xianxia took 2 steps forward. Almost immediately, he pulled Yu Yaoyao's shoulder, which was facing away from him. Her back was pressed against his chest. Keep a distance of more than 1 meter from Director Zhao. Director Zhao, my wife has troubled you. He made sure that Yu Yaoyao was standing in a corner where the wind couldn't reach her before he calmly looked at Director Zhao. He held her small hands again and found that they were a little cold, so he wrapped both of her small hands. She even tagged you on Weibo, bringing good luck to her husband. When he said these 2 words, the faint smile at the corner of his mouth spread all the way to his eyes. If she invited you, don't mind it. The corner of Zhao Yu's mouth twitched. Yu Yaoyao's watery eyes immediately turned into syrup in a jar of honey. It was as if she could use a pair of chopsticks to stir the syrup and twist it bit by bit. The more she stirred, the tighter the syrup became. In the end, even an iron rod could be wrapped around her fingers. As far as her eyes could see, she saw that Xianxia had just bathed Rui Zai Zai, and there was a large wet patch on his lower abdomen. At this moment, his black hair was not as neat as it usually was, and it was scattered in between his fiery black eyes, which still had water vapor that had not been wiped away. He had even rolled up his sleeves, revealing his firm and elastic arm muscles. At this moment, he was holding her calf, and his fierce gaze was more like a big beast than her. It was as if he was going to swallow her up in the next moment. Hubby, she could feel that the atmosphere today was different from usual. The heat from his caressing fingers all the way to her head, soon, she could hear her drumming heartbeat. This was called being moved. She had just learned it. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was at a loss. She wanted to cover her little face to cool down, but she also wanted to block his anxious gaze. She felt that she was going to melt into water under his gaze. Xianxia looked at her shy and coquettish appearance and felt that she was like the little pudding after dinner. It was full of milky fragrance, tender and smooth, and there was an indescribable cuteness. Her little hands seemed to have nowhere to put, and in the end, she could only grab the bedsheets tightly. When Xianxia lowered his head and was about to kiss her, she trembled and closed her eyes. Her little hands loosened and touched his firm chest. His firm and full chest muscles were unusually hot. So much so that there were even sparkling and translucent water droplets rolling down from his forehead, flowing and dripping onto her soft and tender skin. Icy cold. The two different temperatures made her feel a little dizzy. She moaned and shyly lifted her jade-like face. Hubby, your chest is not as big as mine. Xianxia's body was tense, and he was like an arrow on the bow. When he heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not expect that she would have such a comment about him. Yeah, you're good. His voice was hoarse and restrained. However, his eyes were brighter than ever before. The corners of her mouth immediately curled up. Hearing the praise from his mouth, her heart was as happy as a little deer that was running happily. Da-da-da. Satisfied, the moans that came out of her little mouth and the soft moans that came out of her satisfied mouth were enough to make any man's blood boil. Xianxia reached out and pressed down on her small waist, hugging her soft, white, and tender body that was as soft as silk tofu. Her face looked small in front of the camera, and there was not a trace of fat on her face. However, her fragrant body was soft and bouncy to the touch. Her petite figure seemed to be the most suitable model for him. Once she was in his arms, she immediately turned into a soft, boneless little snake. She wriggled restlessly and tried to burrow into his chest. Xianxia grabbed her little hand that was already pressed against his chest and took a deep breath. Have you thought it through? She wanted to stay and be his real wife. Yu Yaoyao could not hear what he was saying. She moved closer to his ear and breathed in his hot and crisp scent. Her little hand pinched the muscles on his chest again before she broke into a sweet smile. She covered his annoying thin lips and coquettishly wrapped her legs around his narrow waist. Then, she replied coquettishly, Xianxia immediately pressed her down on the bed and kissed her fiercely. Luckily, the Xin family's villa was located at the foot of a hill some distance away from the city center, so it hadn't been exposed before. Otherwise, this octopus image would have made the headlines the next day. Xinlin was sweating profusely. He even forgot to open the car door for Xianxia. He waited until Xianxia, who was carrying Yu Yaoyao behind him, stood by the car door, looking at him dangerously and coldly. Xinlin was so shocked that he jumped out of the car and immediately climbed out to open the door for them. He didn't dare to say a word. It was Xianxia who got into the car that frowned and looked at him. The reporters are here? Not only were they here, but they had surrounded the company and the villa in the city center that they had previously exposed. But Xinlin immediately replied that everything was ready and waiting for him to make a move. But just as he finished speaking, he heard a dissatisfied reprimand. Yu Yaoyao immediately turned Xianxia's handsome face towards her and said, Qinjiao, it's Qinjiao again. Are you sure he's my gossip partner and not your secret lover? Xinlin was speechless. He looked straight ahead and didn't dare to turn his head. He closed his eyes and pushed the prepared Q&A document to the back of the car. He didn't even dare to turn his head. When they arrived at Guangxin, the paparazzi, who had been waiting in the cold wind, rushed towards them as if they were in a race. Before the car door opened, the first paparazzi who rushed over had already pointed their microphones at the car door. "Boss Shen, why are you at the company so late? Are you dealing with an emergency? Is Xianxia's withdrawal a fatal blow to Guangxin? How do you plan to get through this crisis? Will Guangxin be delisted? Will you withdraw all your investments in the first quarter?" Many people threw out their questions. However, when the car door opened, a leg stepped out and shocked them all. But a second later, the camera flashes lit up crazily. The petite and beautiful woman, Yu Yaoyao, who was completely covered in a large man's suit, had stepped out of the car. However, as soon as she stepped out, she felt as if someone had pulled her back and pressed her back into the car. Then, Xianxia walked out with a gloomy face. The camera flashes went wild and the paparazzi's faces were instantly agitated. "Mrs. Shen is here too?" At this time, is she trying to dispel the rumors of discord between the husband and wife and prove that they are of one heart? "Excuse me, is the company going to vigorously pursue Mrs. Shen next? Is all of our resources going to be focused on her?" Yu Yaoyao, who was pushed back into the carriage, obviously wanted to poke her head out to speak. Of course, Xianxia lived of the paparazzi's line of sight and microphones of the paparazzi. Shenlin also hurriedly got out of the car and stood in front of him to protect him. Together with the security guards who had already jogged over, they blocked the paparazzi from getting closer. Of don't push. Everyone can be interviewed. Please follow the security into the building. The paparazzi weren't willing to listen. Xianxia glanced at his son, who was drawing in the living room. After making sure that he hadn't heard him, he looked at Yu Yaoyao with a headache. She was holding the newspaper and looking at him as if she had caught him red-handed. He instantly recalled his schedule. There weren't many female artists in his company and he had always kept a distance from them. Basically, at his level, he wouldn't meet with any of the artists in the company alone. Even if an artist had a problem, the whole team would have a meeting to resolve it. "What's the matter?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Yu Yaoyao looked up at him and then looked down at the newspaper. "Do you know a girl called Ling Shuang?" As she said this, she bent down slightly and held his chin with her slender hand. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Look into my eyes, hubby." Xianxia's mouth twitched. Without hesitation, he said, "I don't know her." But very quickly, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Her name sounds familiar." Yu Yaoyao whimpered and covered her face. "You know? You already know her? You like her? No wonder you threw her on the bed yesterday and had to go to the office to deal with Chen Jiao." Xianxia frowned and said, "I've only heard of her name somewhere." As he said this, he reached out and massaged his temples. Very quickly, he had an impression. He searched for the trending searches that he had seen this morning. One of them had risen to the top of the trending searches this morning. Hashtag Chen Jiao terminates contract to pick up mysterious girl. Hashtag Chen Jiao's trending searches had overshadowed the questions about the contract termination and Yu Yaoyao's trending searches. At first glance, it was as if someone had bought the trending searches to cover up all the negative comments. Now, there were many people scolding him online. But very quickly, someone revealed in the comments that this girl was Ling Shuang, the top graduate of the Film Academy this year. Xianxia glanced at it and handed the phone to Yu Yaoyao. "I just saw it this morning." Yu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks and took a look. There were even photos on Weibo. As soon as she saw it, she immediately looked at Xianxia and then lowered her head to carefully read the Weibo post. Chen Jiao showed up at the gate of the Film Academy this morning and behaved intimately with this young girl. They talked and laughed as if they were a couple. Yu Yaoyao pouted. "Not a couple. She's his little sister." Xianxia glanced at her and raised her eyebrows slightly. "You've already scrolled through the comments." Yu Yaoyao subconsciously shook her head, but halfway through, she nodded again. Of course, she wasn't looking at the comments. She had only found out after reading the entire novel, because Ling Shuang had left a deep impression on her. She was no less impressed than Xianxia, whom she hated the most. This Ling Shuang was the female lead of the book, the one who would fight with her for her diamond husband. She was the chosen one. When Yu Yaoyao had received the entertainment newspaper in the morning, she had been immediately shocked by the name on the headlines. That was why she had come to ask Xianxia about it. In the original novel, the female lead had only appeared after her body had swallowed sleeping pills. However, when they got into the car, Nie happily reported to Yu Yaoyao. "Sis, your move of tagging everyone yesterday was very effective." Nie held her cell phone and looked at her with admiration. "You gained almost 30 to 40,000 followers in just one night." She had been tagged here and there with so many people. When these people's fans saw her, some of them conveniently followed her. "The comments on the internet about you are very good. They say that you are simply too touching. Everyone thinks that the love between you and boss is rare in the world. You are a true partner who transcends money and interests and depend on each other for survival." Nie didn't forget to summarize after she finished speaking. "I know a buddy from the marketing department. He said that the PR statement written by the company is not as good as yours. It's too good." Yu Yaoyao smiled when she heard that she had gained more followers. Then she pointed out the problem with his wording. "I didn't do that." Nie's mouth twitched. "Yes, you revealed your true feelings." Yu Yaoyao nodded her head. Nie continued to report, "There's also the question and answer session that you participated in with the boss yesterday. A few of them have published articles today. Sis, I think the attention you are receiving will continue to increase in the next few days. Your wonderful words, your true feelings have completely attracted everyone's attention and made the keyboard warriors stand on your side." What did she mean by Qin Jiao not to cause trouble at night and ruin her? Even Qin Jiao's loyal fans didn't stand up to scold Yu Yaoyao. Because she was really too funny. She even said that Qin Jiao should also find a girlfriend, or she would do push-ups at night. This truth made the keyboard warriors unable to find fault with it. Moreover, it was obvious that normal people would think that it was a joke and no one would argue with her. Therefore, the battle that broke out last night was a complete victory with Yu Yaoyao's finishing touch. Brother Qin Jiao is more pitiful. Even when he went to pick up a girl who seems to be his girlfriend today, everyone was scolding him in the comments section. They said that he deliberately released news of his relationship at this time to divert everyone's attention. The public opinion is almost one-sided and unfavorable to him. Nie shook her head and sighed. If it weren't for his sister's actions, the public might have forgiven Qin Jiao and thought that it wasn't a big deal for him to leave just because of his boss's theory of how heroes appreciate each other. However, Yu Yaoyao had personally helped her husband pull people into the company, accompanied him to the press conference, and was not afraid at all. She smiled and said that she was going to be the next best actress. In the end, she even made a harmless joke with the reporters. Compared to Qin Jiao's departure, the difference between her and Feng Yu's shoulder to shoulder was obvious. Qin Jiao didn't need to say anything more, but his sincere, kind, and cheerful image of a good man was gone forever in many people's hearts. On the other hand, Yu Yaoyao's image was better than the public relations company's. "Sister, there are 6 jobs for you this morning." Nie's little eyes were shining. "Not only did you not suffer any negative impact, but you also received more attention. 2 of them were interview shows, 1 was a cooking competition, and the other 3 were female leads in bitter dramas. I asked them to send the scripts first, and we can take our time to read and choose." Yu Yaoyao's eyes were shining when she heard that. It was as if she could see an endless stream of money floating towards her. "Outstanding." She waved her hand and patted her leg. "I said yesterday that I'm that outstanding." Nie's eyes lit up, and he immediately came over. Yu Yaoyao quickly dialed the number, but when she saw Nie's eager expression, she immediately put him on speaker and spoke sweetly. "Hubby, someone is bullying me." After she finished speaking, she winked at Nie, indicating for him to speak. Nie immediately spoke quickly and told him everything that had happened. Yu Yaoyao pouted as she listened. She couldn't help but interrupt, "Hubby, I'm not late." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Soon, Shinichong's voice could be heard from the receiver. "Come back. We're not filming anymore." His usually calm voice was cold and harsh. "I'll get the public relations department to coordinate and find a lawyer to hold them accountable for today's incident." Yu Yaoyao was stunned. "You're not filming anymore? That's 3 million. She didn't even have that much money to film a drama. Even filming an advertisement could cover a few meals. "No, hubby. Won't we lose money like this?" 10 minutes ago, the latest news was released. Xianxia has become the spokesperson for the Diamond family group. Xianxia was silent for a while. We have money. We don't need this. You don't need to suffer outside. They want to curry favor with brother Xianxia and deliberately make things difficult for us? And I immediately understood. Yu Yaoyao was only the spokesperson for a subsidiary brand, Premium Diamonds. She couldn't compare to Xianxia's position as the spokesperson for the group. Now that they were on opposing sides, the other party was making things difficult for Yu Yaoyao, who was at a low point, in order to get closer to Xianxia. Everything made sense now. Yu Yaoyao's eyes widened as she listened. Hearing this, she finally understood what had happened. Humans were really complicated. But she quickly shook her head. No, I'm not leaving. Hubby, I'm not coming back. Wait for me. Wait for me to make money for you. After Yu Yaoyao finished speaking, she didn't care about Xianxia's reaction and directly hung up the phone. Nie stared at her, dumbfounded. Sister, let's not film anymore. It sounds old, but before he could finish speaking, the product manager, Xianxia, blocked the door with a smile. Not filming? Fine. I'll waive the penalty fee of 10 million yuan. Xianxia's sarcastic words made Yu Yaoyao raise her eyebrows. There seemed to be diamonds in her eyes. What? Nie wanted to shake director Ji Chang's head to see if water had entered his brain. What kind of cliché novel was this? He had only heard of little stars twinkling in the eyes. What did he mean by the clarity, brightness, and color of a flawless diamond? What the hell, what kind of plot was this? Director, are these even human eyes? Are you sure they aren't blind and have fake eyes? He had only heard of gold-studded teeth, but had never heard of diamond-studded eyeballs. Nie couldn't help but retort. Flawless diamonds had the highest level of clarity. There were no impurities in them, and they were completely clear and bright. As a man, he didn't know much about color, but he had a rough idea of the optical theory. It seemed like the refraction of light on a diamond would produce a colorful luster. Which one of you wants to demonstrate this? Nie was furious. Director Ji Chang's face was tense. We are shooting a diamond commercial, not those low-class snacks commercials. I just want you to look high-class in front of the camera. What's wrong? You can't do it? He narrowed his eyes and looked sternly at Xianxia behind him. If that's the case, President Jia, I can't do it. If I can't meet your requirements, you can find someone else. Xianxia had already recovered from the shock of seeing Yu Yaoyao's appearance. At this moment, a trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. But he still pretended to be serious. Director Ji, what are you talking about? Your request reflects the product culture of Premium Diamonds. Although we are a subsidiary brand, we still insist that every diamond we produce is bright, pure, and deeply rooted in people's hearts. He turned to look at Yu Yaoyao and frowned. I think that your request is very suitable for our position. If the spokesperson can't do it, then we will have to find someone else. Yu Yaoyao smiled at his provocation. Her face was like a spring breeze, but her eyes were unusually bright. Then let's give it a try. It's free to try. Little E, go to the side. Don't block the director's camera. She turned and winked at Nie. Nie's chubby face twitched, but she still nodded. She looked at the director and the producer with some forbearance, then lowered her head and walked behind them. She quickly walked to a corner and held her phone tightly without saying a word. When Xianxia saw this dejected look, he felt incomparably refreshed. He even dared to challenge him just now. Now, he had really vented his anger. All right, let's begin. Director Ji Chang waved his hand and the tall model, Lu Shanshan, who played the role of a rich girl, walked to the camera. She was 1.75 meters tall and had a very good figure. She wore a red dress with a deep V-neck and red lipstick. She wore thick and heavy gold bracelets on both of her wrists. Her cleavage was exposed in front of her chest, and she wore a string of tourmaline beads. Even her high heels were inlaid with large diamonds. The thick air of a nouveau riche blew against his face. Moreover, Lu Shanshan had walked on the runway. When she stood in front of the camera, her posture was very imposing. Her angular face was also different from that of an ordinary internet celebrity. The red dress and jewelry on her body made her look like a high-class lady in the upper-class circle. A few small extras quickly stood in their positions. They all exclaimed sincerely and looked at Lu Xianxia with envy and jealousy. Halfway through the journey, they received a notice from the crew of Chaos that Yu Yaoyao's jumping scene would be postponed to the next morning. Because the female lead, Gu Qianqian's scenes were not going smoothly today, the rest of the scenes had to be postponed. The crew informed Yu Yaoyao that she had to do her makeup at 4 in the morning the next day. This meant that they had to finish filming before the sun came out. In the script, Xingji would jump off the stage at the last ray of the setting sun, ending her beautiful life. He was in a hurry right now so that it wouldn't affect his progress. After all, the first ray of sunlight was about the same as the last ray of sunlight. Although Yu Yaoyao looked miserable like a frosted eggplant, she still expressed her understanding. Especially when she had her dear husband by her side to comfort her. Grit your teeth and get up tomorrow. I told you not to swallow your anger, but you didn't listen. After we pick up our son, I'll ask Shenlin to find a hotel near the set. We'll stay nearby tonight and wake up half an hour earlier tomorrow morning. Because their scenes had been postponed, they did not enter the set. After Shinichong met up with her, he directly took her to pick up their son from kindergarten. On the way, Shinichong persuaded her while she took advantage of him. Her small hand never stopped moving, nimbly swimming around his arm. It was as if she had practiced the 1,000-hand guanyin. But when she heard that they had to wake up half an hour earlier, the corner of her pink lips twitched. Wasn't that 3:30 in the morning? Oh. Hubby, I definitely won't be able to get up at that time unless you, tonight, I'll watch you sleep early. Shinichong raised his eyebrows. The words that came out of his thin lips made the little hand that was lingering on his chest slide down weakly. He could not help but find it funny. We'll have plenty of time in the future. He pulled down her messy skirt. There's no rush. Let's make sure you get enough sleep first. When we enter the set, we must first complete the task given by the director. Yu Yaoyao pouted her red lips. She quickly glanced at the red light outside and immediately covered her eyes with her hands. Even if I'm serious, others will bully me. Hubby, I'm so miserable today. I've never been bullied like this in my life. That person, she covered her eyes and lowered her head to sob. Nie, who was sitting in the front seat, couldn't help but turn her head, then turn back. To be honest, when she walked out of the studio today, she was still in high spirits and did not look like she had been wronged at all. At the scene, she had almost angered the marketing director of Premium Diamond to death. But soon, Nie heard the boss's worried voice as he coaxed her like a baby in the back seat. I will teach them a lesson. Don't cry, okay? Shinichong's usually calm voice sounded a little anxious today. Moreover, he was so gentle that it didn't seem like him at all. His voice was even lower than when he spoke to his son. I've watched the video that Nie sent me. We'll send them a lawyer's letter. How do you want to punish them? Let them close down or buy them? Ruin their reputation, okay? Don't be sad. I'll get someone to do whatever you want. Nie's heart twitched when she heard this. Yu Yaoyao's entire performance that day, which lasted for nearly half an hour, was included in the released video. That day, she was dressed like a pure young girl and was willing to work hard without complaint. She listened to the director's instructions over and over again, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Furthermore, there were more and more dazzling performances, especially that scene where she looked back with a faint smile. That girl's pure eyes seemed to see an incomparably dazzling rainbow, and the overflowing colors were reflected in the depths of her eyes. Ripples of light flowed and it was incomparably moving. Xiaoxia's hands trembled and he almost couldn't hold his phone. Yesterday, they had only taken a short clip of her walking slowly on the stage and her weak gaze that was blurred by the fog and posted it on the internet. He had asked director Ji Chang to delete the rest of the clip. This video, when was it shot? All the blood in his body flowed in reverse, his head felt heavy, secretly filmed. It was secretly filmed by the manager who inexplicably walked behind them from the beginning. Xiaoxia still thought that the fat manager was incompetent and couldn't take a little scolding. He was completely played in the palm of their hands, however, he actually secretly filmed the entire filming process. He trembled as he clicked on the comments below the official Weibo post. He immediately saw with his own eyes that the comments section was quickly increasing. "Idiot you Diamond, how dare you take things out of context and slander my sister? What kind of director is this? I think you've been in a wheelchair for too long and can't walk. You ran for half an hour and you didn't even pant. How dare you scold my sister Y? You have the nerve to say that my sister Y is incompetent." Her gaze, damn, I rewound it 3 times and I saw a crystal clear and beautiful light in her eyes every time. "It's much more beautiful than your trash diamond. My sister's eyes are brighter than your dog's diamond. Are you sure your diamond isn't made of glass?" In less than 10 minutes, Xianxia, who had scrolled through a few comments, had a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. The back of his shirt was completely soaked. Not long after, Guangxin released a second video. The camera was not even focused in this video and kept facing the ground. It was obviously secretly filmed. However, it said that Xianxia wanted her to terminate her contract, saying that she had an image conflict with the company's spokesperson. He threatened her. No makeup artist, no normal makeup room, and even the director's extremely harsh request for diamond eyes were all shown in this video. Xianxia couldn't stop sweating. This video aroused the anger of even more Y fans and passers-by. This was clearly a premeditated and despicable frame-up. Moreover, it was deliberately using this group of ignorant netizens as a tool. Last night, the audience had scolded Yu Yaoyao and felt that she was unprofessional. Today, their anger towards Xianxia and the director was 1,000 times greater, especially yesterday. Y fan was criticized by many passers-by. They were said to be retarded for protecting their idol despite having evidence. Today, the injustice was cleared and they wished they could slap those B** stars in the face through the screen. The person in charge of Brainless Diamond, come out and die. In the future, when you talk about despicable, you must use these names. Qin Jiao is endorsing this dog's diamond. She's mocking my sister. Is she crazy for money? He has no bottom line. Just based on this level of shamelessness, I won't buy this dog's diamond even if I have the money. I originally thought this diamond necklace was beautiful. My sister Y looks like a little fairy wearing it. Now. Hehe, Yuan Xian, when will you go bankrupt? A group of Y fans who were shaken and doubted Yu Yaoyao yesterday felt even more guilty. Today, they apologized to Yu Yaoyao while cursing Yuan Xian and the rest. The makeup artist adjusted her hair accessories, checked her makeup, and nodded. Yu Yaoyao was still smacking her lips when Xianxia shot her son a look. The little bun looked at his father awkwardly and then looked down at his electronic watch. Then he slowly reached out to tug at his mother's skirt. "Mommy, wake up. It's 7 o'clock. You have to work." Yu Yaoyao swallowed her saliva and said, "Huh? Have you eaten breakfast?" The makeup artist couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xianxia touched her nose helplessly and then put her hand on Yu Yaoyao's shoulder to give her a few squeezes. "The director is waiting for you. You can sleep after filming. Give her some porridge first. Drink it with a straw. Don't mess up her makeup." Yu Yaoyao's stomach growled when she heard this. She hugged her stomach and glanced at the purple porridge in Anai's hand. She swallowed her saliva and shook her head. "Don't eat it first." Xianxia raised her eyebrows. She was about to say something when the makeup artist stepped forward and interrupted her. She asked Yu Yaoyao to stand up and straightened out the back of her skirt. She only let go of her after making sure that there were no creases. The stage supervisor was already calling for people outside. Nie hurriedly grabbed her down jacket, a small hand warmer, and a glass of water. Then she went outside to check on the set. The little bun also looked out of the dressing room as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He obediently lowered his head and put on his mask properly. Then, he pressed the little cap on his head before looking up at Xianxia. He stretched out his pair of short arms coolly. "Daddy, hug." He wanted to watch his mother film. There were many reporters outside. If everyone gathered together, a small person like him would definitely not be able to see anything. At this time, he needed his father to carry him. He had no choice but to embarrass himself in front of others in order to see his mother. Xianxia looked at his son's righteous face and helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Okay. He let his son sit on his neck and followed behind Xiao. He waited for a while before walking out. The little bun moved his legs anxiously and craned his neck. Daddy? Outside is your mommy's stage. Son. Xianxia patted his chubby little leg. We can't steal her scenes. Shenrui and Steamed Bun's eyes suddenly lit up. They nodded obediently and no longer urged their father to hurry up. As Xianxia had expected, after a night of fermenting, escalating, and finally reversing the situation, the reporters waiting outside were all eagerly taking photos of Xiao. Before yesterday, she had just gotten rid of her bad acting reputation from 5 years ago. She finally had some popularity and reputation of her own, but she still couldn't get rid of the public's impression that she was a rich lady who had to rely on someone. But tonight, she had completely broken the shackles that had been binding her for a long time. At Guangxin's lowest point, she was like a phoenix that had been reborn from the ashes. She showed her outstanding ability in a desperate situation and stopped the decline of Guangxin's stock price overnight. This was something he had not expected in advance, and it was definitely not something that the fans and reporters could have expected. Xianxia walked behind the makeup artist and looked at the slim woman in a pure black palace dress with gold embroidery from afar. Zhou Qiong looked at the monitor and admired it. He could not hide the praise in his eyes. Even when Gu Qianqian was pushed to the ground by Yu Yaoyao, he felt that her acting was quite good. So when Gu Qianqian fell to the ground and clutched her arm, frowning as if she was injured, Zhou Qiong did not want to scold Yu Yaoyao. Instead, he waved his hand. Qianqian, you fell just now. Very good. Gu Qianqian's elegant face was a little distorted. Director Zhou, I think my arm is injured. Zhou Qiong frowned and looked at the stage supervisor. Is the medical staff here? Gu Qianqian looked a little better. But unexpectedly, Zhou Qiong immediately pointed downwards. Go down and see how Xiaoyu is doing. Gu Qianqian's mouth twitched. She could not hide the ugly look in her eyes. The reporters on the scene were all smart people. They understood what was going on immediately. Although they were not here to interview the crew, there seemed to be some sparks between the female lead and the supporting female lead. The paparazzi asked excitedly, Miss Gu fell and hurt herself? Is it because Sister Yu pushed her too hard? Some of the paparazzi's eyes flashed. Wasn't it the pushing action we agreed on during the rehearsal? Sister Yu added it at the last minute. Is that why Miss Gu was not prepared? Miss Gu is so professional. How could she hurt herself? They wanted to dig up some big news, but Guang Xian's self-explosion took away the opportunity. Now, they wanted to create a new headline. However, director Zhou Qiong hated paparazzi the most. Last night, he felt that online violence had almost ruined an excellent actor. That was why he allowed the paparazzi into the set today. He wanted them to keep their eyes open and not spread rumors. But when he heard that they wanted to frame Yu Yaoyao again, his temper flared up. Gu Qianqian slapped Xiaoyu. It was a last-minute performance. Xiaoyu was in a hurry and could make the most accurate response based on her understanding of the character. As the director, I don't think there is any problem. I think they performed very well just now. Do any of you have any objections? Zhou Qiong glared at them. Enough. We agreed to let you watch one scene and ask 2 questions. Now the crew is leaving. Please go back. When the reporters heard this, not only did they not panic, but they also smelled the scent of the headlines like mice smelling rice. Gu Qianqian was going to slap Yu Yaoyao on the spot? If this was a normal scenario, a high-ranking concubine asking a servant to slap a low-ranking concubine was nothing to be surprised about. In the film crew, many directors used real fights to create a sense of realism and arouse the emotions of the actors, and this was not something that was originally in the script. It was a scene where the actor slapped himself, which was quite rare. Was this a private disagreement between them? Otherwise, if there was no enmity between them, why would he do such a thankless thing? Did Gu Qianqian hate Yu Yaoyao? The reporters' minds raced. But soon, they heard Zhou Qiong say anxiously to Gu Qianqian, why are you still sitting on the ground? Hand pain? Ah, let the doctor take a look at you later. The floor is cold. Get up quickly. Don't catch a cold. At least he was concerned. If he didn't go and watch, Director Zhou would turn around and leave as soon as he finished speaking. Sure enough, this kind of favoritism immediately made Gu Qianqian's face turn ugly. The reporters could see that when the assistant went to help her up, her expression was a little stiff. They didn't know if it was because her hand hurt or something else. The reporters looked at each other and in the end, they all tacitly did not go forward. The female lead was always on set, and this scene was Yu Yaoyao's final scene. Moreover, the focus was on Yu Yaoyao recently. The heat pack dropped. Gu Qianqian had never expected that she would be tricked by such a ridiculous joke. She was about to leave and stop looking at Yu Yaoyao, who was trying to please the crowd. However, she realized that the crew members were looking at her with a strange look in their eyes. Her footsteps were unnaturally messy. She took a deep breath, hugged her right hand, and quickly left the set. She had been in the entertainment industry for nearly 6 years. She was no longer a newbie. The waters of the industry were deep. Everyone looked bright and beautiful on the outside, but they all had their own little schemes. Since she was a newbie, she had seen many seniors suppressing newbies and even snatching their scenes. This was not a big deal at all. However, she had always had a good reputation. Today, she had been set up by a heat pack. The more Gu Qianqian thought about it, the redder her face became. She wanted to end the filming immediately and leave the set. On the other hand, Yu Yaoyao was lying on Xianxia's chest. She was so shy that her face was red. Faced with some explicit questions from the reporters, she did not even dare to raise her head. Yes, she knew that she had made a big mistake today. Sister Yu, you have a second child plan, right? After filming this, when will the web drama No Regrets of Youth start filming? It will take 3 to 4 months. Will we hear the good news of a second child next year? Boss Shen, you looked terrible when you heard that the baby was dropped. Is it because the two of you are already making a baby? You were very nervous just now, weren't you? Sister Yu, you were malnourished when you were admitted to the hospital. Have you been recuperating? Zai, do you want a boy or a girl? Her blunder immediately caused the reporters to shift the focus of the interview topic. Yu Yaoyao moaned weakly on Xianxia's chest. Xianxia blocked most of the microphones for her. Everyone, please make way and give her some space to calm down. She is afraid of heights. She needs some time now. We are currently. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Yaoyao weakly lifted her face that was as red as a piece of cloth. Second Zai, I want it. She spoke directly into the microphone. After saying that, she lowered her head shyly. Her original clansmen all had to give birth to many children. She would give birth to many babies in one litter, and she would give birth every year, extending the bloodline so that the species would not go extinct. Furthermore, it would gradually optimize and strengthen the species according to the environment. It was normal for her to have children. Originally, she didn't like people of the same kind because she had gained wisdom. But now, she felt that Xianxiang was very good. As soon as she mentioned second Zai, Shenrui and Little Bun, whose little hand was being held by her, immediately had their eyes light up. Little Baozi immediately walked out of his gloomy mood of thinking that this baby was not that baby. Immediately, she nodded in agreement. Yes. Younger brothers and sisters are all welcome. I like them all. I want both. The corners of Xianxiang's mouth twitched. She looked at her son's tear-stained face and reached out to wipe his face. Almost everyone who heard about this mission was dumbfounded. Kidnapping? Me chasing my husband? Yu Yaoyao took the card in a daze. She looked down. Little Bun, who was on the ground, also stretched his neck and stood on his tiptoes to see, but he couldn't reach it. Yu Yaoyao felt her arm being pulled by the little guy. She immediately squatted down and picked him up. You have 48 hours. The countdown starts now. A staff member wearing a mask walked out from the corner, followed by a cameraman. Mommy, Daddy went to another city. Little Bun immediately pointed to the words on the mission card. You have to take a plane to chase Daddy. The staff member nodded. The plane tickets are in the envelope. Take note of the time. Yu Yaoyao opened her mouth and immediately took out 2 plane tickets to B City. The flight was at 13:50 in the afternoon. She immediately hugged little Bun tightly in her arms. Her eyes lit up. There seems to be an island in B City, right? Is it a tourist city? 48 hours. I can stay for one night? I can finally go on a public holiday. The little Bun immediately jumped up in her arms, his eyes shining. Mommy, take me with you. Take me, I want to go too. The reply of the mother and son immediately stunned the staff member. It didn't seem right. This was a special recording of my wife and me because the new year was coming soon. Therefore, they let the three families go to different cities. On one hand, the wives were on a mission to find and rescue their husbands, and on the other hand, they were going to complete the first long trip in the show. After all, they had already recorded a few episodes, and their daily lives had been dug out. Director Zhao, who was in the director's car, suddenly felt his scalp go numb as he watched the video. They had informed the husbands and the wives' managers in advance of this show. They kept it a secret from the wives to create a sense of surprise for the audience. However, the wives of the other two families were able to immediately make a frightened expression as if their husbands had been kidnapped and said that they were going home to pack their luggage immediately. Only the mother and son were still asking about the vacation. Zhao Yu really admired Yu Yao Yao. Fortunately, little Bun was still worried about his father. After a while, he came back to his senses. Mommy, will Daddy be abused? What will happen to Dad if we can't find him? Yu Yao Yao also frowned as she tilted her head and thought about it. She looked at the staff and said, it shouldn't be that bad. Anyway, it's just a show. Your father was kidnapped, so maybe he can lie on the beach and drink some wine. It's much happier than the days when he has to go to work. When little Bun heard this, he felt that it made sense. If Daddy can't find him in the end, we'll settle the score with Uncle Zhao. On the other side, Yu Yao Yao was also facing a huge crisis. While she was arguing with the staff, not only did she fail to keep her bank card, but she also received a new piece of bad news. The staff took a deep breath. Also, you can't bring your snacks. I just said that you can't use your own money for food and clothing for this trip. Yu Yao Yao and little Bun's bodies, which were hugging each other, suddenly trembled. Both of them cried out and looked up at the same time. Their eyes were filled with shock. The livestream platform's bullet screen could not hold on any longer. The Y fans who were watching quietly and politely refraining from spamming could no longer hold it in. The words "hand over the snacks" shattered my sister Y's beauty in a second. Ha 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 ha. Why, a bolt from the blue. What did you say? I don't believe it. Impossible. I won't accept it. Little Bun's expression cracked too. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing so hard. Both mother and son are shocked at the same time. JPG, I'm dying of laughter. Sister Y, steal my husband? Then I'll play with you, steal my snacks? I'll bite you to death. Little Bun looked aggrieved. What did my snacks do wrong? Why is Uncle treating my snacks like this? I'm still a baby. Sister Y's face was full of regret. If she knew this would happen, she would have stayed at home for 47 hours before setting off to find Boss Shin. No. I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. You can't do this. Yu Yao Yao hugged her snacks pitifully, not forgetting to hug little Bun as well. This is my spiritual sustenance along the way, as well as the sustenance for me and my young child. The staff's face was originally expressionless, but it suddenly burst into laughter. You just said that your husband's bank card is your spiritual sustenance, the smell you and your child need to smell every day. Yu Yao Yao looked at the card Xianxia gave her with a pained expression. I can only choose one? She sniffed. Then take it. Take my husband's card. Although this is his secret stash of money and he finally gave it to me after much difficulty, but... She looked back at the snacks and gritted her teeth. You can have it, but you must leave the food behind. After she finished speaking, Xianxia, who was watching silently from the other side, froze. Little Bun, on the other hand, still had some conscience. He reached out his little hand and tugged on Yu Yao Yao's sleeve. He looked at the card that had been snatched away reluctantly. Mom, Dad, Yu Yao Yao patted his head. Zai, we'll be taking a plane soon. Have you been on one before? The little fellow shook his head. Apparently, he had no recollection of it. I didn't bring these snacks with me on the plane. Even if I brought your father's card, I wouldn't be able to buy these snacks. Yu Yaoyao patted her son's shoulder with an "I'm also very smart" expression. So this card is useless on the plane. Little Bun finally understood with regret and nodded his head, giving in. Yu Yaoyao quickly brought Little Bun to the shops in the airport to scavenge for uneaten snacks. The mother and son were like little hamsters, stuffing their bags full and stocking them up as they ate. They even exchanged opinions from time to time. "Son, this is delicious. It's seaweed, mommy, this is also monkey food. It's like tonggyaki." The two quickly focused on tasting the snacks that were usually strictly controlled. They did not even notice that the camera was gradually moving away from them. What's wrong with the cameraman? Are they running away? Didn't they say they wouldn't leave? F*ck, the cameraman is tired. He found a seat and sat down to watch them eat. Ha ha ha, there's nothing to film. There's only eating. The audience in the live stream burst into laughter, but they soon realized that was not the case. The scene in front of them was pulled far away, allowing them to see a stern-looking man in a trench coat 3 rows behind Yu Yaoyao and her son. F*ck, who did the cameraman find? Is that Xianxia, Boss Shen? F*ck, zoom in a little more. Oh, Sister Y, don't eat anymore. It's only been 2 hours and you've already found your husband. Turn around. The audience sent a barrage of comments, trying to remind Yu Yaoyao, but of course, she could not see them. Soon, the audience noticed that the scene had switched to Xianxia. Xianxia was being pointed at by the cameraman beside him, almost getting a close-up shot of his facial expression. He might not have realized that the live stream had switched to him. He was still like a wife-gazing rock, looking at Yu Yaoyao and Little Bun, who were only a few rows away from him, with a serious expression. His dark eyes were filled with deep helplessness and conflict. They were only 3 rows away, but the mother and son were eating happily and did not even look back, let alone remember the mission to find him. Xianxia, who was 186 meters tall, was wearing a trench coat. He was handsome and mature, full of the masculinity of a successful man. However, at this moment, standing in this huge airport and looking at the other end of the seat, he looked like an abandoned dog. Ha ha ha, sorry, Boss Shen, I laughed. Boss Shen, women are all heartless. Ing. Sister Y remembered Boss Shen's bank card. Poo-pee-you. I feel sorry for Boss Shen. Look at his sad expression. Boss Shen wants to call her his wife. I can see it. He wants a hug. His son has forgotten about him. His wife has also forgotten about him. Sister Y, where's my husband? This chicken claw meat is so chewy. Ah. The netizens laughed heartily. They immediately saw Xianxia, who had always been calm and composed, even in the face of danger. His expression twisted. They saw director Zhao Yu, who was wearing a hat, step forward and put a very bulky military cotton coat, a hairpiece, a beard, glasses, and a plastic bag into Xianxia's hands. Zhao Yu didn't want Xianxia to go to the bathroom, although he had disguised himself to make it seem like they didn't know each other. He really didn't have the confidence to let them pass each other by. Yu Yaoyao only cared about eating snacks and playing with the children. She was about to become the last couple to complete the mission. Even her personality of abandoning her husband and going on a vacation was very amusing. This was the biggest difference between her and the other 2 teams' wives who followed the rules or were extremely competitive. Zhao Yu didn't dare to imagine how boring the next 40 hours of the live broadcast would be if she really completed the mission on the plane. It was also very difficult to edit the program in the later stages. Although she had a lot of funny points, she couldn't finish the game so quickly. However, Xianxia unbuckled his seatbelt. Looking at the hand in front of him, he frowned slightly. Can't I go to the bathroom? Zhao Yu took a deep breath and said, okay, but Boss Shen, you have to promise me that you will walk over normally. Don't stop deliberately, don't interact with her, and don't talk to her, okay? Zhao Yu immediately watched him leave his seat nervously. He wanted to poke his head out to take a look, but he was afraid that if Yu Yaoyao saw him, Xianxia would be exposed. He had no choice but to lower his hat and tighten his fake mustache. He even gestured to the cameraman, who had been hiding in the innermost corner of the plane, not to follow and not to reveal his camera. When the plane rose to a high altitude, there would be a heavy buzzing sound in the cabin. Most of the hearing seemed to be covered with a layer of plastic film. The voices of familiar people would also be slightly distorted. However, Zhao Yu still tried his best to listen. At this moment, the originally quiet live broadcast room was once again filled with anxiety. Shinichong's cameraman had already disguised himself and given up on recording. However, Yu Yaoyao's cameraman, Old Jing, had been filming openly. He tried his best to avoid passers-by and only focused on the mother and son. Even so, Shinichong's bloated figure still appeared on the screen. There were a few sharp-eyed viewers who pointed it out in the bullet screen, and a group of people started shouting on the bullet screen. When the camera turned slightly, they saw the mother and son leaning on each other. Yu Yaoyao hugged little Bun with one hand and let his small head rest on the pillow with the blanket covering him. She also slowly tilted her head towards him. When the plane rose just now, the sudden rise and even the roar made her dizzy. She had just finished a scary scene where she jumped off a building and was afraid of heights. She was so nervous that she didn't even dare to eat her snacks. Now that they were finally flying steadily, she instantly relaxed. The tiredness from waking up this morning flooded her as she leaned against little Bun and dozed off. At this moment, the bullet screen was screaming, hoping that she would wake up soon. Everyone in the audience could see that as Shinichong approached her, the distance between his long legs became smaller and smaller, and even his pace became slower and slower. With just one look, they could tell that he wanted to stop by her side. Oh. Boss Shen is chasing his wife. I'm going to chase this couple to the end. They're so loving. Boss Shen has been watching her silently. Oh, I hope she can wake up now. God, what kind of plot is this? Pink bubbles are flying all over the sky. Are they trying to trick me into going on a blind date and getting married again? Hubby, I'm coming. Moi. Yu Yaoyao blew a kiss at the camera. Carrying the little Bun in her arms, she hailed a taxi in front of the stunned staff and sped away. Zhao Yu looked at the bullet screen and then at her smug little face. His hands were trembling. He looked at Shinichong. Even his fake mustache was about to become crooked from anger. You guys. This is cheating. Shinichong calmly raised her eyebrows and leaned back on the seat behind her. The rules didn't say that we couldn't pass notes. Director Zhao, before I went to the washroom, you didn't mention it either. Zhao Yu immediately cursed. That's because we didn't have a pen and paper in the coat we gave you. Shinichong shrugged. Yeah, so I asked the flight attendant for it. Zhao Yu took a deep breath and fell back on his seat. He really wanted to vomit blood. Just like what the bullet screen said, their production team had a large group of people. Weren't they being toyed around by this couple? When they got off the plane just now, even a middle-aged old man like him ran at a speed of 100 meters. Wasn't it so that Yu Yaoyao wouldn't be able to catch up with them and discover their tracks? But damn it, she already knew about it before she got off the plane. She was leisurely watching them run from behind like a hunting dog herding sheep. Change the location. Zhao Yu waved his hand. The riverside park you chose is invalid. Shinichong was tearing off the beard on her face. She couldn't help but look at him calmly. Director Zhao, I didn't directly reveal the location. I only left 3 phrases. You can take a look at the locations that fit these phrases. Among the 18 iconic scenic spots, there are at least 4 that fit these phrases. Zhao Yu was stunned. He immediately grabbed the map in his hands. Food, hands, flowers. He quickly grabbed the pen from the staff next to him and circled them on the map. Sure enough, there were 4. There was a self-service chocolate bar in River Valley Garden. There was also a self-service restaurant and a barbecue restaurant in Xingmei Avenue. In addition, a golden coastline with a seafood market would definitely have fresh flowers. Speaking of which, Binjiang Park, which had a barbecue buffet, might not be Yu Yaoyao's first choice in this place. Zhao Yu finally looked better. At least you're reasonable and didn't seriously break the rules. 48 hours was set up so that every family would cry out in surprise. Every time they looked for their husband, they would miss him. If she was found in less than 8 hours, then the rest of his show would be awkward. Moreover, many of the segments set up by the production team had been wasted. Hey, don't tear your beard. Zhao Yu calmed down and noticed Shinichong's movements. She had recovered most of her original appearance. However, he soon received a look of disdain from an elite. Director Zhao, do you think this disguise will still work? Zhao Yu glared at him. Of course, it was useless, Yu Yaoyao had caught him. Humph. When the livestream viewers saw this scene, they were all laughing uncontrollably. Before this big twist of calling him daddy, there was still a spectacular little interlude. When Xianxia was being criticized on the internet for living off a woman, Yu Yaoyao was taking a taxi with her son to the biggest local supermarket. When they arrived in B City, there were local staff accompanying them. While they were nervous and thought she was going to go straight to the destination according to the secret signal, she unexpectedly went to the supermarket to buy food with Little Bun. Mommy, don't we want to save money? Little Bun was still rational. But Yu Yaoyao was fearless. It's okay, Zai. This money was saved from the last program's budget. And it's not easy for us to come here, so we have to eat all the local delicacies. This way, we won't waste the plane ticket money. There was nothing wrong with this idea. Hearing this, Little Bun understood. But Nie, who had been following them all the way, walked over after the staff approved and handed her the phone. And before she picked it up, she showed it to her. At this time, the internet was full of doubts about Boss Shin. Yu Yaoyao finally understood the situation. Facing the camera, she couldn't help but feel surprised, and even her expression didn't change. But after taking the phone, she rolled her eyes inelegantly. It was Xianxia again. Yu Yaoyao handed Little Bun to Nie and ran to the other side to answer the phone. Hello? The call was directly played, and she took the opportunity to check Weibo again. Sister, it's me. Yu Yaoyao snorted. Sister, did you see what was said on the internet? Xianxia seemed to be watching the live broadcast and knew her every move very well. There are some misunderstandings about brother-in-law's behavior online. Oh right, when you come back, Mom will call you to come home for dinner. Even if this conversation was broadcast live, it didn't hurt much and was completely a normal conversation between sisters. But Yu Yaoyao was no longer the original owner who had swallowed her anger and helped others count the money after being sold. Are you calling me back to return the money to your brother-in-law? Yu Yaoyao raised an eyebrow and unceremoniously checkmated the other party. She wasn't an idiot. It was such a coincidence that Xianxia called right when someone was scolding Xianxia online. He was definitely up to no good. Her guess was right. Xianxia didn't want her to live well at all. She had always wanted to take everything from her. If she couldn't get it, she would rather destroy her. Xianxia had made this call because she wanted to see Yu Yaoyao's frantic expression on the internet. However, she had miscalculated. Shao Jia, I've read everything that those people said on the internet. Did you feel guilty and uncomfortable when you saw them scolding your brother-in-law for living off a woman? Is that why you called me? Xianxia almost lost her voice. What was she feeling guilty about? Sis, I didn't. You and Mom were rich in your brother-in-law's company back then. When my baby Rui was still breastfeeding, you started to move money away from your brother-in-law. Just the interest of the money in the past few years is enough for your brother-in-law to rest for 2 days. Yu Yaoyao spoke in front of the camera without taking a single breath. Yu Yaoyao and Little Bun leaned against the self-service takeout counter next to the supermarket and started to study the map. Little Bun was illiterate. Most of the time, Yu Yaoyao read it out to him and they discussed it together. They discussed the locations one by one and crossed out those that didn't match. The staff wanted to take a look, and even old Jing wanted to get close to take a close-up to see their progress. However, in the end, Yu Yaoyao blocked the paper of the map and refused to show them the marks she had made. What if I make the right choice and you transfer Xianxia away? Yu Yaoyao righteously refused to let them get close. Little Bun nodded in agreement. He was a mommy slave. Yes, we can't anger the criminals. The little guy was quite into the role. Everyone twitched when they heard this. Yu Yaoyao was done very quickly. She carefully folded the map and said, Okay, Zai, let's go there. Your father's secret signal is probably referring to that place. Little Bun puffed up his chest and held her hand. He carried his little snake backpack and said, Okay, Mommy, let's go. They left the supermarket with an ice cream cone in hand. She ran out of the door and hailed a taxi. The staff looked at her in amusement and said, "You should at least tell the driver the destination you've chosen, right?" But before he heard Yu Yaoyao's reply, the driver turned around in surprise. "You're that Aya, that child's mother? From My Wife and Me?" Sitting in the car, Yu Yaoyao took off her mask. She even let little Bun lie in her arms and helped him take off his small mask. But little Bun's face was leaning on her shoulder, so it wasn't exposed. The driver didn't start the car. He looked left and right at the camera and right at Yu Yaoyao and got excited. "You're filming a show? Io, I've watched a few episodes of your show and I like you guys the most. My wife watched it first and then asked me to watch it with her. I thought she was annoying at first, but, your family is very interesting. Children are smart too. I really like you guys. My daughter too. Our family likes you guys." He had bumped into a fan of the show. "Haha, uncle, thank you for your love. The weather is hot, let me treat you to a drink." Yu Yaoyao looked at the mirror and smiled at him. She took out a bottle of water from her backpack. Uncle immediately smiled like a flower and said, "Ah, I can't drink this. I'll take it back." Haha. Not only was he not in a hurry to drive, he even asked Yu Yaoyao to sign his name on the water bottle. He even asked little Bun to draw a little doodle for him. In the live broadcast, a group of fans were also extremely envious. "I want to be at the scene too. Uncle, don't move, let me do it. I can't bear to drink the fairy water that my sister gave me." "Drink it, keep the bottle twos to the flower arrangement too." "That's right. My sister's choice of drinks is definitely delicious." Once the middle-aged driver's enthusiasm was over, the car slowly started moving. "Ha ha ha ha, Boss Shen knows Sister Y too well. Sister Y, hubby has money to eat now. We can get him back." Sister Y was at the seafood counter just now. Her eyes were shining with the joy of eating 7 or 8 lobsters. Why, find him and eat lobsters. Everyone in the program crew is trembling. Things were different now. She had a great temptation to pass the level. Director Zhao's mouth twitched. "Let's wait and see." Soon, Yu Yaoyao and her son's taxi arrived at the scene under everyone's watchful eyes. Riverside Park was the largest park in the area. Even at the entrance, they could not get a panoramic view of the entire park. Only the general map at the entrance showed the several major areas. Children's area, library area, flowers and grass area, barbecue area, boating area. When they reached the entrance, it was already close to the usual closing time. However, the program crew had obviously informed them beforehand. Yu Yaoyao held little Bun's hand and walked in smoothly. Once they entered, little Bun hesitated for a moment. "Mommy, I didn't see any other cameraman. If his daddy was here, there would definitely be other cameras." Yu Yaoyao pouted, but when they entered the park, she narrowed her watery eyes. The grass, the woods, and the lake, they all gave her a very familiar feeling. She lowered her head and looked at the grass on the ground, then at the soil beside it. "It seems like a lot of people passed by in a hurry." Little Bun opened his mouth wide. The staff around her were shocked, she could even tell that. Little Bun quickly squatted down and carefully imitated his mommy. "There are a lot of footprints," Yu Yaoyao nodded solemnly. "Let's go inside. If it's not your daddy, it's probably the fathers of the other 2 families who were caught and brought here," the staff said. "It could also be the footprints of tourists." Yu Yaoyao pretended not to hear it. She turned around and discussed with her son which area to go to first. At the same time, she thought of a second plan. "Son, if it's not your daddy here, but someone else's, are we still going to save him?" Little Bun seemed to have been interrogated from the depths of his soul. It was the first time he faced such a moral choice. The staff's words undoubtedly cast a shadow over the laughter in the live broadcast room. "What are they doing? My sister isn't afraid of bugs, but where did they put the key? That sounds a little scary." Soon, they saw it. The scene changed, and they saw the box covered in black cloth. The staff pulled open a corner, revealing the faint squirming within the darkness. Amidst the densely packed haystacks, there were unknown tentacled insects crawling about. "Oh my god. I'm getting goosebumps." Even if my sister isn't afraid, she's only afraid of one or two at most. That's too scary. The people in the bullet screen had no time to exclaim for their sister why, nor could they persuade the program team to change the inhumane settings. Boss Shen, let's go to the next station. If your wife passes, we can find you at the next station. Zhao Yu said with a smile. Of course, it was not a prank. It was just for the show's highlights. It's fine if she gives up the game in the end. It'll just increase the difficulty of the later stages and make it harder to find you later. Shenichong frowned. I want to see her finish the game before leaving. Zhao Yu shook his head in disagreement when he heard that. Shenichong added, in this stage, there's also a small game of fetching stones from a water bottle. I'll take the key and leave after watching that. She'll need at least 10 minutes to finish the water bottle game. Your staff can still disturb her and extend the time we have to leave. Do these worms hurt people? Will they scare the children? I have to stay and watch. His expression was very serious and cold, with the dignity of a superior, not allowing anyone to refute him. Zhao Yu thought for a moment, then quickly communicated with the staff for the next segment over the phone. He then nodded with difficulty. Okay, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything that will let her find out later. Also, regardless of whether the game is completed or abandoned, once we enter the next water bottle segment, you have to run with us immediately and go to the next location. Sure, I guarantee it with my integrity. Shenichong nodded. Zhao Yu couldn't help but glance at him. But soon, the staff found a small hidden door on the first floor of the museum. Most of them went to the next location in advance to prepare. Only Zhao Yu, Shenichong, 2 staff members, and a cameraman remained behind the door. This place was the blind spot of the gaming area, so it was impossible for Yu Yaoyao to discover them. 6 o'clock in the evening. In the insect museum, it was time to close for business. Inside the hall, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The number of bullet screen comments on the livestream had also decreased significantly. A tense and exciting atmosphere filled the entire room. Finally, Yu Yaoyao arrived with little Bun and old Zhong. As soon as she came in, she looked around. Her footsteps were more careful than usual, and there was a little bit of depression on her delicate face. Ha 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 ha, CEO Shen knows Sister Y too well. Sister Y, my husband has money to eat now. I can get him back. Sister Y was at the seafood counter just now. Her eyes clearly showed that she wanted to eat 7 to 8 big lobsters. Why, find him and eat lobsters. Everyone in the program team was trembling in fear. Things were different now. She had a huge temptation to clear the stage. The corner of Director Zhao's mouth twitched. Let's wait and see. Soon, Yu Yaoyao and her son's taxi arrived at the scene under everyone's watchful eyes. Riverside Park was the largest park in the area. Even at the entrance, one could not see the entire park in its entirety. Only the rough map at the entrance showed several major areas. Children's area, Guanzong area, grass area, barbecue area, boating area. When they arrived at the entrance, it was close to the usual closing time. However, the program team had obviously informed them. Yu Yaoyao held Little Bun's hand and walked in smoothly. As soon as they walked in, Little Bun hesitated for a moment. Mom, I didn't see any other cameramen. If Dad was here, there would definitely be other cameras. Yu Yaoyao also pouted, but when she walked into the park, she narrowed her watery eyes. The grass, the woods, the lake, all of them gave her a very familiar feeling. She lowered her head and looked at the grass on the ground, then looked at the soil at the side. It seems like a lot of people passed by in a hurry. Little Bun's mouth opened wide. The staff beside her were shocked, they could even see that. Little Bun quickly squatted down and carefully imitated his mommy to look. There are a lot of footprints, Yu Yaoyao nodded solemnly. Let's go inside. If it's not your dad, it's probably the other 2 fathers who were caught and brought here. Staff. It could also be the footprints of tourists. Yu Yaoyao pretended not to hear it. She turned around and discussed with her son which area to go to first. At the same time, she thought of a second plan. Zai, if it's not your dad here, but someone else's dad, do we still need to save him? Little Bun felt as if he was being interrogated from the depths of his soul. This was the first time he was faced with such a moral choice. In the midst of the crowd's screams, Yu Yaoyao carried a small backpack and opened her arms like a little pigeon flapping its wings. She crashed heavily into Xianxia's back. She tightly wrapped her arms around his waist, her two little hands clutching tightly onto his windbreaker, unwilling to let go. Her little face, flushed from running, was deeply buried in his back. She gently rubbed her chin against his back, causing him to tremble all over. "Hubby, Xianxia, I found you." Her soft voice was drowned out by the incessant screams around her, but he could still hear her clearly, word by word. The corners of his mouth curled up higher and higher. All the cold and unreachable distance between them was instantly cut off by her little arms and melted into water by her tender and soft voice. As soon as he turned around, he hugged her back with his strong arms. It was as if he was going to embed her small and soft body directly into his chest. "Thank you for finding me." His handsome face was like a spring breeze, full of intoxicating sweetness. His chest seemed to be tumbling with a wave of heat, and waves of turbulence hit him. In his mind, many images flashed past. She was either enchanting, cute, naive, or lazy. She was in all kinds of ways. At this moment, she had just finished running, and her flushed face was still sweating. She was tightly pressed against his body, and her full chest rose and fell. Even the neutral and handsome suspenders and plaid shirt on her body couldn't hide her charm. Damn it, she was so obedient and sweet. He reached out and pinched her small and delicate chin, causing her to slightly raise her flawless face. Leaning over, he lowered his head and kissed her lips that were as sweet as rose petals and exhaled like orchids. Their lips and teeth were attached to each other, and they didn't let go for a long time. The crowd fell silent for a moment, and soon, they erupted into ear-piercing screams. "Ah ah ah ah. Oh. It's too sweet." All the fans' eyes turned red. Even director Zhao Yu, who wanted to interfere from the beginning, revealed a middle-aged uncle's anti-smile. 48 hours of chasing after her husband. It took Yu Yaoyao 8 hours to find Xianxiang. However, in these 8 hours, the two of them had brushed past each other several times. After going through so many twists and turns, they regretted missing each other again and again. Only the fans who had witnessed the entire process knew how difficult it was for them to get together. When they hugged and kissed each other, the fans could not help but laugh and cry. Xianxiang almost pinched Yu Yaoyao into his own bones and kissed her until she could hardly breathe. It wasn't until a young and anxious voice sounded from afar that he was startled. "Daddy. Mommy." In the distance, a short-legged little bun was standing on the bridge, holding a staff member's hand. His pink lips were pouted high. The little bun wanted to listen to his mother and wait for her to find his father before going back to find him. However, he waited and waited, but his mother was nowhere to be seen. All he could hear was the noise around him getting louder and louder. That was why he begged the staff to bring him over. But the moment he stood on the pier, he saw his father hugging his mother and eating her mouth. After finding her husband, the family's spending in B City should, in theory, be done within the family fund according to the program's rules. However, Zhao Yu gave up on this rule immediately. The 48-hour mission was completed. Xianxiang and Yu Yaoyao's joint efforts, their unscrupulous sacrifice for each other, and their wisdom and courage throughout the whole process completely moved this uncle. Although the process was very infuriating and once made him, the director, and the program team, a joke among netizens, he still admired their love from the bottom of his heart. Zhao Yu decided to let them go and stop interfering with them. He just reminded them, "Our live broadcast is still going on. There are still 40 hours left. There will be cameramen following you. When you arrive at the hotel, there will be built-in cameras in the rooms. You too, have a good rest. The rest of us will leave first." Since the program team was so straightforward, Xianxiang naturally took his wife and son to enjoy a lobster feast by the sea freely. Yu Yaoyao was very satisfied with the meal. Because she ate for too long, even little Bun could not stand it. In the second half of the meal, the little guy began to feel drowsy. His little head swayed as he leaned against his father and fell asleep. His round black eyes became more and more difficult to open. By the time they returned to the hotel arranged by the program team, little Bun was already hugging Yu Yaoyao's arm. He was drooling in his sleep and did not respond no matter how much she called him. As soon as the little cutie fell asleep, the originally cheerful but restrained bullet screen suddenly became dirty. Yeah, the little baby is asleep. Is Boss Shen and Sister Y going to do something naughty? Boss Shen must not work overtime today, I guess. Is the live broadcast applauding for love? Oh my god. I'm suddenly very awake. Once the child is asleep, it's the adult world. Go to the hotel room. I want to watch. Like for the program team's 48-hour live broadcast. Hee, I'm going to watch it even if I don't sleep today. I won't miss a single minute. The number of people online in the live broadcast did not decrease at all because of Yu Yaoyao's completion of the mission. The family reunion and the loving couple's large-scale PDA scene attracted more people's interest. Whether it was when they were at the seaside, enjoying the sea breeze, enjoying dinner under the moonlight, or now stepping on the starry sea sand and returning to the private Yumi hotel, the audience in the live broadcast room continued to scream. Especially when Shen Yicheng got the room key card and opened the hotel room door, almost all the sober people were screaming and spamming the bullet screen. The moment the door was opened, everyone saw the layout of the hotel room. This was obviously a lover's hotel. The production team had been deliberately stirring up trouble for a long time. The walls of the entire hotel room were surrounded by traces of golden steel rings. Layers of steel wires surrounded the large bed, making it difficult for people to associate this with the standard layout of an ordinary hotel room. In the middle of the room, other than the large bed, there was also a golden chair suspended in midair. It was only suspended by a few steel wires, and it would spin with the slightest touch. Anyone who had a little experience or had seen some erotic films couldn't help but feel dirty at this time. F***ck, this kind of place was actually found by the production team. I can't believe it. This show is going to go to heaven. Let's make a deal. Can we not use mosaics later? I now feel that the director during the day is very cute. Why is he so talented? I'm a fan. If you don't understand, just ask. Why is this room designed like this? The chair is okay. Is it for the aesthetics of the design? The one in front is about to leave for the top of the Himalayas in a convertible car. It's not suitable for kissing. You hurry up and get out of the car. Kiss, caged bird, canary, understand, although I don't know much about steel wires, this chair. Hee. Think about it. Later, my sister will sit on it, and then, hee, Boss Shen will stand in front. Underage children, you can wash up and go to sleep. The next scene is not suitable for you. The lights in the bathroom weren't switched on. Only the dim street lights and the bright moonlight shone in through the window. The white floor tiles, the white bathtub, the white sink, and her snow-white skin were all dyed with a faint layer of silver. It was hazy and slightly glowing. It wasn't the first time he knew about her beauty. However, it seemed like he never knew enough. Under the dim moonlight, her delicate brows and eyes were like a painting. Her robes were half taken off, revealing her mellow shoulders. They were like the finest jade, and he couldn't get enough of looking at them. She was a seductress, and also his seductress. She was born to be his nemesis. Yu Yaoyao could feel that the man on top of her was crazy like thunder in a storm. It was completely different from his usual calmness, tolerance, and perseverance. He kissed her until her whole body was trembling. It was like the time when she escaped from the zoo and was struck by lightning. Her body was numb, and her mind was blank. Her body was trembling, and she couldn't even move a finger. She almost thought that she was going to be bullied to death by this numbing feeling. However, she suddenly felt a chill on her body. It was as if in an instant, the clothes on her body were stripped to her feet by this man. With a wave of his hand, he threw these obstructing fabrics to the ground. The storm-like kiss quickly made Yu Yaoyao, who was in a daze, let out 2 whimpers from her throat. It sounded like she was begging for mercy in a low voice. This soft voice had always been irresistible to him. Now that it was ringing in his ears, it caused the blood that was flowing rapidly in his mouth to surge. The little bit of rationality he had left was shattered into pieces by this soft and delicate whimper. He stretched out his hand and lifted up her pair of slender, straight, and fair legs. The soft touch was like a peeled hot spring egg. It was full of elasticity and the surface was smooth. It was dazzling white. Yu Yaoyao was in a daze. She only wanted to whimper to express that it was unfair. Her little hand wanted to unbutton his shirt. Why are you still wearing? It was so neat and tidy. She didn't have any clothes on her body. This was obviously unfair. This scene was different from what she had imagined. I'm a seductress, so I should be the one eating you. I'm going to press you down, mmm. Before she could say the next two words, this irrational man had already swooped down on her. Her hair, which was tied up in a bun today, instantly swayed from the impact, but before she could let out a scream from her red lips, her small mouth was sucked into his mouth and instantly turned into a soft whimper. Her long black hair quickly fell down and draped over her snow-white jade-like skin, rising and falling along with the intense waves. All right. Thank you, Director Lee. Nie, who was staying in the room next door, received a call in the middle of the night, which made him jump out of his room. As soon as he hung up the phone, the curious Shenlin gave him a look of condemnation. Shenrue, the little bun, was still sleeping soundly on the small bed. If the little guy was woken up, he would definitely refuse to sleep and insist on looking for his mother. Shinichong was so distracted by Yu Yaoyao's silly words that he didn't notice his son entering the room. Soon, someone knocked on the door. When he opened the door, he saw the cameraman, Old Jing, with a sincere look on his face. Behind Old Jing was Nie, who was peeking her head out sneakily. They had waited for too long. Yu Yaoyao woke up at 11 o'clock. She had been sleeping the whole morning. They didn't even dare to knock on the door of this room in the morning. Little Bun, on the other hand, hid behind the uncle who had delivered the food and came in. He wanted to see his mommy. He couldn't wait any longer, but now, Little Bun's attention was completely diverted. Just a moment ago, he felt that his daddy had monopolized his mommy for the whole night and the whole morning. He was so angry that he almost turned into a red bird, but now, Little Bun's round and fair little face was full of excitement. His round black eyes stared unblinkingly at Yu Yaoyao's stomach. Mommy, is it a little brother or a little sister? He immediately lowered his voice. It was as if he would scare his little brother or sister away if he spoke loudly. Usually, at this time, he even wanted to pounce on Yu Yaoyao and act coquettishly. But today, he carefully grabbed his daddy's shirt buttons and didn't dare to touch her casually. Yu Yaoyao's eyes lit up when she heard this question. But soon, she shyly lowered her head. Baby, you don't know yet. You don't know yet? Then when will you know? Little Bun was instantly anxious. He originally thought that someone would play with him soon, but now, it didn't sound right. Then how long will it take for mommy to give me a little brother or sister? The bullet screen, which had finally quieted down, was now crazily floating with red. Many people excitedly answered on behalf of Yu Yaoyao. If Boss Shen hit the mark yesterday, then 9 months later, you will be a big brother, baby. Oh my god, I was trapped in a black screen with no signal for an entire night. Finally, I witnessed the birth of a second child through a black screen and an internet cable? The words in front are inappropriate. We didn't see anything, so how can we witness it? But I'm still throwing flowers to congratulate you. I'm looking forward to the baby. This little guy is too funny. He really wants a little brother or sister. Why, hurry up. Yu Yaoyao couldn't see the bullet screen, so she patiently explained it to the little bun. She learned a lot about gender knowledge from the internet. To be honest, she was very serious when she learned it. Especially after she turned over a new leaf, she revised it again. Yu Yaoyao was also purely talking on paper. She herself was also in the dark. Shinichong's mouth twitched when he heard that. Your mother wants to eat, Shenrue. He's as he's, of course. Listenings as. Zhao Yu's hands trembled, and he almost cried. She still wanted to help other families. He had given her a special day off. In the end, after she finished her breakfast, she lay on the bed contentedly for a while. In the end, she came up with a bad idea, which was simply bad news for the production team. She was now like a bug in the game. She had made all the staff obedient and afraid of her. When Zhao Yu heard her words, his heart skipped a beat. He didn't know how to deal with it. Fortunately, he soon saw an IE in the hotel room through the monitor. She immediately stood up. Sister, there's something urgent. Nie couldn't help but interrupt her sister's thoughts. Director Lee, Director Chi Hang recommended you to act in his family ethics literary film. He called last night, and Director Chi Hang also contacted me this morning. He wants to talk to you in the morning and arrange a small audition. You just woke up, so you haven't replied to him yet. Yu Yaoyao was holding the little bun. She wanted to drag Xianxia out to have some fun. Helping other families was convenient. But this time, her attention was diverted. Family ethics? She rarely watched such films, especially those about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships. This was because the female lead in those films was usually miserable. Yes, it's the role of a wife whose husband has an affair. It's also the role of a rich wife. However, Director Lee said that this role is very likable, so you can take it. It's good for your future development. Literary films were a good stepping stone. This was because, unlike commercial films, important characters in literary films usually had a psychological transformation, which was the so-called character growth. For such characters, there was usually a deeper layer that could be explored in detail and shown to the audience, film critics, and industry insiders. Compared to commercial films, there was more room to show off one's acting skills. Is it the second female lead in that film? Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, he had some understanding of this film. Yes, boss. Nie nodded. The pay is not high, and the female and male leads are relatively low-key actors in the industry. However, this film should be aiming to win awards. Yu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. Win an award? This was one step closer to her dream of becoming the Best Actress award. Although Xianxia was rich now, what if his company encountered a crisis one day? Doing business was too risky. She blinked her beautiful eyes and felt that her acting was more reliable. The risk was low, the income was high, and the most important thing was that she liked acting very much. But why is this character so miserable? Yu Yaoyao touched her little face. Director Lee, are you sure I'm suitable? I'm so pretty, how can I be so miserable? The bullet screen was filled with laughter. Everyone is praising me for being so confident. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. She pressed her head and said, there's makeup and costumes for the official shoot. A person's temperament can change, and it's not impossible for them to become ugly. You can consider this role. It's a big challenge. The previous roles you played were all beautiful women. They were more like exaggerated characters living in artistic works. They didn't fit in with real life. Relatively speaking, this second female lead reflects the helplessness and pain of some housewives. It's a representation of women's inner cries. It's meaningful. Yu Yaoyao understood after his explanation. It's just like how my husband put on weight because he was ugly. Before Nie handed the phone over, she had already told her the director's questions. He wanted Yu Yaoyao to be mentally prepared. At least, she could prepare for 1 or 2 minutes of her performance. Of course, Nie also told director Chi Hang about their current situation. It was a live broadcast. In other words, the director's call would be exposed to the audience. If director Chi Hang cared, he would communicate with the cameraman of wife to temporarily remove Yu Yaoyao from the camera and focus on Xianxia's scenes. Director Chi said that he doesn't care about the live broadcast. He's just worried that it might affect Sister Yu's performance. If you need a quiet place, you can call him again in 10 minutes. He's been there this morning. Nie reported quickly. Yu Yaoyao was shamelessly holding Xianxia's large hand to shield her face from the sun. The group of girls in the live broadcast room were so envious that they wanted to cry. She waved her hand and said, I'm fine with it. Let's do it now. I still have to help save the 2 fathers later. She was actually still thinking about this matter. Nie and the crew felt their hearts skip a beat. Yu Yaoyao took the phone and looked at the caller ID on the screen before she said, is this Director Chi Hang? Hello. As soon as she spoke, Little Bun, who was still playing with shells, immediately stood up with his butt sticking out. He took out the water bottle from his little bag and eagerly handed it to her. She wanted her to drink it to moisten her throat. Xianxia asked the crew for a parasol and a beach chair so that she could sit down and make the call. I'm here to report for duty again. No way. Can Boss Shen be more of a wife slave? Can the baby be more of a mommy's boy? I'm really jealous. Sister, you're so happy. Can you really play the role of a woman who is being cheated on? Are you sure you want to audition now? My sister is being treated like a little princess now. You'll be smiling so happily later. Will the director cast you as a pitiful woman? Everyone in the livestream was envious and worried. As soon as the call was connected, Director Chi Hang's voice was heard. His voice was gentle, just like those middle-aged male broadcasters. It was magnetic and gave people a deep sense of warmth. The moment he opened his mouth, it would be easy for him to win everyone's favor and make them let down their guard. Unknowingly, they would reveal their inner thoughts. Little you, I'll get straight to the point. Oldly recommended you to me. As soon as the role became available, he asked me to invite you to join us and see if you have any free time. I'll take the liberty to say it directly. I've seen your performance in stage, and I've also seen some of the footage that Oldly gave me. I don't think there's a problem with your acting skills and appearance. You're more than enough to play the second female lead, Lin Yu. He was obviously a veteran and knew how to talk. First, he praised her, then he changed the topic. But I've always believed that an actor's ability to give life to a character does not lie in the word acting. That's because drawing skin and bones is only secondary. What's more important is to construct and find this character's spirit and flesh. So, I hope to find an actress who has something in common with the character's core to play my Lin Yu. After he finished talking about his casting philosophy, he paused for a moment. It just so happens that you're also a mother and a wife. So, I want to hear your views on marriage and love before you read the script and have a preconceived concept. You can say a few words casually and treat it as a chat between friends. Chi Hang's style was obviously different from Li Bo's and Zhou Qiong's. The latter two were roaring and strict directors. They allowed the actors to express themselves on the set, but they valued their own directing philosophy and understanding of the role and plot more. Yu Yaoyao was probably born to be the nemesis of variety shows. She had been in the midst of her audition and had even seen the beautiful seaside scenery. After feeling a little sentimental, she was no longer so enthusiastic about helping the other two families. However, Xianxia had interrupted her audition and dragged her to the beach for a walk. After being coaxed by him for a few minutes, a smile gradually appeared on her face. Halfway through the walk, she was attracted by a sudden aroma. The barbecue area by the beach was one of the game areas set up by the production team. As soon as she smelled the mesmerizing aroma of barbecue, she immediately followed it. The smell seemed to have instantly healed her pain and made her beautiful eyes light up. There were already many people around the barbecue area, and there were even obvious cameramen taking pictures in the crowd. Yu Yaoyao was suddenly enlightened. Ah, hubby, did we meet another family? Little Bun was riding on Xianxia's shoulder and could see the furthest. When he heard this, he immediately jumped up and said, "Is it another auntie?" "Mommy, I think I saw her. She didn't bring the baby with her. Should we go and help her?" Little Bun's face was full of excitement. He had liked the game yesterday and felt that it was fun and fresh. Now, it would be best if he could play it again with Daddy and Mommy. The scene that director Zhao Yu didn't want to see the most had finally happened, because the production team had rented the same hotel for the three families. Yu Yaoyao met one of the families when she took a walk. It was the wife of a rich actor, Ren Sidong. Ren Sidong hadn't found her husband after a whole day. At this moment, she was completing a game set up by the production team. However, she had obviously met with difficulties. More and more people were gathering around the beach to watch. She was so anxious that her forehead was sweating. "What are you doing? Are you trying barbecue?" Yu Yaoyao held Xianxia's hand and walked over. She saw a long table in a tent. On the long table, there were 4 plates of barbecued chicken wings. She immediately started drooling. Chicken wings, she loved them so much, especially after learning how to suck bones. However, this food was not on her healthy menu, and NIE did not allow her to touch it. Barbecue was heavy with oil and salt, which was very bad for controlling one's figure. Therefore, when she smelled the fragrance, she became even more restless and her legs could not move. "Can I eat one?" Her gaze was locked on the big, shiny chicken wing. The tip of the wing looked golden and crispy, the meat was juicy, and the base of the wing was chewy, with a sprinkle of chili powder and cumin. It was delicious. Xianxia allowed her to stop in order to get her out of the shadow of being cheated on. But after thinking for a while, he cruelly told her the truth. This should be a game prop. Before he could finish his sentence, 4 people walked to the long table and sat down. Next to him, a staff member who was explaining the rules of the program appeared. Sister Lu, please listen to the question. Out of the 4 chicken wings, only one was super salty. You had to guess who tasted it. If you can answer this question correctly, you will get the hint card of your husband's location. Ren Sidong, who was surrounded by the crowd, had already seen Yu Yaoyao. But she only had time to wave at her hurriedly before looking nervously at the 4 people behind the long table. After the staff member finished explaining the rules, the 4 of them started the tasting segment. One by one, they took turns to take a bite of the chicken wing and chewed. After returning home, Yu Yaoyao decisively spent the next few days as a rice worm, lazily lazing around at home. She was exhausted from the entire filming of Wife and the high-intensity game segment. Of course, the most important thing was that ever since the flight home, Xianxia seemed to have unlocked a new personality. He started to press her down on the sofa and bed every night, until her waist was about to break. Yu Yaoyao couldn't help but complain when she talked to Ren Sidong over the phone. He used to be like a monk. Who knew that he would suddenly change? My waist has been so sore these days. I don't even want to do yoga anymore. Ren Sidong immediately laughed out loud. Who asked you to say on the show that he only cares about work? He's now proving to you that he's not. I've already said that men are as childish as your son. However, you've been married for so long. It's not bad to be like the 2 of you. You have to give each other a sense of novelty so that they won't get tired of it. Yu Yaoyao blinked. She was very interested in this topic. Novelty? Yesterday, the director of Chi Hang had sent her the script. He said that what she had said that day had inspired a new way of thinking and had changed the second female lead's personality. He hoped that she would read it again and see if she was interested in acting. She read the script and cried that night. The sadness of being betrayed by her husband could penetrate the paper of the script and hit her heart. Do men have to feel novelty so that they won't turn bad? After Yu Yaoyao had cried yesterday, she had been thinking about a question. Why did some families end up like this? That pitiful female character had been betrayed once. Would the next man she met betray her again? What could she do to make herself meet a more perfect man in the future? She had been thinking about this question before going to bed yesterday. In the end, Xianxia had stripped her naked, so she had to stop thinking. Ren Sidong laughed out loud. It's something that you wouldn't normally do. Let him feel how good you are again so that he won't be able to leave you. The reason why she and Qiu Dafu were chosen by the production team of Wife was because they were a famous model couple in the industry. After 2 years of dating and 8 years of marriage, they had a son who had just entered primary school and a daughter who was 1 year younger than Shinrue. She did have a lot of experience in getting along with a husband and wife, and she had a cheerful personality. We're all the same. Our husbands are all inwardly passionate. Usually, they won't even let out a fart. At home, we have to rely on women to liven up the atmosphere. Darling, let me tell you, for this kind of man, if you take a little initiative, you can make them so touched that they'll cry. They'll add a lot of scenes for you in their hearts. Ren Sidong didn't hold back from telling her best friend about her experience. Let me give you an example. You've been married for 5 years, right? You're about to have a second child soon. Have you ever gone to the company to visit him? Have you delivered food to her? Are you concerned about whether he's tired or not and want to nourish his body? I've never cooked before, I didn't go. Yu Yaoyao suddenly felt that she had grasped the key point. How could she have forgotten about the office play in the past few days? You have to go. You're the main wife, so you have to properly declare your sovereignty. Let those flirtatious B***chi see that this man is taken, and that his master is beautiful and smart. They can't compare to him. Let them feel so inferior that they won't dare to have any dirty thoughts. Also, you should go to the company to visit your husband. In any case, his body is an important foundation for you to have a second child, right? You can make a nourishing soup for him. He hasn't eaten the soup you made for 5 years. How touched will he be? When Yu Yaoyao heard this, she felt that this was right. She had watched so many romance dramas. How could she forget such a classic part? Making soup is the easiest. You just have to throw everything in and then lie down for a day. It's almost done. Although your husband hasn't been working overtime recently, he's addicted to unlocking your new positions. He's exhausted a lot of energy, so he needs to nourish himself. Yu Yaoyao blushed, but immediately couldn't hold back her excitement. She chatted with Ren Sidong about embarrassing topics. After hanging up the phone, she immediately searched for an old hen soup recipe on Baidu. She took off her shoes and ran to consult the housekeeper at home. Shinichong came home on time for the past few days. He found that his little wife had become a little strange. Ling Shuang did not eat much for lunch. Director Ma Zhiguo would be meeting Shinichong for lunch. This was the news that Qin Jiao had received from Director Ma's assistant. In order to meet Shinichong in advance, even if it was just to leave a rough impression, she had made meticulous preparations. She had spent 3 hours in the morning doing a facial and skincare routine and had even hired a professional makeup artist. But he did not come. Ling Shuang had lost her appetite. In the end, she forced herself to eat a few mouthfuls of bread and some salad before she put down her fork in disappointment. Yu Yaoyao was going to attend the audition with Shinichong. This news made her feel like she was chewing wax. Everything she ate tasted tasteless. Her chest felt stuffy and she could not take another bite. Did Yu Yaoyao know how to audition? Had she read the script beforehand? She obviously did not know anything. How could she stand by his side? Ling Shuang picked up her napkin and wiped her mouth reluctantly. Qin Jiao cut a piece of beef for her. Eat a little more. You may be at the back of the line for the audition in the afternoon. I'll go with you. No. Ling Shuang's napkin almost slipped out of her mouth. Brother, your relationship with Brother Shen is very tense. You don't have to go at such a sensitive time. It's just an audition. I can do it alone. Just wait for my good news. I don't want people to misunderstand that I relied on you to get the investor to agree. I want to use my own charm to convince him. Qin Jiao frowned, but still agreed. After finishing their meal, they took the lead to say goodbye to Director Ma and left for the audition venue. Qin Jiao drove her to the door before he left. The audition in the afternoon officially started at 2 o'clock. Ling Shuang walked to the bathroom and looked at her beautiful face in the mirror. She did not lose to Yu Yaoyao at all. She gritted her teeth and started to memorize the lines of the script. She wanted to get into character as soon as possible. She had had the script for more than 50 days. Every day, she repeatedly explored the heart of the female lead. She could not make a mistake, she would definitely attract everyone's attention. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also willing to work hard. She spent a lot of energy studying the character in the script. Even the director said that she was talented in acting, so there would be no problem. Ling Shuang stayed alone in the bathroom for half an hour before she washed her face with cold water to wake herself up. She put on light makeup and walked to the audition room. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned the corner, she heard a string of bell-like laughter mixed with a man's low voice. Ha ha ha. Hubby, is this the female lead in the movie that you told me not to accept? Okay, focus on creating other characters for now. Ling Shuang's heart. Shinichong didn't want Yu Yaoyao to take it? Because. A look of ecstasy appeared on her face. That meant that he thought that she was too old, right? Yu Yaoyao had already given birth to a child and had been married for 5 years. She was far from being a teenage girl. She was not suitable to play the female lead in a youth drama. Ling Shuang didn't eat much for lunch. Director Ma Zhiguo was meeting Shinichong here for lunch. Qin Jiao got the news from Director Ma's assistant. In order to meet Shinichong in advance, even if it was just to leave a rough impression, she made meticulous preparations. She spent 3 hours in the morning doing a skincare routine and hired a professional makeup artist. But he didn't come. Ling Shuang lost her appetite. In the end, she forced herself to eat a few mouthfuls of bread and some salad before putting down her fork in loneliness. Yu Yaoyao was actually coming with Shinichong for the audition. This news made everything she ate feel like she was chewing wax. Her chest was stuffed and she couldn't eat a single bite. Did Yu Yaoyao know how to audition? Did she read the script beforehand? She obviously didn't know anything. How could she stand by his side? Ling Shuang picked up a napkin and wiped her mouth reluctantly. Qin Jiao cut a piece of beef for her. Eat some more. You might be at the back of the line for the audition in the afternoon. I'll go with you. Don't. Ling Shuang's napkin almost slipped. Brother, your relationship with Brother Shen seems to be very tense to the outside world. You shouldn't go at such a sensitive time. It's just an audition. I can do it alone. Just wait for my good news. I don't want everyone to misunderstand that I relied on you to get the investor to agree. I want to use my own charm to convince him. Qin Jiao frowned, but still agreed. After dinner, they took the lead to say goodbye to Director Ma and left for the audition venue. Qin Jiao drove her to the door and then left. The audition in the afternoon would officially start at 2 o'clock. Ling Shuang walked to the bathroom and looked at her own beauty in the mirror. She didn't lose to Yu Yaoyao at all. She clenched her teeth and started to recite the lines of the script, trying to get into character as soon as possible. She had gotten this script for 2 months. It was as long as 50 days. Every day, she would repeatedly explore the inner heart of the female lead. It was impossible for her to make a mistake. She would definitely attract the attention of everyone present. Not only did she have beauty, but she was also willing to work hard and put in a lot of effort to study the character in the script. Even the director said that she had talent in acting, so there would definitely be no problem. Ling Shuang stayed alone in the bathroom for half an hour before she washed her face with cold water. She stimulated herself to completely wake up, put on light makeup, and then walked to the audition room. Unexpectedly, when she turned the corner, she heard a string of silvery bell-like laughter mixed with a man's deep voice. Ha ha ha. Hubby, is this the female lead that you told me not to take on? The direction of youth, wow, the script is so interesting. Yeah, you should focus on writing other characters first. Ling Shuang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Shinichong didn't want Yu Yaoyao to take on the role, because the direction of youth, her face suddenly showed a kind of ecstasy. That meant that he thought she was too old, right? Yu Yaoyao, who had already had a child and been married for 5 years, was far from being a young girl. She was not suitable to play the female lead of a youth drama. Mrs. Shen, if you can give me a demonstration, I will definitely be able to avoid such mistakes in the future. I will be eternally grateful to you. Ling Shuang blurted out. After saying this, she clenched her fists and regretted it. Her actions were a little unforgiving and would damage her image. Sure enough, when she looked at Shinichong, she saw him frowning and looking at her with some displeasure. Ling Shuang's face instantly turned pale. But she had already said what she wanted to say, and there was no room for regret. He could only grit his teeth and bow, putting on the most respectful appearance. Director Ma Zhigua also felt that the atmosphere was a little strange, but he quickly interrupted her. Ling Shuang, you can go back. We are going to call the next person in. This was an audition, not a classroom lesson. If she failed the audition, she had to find someone to demonstrate and guide her. If everyone did this, wouldn't the director have to give each of them a demonstration? Who was this audition? It wasn't like the director and a casting team were going to act. Shinichong didn't even need to say anything, and Ma Zhigua directly rejected it. If Yu Yaoyao had come for the audition, it would have been interesting to see the two of them compete. But this had nothing to do with her. She was the investor's wife, so to put it bluntly, she was half an investor. If an actress failed the audition, the investor would demonstrate to her. How could there be such a rule? Ma Zhigua didn't know what this usually smart girl was thinking today. Help us call the next person in. Ling Shuang gritted her teeth and could only look up at Shinichong with hidden bitterness. Then she bowed and said goodbye. She had really suffered a crushing defeat today. She hadn't performed well enough to make Shinichong feel that she was special, and she hadn't gotten the role. She had even been pointed out by Yu Yaoyao and had been pinned down by her. You don't agree? But halfway through Ling Shuang's walk, she heard a soft voice behind her. If you don't agree, I don't mind teaching you. Ling Shuang had already turned around and walked to the door. When he heard this, his face lit up. Yu Yaoyao's acting skills were not bad, but everyone was playing a young girl. She was at least 3 years younger than her. How could she not be able to act better than her? That scene just now was a mistake because he didn't throw away the beauty of it. Ling Shuang stopped in his tracks. But the director said, let's forget about this, sister. Yu Yaoyao raised her eyebrows and smiled. She looked at Ma Zhigua and said, Director Ma, every actress who comes for the audition has done a lot of preparation. It's better to convince them wholeheartedly. Ling Shuang's expression froze. He made himself look like a troublemaker. Director, as you know, my husband experienced a lot of criticism because of the last-minute withdrawal of funds from the production team. What if there's some bad news today, saying that he's using his power to oppress others and obstructing the casting of the film crew? Ling Shuang's expression suddenly turned ugly. I won't. I swear on my integrity. Then why did you keep looking at my husband when you were talking to me and the director? Yu Yaoyao's head was shielded by Xianxia as they sat in the backseat of the car. He was also holding her hand to test if her palm was cold. He even mentioned her period. She blushed. She silently glanced at Shenlin, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. She was embarrassed this time. She stretched out her slender fingers and tugged at Xianxia's sleeves to make him lean over. Xianxia looked down at her slender hands and pink fingernails along the fabric of the trench coat that was pulled taut. Hubby, Yu Yaoyao called him softly. She was too shy to speak. But she still mustered up her courage and whispered into his ear. Don't talk about this kind of thing when there are people around. She felt that the fact that she had to bleed every month was too shameful. She still couldn't accept that she had to take out her period pads in front of a man. Perhaps this was a scene that many television dramas didn't write in detail. When she was a snake, she didn't experience it at all. Now she really felt that this was the biggest weakness of the human female body. It was super shameful. Moreover, at this time of the month, she couldn't lift her spirits. She wasn't even interested in her favorite food. When Xianxiang heard her soft voice and smelled the fragrance that blew into his ears, the corners of his handsome mouth couldn't help but curl up. You're still smiling? Yu Yaoyao wanted to bite his ear. But Xianxiang seemed to be amused by her. His chest vibrated and he couldn't help but chuckle. Especially when he lowered his head to look at Yu Yaoyao, who was leaning on his shoulder. Her face was a little red and embarrassed. He couldn't help but want to laugh. You know how to be shy? In the afternoon at the company, she openly said in front of Shenlin that he did her at night, without hiding it from outsiders. Now she knew how to be shy. Xianxiang suddenly felt that it was interesting. Yu Yaoyao pouted and reached out to pinch the muscles on his arm. Okay, I won't say it. I won't say it in front of others in the future. Xianxiang held down her restless little hand, and the smile in his eyes was so strong that it was about to overflow. Other than this, what else can you not say in front of others? You tell me first. Her coquettish and shy look made him want to tease her even more. And, hubby, about the baby, Yu Yaoyao didn't know that Xianxiang was still laughing at her. She frowned and whispered something in his ear. Yu Yaoyao received a call from Director Qi Heng again. Yes, Director. Let's sign the contract. I have no more questions. Xianxiang did not want her to be sad and did not want her to continue with this film. But Yu Yaoyao fell in love with this new character as if she was possessed. She had been betrayed, but she said goodbye to the past and bravely started a new life. And before the finale, she found a man who cherished her and loved her. She was deeply fascinated by him. The lovers finally got married. After reading the script, she felt like she had experienced this life. Although there were some regrets, it was a happy ending in the end. Just like what Yu Yaoyao had experienced before. To be honest, even if the breeder treats me well, I will not like him. Being struck by lightning might be the best. Yu Yaoyao thought so too, so she especially appreciated this character's courage to start a new life. Okay, Yu, how is your reading of the script? We will have a table reading in 3 days. Will you be able to make it? Director Qi Heng chose the role and started to move on to the next step. Oh yes, I need to find time to touch up your makeup. Are you free these 2 days? Because of the absence of the original supporting actress, the pace was very rushed. Yes, I should be able to. Okay, I will ask them to send the specific schedule to your agent. You will have to work hard in the future. Director Qi Heng said goodbye and hung up. Yu Yaoyao was even more surprised. She counted her remaining time on her fingers. Only 2 days left. She rolled away and fell into Xianxiang's embrace. She put his arm that was reading on her shoulder. Shinichong raised his eyebrows slightly, but still reached out and massaged her shoulders and back. Recently, she had followed Ren Sidong to many beauty salons and massage parlors. When she came back in the evening, she asked for new requirements. When she was tired from yoga, she wanted a massage. When she was tired from playing with her son, she wanted a massage. When she was tired from reading scripts, she wanted a massage. Every time, she would consciously roll to his side like a silkworm, take his hand, and place it on her body, with the intention of giving him a massage. Shinichong exerted a little force while flipping the pages of the book with one hand. Chi Heng's personality is different from director Zhou. He's a famous NG maniac in the industry. After he joins the crew, you have to be patient. Ah? Yu Yaoyao obviously knew nothing about this industry. Chen Jiao's acting skills are considered above average, but she once acted in a Chi Heng literary film. She didn't have a single good scene from the beginning to the end. At that time, according to his manager's statistics, his average number of NGs was more than 15 times. There were a few important scenes in the drama where he had NGs as high as 30 times. You should rest early for the next few days. Once you're on set, you'll need to consume a lot of energy. Yu Yaoyao blinked. She couldn't associate the image of this NG maniac with the warm middle-aged voice on the phone with Chi Heng. Honey. By the time Yu Yaoyao saw Gu Qianqian's private message, it was already the morning of the next day. She seldom browsed Weibo at night. She spent most of her time working hard and being seduced by Shinichong. When she saw the message, she also received a call from NIE. The chief designer of Adol invited her to attend the brand's spring product launch. He also hoped to meet her and talk to her. He was interested in collaborating with her. Yu Yaoyao already had a guest ticket to the spring product launch. As the boss of Guangxin, Shinichong also received an invitation. All of a sudden, she had forgotten about the warning that she had received. Endorsement? Does that mean I don't need to spend money on my own gowns in the future? As soon as she said this, Shinichong automatically looked at her deeply. As a matter of fact, so far she had not spent any money on any of her clothes from her own income. He didn't know how she had developed such a sense of saving money. Thinking about it carefully, ever since she made her comeback, she had not taken the initiative to ask him to buy her limited edition bags and jewelry. She was very different from before. Did the company's crisis leave such a big psychological scar on her? Her awareness of saving money seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Sure enough, as Shinichong had expected, the moment Yu Yaoyao heard that she would be able to buy the clothes and accessories at a discount even if they weren't free, and that she could even wear the latest designs earlier than others, she immediately expressed that she wanted this endorsement. Then I'll go. I'll only attend for 1 or 2 hours. I can watch the show for free and have an income. I can also solve the wardrobe replacement problem for the next year. Not bad. It's worth it. Shinichong pinched his eyebrows. He wanted to say something when she hung up the phone. However, Yu Yaoyao avoided him with a guilty conscience. Film and television acting skills, camera movement. She only flipped through the beginning of these books. Last night, when he asked about this, she kept quiet and changed the topic. Later, after they finished talking about director Chi Heng, she had to sacrifice a little of her beauty to divert his attention to embarrassing things. Only then did he not continue with this heavy learning problem. But now, there was no excuse to hide. Yu Yaoyao took a big gulp of yogurt and took the opportunity to hide in the room to change her clothes. She secretly thought to herself that she must study hard today and try to finish at least half of it before she joined the crew. After all, when her husband was angry, he would spank her. Moreover, she now realized that learning was still necessary. Previously, she had only played a few small roles. Her positioning and light chasing weren't very complicated. However, when it came to scenes like the second female lead or the first female lead, there were many different camera positions. It was no longer a problem that could be solved with the micro-expressions that they had learned from television dramas. At that time, if she couldn't even figure out how to walk properly, it would be too inappropriate. The director would probably go crazy. Moreover, there were many fans who were waiting for her to perform even better on screen. As Yu Yaoyao thought about it, she took off half of her pajamas and bent over to touch the drawer of the bedside table. She pulled out the 3 theory books and looked at the number of pages. Oh, there are actually so many pages in an actor's book. There are a total of 600, no. 700 pages. Xianxia followed her into the bedroom. He wanted to ask Xianxia to take her to find a professional stylist since they were going to have a look for a show. However, he ended up seeing her in such an unsightly position. Half of her clothes were undone, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. A pair of straight and slender legs stepped on the sandalwood fur carpet. As she bent over, the curve of her cleavage became very clear and attractive. It made her waist look small. Read 100 pages today? Forget it, I'll read 50 pages first to warm up. Which book should I read first? Click, 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 click. She muttered under her breath. Just as she was about to point down, her slender fingers were quickly touched by a slightly calloused palm. The night before the script reading party, Xianxia asked Yu Yaoyao to sleep early. The next morning, he asked the housekeeper to prepare fatty big C tea, pear juice, and lozenges for her. He even helped her change her clothes and daily luggage. The script would probably take 2 to 3 days to read, and it would depend on the director's progress. If there are different opinions, or if the scriptwriter needs to change the lines or the scene, the day might not end. It's too late, I'll rest at a nearby hotel. After that, they entered the set and started filming with high intensity. Previously, Yu Yaoyao was only a small supporting character, and her scenes added together were not much. Moreover, she often finished in one take, so the real time-consuming part was the time spent on makeup or waiting. But this time, the second female lead had a lot of scenes, and the director liked NGs, so the intensity of the filming would be much higher. Xianxia was a little worried about Yu Yaoyao's body. Although she had a lively personality and loved to eat, she did not have much fat on her body. Usually, after standing for a while, she would lie down. If your throat is not feeling well, drink more water. The reading party will focus more on the lines, so you have to protect your throat. You can say it softly so that everyone can hear you. Xianxia was worried. You can pay attention to the lines of the characters who have scenes with you, but if you get tired and can't remember them, don't force yourself. I've also brought cooling oil for you, apply some when you want to sleep. You can't drink coffee, so I've put some black tea in. If the crew calls milk tea, remember to have less sugar. He reminded her in detail. Even when his son went on a trip with the kindergarten, he did not feel so conflicted. At least his son was smarter, so the kindergarten teacher took good care of him. But when director Chi Heng was excited, he would not care about the health of an actor. If it was not for the fact that it was not convenient for Xianxia to participate in this script reading party, he would have gone to visit the set again. Okay, I know. Yu Yaoyao's mind was still muddled in the morning, so she felt even more sleepy after being nagged by him. She answered as she ate breakfast. Even Shenrue, who was next to her, doubted how much her mommy was listening to. When Nie came to pick her up, little Bun repeated her daddy's instructions to him in a childish voice. Yu Yaoyao, she felt that the whole family was looking down on her intelligence. But there were 2 men at home, one big and one small, and they were both super heartwarming. Before she got into the nanny van, Xianxia held little Bun's hand and walked her all the way to the door. The 2 men waved goodbye to her and watched her leave before they looked at each other worriedly. Daddy, do you think mommy will lose weight when she comes back? Little Bun raised her head and asked worriedly. Xianxia seriously thought about his son's question, and there was actually a hidden worry in his heart. After all, the lunch boxes for the crew were fixed. It was not like the past few days when she was at home, where she had afternoon tea and desserts, as well as all kinds of snacks with Rensidong. She had used up a lot of energy these past 2 days, so it was really hard to say. He instantly frowned. He could not help but think of how little weight she had on her body. The night before the script reading, Xianxia asked Yu Yaoyao to go to bed early. The next morning, he asked the nanny to prepare tea, pear juice, and throat lozenges for her. He even helped her pack her clothes and daily luggage. The script reading would take 2 to 3 days. It would depend on the progress of the director. If there are different opinions or if the scriptwriter needs to change the lines or scenes, the day might not end. It's too late. Let's rest in a nearby hotel. The next part of the set was the high-intensity filming. Yu Yaoyao had only been a minor supporting role. She did not have many scenes, and she often finished them in one take. What was really time-consuming was the time spent doing makeup or waiting. But this time, the second female lead had more scenes and scenes. The director liked to NG, so the filming would be much more intense. Xianxia was a little worried about Yu Yaoyao's health. Although she loved to eat, she did not put on much weight. She usually had to lie down after standing for a while. If your throat is uncomfortable, drink more water. The script reading is more focused, so you have to protect your throat. You can read it softly so that everyone can hear it. Xianxia was worried. You can pay attention to the lines of the characters who are acting with you. If you are tired and can't remember them, don't force yourself. I've also brought some cooling oil for you. If you want to sleep, use some. You can't drink coffee. I've put some black tea for you. If the crew orders milk tea, remember to reduce the sugar. He gave her detailed instructions one by one. Even when his son went on a trip with the kindergarten, he was not so worried. At least his son was smarter, and the kindergarten teacher took good care of him. But when the director of Qihang was excited, he did not care about the health of the actors. If it was not for the fact that it was inconvenient for Xianxia to attend the table read, he would most likely have tagged along. Okay, I know. Yu Yaoyao was still confused in the morning. She was even more sleepy after hearing his nagging. She responded while eating breakfast. Even Shen Rui, who was sitting next to her, doubted how much his mommy actually listened to. When Nie came to pick him up, the little bun repeated his father's instructions to him in a childish voice. Yu Yaoyao, she felt that the whole family was looking down on her intelligence. However, the two men at home, one big and one small, were both super warm. Before she got into the nanny van, Xianxia walked her all the way to the door with little bun. The two men waved goodbye to her and watched her leave before looking at each other worriedly. Dad, do you think mommy will lose weight when she comes back? Little Bun looked up worriedly and asked. Xianxia seriously thought about her son's problem. She also had some worries in her heart. After all, the bento boxes provided by the crew were limited, unlike the past few days when she was at home, where she had afternoon tea and dessert, as well as various snacks that she and Ren Sidong shared with each other. He had consumed a lot of energy in the past 2 days, so it was hard to say. He instantly frowned. He could not help but think of how little weight she had on her body. The first day of the script reading ended without a hitch. Several of the main actors had deliberated over their roles' lines and suggested some changes. In one day, 1/3 of the script had been completed, including changes and discussions. This speed was considered slow, but it was within Xianxia's expectations. That night, he took Little Bun and decisively stayed in Yu Yaoyao's hotel room. Mommy, does your throat hurt? Fatty Big C, I brought you some new soup. I'll cook it for you at the hotel. I brought some soup at home. Drink some before you sleep. The father and son were bootlickers again. Originally, Xianxia didn't intend to disturb Yu Yaoyao at work, but he couldn't stand the worried look on his son's face after dinner. He was led around by his son the whole night and became more and more restless. He missed Yu Yaoyao. In the end, the father and son could only shamelessly visit her at work. While Yu Yaoyao was enjoying the nourishment and care of the father and son, her phone rang. Her left hand was being massaged by Xianxia, and her right hand was being massaged by Little Bun. In the end, she could only let Little Bun answer the call for her and put it on speaker. As soon as the call connected, it was an unfamiliar man's voice. Hello, is this teacher Yu Yaoyao? Xianxia's massage paused. He frowned and spoke on behalf of Yu Yaoyao. Who is this? Yu Yaoyao was about to fall asleep, but she was woken up by the voice coming from the phone. I'm Li Nan, a reporter from the Southern Tabloid. An anonymous insider reported to us that Miss Yu has a bad relationship with your parents and that you haven't visited your parents' home in nearly 5 years. It said that your mother begged you to come home for dinner, but you ignored her. You ignored her for several days. Yu Yaoyao was completely awake. What anonymous insider was this? It must be the unwanted Yu Xianxia. She was busy during the day and didn't have time to deal with it, but this guy was really enthusiastic. She couldn't help but blurt out, "Put." Xianxia reached out and covered her mouth with her hand. However, it was clear that the call was not hung up, which made the reporter, Li Nan, even more excited. In fact, he had received a private message 10 minutes ago. The other party was a fake account and claimed to be Yu Yaoyao's distant relative. He really couldn't stand the way she abandoned her old mother. He contacted Yu Yaoyao herself and wasn't valued at all, so he came to ask for his reaction. He hoped that the reporters could control him and expose this kind of unscrupulous artist. Li Nan was about to release a draft in a moment of impulse. But after thinking about it, he still tried his best to get Yu Yaoyao's phone number. After all, everyone wanted an exclusive interview. Coincidentally, his friend's cousin had done makeup for Yu Yaoyao when she was still a trainee 6 years ago. At that time, they had exchanged phone numbers. At that time, Yu Yaoyao hadn't married Xianxia yet. He had only wanted to make a casual call, but he hadn't expected that Yu Yaoyao hadn't changed her number. He also hadn't expected her to pick up a call from an unknown number. She didn't even hang up when she heard that it was a reporter. Li Nan was instantly agitated. "Miss Yu, the other party isn't your biological mother, right? So, is your relationship really that bad? The insider said that in the past, your mother used her own dowry to buy clothes for you and even bought expensive birthday presents for you every year. But now that it's Mom's birthday, you don't even greet her?" Xianxia's hand trembled, and she almost threw her phone away. In the news icon that was sent over, there was a photo of Yu Yaoyao covering her face and crying. Her heart skipped a beat, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. But it couldn't be. Yu Yaoyao wouldn't tell the reporters that she gave them money. If she did, how could she explain it clearly? Was it voluntary or forced? Also, it wouldn't be good for anyone to expose such a dishonorable thing. Would Yu Yaoyao be so stupid to fight to the death with them? Her sister had always been timid and didn't dare to cause trouble. She always believed that it was better to avoid trouble. Why would she expose them to the reporters? Did they force her too much? "Xiaojia. What is this? Is this from your sister?" Xiaomei obviously saw it too, and her voice suddenly became sharp. "She told the reporters?" Mommy, Xianxia's heart was in a mess, but she quickly grabbed Xiaomei's arm and said, "Don't panic, she has no evidence. I changed the password of the bank card brother-in-law's secretary gave her. Only I know the password." Yu Yaoyao didn't have a job all year round, so she didn't have to worry about food or expenses at home. However, Xianxia was still very benevolent. From the time they got married to the time they quarreled and got divorced, he always gave her a monthly allowance of 50,000 yuan. In fact, it was a small treasury for her. Yu Yaoyao didn't use this money much, and she did give it all to them, 50,000 yuan a month, 600,000 yuan a year. At first, Xianxia was very happy and thought it was a huge sum. After all, she was still a high school student at the time, and Yu Jianghai wasn't rich enough to give his daughter so much pocket money every month. Xianxia praised Yu Yaoyao in all kinds of ways and flattered her. She said that she could ask her husband for extra money to buy branded bags and clothes at home, and that he could give her gifts on holidays. She didn't have any use for this pocket money at all, so she coaxed her into giving the card to her. After Xianxia got it, she changed the password. Later, she was not satisfied with this small amount of money, so she coaxed Yu Yaoyao and begged Xianxia for a large sum of money. "Mommy, don't panic. Every time sis asks brother-in-law for extra money, she always transfers it to this card. She doesn't even know the password. Even if I show my account book to the reporters, it's just a one-sided story." Xianxia comforted Xiaomei, but she was also comforting herself. "It's fine. She doesn't have any concrete evidence. The flow of the bank required the bank password. Wait a minute. Could it be that Yu Yaoyao took the ID card to the bank and changed the password?" Xianxia's heart was beating a little fast. No, she had just paid with this card last month. The password was still the same. Moreover, every time she used the money in the card to buy luxury goods, she had never transferred the money from the card to her bank account. She had always used it to make direct payments. There were no bank records of the transfer. In just a few seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Xianxia's mind. Even at this moment, even though she was comforting herself, a thin layer of sweat quickly appeared on her forehead. At this moment, the news link was also clicked open. Hashtag female star who married into a rich family suspected of being sucked dry by her family all year round. In the 5-minute exclusive interview, Yu Yaoyao was sobbing. She couldn't believe that her mother and sister, whom she had worked hard to raise for 5 years, would think that she was unfilial. She showed the author her personal expenses for the past 5 years. As a full-time housewife, she had no other source of income except for what her husband gave her. Xianxia would never have dreamed that this phone call, which lasted less than a minute, would turn this situation around. Yu Yaoyao not only let Xianxia listen to it, but she also recorded it. She had been very careful. In the past, whenever she asked for money, she would not leave any written evidence. Every time, she would call Yu Yaoyao. But today, he panicked, and with the ups and downs, he lost control of his mind, and Yu Yaoyao immediately seized the opportunity. Yu Yaoyao, you're so despicable. Xianxia's eyes turned red. She sold the news to the reporters and even paid for it to be trended. After so many years of being careful, in the end, it all went to Yu Yaoyao. Yu Yaoyao snorted twice. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. How am I as despicable as you? How am I as shameless as you? You scolded me. I'm really scared. Oh yes, what evidence did you say you were going to give to the reporters? I seem to have forgotten. Xianxia gritted her teeth so hard that they almost broke. She was sitting in the air-conditioned living room, but she felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. A cold wind drilled into her neck, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Her mind was a little blank. What should she do? What should she do now? If Yu Yaoyao gave this recording to the reporters, she would be finished. In the future, she would be no different from a rat crossing the street in China. She was so flustered that tears almost fell. Sister, I was just joking with you just now. It's just like when we played games when we were young. Yu Yaoyao's delicate voice immediately snorted coldly. You're saying that when you played hide-and-seek, you left your sister in a deserted junkyard and you dragged your friends away? Or when you played house, you made your sister pretend to be a mistress who stole your husband and you took the opportunity to beat her up? When she read the novel, she felt that the original owner of this body was very silly. Now that she had the memories of this body, she felt that the original owner of this body was really pitiful. This sister of hers had been cheating since she was young. All of a sudden, Xianxia's voice seemed to have been choked by her cold voice. Instantly, waves of fear assaulted her face. Yu Yaoyao remembered everything. She knew that it wasn't an accident or a game. All this time, she had been thinking of taking revenge on her. Sis, her voice trembled, but she couldn't say a single word. It was as if he had been targeted by the devil. She didn't even know how to refute. Yaoyao. However, Zhao Mei suddenly went crazy and snatched the phone away from him. Even if Xiaojia let you down in a moment of impulse, do you remember how I treated you when I came to the Yu family? It's Xiaojia's birthday, and I'm celebrating your birthday too. Your dad didn't trust me back then. He only gave me money for my daily expenses every month. I used my savings from my previous job to buy you a scarf and a brooch. Soon, there was a bloodbath on the internet. The netizens who had previously scolded Yu Yaoyao were all amazed and their jaws dropped when they saw the follow-up reports and the deeds that her hardcore fans had dug up. They had never seen such a reversal of gossip. A second ago, she was still a pitiful sister who had been abandoned by Qingming. The next second, she had become a vampire. Moreover, the call that Xianxia had made to Yu Yaoyao during the live broadcast of Wife was quickly intercepted and broadcasted on the internet. Everyone understood. What did they mean by Yu Yaoyao ignored her family? However, she had clearly spoken to her sister on the phone during the show. Moreover, when her sister's brother-in-law was suspected of going bankrupt, she had deliberately probed and stabbed her sister in the heart. It was clear at a glance who was right and who was wrong. Many people on the internet were just gossiping. Some of the wrong comments were because the news was not balanced and they did not understand the truth. However, once they understood, the netizens still had the basic ability to think logically. With one look, they knew that the post that said Yu Yaoyao did not care about her family was completely biased. First of all, she did not care about her family. Second, she supported her stepmother and sister. Also, even if she did not go home all year round, it was because this mother and daughter pair had caused her a lot of psychological damage over the years. If it were me, I wouldn't go home either. Don't tell me I would take the initiative to be sucked dry. After enduring for 5 years, she came out to accept jobs and earn her own living. A while ago, her husband's company was in a crisis and there was no money for them to eat. Now that this mother and daughter pair have jumped out, they are definitely threatening to ask for money. What distant relatives? This false news was released by this mother and daughter pair. Yu Yaoyao was not affected much. All the firepower of public opinion was focused on Zhao Mei and her daughter. The next day, she attended the script reading on time. However, it was also very coincidental that the script read that she had witnessed her husband's affair with his mistress. After leaving home, she squatted at the entrance of the neighborhood and cried loudly. She was someone who got into character easily. When she read this scene, she naturally did what the scriptwriter had written in the script. Tears streamed down her face and she couldn't stop crying. In the end, it was the milk tea that the director's assistant had called over that pulled her out of her sobs. However, this caused her beautiful eyes to be red and swollen like walnuts when she returned to the hotel at noon. When the reporters who were waiting to interview her surrounded her room and saw her beautiful eyes after she opened the door, everyone quickly pressed their shutters. She had obviously had a good cry. It was obvious that what he said yesterday about fainting from the pain wasn't a lie. "Miss Yu, I'm sorry to disturb you. Can you tell us if you've contacted your family since yesterday? Did the other party say anything to you? Did they come forward to apologize to you? Do you know who exposed you to the reporters yesterday? Is she your sister? Is it true that your limited edition bags and clothes were stolen by your younger sister?" A large group of entertainment reporters immediately passed their microphones to him. Yu Yaoyao's eyes were swollen, and her voice was hoarse when she opened her mouth. Her voice was hoarse and she was about to lose her voice. She had overexerted herself during the script reading this morning. When she read a few emotional lines, she used up all her energy. She cried and screamed, causing Wei Ming, who played the role of her ex-husband, and Lu Feng, who played the role of the mistress, to become emotional. They couldn't help but use all their acting skills. And their exertion contributed to her outburst. In the end, her voice became hoarse in the morning. The little bun puffed up his cheeks as soon as he heard his father's words. "Come here." Xianxia repeated himself. The little bun looked back at Yu Yaoyao with great difficulty, almost biting his lips as he looked pitifully at her. Then, he slowly took a step forward. Unwillingly. "What did Daddy say to you?" Xianxia tried to be patient. The little bun looked at him and pouted. "It's wrong to lie." His tender voice and pitiful look instantly stirred Yu Yaoyao, who was holding the thermos flask. She was an unruly person. She immediately straightened her body and reached out to hug the little bun. She glared at Xianxia. "Don't be so fierce." Her voice was still hoarse, but she still spoke up for the little bun. "What's wrong? Tell mommy." Sure enough, the moment she said that, little Baozi's dejected little head immediately lifted up brightly. His big, dark eyes looked at Yu Yaoyao happily. "Mommy." The little bun was walking toward Xianxia when he suddenly turned around. As soon as he turned around, his soft little body was about to fly into her fragrant arms. But Xianxia immediately clamped the little bun's stomach between his arms in disapproval. He lifted him up from the ground and moved further and further away from Yu Yaoyao. The little bun struggled to shake his legs, but Xianxia clamped them firmly and did not move an inch. After a while, his white, chubby face became even rounder. His dark eyes were full of dissatisfaction with his father. Xianxia raised his eyebrows, walked to the bedside, and pressed Yu Yaoyao's upper body back down. He tucked her in and took her cup to check the hot water in it. "Rest. Don't talk. You still have to recite your lines in the afternoon. Rest well. The doctor will take a look at you later." In an instant, he took away her right to speak. Yu Yaoyao pouted her pink cheeks like her son. She picked up the phone beside her and typed. "Don't be fierce. Ask about the situation first. You can't just criticize and not reward." Yu Yaoyao was not a soft-hearted person when it came to educating children. She only knew how to pamper them. But she was very touched that the child had asked for leave to visit her because he was worried about her. In the makeup room of the film crew. "Sister Yu, have some pear juice. Moisten your throat, you have a lot of lines for the next scene." Assistant Xiao Shuang took the opportunity to bring a bottle of juice over while she was doing her makeup. She inserted a straw for her to drink without affecting her lipstick. The two makeup artists who were working on Yu Yaoyao's hair and makeup laughed. They looked at the table that was almost full and couldn't help but tease her. "Teacher Yu, you're so lucky. Just the drinks that my husband gave you, I can't even put them all down. At first, we thought it was Xiao Shuang who did it, but after asking, we found out it was your husband." Assistant Xiao Shuang also nodded enviously. "Yes, boss is the best husband. Before he left, he personally told me what to drink and what to eat." Yu Yaoyao held the script and couldn't help but grin. "He despises my IQ and thinks I can't remember." Boss Shen dotes on his wife. Everyone on the internet knows now. The makeup artist who was doing Yu Yaoyao's hair couldn't help but take a picture of the big table full of water bottles, thermos flasks, and lunchboxes. "Miss Yu, can I take a picture?" She was a little embarrassed as she spoke. Actually, she wanted to take a picture and share it with her friends. Yu Yaoyao and her husband had participated in variety shows and shown their affection for each other many times. However, because of her early reputation, there had always been a small group of people who doubted their relationship as a couple. Especially this time, when the blood-sucking mother came out, some people felt that Shen Yicheng's relationship was either true love or a fake marriage. No man could let his wife's family cheat so much money, unless he was really stupid and rich. However, outsiders didn't know the truth. They were just curious. The makeup artist also wanted to gossip and wanted to share the latest news with her friends. However, she didn't dare to say that she wanted to share it with others. She felt sorry for Yu Yaoyao. "Take a picture. Share it wherever you want." However, Yu Yaoyao waved her hand and narrowed her eyes. "Don't worry. How could she have the nerve to show off her love? Too shameful." Moreover, Xiao Xiaoxi said that the wife should occasionally praise her husband, but not too much. She should mainly encourage him, otherwise, it would easily make him proud. "Let others post it, that would be great." "Miss you, thank you so much. You really don't put on any airs at all. You're too nice." The makeup artist was pleasantly surprised when he heard that. One had to know that in this line of work, it was very rare for them to get permission to reveal a celebrity's privacy to their friends. No. By the way, are you guys hungry? Xiao Shuang, bring out my little cake for everyone to eat. There's also a little pudding and milk. Bring out more of each flavor for everyone to choose from. Yu Yaoyao knew how to share things with her best friends. "I reckon that this scene will take a long time to film. You'll all be hungry from waiting." She pulled a long face as she said this. Her dear husband was right. Director Qi Heng really liked to NG. In the previous scene, she had acted with Lu Feng, the mistress. Just because Lu Feng's expression wasn't angry enough, she had NG 13 times. Then, because she was scolding Lu Feng, eating fast, and the type of food she picked up, she had NG 4 times. Soon, the entire crew noticed Director Qi Heng's abnormality. He was actually a very gentle artistic uncle. Other than his tendency to NG, there was nothing wrong with him. He was very kind to everyone. He never scolded anyone and was very meticulous in his speech. If it weren't for the fact that everyone had to work overtime and repeat the same scene over and over again, he would have been the most kind director in the industry. However, since this morning, he had changed. He didn't NG very much anymore. In the afternoon, Wei Ming arrived at the set and continued to film his scene with Yu Yaoyao. The crew also broke out in cold sweat. Wei Ming was a veteran, but last time, he broke the record for the highest number of NG in the crew. He had NG 37 times, however, when everyone wanted to bet on the number of NG this time. Director Qi didn't say anything until the last line. When Wei Ming arrived at the set today, he heard from the assistant that Director Qi had a special change in the morning. Even so, he still couldn't believe it. Because every time he filmed, every time he said 2 lines or did a move, he would be called cut. He was already used to it. Today, he didn't NG, he really felt like he was dreaming. Today's scene was actually a retrospective of his and Yu Yaoyao's daily life as husband and wife. She hadn't found out that he was cheating on her and they were having dinner together to talk about their children. In this scene, his character still had the glory of a father and the reliability of a husband. He thought that director Chi would definitely be picky about his daily filming habits, the way he liked to raise his eyebrows when he was acting with actresses. This was a habit left over from more than 3 months of filming in his last movie. He couldn't change it immediately. Now, because of this matter, he had a headache from NG. Director, did I NG pass just now? Is it okay? Wei Ming touched his eyebrows a little hesitantly. He knew that this was not in line with his character. If it was broadcasted, it would definitely make some of the audience think that he was acting as a male and NG. Director Chi picked up the thermos flask and smiled. I realize that you guys are more ambitious than I am now. Why? Are all of you so demanding of yourselves? Are you not satisfied with your performance and can't wait for me to do it again? Sigh, I'm not used to you guys being like this. Director Chi smiled happily and took a sip of water to moisten his throat. The one just now was fine. You can look at the monitor yourself. If you want to start over, that's fine too. When Wei Ming heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Director, what do you mean I have high standards? I can't wait to reshoot it. He shrugged helplessly, but also smiled awkwardly at Yu Yaoyao. I know. I haven't changed my habit of raising my eyebrows. It affects the authenticity of my character. Director, did I say something that made you unhappy during filming yesterday? You're pursuing high-quality NGs, and you have a high aesthetic standard. I'll cooperate with you. Don't be unhappy. Little you, I'm really sorry. I've also caused you to restart so many times. Wei Ming felt really embarrassed. Although he was not old, he had acted for more than 10 years. Because of this, he was not as flexible as young actors. Once you get into character, you need a long time to adjust before you can walk out of your original role. Yu Yaoyao cried and refused to be interviewed by the reporters. The YY fans did not know how she was doing. Suddenly, a group of YY fans came to her. Mr. Wei, have you seen our Yaoyao? Mr. Wei, please help our Yaoyao husband when you open for business. You can't let her continue to be depressed. If you see her, can you help us ask her to stop crying? I'm so worried, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mention other people on your Weibo, but I'm really too worried about Yaoyao husband. Please ask how she's doing recently. Yu Yaoyao did not deliberately avoid the public's attention. However, ever since she had a sore throat during the table reading, she had been under the supervision of her father and son. They had been telling her to rest her voice, sleep more, drink more water, and rest more. For the past 2 days, whenever she was in the hotel, Shinichong had confiscated her phone and did not let her worry about the internet. On the set, she had been filming seriously. From time to time, she would read professional books and ask the female lead if she did not understand anything. For a moment, she had forgotten about the vampire mother and daughter and disappeared from the internet. After a while, she had become the focus of everyone's worries. Wei Ming, who was resting on the set, did not expect that his Weibo post about starting a new life would become a hot search. He had always been an old actor with little popularity. He usually kept a low profile and his fans could not compare to those little fresh meats. But now, he felt the popularity of the internet. Wei Ming also felt that it was very refreshing. Seeing these fans who cared about Yu Yaoyao, he, who rarely interacted with his fans, was instantly excited. He appeared in person again. Okay, I'll pass on your message. Also, your Yaoyao husband has enlightened me and I want to go back to study. She is very professional, very immersive, and very strong. I've learned a lot from her. Yu Yaoyao, thank you. I'll learn from you in the future if I have the chance. This sentence made the YY fans very excited. They thanked Wei Ming politely and left his official Weibo account. She started a new topic and praised Yu Yaoyao in various ways. Hashtag De Yaoyao can be praised for a year. Hashtag be strong. The face of an angel that has been kissed, the body of a devil, the heart of gold. Dedication. Oh whoa, I want to take a look at my strong husband. I want to swim on Yaoyao's husband's collarbone. Yaoyao hubby, don't worry about filming. Leave the debt collection and apology to us. Wei Ming. What a sensible fan, In an instant, the YY fans on the internet swept away their previous hostility and were overjoyed. She went to the Yu family's mother and daughter and Yu Jianghai's residence to ask around if they had apologized and if they had returned the money. This made her even more determined. After Yu Yaoyao finished work, she found out that Nie, who had come to pick her up, had told her about the riots on the internet. Initially, he wanted to go online and chat with everyone, but in the end, he could only hurriedly send a simple Weibo message saying that he was fine. Because, when she walked to the door of the hotel room, she smelled a mesmerizing aroma of chicken soup. It really made her salivate. Many people on the internet were possessed by Detective Conan and Sherlock Holmes. Once they saw the comments posted by the ID "I'm a wife slave," many people were able to connect the dots. The married man known as Boss Shen also had a wife who was a popular actress. Moreover, his wife was filming in a film crew. Even the city and location matched. She was a female artist who drank fatty Dahai and pear juice, suspected of having a sore throat. Then, with the wife-slave tag, the scope was narrowed to an extremely small extent. F***CK, it's Boss Shen. It's my sister Y's Boss Shen. Oh my god, it's my fault. I should have thought of it earlier. Who else but my big Yao Yao is a female artist who doesn't even have the ability to survive. She even has to write labels on everything she eats and drinks. F***CK, this post manager found out the truth. That squishy dumplings label is only given when she's hungry. Only one can be used at a time. Ha 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 ha, isn't it to prevent De Yao Yao from being a glutton who can't control herself? Shocking. I knew Boss Shen was a wife slave, but I didn't know it was to this extent. He made De Yao Yao drink so many drinks and sparkling water in one day. Apart from 3 meals, he also gave her so many snacks. Is he serious? Is Boss Shen trying to feed my sister Y into a little fatty? Upstairs, you're all thinking in the wrong direction. Because De Yao Yao has been feeling down recently, she really needs so many sweets to replenish her energy. Boss Shen is the best husband. Identification complete. Am I the only one who wants to cry? The love between these two is too touching. They never leave each other and support each other through difficult times. The YY fans and wife fans were all as happy as children. They felt that they had dug out the truth of a treasure couple. Soon, Yu Yaoyao received an apologetic call from the makeup artist. Miss you, I'm so sorry. I didn't mention you when I sent it to my friends, but now you've been exposed online. I'm so sorry. Yu Yaoyao had just finished half a chicken when she found out the whole story. She immediately comforted the makeup artist. Yes, my fans are smarter, just like me. Don't worry, we'll be more discreet next time. This also meant that her husband was unique to this family and was highly recognizable. Excellent Binxiu. After answering the call, she told Xianxia that she had been exposed on the internet. Wife fan, feeding fan, wife shower fan, Doryman. Now, he had become a wife slave who wanted to make his wife fat. Yu Yaoyao hung up the phone with the chicken bone in her hand. Then, she kissed Xianxia on the side of his face with her oily lips. Hubby, everyone is praising you and is jealous of me. She sucked the bone happily and looked like she couldn't bear to throw it away. Xianxia helplessly pinched her smooth pink cheeks. As long as you're happy. At most, you can drink. Another bowl. You can't eat anymore, or you won't be able to digest it at night. I'm going to work for a while. You can rest after eating. Shenrue will be back a little later today, so the teacher took them to practice outside of class. Yu Yaoyao immediately nodded obediently like her son. Okay, while she was lying on the sofa, enjoying the chicken bone and browsing Weibo, the Yu family was being interviewed by the reporters. They were confessing to the reporters and apologizing to Yu Yaoyao. Zhao Mei no longer looked like the elegant lady she used to be. Her long hair was messy, her clothes were wrinkled, and her wrinkled face was red and swollen. There was even a bandage on her forehead. After dinner, all the servants in the house were dismissed by Yu Jianghai. Zhao Mei's head was pressed down by Yu Jianghai as she confessed to the reporters. Yu Jianghai's thoughts were clear. The Yu family's reputation had plummeted, and his son-in-law, Xianxia, would never protect them anymore. Now that things had turned out this way, it was impossible for his daughter, Yu Yaoyao, to come out and clarify that these blood-sucking stories were all false. In that case, someone had to take the blame for everything. Which girl did he promise? Of course, she couldn't tell Xianxia. She still had the mental capacity to do so. Yu Yaoyao was hugged in Xianxia's arms. Her heart was pounding. Why didn't this guy make any sound when he walked? Well, I'm just talking to myself. Didn't I tell you Xianxia to pay back all the money she owes? She didn't believe me at that time, haha. Yu Yaoyao smiled stiffly. Now I've done it. Xianxiang raised his eyebrows. So you want her to feel at ease? He, what I mean is that she can peacefully go offline. Yes, as such a bad villain, she has been gloriously killed by the netizens. She doesn't have to appear in front of me in the future. Hubby, I'm just happy, so I can talk to myself. The light on the balcony wasn't bright. Other than the moonlight outside, there was only a faint light from the hotel room. Xianxiang lowered his head. He could only vaguely see her pretty face. She was small but exquisite. She was getting braver these days. She was getting more and more capable of winning over a group of fangirls. If she posted this on the internet, there would be a group of people calling her hubby. He couldn't help but sigh and rub her head. You're even more childish than our son. Go in and put on some clothes before coming out. Yu Yaoyao covered her face with her hands. Her face was flushed, and her heart was pounding. She passed? Phew. She heaved a huge sigh of relief. After entering the room, even little Bun, who was eating a chicken wing, knew the story of how his mommy foolishly went to the balcony to feel the cold wind while talking to herself. Mommy, you can talk in the room next time. Little Bun covered his ears. I'll pretend I didn't hear you. Talk to yourself, I won't eavesdrop. Yu Yaoyao was amused by little Baozi's cute appearance. In the end, she pulled Xianxiang and took a photo of the three of them clinking glasses with chicken bones and posted it on Weibo. She put in a lot of effort in writing a long paragraph. Thank you to every little cutie who cares about me. I've been fine these days. I've been busy filming and living. Those negative energy can't defeat me. I'm not sad, it's just that the lines in the script have been too tear-jerking. But I'll be brave. Love you guys. After sending the message, she didn't forget to reply to Wei Ming's saying that he would learn from her in the future. She immediately took a picture of the 3 performance teaching materials that she had been working hard on recently and sent it to him. In fact, Shenrui had wanted to make a request of his father yesterday. But after returning to the hotel where his mother was working, Yu Yaoyao fed the little Bun chicken wings and chicken soup. In the end, he watched My Wife and Me with her. Director Zhao's show was down-to-earth and funny, but it rarely exposed the intimate actions between husband and wife. Yesterday's episode was about shopping and cooking, so there was nothing forbidden. The little Bun could watch it too, and he was very happy the whole time. But at the end of the show, the little Bun was a little jealous of his father. The scene of Daddy and Mommy in the supermarket was beautiful. Mommy was very beautiful, and Daddy was very clean. But he, the little baby, had a mosaic on his body and a dog's head on his face. At that time, he had promised his father that as long as he was with Mommy, he could wear the dog's head. It was for the sake of his father's safety. But there was no harm without comparison. Compared to his father's tall figure, the little Bun looked at the mosaic and dog's head in Mommy's arms on the TV, and felt a little sad. After Mommy and Daddy went to bed, he took out the tablet again. He watched the pudding commercial that Mommy had filmed. In the commercial, there was a child about his age who acted as Mommy's son and was kissed on the forehead by Mommy on the TV. Last night, the little Bun was a little unhappy. The more the child watched the commercial and looked at his own mosaic, the more upset he felt. Shinrui, Uncle Nie is talking to your mother. Come here. Xianxiang had always been very strict with his son's upbringing. The son could not interrupt when the adults were talking. Moreover, they had already discussed this problem many times. Xianxiang motioned for Nie to continue and pulled the little Bun, whose head was lowered, into his arms. Shenrui and the little Bun immediately pouted and opened their mouths. However, they quickly closed their mouths and did not continue to interrupt Uncle Nie. But he aggrievedly grabbed the proposal of welcome to my home from Nie's hands, his white and tender little fingers tightly grasping the edge of the paper. He lowered his head and stuffed his little face into Shen Yicheng's chest. Shen Yicheng, who had always been a tall and calm father, suddenly felt a surge of emotions when his son's little face was pressed against him. His son looked pitiful and unhappy. He obviously wanted to cry, but he had to pretend to be strong because there was an outsider. Shen Yicheng's brain, which was usually cold and rational to outsiders, instantly, he could not think. Shen Rui, Shen Yicheng patted his son's young child's back with difficulty. His voice was a little to him. His son's request was not actually unreasonable. As a child's to be a child was to be a child was to be, Beza's to him. But he was to be Ntu's wife and to not go to work. His children's was a child's too's was to be. To be, he was to be? Was to be a child. The little bunch and Rui's words made Shen Yicheng's old father's heart turn cold. His son still wanted his mommy, not his old father. He was only 4 or 5 years old, yet he wanted to snatch his mother's blanket from his old father. Before Shen Yicheng could say no, Yu Yaoyao had already agreed to her son's request. Okay, Rui will sleep next to mommy. Mommy will hug you to sleep. Shen Yicheng was speechless. He sent Nie away with a cold expression on his face. When he returned, he saw that the pitiful little bun had already taken off his shoes, jumped onto their big bed, and was bouncing around with all his might. Daddy, you can sleep on my little bed next door today. Rui brought your pillow over. Shen Yicheng took a deep breath and looked at his little wife who was smiling on the sofa. Yu Yaoyao was already covering her mouth with her hand. She looked at the little bun who couldn't stop bouncing around on the bed and became a kind peacemaker for her husband. Rui, can't your daddy sleep with us today? Daddy, aren't you a little pitiful if you chase him to the little room next door to sleep? Shen Yicheng's expression instantly improved. Seeing that his son was about to jump to the edge of the bed, he reached out to block him. However, the little bun tilted his body slightly and jumped directly to the middle of the bed. He didn't jump into Shen Yicheng's arms at all. Daddy, the little bun jumped one last time and threw himself directly onto the big bed. He slowly stuck out his round little butt and turned his fair and tender little face. Daddy is an old man. I'm not afraid of the dark. I won't be pitiful, Mommy. Shen Yicheng's mouth twitched. The little bun didn't notice his father's shadow and slowly rolled himself into the big bed like a caterpillar. He nestled under the blanket and stopped moving. I slept by myself when I was 3 years old. Daddy is already in his 30s. As he spoke, he stretched out his 2 little hands and bent his chubby fingers a few times before giving up. Yeah, he's not pitiful. As if he had finally convinced himself, he even grinned. Yu Yaoyao couldn't hold it in any longer. She hugged her stomach and laughed out loud on the sofa. Seeing his mommy smile, the little bun quickly looked at his daddy proudly. But in less than a second, his little body was lifted up along with the blanket. Little bun's smile froze. She looked up and saw her father's dark face. Before he could call for his mommy to save him, Shen Yicheng carried him all the way into the bathroom. With a bang, the bathroom door was slammed shut. Little bun, who was wrapped up, struggled for a moment. Unfortunately, only his little hand, which he had been gesturing with his fingers, was exposed. He had completely lost his fighting strength and had no way of escaping. Shen Yicheng directly clamped him under her arm. Kai Wenfeng had once acted as a village girl who was very different from her own image. But at that time, she was only in her early 20s. Her acting skills were immature and her personality was the most shy. Moreover, she was guided step by step by the director. But today, Yu Yaoyao had only been taught by the director. It could be said that she was self-taught and this transformation had already amazed her. Get ready and do your makeup while you're at it. We'll start in an hour. Director Chi Hang's words made Kai Wenfeng sober up. But the next moment, she fell into an even more intense shock. She hadn't even done her makeup yet. Just based on her acting skills, she had made herself look at least 10 years older in an instant. Moreover, her performance was so natural and appropriate, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. How many female celebrities in the industry could do this? Kai Wenfeng hadn't worked in the past few years, but she had been paying attention to the situation of film and television actors at home. She dared to say that there were very few actresses under the age of 30 who could perform like Yu Yaoyao. At first, she had thought that director Chi Heng had chosen a beautiful girl like Yu Yaoyao to play the role of a woman whose family had been broken and who had been abandoned by her husband because he had taken a fancy to her popularity and the resources of President Shen behind her. Purely from a visual point of view, her appearance was not convincing enough for the role. But today, she truly realized that she was wrong. Kai Wenfeng suppressed her shock and followed Yu Yaoyao to do her makeup. Sister Kai, my performance just now should be the close-up shooting that was mentioned in the book, right? I did it according to the book and what you explained to me yesterday. Yu Yaoyao was once again an obedient child with a thirst for knowledge. The close-up shots are mainly shot from the chest up. It depends on the facial expression and the subtle reactions of the eyes. You have to be extra careful because your entire face will be magnified under the camera's surveillance. You can't be too expressive or too expressive. I was alright just now, right? I wasn't too expressive, was I? Yu Yaoyao blinked her eyes. Kai Wenfeng smiled bitterly and said, yes, you did very well. She couldn't be too expressive. Otherwise, her expression would appear exaggerated and her acting would be pretentious. She also couldn't be too expressionless. Otherwise, the character would become expressionless and empty, with only dialogue. It was easy to say, but many people couldn't do it. A faint feeling of suffocation slowly filled Kai Wenfeng's chest. Previously, when Chi Heng offered her the role of the female lead, her first reaction was to reject it. The roles she had played before were all very successful, and she had been recognized by many industry experts. It seemed that acting was not difficult for her. He continued to put his heart and soul into the performance, but he no longer had the drive he had at that time. He felt that he had reached a flat plane, and it was difficult for him to continue sprinting. However, at that time, director Chi Heng had advised her that there would always be someone better than her. Only by stepping out could she see the wider world. Now, she had really seen it, and she was a little depressed. Yu Yaoyao had just learned how to shoot close-ups. She was not a professional and did not have any theoretical knowledge. However, her relaxed and focused natural expression just now was almost at her fingertips. You have a good sense of propriety. Kai Wenfeng praised Yu Yaoyao unreservedly. When Yu Yaoyao heard this, she thanked her happily and immediately continued to study while putting on her makeup. She was now no different from Little Bun. When someone praised her, she would be especially motivated and couldn't wait to finish reading all the books in one day. However, when it came to the actual shooting, director Chi Heng noticed something unusual. Today, Kai Wenfeng changed her usual calm and reserved way of acting. In front of the camera, she used almost 120% of her skills. It was as if sparks were flying between her and Yu Yaoyao's acting. The image on the monitor was split into two halves by a wall. In one half, it was raining heavily and the sky was dark. In the other half, it was a warm and harmonious scene in the coffee shop. Yu Yaoyao was drenched in her high heels and her hair was disheveled. With trembling hands, she took out a lighter from her broken shoulder bag and searched all over her body, but she couldn't find a cigarette. Her gaze was as empty as a starless night sky. She looked outside. Her dry and pale lips were quickly moistened by the heavy rain. Raindrops fell from her long eyelashes and messy bangs, washing her old and empty black eyes. However, her eyes seemed to be able to speak. The man next to her brushed past her, only revealing a blurry silhouette in the camera. He was sheltering himself from the rain under the roof beam and patting the water off his body. However, he seemed to have understood her gaze. A cigarette was placed in front of her. Her peeling lips moved slightly, but in the end, she didn't make a sound and pursed her lips together. She reached out her slender hand that looked like it was about to break. Her 5 fingers curled slightly, and her index and middle fingers slowly clamped the cigarette that was handed to her. She lowered her head and bit it in her mouth. With a snap, the lighter lit up a small ball of weak sparks. After a few tries and trembling, he finally managed to light the half-moist cigarette. She trembled and closed her empty black eyes. She took a deep breath as if she wanted to inhale all the smoke mixed with the rain into her lungs. His pale lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to puff out a smoke ring. But, he suddenly coughed. The painful cough and painful gasp almost made her bend her back. In the end, she leaned weakly against the wall. She held the unfinished cigarette between her fingers. She coughed as if she was going to cough her lungs out. She covered her face. Trembling and coughing, she struggled to bring the cigarette to her mouth and took another big puff. She raised her head and took in big mouthfuls of smoke. The red sparks almost reached her fingers. That pair of lifeless black eyes were gradually filled with tears amidst the rising smoke. They silently fell from his eyes and in the blink of an eye, mixed with the raindrops rolling down the eaves. The monologue ended here. The two men stood dumbfounded in front of the monitor, unable to make a sound for a long time. It wasn't until the next scene where the two women were cursing at each other in the room, crying and mocking each other for being useless, that they woke up with a start. Director, on Wei Ming's square face, there was only a bitter smile. The director's move was too ruthless. It was too stimulating. He glanced at Lu Qing and found that this brother was still in a state of shock. He couldn't help but pat him helplessly. How is it? Director Qi sat down and pointed at the screen. This one, and this one. These two women, from their eyes to their expressions, are all acting. You've outlined the image of a helpless, frustrated woman who is caught in desperation so easily. As he spoke, he seemed to be recalling the shooting experience just now. He rubbed his chin as if he had not had enough of it. Yu Yaoyao's script fell to the floor and scattered on the page that she had been reading for the longest time today. Because she was removing her makeup, it wasn't convenient for her to pick it up. Wei Ming bent down like a gentleman and helped her pick it up. Here. However, his outstretched hand froze in mid-air. Wei Ming casually glanced down at the script and saw that it was densely packed with notes. He suddenly opened his mouth wide in shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked at Yu Yaoyao's fair and delicate little face that was gradually revealed after removing her makeup. Brother Wei? Yu Yaoyao wanted to take the script, but she realized that Wei Ming's hand didn't loosen at all. He was holding the script tightly. Wei Ming was a little dazed and half awake. After a while, he stretched out his other hand and pointed at the page in his hand. Are you the one who wrote these words? Are these your notes? Yu Yaoyao had acted with him before. At that time, he felt that her gaze towards him was very exquisite, but upon closer inspection, it was a little strange. At that time, she was acting as a little girl who was flattered to death by him. The last scene was in a dream where she threw herself on top of him and asked him why he didn't come to see her. At that moment, Director Li Bo praised her gaze. It was filled with hatred, resentment, unwillingness, and a trace of regret. Her acting was on point throughout the entire process, and that gaze was undoubtedly the highlight of her explosive acting skills, but Wei Ming, as the person being watched, felt as if Yu Yaoyao was treating him as some food that had escaped. It was as if she wanted to eat him up. She was going to crush every bone in his body and eat him up. That trace of savagery was hidden deep in her eyes. It was as if she was ready to make a move, but it didn't come out. Thinking back, Wei Ming still felt a little scared. She was so close to getting a NG that time. In the end, relying on his many years of experience, he forcefully avoided her gaze and did a little trick. It was just right to act out the moment when the emperor retreated with a trace of guilty conscience. Later, when the drama was broadcast, he watched it immediately. As an audience member, he wanted to replay his performance, as well as Yu Yaoyao's sharp gaze. However, judging from the editing on the screen, she had portrayed the resentment of a dying person so well that it was almost impossible to find any mistakes. At that time, Wei Ming thought that he had thought too much during the shoot, but today, when he looked down at the script in his hand again, his hand trembled. What happened? Lu Qingdu curiously moved his sloppy head closer to her. But in the next second, his mouth turned into an O, and he couldn't say anything. Yu Yaoyao was wiping her lipstick with a towel to remove her makeup. She could only look at them blankly in the mirror. I wrote it. Her face was full of wonder. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Wei Ming and Lu Qing both raised their heads and looked at her with an indescribably complicated expression. Of course not, of course it's not right. They looked at the script and did not know how to evaluate it. In fact, Yu Yaoyao's character had a lot of inner drama. She used to be beautiful and young, but after she got married, she became a full-time housewife for 7 years. Slowly, her youth was wasted by the daily necessities of the family and raising a child. Wei Ming didn't expect himself to be a chicken thigh. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Lu Qing was already laughing so hard that he ran to the side and hammered the wall. He didn't like to go on Weibo, but he knew that Wei Ming and Yu Yaoyao had worked together in a palace drama. Wei Ming acted as the emperor, and Yu Yaoyao was a concubine in the palace. Chicken thigh, big chicken thigh. The concubine treated the emperor as a chicken thigh, ha ha ha. Sorry, brother Wei, it's too funny. I can't take it anymore. Oh my god, can you not be so funny? Lu Qing only needed to imagine a little. The concubine fawned over the emperor because she wanted to eat chicken thigh. He burst out laughing at the thought of it and couldn't stop. Kai Wenfeng, who was beside him, reacted slower, but when she understood, she immediately covered her mouth. Her shoulders were shaking uncontrollably, after knowing that she was going to act in this drama. After working with Wei Ming and Yu Yaoyao, she went to watch their drama, The Golden Age Queen. Kai Wenfeng watched Yu Yaoyao's scenes and felt that her acting skills were on point. You guys, laugh all you want. Even I want to laugh. Wei Ming's square face couldn't hold it anymore. He immediately changed his mind and didn't return the script to Yu Yaoyao. He continued to read. This scene was about smoke, and later, her interpretation of every line was bizarre but on point, making the corners of his mouth twitch. Can I take a picture of your script? Wei Ming's mouth twitched. Your way of thinking gave me some inspiration. Lu Qing paused when he heard this. Then he hammered the wall with both hands. Ha ha ha. I want to take a picture too. Kai Wenfeng's shoulders were shaking. She raised her hand weakly and said, Me too. In the end, they all went over to take a look. They realized that Yu Yaoyao's grief was also because of her relationship with her husband, Shinichong. Almost all of the lines were losing one Shinichong or losing two Shinichong. They were full of admiration. Yu Yaoyao didn't think much of it. Hey, don't you guys have a note too? Since you want it, take it. Previously, when she was in the previous production team, she had also taught this kind of association method to the little fresh meats who were stuck. However, the people here were all veterans. Everyone either had to NG at the same time or pass it in one take. She had never thought of teaching them. After she removed her makeup and returned to the hotel to rest, Wei Ming and the other two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Brother Wei, do you mind if I call you Chicken Brother? Qin Jiao took a deep breath and said, Ling Shuang, reflect on yourself. Take a look at what the internet is saying about you and reflect on yourself. Yesterday, when you called me, you didn't tell me that you threw the child's origami on the ground and stepped on it. You were even seen by someone. He called her by her full name. There was a tinge of alienation in his tone that hadn't been there before. Ling Shuang panicked. She hadn't made contact with Shinichong yet. She had to rely on brother Qin Jiao to provide her with all kinds of resources. Although she was confident that she wouldn't lose to Yu Yaoyao in terms of appearance and acting skills, the entertainment industry was very complicated. She couldn't just make her own way. She had to rely on resources and background. Brother, I was wrong. I'll reflect on myself. At that time, I was angry because everyone on the internet was praising Yu Yaoyao, so I lost my temper. But I didn't mean to vent my anger on the child. I can clarify. I'll let the PR team decide how to deal with this matter. Whether you want to clarify or apologize, wait for my notice. The magazine can't be salvaged, but try your best to fight for the role in the film. If it doesn't work, you can retreat behind the scenes for a while. The phone call ended with a bang. Ling Shuang's expression was extremely ugly. Apologize. She was just in a bad mood. She had to apologize? She didn't hit the child, but soon, she clenched her fists. She couldn't lose the role of the second female lead, otherwise, wouldn't she lose everything, move behind the scenes? Then how could she attract Shinichong's attention? But when she lowered her head and saw that the topic had risen to the 8th trending topic, her face turned even paler. What rubbish. Get out of the entertainment industry, okay? I don't want to be a keyboard warrior, but if this teacher's exposure is true, as a mother, I can't stand it. Experience being a teacher? Please get out of the kindergarten. Is this kindergarten toxic? Letting actors be teachers? What are they treating the child as? Test subjects. Can the Education Bureau do anything about it? Don't they need a teaching certificate? Were there all kinds of monsters among the teachers who taught children? Can't you give the child a good environment? There's nothing to say. This kind of thing should be banned. Consumal Purple Light Pavilion. Come and take a look. Are you going to take care of these scumbags? The more Ling Shuang read, the uglier his face became. She hurriedly picked up her phone and called Xianxia. But no one picked up. She was completely flustered. She quickly opened WeChat and sent him voice messages one by one. Brother, don't ignore me. I beg you, brother, save me this time. I really didn't mean it. At that time, you told me that you had no parents or siblings in this world. I was the only one who encouraged you and comforted you all the way. Brother, I need you to help me now. Don't abandon me. I was wrong this time. Tell the principal that this is a misunderstanding. As for that Ms. He, she didn't see it with her own eyes. What she wrote on Weibo is unverifiable. I'll pay. Can she delete her Weibo post and say that it's all a misunderstanding? Ling Shuang was finally afraid. Being a celebrity was much more difficult than she had imagined. A celebrity's every move would be easily exposed to the public. Originally, this Weibo account of old iron art wouldn't cause any waves at all. However, Yu Yaoyao hadn't been on Weibo or posted any information for the past week. As a result, YY fans and Yao Yao's wifey fans could only scrounge up some information about her from other people's Weibo to satisfy their cravings. Especially a few days ago, there were more and more YY fans, and they could dig out some details about Yu Yaoyao from the Weibo of everyone in the cast of 7 years. However, in the past 2 days, the fans realized that the actors in the entire cast weren't doing business. They could only regretfully change their direction. Manager NIE's Weibo was also dug out and closely followed. NIE posted a picture of a high-rise building on Weibo in the morning. Soon, it was dug out by a senior sister in the fan group. This was one of the main bases of the magazine photo shoot. Their De Yao Yao might have gone to shoot a magazine cover. This news quickly spread among the excited fans. Shen Yicheng's confinement of Yu Yaoyao was originally an unintentional marketing tactic, but it had the effect of hunger marketing due to a strange combination of factors. The fans felt that they hadn't seen De Yaoyao's recent photos for a long time, and they were so excited that they screamed. There were even many people who began to guess which magazine it was. There were no more than 10 domestic magazines that had some influence. They used a little elimination method and investigated the official websites one by one, and they really caught some clues. They quickly narrowed down the scope. Beauty, menswear, show. Once they were located, their workload was greatly reduced. Many of Yu Yaoyao's fans were housewives and white-collar women. They either had free time or were smart and had resources. After less than an hour of division of labor, the fan group located Beauty magazine and found the Old Iron Art alternate account. This alternate account also posted a location on Weibo, which was the same location as Yu Yaoyao's manager's post in the morning. Moreover, this alternate account followed the official Weibo of Beauty magazine, and it also followed the Weibo of a few female makeup artists. Usually, it liked to post professional articles about color matching and lighting. This time, the YY fan group found that this old iron art was speaking in a strange tone, and it seemed like it was criticizing De Yaoyao. 5 years ago, Yu Yaoyao was a trainee in Guangxin. At that time, Weibo was already popular, and fans easily found NIE's work Weibo. She did shoot a cover in the middle of Beauty magazine. Although the fans felt that it was a pity that they didn't get to see the photos of the final product in the magazine, they soon realized that this old fan art was scolding their big Yaoyao. In an instant, the YY fans and Yaoyao's wifey fans who sided with their loved ones were furious. Old Iron, if you have the ability, use your main account. You are really brave. What do you mean? 5 years ago, people iron art? Can you guarantee that you work perfectly every day and never make any mistakes? Why are you jealous? Others are improving too fast, and you have to call them teacher. Do you feel that you are useless, and your anger turns into shame? You also said that she is an intern, and you blame a trainee for ruining the page? Why don't you blame your entire team for being useless? Taking photos, makeup artists, stylists, background decorations, and even lighting, including the guidance of the photographer, everything is very important. What do you mean by blaming the final failure on a newbie? From a trainee to a teacher in 5 years. What about you? Aren't you still in the same place? Yo, congratulations, you have no growth at all. You only have a glib tongue and an alternate account. What right do you have to force her? What hope do you have for her to wake up? Wake up your sister. In an instant, many people with bad tempers in the fan group rushed out to scold this alternate account. However, they did not mention Yu Yaoyao's name. In the eyes of the outside netizens, they looked like they saw injustice and were irresponsible, casually scolding. In the Cruel and Cold Steel City series, Yu Yaoyao's gaze was fierce, and there was even a sense of loneliness and emptiness in it. The reflector shone on her cheekbones, which weren't particularly high, but it accentuated her exquisite and beautiful little face. Her eyes were unusually tense, and there was a strong sense of story. She even had a sense of space and time travel. All of these were clearly conveyed from her. Is that so? Yu Yaoyao asked modestly. Do my gaze need to be fiercer? Or do I look down on mortals more? Hui Wei was suddenly speechless. He couldn't help but want to reach out and cover the side of his face. He only felt that his face had been slapped so hard that it hurt. A second ago, he felt that this scene didn't invite the supermodel in his heart, so he was extremely unhappy. His first impression of Yu Yaoyao was the strongest, and he didn't approve of her. He even went on Weibo and secretly dissed her. He even quarreled with someone who seemed to be her fan. He had typed a lot of words just to say that she wasn't good enough, but now, those words had become a big joke full of mockery towards him. She had changed, she was completely different from 5 years ago. She had become more expressive and had a personality, but Hui Wei gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Be fiercer. Be fiercer. That's not enough. Fiercer? Struggle? I know." Yu Yaoyao tilted her head. She was confused for a while before nodding. Soon, she retreated and leaned against the metal fence. She casually placed one hand on the metal fence and tilted her little face up 45 degrees. Hui Wei's eyes lit up instantly, and his mind went blank. He forgot about the pain in his face and excitedly pressed the shutter button. Right, damn, what's right? Was he an idiot? Hui Wei's expression changed. He held the camera and almost shouted at her. No, you have to struggle. Show me your struggle. If you want to break out of the cage, use all your strength. Show me your strength. Struggle to break out of the cage? Yu Yaoyao's eyes lit up. She was the best at this, she didn't even need to think about it. She raised her leg and ferociously kicked over the old chemical barrel in front of her. When it was about to roll away, she stepped on it in a cool manner. She raised her chin and looked at the camera with cold and distant eyes. She was shouting unruly in her heart. She used to look at the breeder when he came to her nest every day. She wanted to get out, she wanted to control him and escape out of this cage. She was in the mood almost instantly. Hui Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. The photographer's subconscious made his hand click the shutter nonstop. It was as if he was addicted to it. Almost unconsciously, he kept zooming in and out of focus. Qin Jiao suddenly thought of an impossible, extremely melodramatic possibility that was even more exaggerated than the television dramas he acted in, but he desperately took a deep breath and told himself that it was impossible. How could there be such a freak combination of factors in this world? He had been corresponding with Ling Shuang all this time. How could he have gotten the wrong person? It was the biggest mistake in the world. Brother Ran, I'm sorry. The lights in the main dressing room upstairs are broken today. Please follow me to the big private room on the left. I'm really sorry about the last-minute change. The assistant in the studio suddenly ran over and bowed to apologize. Chen Jiao frowned. He was still immersed in his own thoughts. But when he heard the assistant say that the room was changed, he couldn't help but frown. That year, after he had corresponded with that girl once, he heard that she had gone to a boarding school. But the second time, the other party's letter was a week late. When the letter arrived, not only did she change her address, but her handwriting also became crooked. At that time, she said that she had fallen down the stairs and hurt her right hand while on duty. She also said that she had just moved to a new house over the weekend. So she could only write to him slowly with her left hand. She also asked him not to get the wrong address in the future. He had never doubted it at that time. After that, she would repeatedly mention the first time they met in her letters. Everything she said was exactly the same. After 2 to 3 months, her handwriting slowly became normal, but it was not the same as before. But at that time, she had just entered middle school and was still young. She was still practicing calligraphy, so her handwriting slowly became more mature. He had never thought that there was anything wrong with it. But now, Xianxia felt that something was not right. Could it be that Ling Xuan had been acting strangely recently? But he shook his head. He felt that his idea was ridiculous. It must be that she was under too much pressure recently, and Ling Xuan had disappointed her. You, Mrs. Shen. Qin Zhao suppressed his chaotic thoughts and walked up to greet Yu Yaoyao, who had tried to avoid him earlier. He forced a smile at her. Yes? Brother Qin Zhao? When Yu Yaoyao heard his voice, she lifted her head from her soft, fragrant and adorable Bun's shoulders. The moment Qin Zhao met her dark eyes, he became nervous. But there was a hint of disappointment on his handsome face. Did she really not see him when she walked over? He had always been called the walking spotlight by his fans. He was one of the top 10 most charming male artists. But she didn't even notice it. But very quickly, his eyes were burned. Brother, that little girl called him brother when they first met. But Qin Zhao's face quickly stiffened. The YY fans who had been paying attention online and even continuously scolding this old iron art did not expect such a godly turn of events so quickly. The speed at which this alternate account changed style was really too fast. A scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Connecting the dots, wasn't it saying that the trainee from 5 years ago had made a comeback by taking a magazine photo? The fans quickly reacted and were all excited. They started to flood the comments. Oh my god, old iron, you kneeled too quickly. I originally wanted to come over and scold people, but... Old iron, your kneeling posture, fine, I forgive you. I'll spare your dog life. But hurry up and tell me, is the photo you took of my sister? Let's exchange a secret signal. Upstairs, with this speed of face slapping, it's my big hubby. There's no running away. Hee, I won't say anything else. I'll sit and wait for the magazine cover. I'll sit and wait for my sister's studio to release the photos. Does your face hurt? Heh. The YY fans were originally very conflicted. They did not want to pay this guy who scolded them and help this unscrupulous magazine staff increase sales. But now, the fans' hearts were settled. They did not hesitate to support Yu Yaoyao. They could not wait for the magazine to be released immediately. I'm looking forward to my sister's face-slapping work. Hee, I saw De Yaoyao's fragrant scene again. I have to buy a copy to support her. I wonder how my sister's face-slapping posture is this time. Isn't it beautiful beyond the heavens? Just as Yu Yaoyao's fans were celebrating, the official Weibo of Beauty magazine also released her refined photos. There were a total of 2 photos. One was standing in a cold steel city. She was like a trapped beast that wanted to break out of its cage. The other was a pure fairy like a deer in the forest. She was hiding behind a tree and was discovered by people, revealing only half of her exquisite side profile. Soon, this content was forwarded by many fashion celebrities and photographers. These experts who were usually very arrogant also praised Yu Yaoyao in fancy ways. Barbara Fashion V, she is the most spiritual light darling. Just by standing there, she seemed to be still, but every part of her body seemed to make me feel like a story with the flow of time, making me feel the charm and tension of her personality. Late night teacher Bao V, her face is so beautiful that I feel like I'm suffocating. The camera zoomed in on the details of her face, but the contours of her face were clear, the lines were strong, and there was not a trace of excess fat. When the light and shadow shone on her, she moved with the light, and every subtle expression made me reminisce endlessly. Collison V, a person has 1,000 faces, and each face is different. Mr. D, fashion isn't something that everyone can master, but obviously, she can. This pile of praise almost made the YY fans cry out in satisfaction. Even this wave of very pleasant flattery left them with no room to praise. Yu Yaoyao's fans could only continue to pile up comments, asking when the magazine would be on sale, or liking the Weibo posts that praised Yu Yaoyao. They were extremely busy. And Yu Yaoyao, who they were looking forward to seeing, was still not on Weibo. Only. Yu Yaoyao's agent sent a message of thanks to the staff in the studio today. Although everyone wanted more, they could still take 2 photos to satisfy their cravings. And the owner of the site account, Hu Yiwei, also personally apologized to Yu Yaoyao after the studio was over. Miss Yu, I'm sorry. I apologize for looking down on you and being dissatisfied with you earlier. I was self-righteous and conceited. I thought you were still at the level you were 5 years ago, so I didn't respect you in all kinds of ways and even slandered you. I'm really sorry. He even deleted his side account on Weibo with a red face. Qin Jiao's eyelids were twitching all the way. Even when he received a call from Ling Shuang, he was so upset that he did not pick it up. When they arrived at an old alley in the suburbs, he put on a mask and spectacles, pulled up the hood of his sweater, and quickly got out of the car and walked into the noodle shop. As soon as he walked in, he saw Xianxia sitting in the corner. She did not look as energetic as before. The first time he saw her, although she was not pretty, she had exquisite makeup on and had the vitality of a young girl. She was also dressed in carefully matched fashion brands. But today, even the heavy makeup could not cover up the dark circles under her eyes and her oily skin that was full of pimples. She was only wearing a long black mink coat. It did not fit her well, and the dark color made her skin look even paler. My mom's clothes are a little big for me. Xianxia grinned as if she had noticed the surprise in his eyes. Qin Jiao was stunned. When he saw the news about the mother and daughter sucking Xianxia, he had blacklisted Xianxia from his contact list. He only looked for her today. He did not expect her to look like she had fallen into a quagmire. Don't look at me like that. Just tell me what you want to ask me. Xianxia's voice was cold, and her eyes were like dead ashes. Qin Jiao did not have that much time, and it was impossible for him to help her. The waiter in the shop brought him a glass of water. After thanking him, he spoke. Back then, about your sister. Before he could finish, he heard a sarcastic laugh from the other side of the table. That rough laugh made his scalp go numb, and his heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and saw Xianxia's twisted and somewhat ugly smile on her face. You finally realized? Brother. Jiao. Her tone was extremely sarcastic and cold, but the way she said the word brother was especially gentle. It made his hair stand on end. Qin Jiao's hair stood on end, and his hands on the table clenched into fists. What did she mean? His face under the mask became extremely ugly. But in an instant, he took a deep breath. Although he was panicking, he forced himself to calm down and adjusted his breathing. After all, he was an actor. He adjusted his state in a second or two. With a cold voice, he looked at Xianxia. Why, did you do this? When he asked this question, half of his back was already wet. He did not know what she was hiding, but his instincts told him that it was bad news. Sure enough, in the next second, Xianxia raised her lifeless face and let out a hoarse laugh. Towards the end of her laughter, her entire body trembled and 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks. Why? Yu Yaoyao was so amused by Xianxia's flattery that she couldn't get up from the bed. After returning to the hotel today, Little Bun gave his tablet to Xianxia. He searched for the online school for writing essays and the flattery he found on the internet. He patted his father's shoulder and asked him to learn. Then, Little Bun ignored his father and ran straight into Yu Yaoyao's arms. Daddy, if I don't finish writing, I can't do it in a dark room. He smelled the fragrant scent on his mommy's body and nestled in her embrace, the corners of his pink lips curled up in delight. Little Bun took the opportunity to monopolize his mommy. Meanwhile, Xianxia was chased to a corner of the room. He took a pen and paper and wrote a flattery essay. It was his first time writing something like this. As he listened to the mother and son laughing, he looked at the flattery his son found for him on the internet. I didn't believe it before, but now I know that a person's existence can really be like a fairy, protecting me every day. The world is not worth it, but you are. I love you. A 40-degree day can't melt me, but now I'm melting in your smile. I'm sorry, Mommy, I'm in love. Xianxia was speechless. His son was only 5 years old. What was he reading? After dilly-dallying for half an hour, Xianxia threw away the tablet, rolled up his sleeves, and wrote an original rainbow fart love letter with much difficulty. Although he was a little embarrassed and his ears turned red, some of the words were sincere. Unexpectedly, Yu Yaoyao took one look at it and burst out laughing. After a few glances, she laughed and rolled around on the bed. In the end, her calf cramped. The little bun's thought made his shameful love letter even more yellow. Xianxia clenched his jaw and reached out to take away the embarrassing flattery in his son's hand. Don't. Hubby, don't take it away. Yu Yaoyao hugged her stomach, which was hurting from laughing, and reached out with difficulty to grab his arm. I want to keep it as a souvenir. Make a picture frame and hang it up. Xianxia looked a little better. This way, I can laugh for the rest of my life, ha ha ha. Although little Baozi didn't know what was going on, he followed Yu Yaoyao's example and hugged his stomach as he giggled. The family of three messed around for half a day and finally stopped when it was time for dinner. But Yu Yaoyao was holding her bowl of rice. She was happily admiring the love letter Xianxia gave her. Looking at the incomparably strong handwriting, she suddenly raised her head and blinked her watery eyes. Her little face was in a trance. Love letters. As soon as she calmed down and held the letter, the memories of this body from long ago surfaced. Oh my god. After Yu Yaoyao wrapped up filming for 7 years, Beauty magazine with her on the cover was released and sold. The sales were unexpectedly good. Not only did this issue have her on the cover, but it also had a theme that took up 3 pages. There was also a big poster of Xianxia in the middle page. Many YY fans and Xianxia fans had already bought it with their wallets. The magazine had a picture of her cold, unyielding, and indifferent ruins on the cover, and there were pictures of her as a forest elf on the inside. Even though the YY fans had already seen the photos on the internet in advance, they were still shocked when they saw the real thing in the magazine. I'm drooling. Help. I can really look at those long legs all day. My sister's eyes are really A-rated. Angel and demon, my sister's style has changed so much, but she can still control them both. Her eyes are as pure as a deer's. My sister looks so fairy-like in green clothes. I'm dead. I'm dead because of my sister's unruliness. So cool and handsome. In the same magazine, when they flipped to the other female artists and even Xianxiao's poster page, they felt that it was not enough. Yu Yaoyao simply killed everyone in seconds. All of a sudden, #Yaoyao's husband was the first trending topic. Xianxia really had a headache. He had underestimated his little wife's ability. Originally, he thought that if Yu Yaoyao obediently stopped posting shocking words and deeds on Weibo and interacted with her fans, her Yaoyao's husband persona would slowly fade away, and the attention and hot topics that focused on her would cool down. But obviously, he had miscalculated. The more she tried to hide it, the more she shone. A magazine photo even surpassed the hot search ranking of a male star having an affair. Xianxia could only accept reality helplessly. His little wife did not need him to buy any traffic at all, nor did she need to plan any marketing. She could become the queen of traffic step by step. She was born with this ability to attract people's attention. Xianxia wanted to turn her back into a gentle woman, and even make her into an acquaintance. However, the effect was obviously not great, and he also suffered a defeat like Waterloo. A group of female fans called him hubby and said that they wanted to lie in the arms of his poster, which made him speechless. What made her even more conflicted was that 3 days later, the urban drama Regretless Youth, which she won as the prize for winning the stage competition, finally changed the script to one about chefs according to the request of Xianxia, the sponsor, and brought the script over. Xianxia frowned as soon as she read the document. A delinquent girl setting. In the early stage, he drank, smoked, got tattoos, and cursed. In the middle of his life, he was moved by delicious food and became the disciple of a chef from a century-old restaurant that was about to close down. He embarked on the path of honing his culinary skills and becoming stronger when he met someone stronger. In the end, she even fell in love with a CEO who was picky and had misophobia. Xianxia couldn't comment on this script. He was the one who had requested that it be made into a gourmet theme. At that time, he had even given the inspirational and struggling youth theme. Ling Shuang was still trembling when she got back to the minivan. She could barely speak. The role she had been preparing for 2 months was gone. The role she had worked so hard as a preschool teacher and worked so hard to get a certificate was gone. Like a fool, she had dressed like she was attending a banquet and came to the opening ceremony. In the end, she did not even get a role, she even fell in front of the reporters. Once the photo was posted online, she would lose all her face. Ling Shuang gritted her teeth. Blood was almost coming out of her throat. Just now, the director had come over and asked her hypocritically if she wanted to stay for another supporting role, the middle-aged woman who fell to her death in the river without even showing her face. They didn't even have any lines or faces. They were the lowest level of corpse extras. Ling Shuang was fuming. With trembling hands, she dialed Chen Jiao's number again and again like a madman. Finally, after more than 100 missed calls, a strangely low and hoarse voice was heard from the other side of the phone. Hello? Brother. What happened? My character has been snatched away. Brother, I was pushed by Xiao Huang and fell to the ground. I only said one sentence to her, but she left me behind and ran away on her own. Brother, my name is trending on Weibo now. Ling Shuang's voice was extremely sharp. It was not as gentle and delicate as usual. Moreover, her eyes reddened at the end of her speech. She was angry, anxious, and wronged. Don't worry. On the other side of the phone, Chen Jiao's hoarse, low, and even a little cold voice was heard. Don't worry? Brother, are you kidding me? How can I not worry? My role is gone. Why did it change to Gu Qianqian? Why did I only know about it today? Is someone trying to mess with us? Is it Yu Yao? Ling Shuang. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard from the other side of the phone. Ling Shuang's hand, which was holding the phone, trembled. Brother, are you yelling at me? Her voice was shaking. But in the next second, there was a lot of noise on the other side of the phone, as if something had been thrown to the ground. Chen Jiao's low and hoarse voice returned to normal. The crew is too noisy. I'm busy. Go home. I'll get someone to investigate. Remember, don't cause trouble. You. Yao Yao, don't worry. I'll follow up. Ling Shuang whimpered. She did not notice anything strange. Brother, you must get justice for her. She can't be like this. She's too mean. I just want to play a role and she won't even let me. Enough. How do you know she did it? Chen Jiao growled, as if taking a deep breath. The director is calling me. I'll get my agent to look for you. Yu Yao Yao really felt that the original owner of this body was going to cause her a lot of trouble. The original owner of this body was really pitiful and stupid. She was so weird. There were some things that others had done wrong, but there were also some things that she herself had done wrong. This King Chen Jiao didn't even look at her in the past. Why did she have to get close to him? What brother Jiao? She was already a married person, but her mind was not clear. In the end, all her efforts were in vain. Sigh, now, she even left a bomb for her. Hubby. Damn, Yu Yao Yao felt that her smart brain couldn't think of a suitable reason. Brother Jiao and Chen Jiao were both very good names. Why did she have to repeat the words? Damn, was she afraid that others didn't know that she had a white moonlight in her heart? Was she afraid that her husband didn't know that she was having an affair? Oh my god, Yu Yao Yao immediately handed the phone over to Xianxia. Hubby, in the name of the Jade Emperor, I swear to God that I have never contacted him. It's this guy who sent the message himself. He must be trying to use me to get on the hot search list again. This guy is really bad. The little bun looked at her father and then at her mother. She seemed to have done something bad just now. She immediately stuck out her little tongue and covered her face. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and walked over from the sofa. He leaned over and pressed down the phone in her hand and pushed it back. I won't look at it. Yu Yao Yao looked up and pouted her little mouth. But in the next second, Xianxia pinched her pink cheeks. I know that there is nothing between you and him. You don't have to show it to me. Xianxia said as his calm and deep eyes glanced at her phone screen again. I believe you. His voice was unusually gentle. Hubby Yu Yao Yao instantly felt very touched. She reached out and hugged Xianxia. She kissed him on the cheek loudly. The little bun came to his senses and raised his hand to say, I also believe in mommy. As he spoke, he moved his little face closer to hers. Yu Yaoyao immediately turned her head and kissed him. The little bun immediately squinted his eyes and smiled. Yu Yaoyao finally stared at the message. She wanted to delete the contact, but after thinking, she clicked to change the name. He changed Brother Jiao to Rascal Jiao. Was this Ling Shuang? Yu Yaoyao couldn't recognize him at that moment. He had pulled up his wig and wiped the dust off his face, but she still couldn't recognize him. This half-human, half-ghost guy was actually Ling Shuang? The standard of her makeup is also amazing. Yu Yaoyao touched her chest, feeling a little scared. His face is swollen, his eye bags are out, his lips are broken, and his fingernails are covered in dust. It's too realistic. She had always been very observant. At that moment, although Ling Shuang was struggling with all his might, trying to escape from the strong man's outstretched hand, and his face was turned away, she still saw through his dejected face. This is comparable to disfigurement. Yu Yaoyao summed it up brilliantly. When Ling Shuang heard this, she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Yaoyao, don't be so smug. Let me tell you, even if you steal my role, I won't admit defeat to you. When my brother Qin Jiao leaves the set, he will stand up for me. When that time comes, he will definitely expose all these disgusting things about you. Ling Shuang screamed crazily, but because of a moment of carelessness, the strong man quickly grabbed her hand and dragged her away from the ground. He didn't show any mercy to her. Meanwhile, Yu Yaoyao was stunned. What? I stole your role? A beggar? Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't want it. Ling Shuang turned around angrily and glared at her. Before she could finish her sentence, the strong man had already covered her mouth and dragged her back to the set. It was such a coincidence that the two sets were very close to each other. Out of curiosity, Yu Yaoyao followed them to take a look. She saw Ling Shuang being thrown in front of the camera and being kicked by a bunch of sloppy playboys. Halfway through the kicking, the director shouted for a cut. It's exposed. Let's do it again. Yu Yaoyao opened her mouth. In a short while, the director had already cut at least 5 or 6 times. Didn't you eat your fill? Move more. Did you drink too much and come out to vent your anger? Again. The angle is not good. The one on the ground didn't even raise his head. Again. Yu Yaoyao blinked and grimaced. It looked so painful. Miss you? Not long after, an amiable woman with short hair walked over. Hi, my artist didn't know any better and talked back to you. Xiaoyao, why would Qin Jiao call you Yaoyao that way? Brother, Ling Shuang felt a chill run down her spine. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through her mind. The moment it flashed through her mind, all the pores on her body shrank, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Her limbs went limp. Did he find out the truth? Impossible. Xiaoyao? Where are you? I'm coming over to meet you now. Qin Jiao said anxiously when he didn't get a response. Ling Shuang trembled all over. She couldn't take it anymore. However, Yu Yaoyao kept a straight face and put away the phone in front of Ling Shuang. She frowned and glanced at the screen. Xiaoyao? Comrade Qin Jiao, we're not close. Please don't call me by my nickname. This unruly person was going to smear her name again. How could he call her so affectionately in front of so many people? I'm sorry for being rude. I wanted to talk to you about our childhood in detail. I know you lost your memory, so I wanted to tell you. Qin Jiao hurriedly apologized, afraid that she would hang up the phone. However, Ling Shuang's face was already drained of color. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. Yu Yaoyao pursed her lips. I don't want to recall the past now, but I have a big problem here. I need you to come over and solve it. Where are you? I'll be right there. Yu Yaoyao immediately gave Qin Jiao the address. After saying that, she didn't care about anything else and hung up the phone. She lowered her head and looked at Ling Shuang, who was lying on the ground with a miserable expression on his face. Did you hear that? Your big brother Qin Jiao didn't turn off his phone and can't be contacted. As she said that, she covered her red lips with her hand. He didn't blacklist you, did he? I heard that once you blacklist him, you won't be able to receive all your calls and texts. Ling Shuang's hands, which were lying on the ground, were trembling. His lips were trembling, and he couldn't utter a single word. Filming? Joining the crew? He doesn't seem to be busy at all. He'll be here soon to pick you up. Don't bother me. I'll call him over to help you solve all your problems. Yu Yaoyao narrowed her eyes and smiled. Xianxia asked Nie to find a cafe and booked a suite on the second floor. His wife's legs would get sore and tired after standing for a long time. Her skin would darken after being exposed to the sun for a long time. She would feel thirsty and hungry after talking for a long time. He had directly solved all these problems. When Xinjiao arrived at the new address, he immediately saw Yu Yaoyao sitting on the swing on the second floor of the cafe. She was enjoying a glass of iced fruit juice like a little fairy. There was even a pile of small cakes in front of her. Next to her sat Xianxia, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes. He was peeling small walnuts by hand. After peeling them, he placed them on a small plate in front of her. Xinjiao's peach blossom-shaped eyes twitched. Boss Shen, this is a private matter between me and Miss Yu. Xianxia's dark eyes were sharp. The person sitting here is not Miss Yu, but Mrs. Shen. Xinjiao clenched his fists on the table and gritted his teeth. Even if she's Mrs. Shen, she should have her freedom. I'm discussing what happened in the past with her. Are you going to deprive me of my right as her husband, Boss Shen? Xianxiang didn't back down and wiped his hands. I respect my wife, but she doesn't want to see you. I called you here today to ask you to bring that troublesome woman back. Now, please go to the first floor and solve the problem caused by you. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Xinjiao's peach blossom-shaped eyes. He stared unblinkingly at Yu Yaoyao beside him. Xiaoyao, listen to me. It's okay if you don't remember me now. I can find the handwritten letters I kept for you. You used to call me Big Brother. You can call me that now. At that time, we didn't exchange our real names, so, Yu Yaoyao threw the last walnut that hadn't been destroyed by Ling Shuang's saliva into her mouth. She took a bite and stretched out her hand. Stop. My husband is right. I didn't call you here today to reminisce about the past. I already said that on the phone. Xinjiao's face stiffened. A trace of pain flashed across his peach blossom-shaped eyes. In the past, we really depended on each other. You said that I was the only one to talk to you, and I only had you. Yu Yaoyao took a sip of fruit juice and let out a satisfied sigh. Hearing this, she raised her eyebrows. Depended on each other? Only each other. How could you mistake me for someone else? Your words are very strange. She didn't want to be long-winded with Xinjiao at first. But now he was so righteous, as if he wanted to continue their relationship. If she didn't do so, it would be as if she abandoned their previous relationship. That was really strange. She felt it wasn't worth it for the original host and couldn't listen to it anymore. You just lack someone to talk to. As for what this person is like, what their character is like, what their views are, and even what their personality and hobbies are, you obviously don't care about them. You never knew who they were. Yu Yaoyao's words exposed the fact that he was clinging on to his memories. What you miss isn't the girl herself. You just miss having someone by your side who cares about you. Even if you fail, she still encourages you and says that you're great. As for whether she's called you Yaoyao, Ling Shuang, or something else, you don't really care. Xinjiao's face instantly turned pale. It's not like that. Of course not. I've always liked you. I liked you at first sight when I was young. I remember every word you said. Yu Yaoyao shrugged. If you really like her, you won't get the wrong person. Even if it's the two little snakes at home, I'll never get it wrong. Even if it's the birds in the zoo, I'll never get it wrong. Her words were like a blow to Xinjiao's head. He had noticed a few abnormalities, but he just laughed it off and ignored it all year round. Yu Yaoyao reached out and tapped her chin. I think, the big trouble downstairs is fundamentally different from the previous me. As a reader, even if she hurriedly read the whole book, she could still tell that their personalities and views were completely different. How could he not know? The original host's personality was actually very kind, but she was very weak and easily swayed. And Ling Shuang was obviously very daring. He did evil and had no moral bottom line. The moment the car door opened, Little Bun, who was sitting in the back seat, opened his arms and reached out anxiously towards Yu Yaoyao. "Mommy, mommy, come to me quickly. I'll protect you." The little fellow pouted seriously and hugged her upper body tightly, refusing to let go. After Yu Yaoyao got into the car, little Bun crawled between her and Shinichong with his buttocks sticking out. He crouched on the ground and straightened his back, knocking Shinichong into the window seat. He stretched out his fair and chubby little hand and drew a long 38th parallel in the air. "Daddy is a devil. Don't come near me. Mommy will be scared." The corners of Shinichong's mouth twitched. He reached out and smacked little Bun's buttocks. "Sit tight. Don't make a fuss in the car." He gestured for the chauffeur to drive. Very soon, little Bun, who was tightly clamped down by Shinichong and unable to move, pouted unhappily. Little Bun did not surrender. He tried to move his caterpillar-like body and moved closer to Yu Yaoyao's ear. "Mommy, how did Daddy bully you just now? Tell me." As little Bun spoke, he glanced at his father with disdain. "Let a man solve his own problems. Mommy, don't be afraid." He looked as if he was going to search online for his father. Yu Yaoyao burst out laughing. She turned around and hugged her son, kissing his little cheek. "Thank you, baby. Mommy just met a little beauty." "She called your daddy brother Shen. Mommy asked you what's going on." "Huh?" When little Bun heard this, he tilted his little head and looked confused. "Daddy has a younger sister? Why didn't I know? I don't know her." Shinichong touched his nose and said, "I don't even know her. It has nothing to do with me." Little Bun tilted his head in confusion. "Daddy, why did that girl call you brother? How can you have a sister so casually?" He didn't know what was behind these titles of adults. He only knew that he didn't have a single younger brother or sister that he had longed for. How could his father have a younger sister when he didn't do anything and just went out for a trip? The gap between them was simply too great. Shenrui and Steamed Bun instantly wrinkled their little faces. He immediately turned around and grabbed Shinichong's sleeve. "Did Grandma give birth to a sister for Dad? When? Just now?" Shinichong's face instantly darkened. His son's imagination had already broken through the sky. Not to mention that his grandmother had lost contact with the family a long time ago. Even if she did, it was impossible at her age. "There's no such thing. Shenrui, don't make wild guesses and jump to conclusions." The key was that this little thing could still talk nonsense with a straight face. If outsiders didn't know, they might even believe it. When Yu Yaoyao was at home, she saw the trending topic about Ling Xuan becoming fat. She clicked on it and saw that the reporter had taken a photo of Ling Xuan's round face and thick shoulders. Her face was covered in dirt. Yu Yaoyao was stunned. How long had it been? How did she become so fat? The netizens in the comment section expressed Yu Yaoyao's thoughts. "This sister can't figure it out. Is she overeating? I knew she wasn't a good person, but I didn't expect her to be so ugly. Haha, did the fans who defended her in the past stop being her fans this time? This photo really scared me. This beautiful celebrity is fatter than me. No wonder the production crew rejected her. Even if she were to be my girlfriend, I wouldn't want her. Bad character. She's fat and ugly. Haha." Yu Yaoyao opened her mouth and couldn't help but show it to Shinichong. "Honey, she's become a living person." This was even more impressive than the melodramatic plots in novels. Ling Xuan's scheme had been exposed, and she had suffered such a huge blow. How much food had she eaten? How could a human become so fat in just 10 days? But halfway through her thoughts, her expression changed. Her rosy little face turned pale. Shinichong had already skimmed through the trending topic. When he saw the words Ling Xuan, his face darkened. Just because this person had called him Big Brother for no reason, he had been annoyed by his son and wife and had to write a 400-word self-reflection essay. Originally, he had only said one sentence to get Ling Xuan banned. Later, after he had written the self-reflection essay, he had spoken to a few directors and investors to cut out all her previous roles in the movie. He had even warned Xianxia to disappear from this city and not let him see her again. "I don't care what she becomes." Shinichong returned the phone to Yu Yaoyao. He didn't want to look at it anymore. But when he turned around and saw her tearful expression, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's wrong? Don't you hate her? He had thought that Yu Yaoyao would be happy. But Yu Yaoyao nodded her head pitifully and then quickly shook her head. She tugged at Xianxia's sleeves with her small hands and glanced at him with a somewhat fearful and slightly red face. Honey, I'm sorry. Her soft voice could be heard. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. I didn't listen to you and ate too much. Xianxia, who had intended to stay in the car, immediately frowned and carried the little bun out of the car. The family of three, a handsome man and a beautiful woman with a cute baby, immediately attracted a lot of attention when they arrived on set. Qin Jiao, who was tall and slender, was talking to her assistant. She instantly sensed that someone was coming and turned around. His pair of peach blossom eyes, which shone under the sunlight, immediately dimmed when he saw Yu Yaoyao holding Xianxia's arm affectionately. Miss Yu, Boss Shen, you're here. Director Zhu Junfei hurriedly greeted them warmly. After he finished speaking, he waved in Qin Jiao's direction. Brother Qin Jiao, you guys know each other well, right? His sister is a fan of the screenwriter, so he asked me to arrange a temporary role for him. In addition, he'll ask the screenwriter for an autograph later, ha ha ha. He's also a crazy fan of his sister. Director Zhu Junfei explained to Yu Yaoyao with a smile, but after he finished speaking, he realized that the atmosphere on set was not very good. Xianxiang had also come to visit a few times before, but he had quietly watched his wife film in a corner. He had never put on the airs of an investor in the crew, so his presence was very low. If someone went to greet him, he would be polite and smile warmly on his seemingly cold face, so that people would not feel alienated. But today, Zhu Junfei realized that halfway through his sentence, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. He turned his head and realized that Xianxiang's dark eyes were cold and oppressive. It was as if the atmosphere had suddenly dropped. As for Yu Yaoyao, who was usually cheerful towards everyone, today, her delicate and beautiful face was so awkward that there was no smile on it. Zhu Junfei's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he was in trouble. Brother Qin Jiao will only be an extra with 1 or 2 lines today. After Zhu Junfei said this, he realized that the atmosphere had become even colder. It's over. Previously, when he saw the news of Qin Jiao leaving Guangxin, he also felt that his relationship with Boss Shen had broken down and that they would never work together again. But later, when he saw Xianxiang being interviewed by the reporters, he was not surprised or angry that Qin Jiao would definitely set up her own company. Moreover, this time it was Qin Jiao who came to him personally and asked him to be an extra with lines, to support the screenwriter's work and to support the boss's wife of his former company. Qin Jiao also said that he could act in the movie for free and that he didn't need a single cent. Zhu Junfei thought that he and Xian broke up happily. He was even grateful to his old employer and had a good relationship with them. But now, Zhu Junfei felt that Qin Jiao and Xianxiang were not on good terms. Is the great best actor very free recently? On the other side, Xianxiang, who was carrying the child, looked unhappy. He walked up to Qin Jiao and glared at him coldly. Qin Jiao didn't avoid her either. The dimness in his peach blossom eyes quickly brightened when he saw Yu Yaoyao. Boss Shen is so busy every day that he has time to accompany his wife. Naturally, I have time to help out with my sister's matter. His words made Xianxiang purse his thin lips tightly. Then do you know who is the main investor of this movie? As the investor, he had veto power over the actors. When Zhu Junfei heard this, he was really sweating profusely. He really did not expect that Boss Shen would object. This was only an extra role. As a new director, he was flattered that Qin Jiao had contacted him yesterday. Moreover, there were so few scenes, so he did not inform the investor. Instead, he mentioned it to the screenwriter. This. Yu Yaoyao ended the shoot quickly and handsomely. When she returned to the lounge, she found little Bun sitting on the sofa with a tablet in his hand, watching intently. However, his little but was very far away from Xianxiang. Xianxiang had his head lowered and was looking at the documents expressionlessly. The father and son seemed to be in a conflict. Each of them occupied one side of the sofa, neither disturbing the other nor willing to talk to the other. Sigh. When Yu Yaoyao walked in and saw the scene, she sighed inwardly. Although little Bun was young and was usually affectionate with her, his personality was really like Xianxia's. When he was at loggerheads, his little face was so serious that he looked like a miniature version of Xianxia. He didn't want to get close to strangers. Fortunately, when the father and son saw her return, their originally aloof and arrogant faces melted away. "Mommy!" Little Bun looked up. His dark round eyes lit up and he opened his arms to ask for a hug. "You're back?" Xianxiang also raised his handsome face. With a smile on his lips, he reached out to embrace her small waist. Yu Yaoyao stopped in her tracks. Looking at the two pairs of hands reaching out to her at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little troubled. Little Bun looked at her expectantly. Xianxiang also looked at her gently. Then they looked at each other and silently looked away, not looking at each other. Were they in a cold war? Yu Yaoyao touched her nose. Finally, one hand reached out to Little Bun, who couldn't wait to pounce into her arms, and the other hand held Xianxiang's hand. "Are you tired from waiting?" "I'm done. We can go home now." "Mommy, drink juice." The Little Bun held her hand and kicked off the sofa. His chubby little body slid down the sofa and went to grab the strawberry juice he had brought from home. "Drink hot water. Juice lacks fiber and will make you fat." Xianxiang turned around and took the thermos beside him. He personally poured a cup of hot tea. Yu Yaoyao couldn't help but look at the two cups and smile bitterly. The Little Bun pouted again and looked at his father. Their gazes collided in the air. In the end, he retracted his little hand. For the sake of his mommy's health, he lowered his little head and gave in. "Mommy, drink some hot water." Yu Yaoyao was touched and soft-hearted, but she didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the secret competition between the father and son. The confrontation between Xianxiang and Chen Jiao on the set was one thing. When she returned, the father and son were at loggerheads again. What was going on this time? Yu Yaoyao helplessly took a sip of the hot water. Afraid that the father and son would argue again, she quickly stood up and obediently put on her jacket. "Let's go home, Little Bun," and Xianxiang immediately stood up and stuck to her left and right side. Little Baozi wanted to hold her hand, while Xianxiang wanted to hug her shoulder. Yu Yaoyao was speechless. Since the date of the premiere had been confirmed, Yu Yaoyao needed to decide on her outfit. She was no longer the small-time celebrity she used to be. Her role as Xingji in Chaos was very unique and she came from a rich family. She would definitely be the focus of the media. "Sis, I've talked to teacher Gu Qianqian's agent. She should be wearing a Chanel dress. It's more suitable for formal occasions. The main color is also a more solemn light purple with white." Nie went to investigate. The other actresses who will be attending will mainly be in pink and light green. "We can't choose these colors, but we can't choose something too bright either, so as to not steal the limelight from the female lead." Basically, there were many rules in the industry. Not only was seniority important, but the younger generation couldn't steal the limelight from the older generation. Also, if the supporting actress and the female lead didn't have a bad relationship, then theoretically, it was the same principle as bridesmaids couldn't steal the bride's limelight at a wedding. Yu Yaoyao listened and didn't think much of it. "Alright, anything is fine. With my beauty, I don't need to rely on clothes to attract everyone's attention." Nie nodded and showed her a few photos on her phone. "These are some daily clothes sent by Idol. If you think it's okay, they'll provide the relevant brand sponsorship." Yu Yaoyao glanced at it a few times and took a liking to it. It was a low-key but dark design of a small dress. Perhaps it was because of her experience in her previous life, she especially liked these small dresses that revealed her slender legs. This pure black dress from Idol was very suitable for formal occasions. The design was clean and neat, with a tight and meticulous waistline, and the fluffy little wavy skirt stretched all the way to the middle of the model's thighs, perfectly revealing her delicate kneecaps and fair and well-proportioned calves. "Then I'll take this one." Black was very low-key, because many men would wear black jackets and suits to formal occasions. This way, she wouldn't steal the limelight from any other female character. "I'll be modest. After all, no other color can suppress my beauty." Nie wanted to say that it was too low-key. When he heard this, he could only swallow the words that he had yet to say. "Then I'll contact them and have them sent over as soon as possible." Sis, try it on first. Xianxia, who had been listening by the side, was in the living room accompanying the little bun to his online math class. Hearing this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He even turned his head and glanced at his confident little wife. However, at this glance, he saw that she was wearing home clothes today, with a super big pink Peppa print on her chest, and a pair of green cotton pajama pants. The combination of pink and green was very down-to-earth, but her pretty face was full of vitality, rosy like a small apple, and wearing it made her look like a young girl, attracting people's attention. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Indeed, no matter what color it was, there was nothing that was not exquisite and beautiful on her. No matter what, she could attract men's attention. It was good to keep a low profile. Xianxia smiled and retracted her gaze. When she turned her head, she found that her son beside her was also distracted. His round little head poked out from beside his arm and looked at his mommy. Xianxia lowered her head and could see the curiosity on his little face, as well as the hesitant expression on his little face. His little cheeks puffed up, and his dark eyes were shining. After Yu Yaoyao attended the premiere, she became a trending topic on the same night. Dressed in a handsome casual outfit, she didn't steal the limelight of any other actresses, but she stole the limelight of all the male actors, leaving a group of fans laughing their heads off. As the fans licked their screens, they began to worry about the quality of her upcoming jobs. Originally, Yu Yaoyao's fans were very casual, because they realized that no matter what environment De Yaoyao was placed in, she could explode with endless potential. Even if she didn't have the background of being a domineering CEO's wife, she could still make a name for herself, going from being a C-list celebrity to a first-rate celebrity. But now, with the rise of her fame, performance, and professionalism, the fans began to have new requirements. Especially when the promotion of No Regrets of Youth was released, the fans all felt the difference between them and the movie. Compared to the well-produced blockbuster chaos and the three-dimensional and deep character design of Xingji, this girl who seemed to be a school teen drama made the fans feel a little disappointed. Many of them went to watch the show, the original novel. At first glance, they felt even more helpless to criticize the Mary Sue plot, the novice writing, and even the seemingly mediocre and old-fashioned female lead. Baldy. De Yaoyao's manager isn't very good, right? This script is really not good, right? After watching Xingji's performance on the big screen, I really don't want my husband to take on such low-level stuff. The small screen is too much of a waste of my husband's acting skills and beauty. Although this is a prize for stage, no one expected De Yaoyao to improve so quickly. This script is no longer worthy of my sister's height. Where's Boss Shen? I beg Boss Shen to come out and find a good script and role for my De Yaoyao. She's suitable for the high-end route. Silly school dramas are too low class. If there's a good role, I think my sister will definitely win the Best Actress award immediately. I cried after watching Xingji. She's so pitiful and beautiful that the screen almost exploded. Sigh, let's let Xiaohua act in web dramas. Let my husband focus on the big screen. Otherwise, take on more jobs for wife. Compared to cliched web dramas, I still prefer watching my husband's daily life. Skyscrapers were soon piled up on the internet. Yu Yaoyao soon saw everyone's opinions and complaints. This was the first time that her fans had pointed out problems with her work. However, she had always been focused on her work and was very open-minded. She was not so eager for quick success and quick benefits that she had to take on some blockbuster. She didn't discuss it with NIE and directly posted on Weibo. Yu Yaoyao v. Every different character allowed me to experience a different life. I feel very satisfied and satisfied. The female lead of Regretless Youth is very cute, and it's the style I like. Also, with the screenwriter Yu Xiang, we've discussed the plot and character lines many times. Our entire crew is working very hard on this work, and I hope that it can remind everyone of the small joys of reading melodramatic novels in the past. Director Zhu Junfei, the producers, and the female scriptwriter who had just graduated from university were all very grateful that she had personally spoken up for the drama. Soon, they all came out to support her remarks. Xianxia also reposted his wife's Weibo post. Supported. He even personally called the producers to coordinate the broadcast time of this web drama. Originally, it was scheduled to be broadcast 3 months after all the filming was completed, but now, he proposed to broadcast 2 episodes a week, and it would premiere next month. The entire drama would be filmed and edited as it was broadcast. Isn't this too rushed? We haven't even spread our publicity work, and it's not popular enough now. Moreover, several online platforms now have their own dramas. The popular weekend nights and the big booths at the top have all been booked. The producer expressed his concern. Also, can the editing keep up? Also, if the online feedback is not good, Miss Yu will have to bear the pressure and continue filming. In fact, not only Yu Yaoyao, but the male lead, Qiu Desheng, was also likely to be pressured by public opinion. The director, Zhu Junfei, was also likely to be in a state of anxiety. Once the first 2 episodes were broadcasted, there would be a lot of criticism and it would affect the morale of the entire crew. Shinichong had confidence in his wife. It won't go that far. This drama will be a hit. In fact, he went to the filming site every day to watch it. Even if he was a straight man and wasn't interested in melodramatic romance scripts, he was confident that the drama would turn out well after seeing how serious Xu Yaoyao was acting and how she interacted with Qiu Desheng. Chaos's box office data for the first 2 weeks of release had already been tabulated. The first week's box office hit 120 million yuan, ranking 3rd among the films screened in the same week. As a large-scale historical film, it wasn't as thrilling as an action film, nor was it as hilarious as a romantic comedy. It was more realistic and artistic, so this was already a pretty good result. But when the second week's box office results came out, everyone was a little surprised. Chaos reached 180 million yuan at the box office, beating any other commercial film of the same period and rising to second place that week. The cumulative box office hit 300 million yuan in 2 weeks, and a lot of people were stunned by Yu Yaoyao's big screen debut. A lot of people who weren't her fans before, and even people who didn't watch variety shows and didn't know her well, were now interested in her high-class face with a story behind it. Many film critics praised the magnificent scenes, beautiful images, and tight plot, but also praised Yu Yaoyao. This is the internet celebrity Yu Yaoyao? I'm shocked. I've never paid attention to celebrities, but this time I'm really impressed. She played 3 completely different states of mind, covering the teenage years, womanhood, and death. Exquisite acting skills. Why, what a pleasant surprise. I'm looking forward to more works. Following these positive comments online, just as the big boss of Guangxin's commerce department said, Yu Yaoyao's commercial value was constantly increasing. Just the daily endorsements, sponsorships, and even the company's annual party invitations were enough to make the little sister of the commerce department tired of answering the phone. Not to mention, NIE received all kinds of invitations for scripts and variety shows. Yu Yaoyao was starved for a while, so when she saw the big screen this time, her popularity suddenly increased. But I think this is just a premature consumption of her popularity in the future. It's impossible for the next big screen production or small screen TV production to be as explosive as Glory Age Empress or Chaos this time. Inside an Audi car in the parking lot, a middle-aged balding man in a suit was talking on the phone. As he spoke, a trace of jealousy flashed across his eyes. Throughout the conversation, he was very alert and kept an eye out to see if anyone was passing by. CEO Su Hong, are you telling me not to invest in her? The magnetic voice on the other end of the phone belonged to none other than best actor Chen Jiao. But soon, Chen Jiao chuckled. I think you must have misunderstood something. Even if you didn't say anything, I wouldn't invest in her. Boss Shen wouldn't allow me to take a piece of his cake. So, you don't have to worry about that. I just want to hear what other interesting projects you guys talked about today. For example, other valuable items with potential that Boss Shen wants you to follow up on? Chen Jiao's voice was quite bewitching. As soon as he said this, Su Hong's face in the driver's seat twitched. Yes, of course. Yu Yaoyao's value will be hollowed out one day. After the public is tired of her beauty, they will prefer the fresh and pure style. The beautiful girl style that has been popular in the past will definitely become a new force to be reckoned with due to aesthetic reincarnation. As soon as he said that, Chen Jiao took a deep breath. Jade Maiden now. Could it be? Su Hong didn't say it directly. Brother San, we are now, Chen Jiao chuckled. Of course, we are old friends on the same boat. I also invested in city-toppling beauty with you before, and this time, I added another 10 million. When there is a return, I will definitely remember you as a friend and won't forget your benefits. As usual, if there is a profit, we will get 1%, but you have to invest with me. Okay, then I'll be direct. Su Hong's eyes lit up, and the dejection from being scolded at every investment meeting was swept away. At today's meeting, we discussed a total of 20 scripts. Among them, there are 2 works by Gu Qianxian, the female lead of Chaos, which did well this time. There are also 3 web dramas adapted from online novels. The themes are Oriental fantasy, romance, and emergency doctor. We will follow up on the other 10 or so and decide whether to invest next week. Gu Qianxian? The next day, Shinicheng realized that his little wife was acting a little strange. He reached home at 3 in the morning last night. He was afraid that he would disturb Yu Yaoyao's sleep, so he went to the guest room to sleep for 2 to 3 hours. But this morning, he found that Yu Yaoyao and Ren Sidong were together. They were constantly nagging and looking at him strangely from time to time. During breakfast, they looked at him at least 4 or 5 times as they talked. When there were outsiders around, Shinicheng's emotions were more restrained. He also supported Yu Yaoyao's decision to make friends. After all, she might have to take a break from filming for more than a month or 2. He couldn't stay at home with her every day. So he didn't interrupt their whispered discussion the whole time. He completely fulfilled his duty as a stay-at-home father. He took care of his son, Shenrue, and the 2 children that Ren Sidong brought over and helped them finish their breakfast obediently. He even helped them wipe their little mouths and hands clean. After he settled the children, he was about to go to the 2nd floor to change into his work suit when he was stopped. Boss Shen, help my daughter and son change out of their clothes. Thank you. Ren Sidong was really generous. Okay. Shinicheng's mouth twitched. But anyway, he was the one who changed Shenrue's clothes at home. So it didn't make much of a difference whether it was 1 or 3 children. Thus, like a big duck, he went up to the 2nd floor with the 3 ducklings following behind him. Among them, Ren Sidong's youngest daughter was only 3 years old. Her little legs were very short, and it was very difficult for her to climb the stairs. After climbing 1 step, she looked like she wanted to cry and look for her mother. Ren Sidong didn't move at all. She was obviously the master of a free-range education. However, Shenrue immediately stopped and went over to hold his little sister's hand. Xiaohuahua, don't be afraid. Walk slowly with me. Okay, hold the railing and put your left leg up first. That's it. He pushed her little but hard from behind, and finally helped her move her right leg up. Seeing that the little girl was about to fall flat on her face, Shinicheng hurriedly picked her up. Shinicheng looked at her son and pursed her lips helplessly. You can't push your sister. Her legs are weak, and her hands can't hold on to the railing. If you push her, she won't be able to stand steadily. Shenrue opened his small mouth and hurriedly apologized to the little girl. Shinicheng then carried the well-behaved little girl and held Ren Sidong's eldest son's hand. His son followed behind him and went upstairs. He then looked for the little clothes that Ren Sidong had left on the sofa and gave the sweet-looking little girl a change of clothes. Shenrue had already learned how to put on his own pants. When he saw that brother Ren was wearing a hoodie, he quickly helped him with his bare butt. The 2 boys, who were both 4 or 5 years old, helped each other and finally put on the clothes for kindergarten. When Shinicheng was upstairs, Ren Sidong whispered into Yu Yaoyao's ear. Look at your husband. He likes my daughter quite a lot. He's also very good at taking care of children. I think he can handle 2 or 3 children alone. He's much better than that stinky man at home. Yu Yaoyao also nodded. My husband is quite capable. He's better at taking care of children than I am. Ren Sidong narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment. Let him interact more with my 2 little ones. Don't worry about it today. Let him send the 3 children to kindergarten later. Let him experience the joy of having 2 or 3 little ones at home. When he realizes that having more children isn't so scary, he'll actively cooperate with you to have a 2nd child. When that time comes, he'll be more anxious than you. Yu Yaoyao felt that it made sense. Thinking about it carefully, Xianxia had never taken the initiative to mention having a second child. She had always been the one who had said it. She would go to the hospital for a checkup today. If there were no problems, then he should also go for a checkup. The news about Yu Yaoyao's second child immediately climbed from the top 40 trending searches to the top. The YY fans were overjoyed. I knew it. I just watched the movie where the heating baby appeared for the second time yesterday. When I got home, I dreamed of the heating baby. Oh, is it my big heating baby? Whether it's a boy or a girl, I love you. I've been waiting for this day. You can't say it in 3 months, right? My de Yao Yao, quickly give me a look. If you blink on the right, it's true. If you blink on the left, it's fake. Soon, someone carefully studied the photos and clues of Yu Yaoyao's recent appearances in front of the public. They even zoomed in on Yu Yaoyao's abdomen in various photos and studied it carefully. Many people turned into Detective Conan. Soon, everyone posted their own interpretations. The cool blue pants and loose suit from the premiere of the movie Chaos. Yes, in order to make the baby comfortable and warm, de Yao Yao didn't wear a tight and revealing dress. The silly and sweet female lead's makeup photo for the web drama No Regrets of Youth. The fluffy skirt of the sailor suit just happens to hide the thickening of her waist. The super high food treatment on the set of the movie 7 Years. Boss Shen prepared detailed nutritious meals for de Yao Yao, who was preparing for pregnancy at that time, to nourish her body. In the past 2 months, the frequency of Yao Yao's appearance on Weibo has decreased by 90% compared to before. She has a baby, quit her cell phone, stay away from radiation. Wei Ming and Lu Qing claim to learn from the dedicated Yao Yao. Indeed, she can still persevere in filming when she's pregnant. How dedicated. With this interpretation, everyone believed in the trending searches even more. Many people were still calculating Yu Yaoyao's pregnancy, and it seemed like they had received accurate information one by one. All of this made Yu Yao Yao, who was reading the comments on Weibo and the discussions in her fan group, feel a headache coming on. Moreover, the public opinion on the internet was still slightly affecting her. What made her even more confused was that her friends in her phone's contact list were calling or sending messages. Zhao Xiaoming foolishly sent the word congratulations directly. Qiu Daijian, on the other hand, was quite frightened. He asked her if she could still participate in the recording of No Regrets of Youth. Director Zhu Junfei also sent a message to ask if he should ask the scriptwriter to change the scene of the group of delinquent girls that was supposed to be filmed tomorrow. The people who had worked with Yu Yao Yao before also came to ask for confirmation. From Wei Ming to Qi Hang, from Kai Wenfang to screenwriter Lu to director Zhou Qiong, all of them showed their potential for gossip and came to greet her. After a round of phone calls and text messages to clarify the situation, Yu Yao Yao only felt that her face was about to burn. She looked pleadingly at Xianxia. Hubby, what should I do? I seem to have embarrassed myself again. Most importantly, the photos taken at the hospital yesterday made her feel very conflicted. Because she didn't want to be recognized, she not only covered her face with a big scarf, but also wore one of Xianxia's loose overcoats. When she put it on, the coat reached her ankles, and her chest and waist couldn't be seen. In the end, from the reporters who secretly took the photos to the group of netizens, they all felt that it was the truth. This coat belongs to Boss Shen. I saw him wear it in Wife previously. Is my Yao Yao's stomach that big? She's wearing such a big oversized outfit. Oh my god, is my baby Nuan more than 5 months pregnant? This maternity outfit looks like she's about to give birth, isn't it? The trailer for City Toppling Beauty was released this morning, and the production company had released an advertisement to promote it. Qin Jiao did not pay attention to the details of whether or not there were paid posters. The main investor was Wansheng, and he personally invested 20 million yuan. Early this morning, he received news that Yu Yao Yao was at the filming location, so he could not wait to come and see her. At the same time, he wanted to invite her to act in First Aid. His mind was fully focused on her, and he was very confident about such a huge investment like City Toppling Beauty. Therefore, he did not pay attention to everyone's feedback on the trailer for City Toppling Beauty in the morning. However, just before Yu Yao Yao started filming, the person in charge of Wanqing sent him a message, saying that the situation seemed to be very good. Weren't everyone cheering and looking forward to it? Qin Jiao's voice was a little louder, and he was no longer as calm as before. The assistant stammered, but he could not say anything. However, he passed his phone over to Xianxia to take a look. The internet was practically in an uproar. Xianxia immediately noticed the scolding comments pinned at the top. F*CK, the screenwriter is an idiot. Return my brother Qin to me. He's clearly a gentle young master, but what's with the greasy uncle on the screen? My brother Jean is clearly steady and indifferent, but now he's looking down on everyone and killing everyone. Is this really an adaptation of a novel? Are you sure you didn't rewrite the script? After watching the trailer, I really want to beat this director to death. Idiot director. A fantasy film has turned into a romance film. I'll beat you to death. Are the female lead's clothes and accessories serious? Pink sand sculpture. Is this a Disney fairy tale? What the heck? After watching the trailer, the changes are too drastic. As a fan, I can't accept it. On behalf of myself, I won't watch this trash that ruined the classic in my heart. Qin Zhao felt a chill run down his spine as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He quickly swiped the screen and scrolled through dozens of pages. What he saw were all negative comments and scolding. The city-toppling beauty trailer was a trending topic. There were more than 20,000 comments, but they were all filled with hostility. Qin Zhao even quickly opened his fan group and realized that his movie fans were all in an uproar. He was acting as Gu Jin, which was also one of the main points of criticism online. Many of his movie fans were also fans of the novel. They were all protesting. Some fans even came out to reprimand his agent. Why did he randomly pick up a script and a role without reading the original novel? How could he just randomly pick up a script without knowing the character? There were also hardcore and experienced fans who had high standards for Qin Zhao's acting skills. They even criticized him for being unprofessional. The manager of the fan group even wrote a very long rebuttal. Mr. Zhao, I've always liked your acting skills, but I like your seriousness and rigor even more. But when did you change? Even the word disappointment isn't enough to describe my feelings. As an actor, shouldn't the first thing he should do after receiving a script be to read and study it? If it's an adaptation of a novel, shouldn't he read the original novel and have a deeper understanding of the characters? Today, this remake has failed. The screenwriter is at fault, the director is at fault, but are the actors not at fault? Mr. Zhao, you've really let down this novel and this character. Anyone who has read the novel would never act like this. I never thought that the male god in my heart would be personally destroyed by the Mr. Zhao that I liked. The pain in my heart can't be expressed in words. I'm sorry, I don't want to threaten anyone, nor do I want to scold anyone, but there's really no other way. Mr. Zhao, I've grown up, but you haven't. I'm officially announcing that I'm no longer a fan. Goodbye, Mr. Zhao that I liked for 6 years. These words were quickly echoed by a lot of people. The big goal is to exceed 3 billion views. Shinichong glanced at Yu Yaoyao. The producers had already been convinced by Boss Shen's courage. At this moment, they felt that it was not impossible. The estimated length of the series was 30 episodes, which meant that each episode would have 100 million views. It sounded a little arrogant, but it had only been broadcast for 2 weeks. In the future, with publicity and word of mouth, it might be possible to break this big goal. This result was almost in the top echelon of online dramas. Only 3 billion. Hubby, I thought you would say 6 billion or 10 billion or something like that. Yu Yaoyao counted with her fingers, indicating that this goal was a little low and was not challenging. Shinichong patted her head. I said lower. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you'll be arrogant and let your guard down in the future filming. Hee, hubby, you know me so well. Yu Yaoyao smiled with her eyes narrowed. The producers were speechless. This couple was really confident. But facts spoke louder than words. Yu Yaoyao's online drama had completely exploded. The viewership numbers were spiraling every day. On Weibo and WeChat Moments, everyone was recommending it. Many new viewers were attracted every day. The producers of this online drama did not invest much in publicity. The broadcast time was very rushed, but it really relied on word of mouth to become a big hit. Almost everyone who had been waiting to see her fail in her web series were shocked. Many producers had devoted themselves to researching Regretless Youth, trying to unravel the secret of this show's popularity. Although only 4 episodes had been broadcast, everyone had meticulously analyzed every minute. The final conclusion was that this show was targeted at youth and inspiration. However, the female lead's lines were extremely melodramatic, and she had some love for money and laziness. It was very down-to-earth. Coupled with the female lead's extremely strong physique, it caused a group of audience to watch the show happily, crying and eating candy. Amidst the sweetness, there was a trace of reminiscence of their youth and a trace of a thumping heartbeat. Even some of Yu Yaoyao's scenes in the show were intercepted by everyone and made into various domineering emojis, which became popular on the internet. Yu Yaoyao herself was addicted to reading all kinds of flattery online every day. She had even uploaded a lot of emojis of rich lots of money, which she would send to whoever she chatted with. When she entered the set again, she realized that everyone, from the director to the staff, was in high spirits. It was as if they had won the lottery. "Miss you. Sister Yu. Da Yao Yao." The staff smiled and greeted him. There were all kinds of names. Yu Yaoyao warmly waved to everyone. "Good morning, good morning." Zhu Junfei even dragged a large recliner over to her. It was brand new. "Miss Yu, this is for you. The manufacturer made it especially for you. It's engraved with the words Goddess Yao Yao, long rainbow ratings." The producer was very good at flattering and had done a lot of homework. He knew that she liked to lie down and liked others to admire her beauty. Cater to his liking. As expected, Yu Yaoyao smiled like a flower. "Aya, you're so polite." The trailer for City Toppling Beauty was released this morning, and the producers had released advertisements for it. Qin Jiao didn't pay attention to the details of whether there were fake reviewers or not. The main investor was Wansheng, who had personally invested 20 million yuan. This morning, he had received news that Yu Yaoyao was on set, so he couldn't wait to see her and wanted to invite her to act in First Aid. His thoughts were on her, and he was confident about a huge investment like City Toppling Beauty, so he didn't pay attention to everyone's feedback about the trailer in the morning. However, just before Yu Yaoyao started filming, the person in charge of Wansheng sent him a message saying that the situation looked good. Wasn't there a lot of praise and everyone was looking forward to it? Qin Jiao's voice was a little higher, and he no longer had the calmness from before. The assistant stuttered and couldn't say anything. However, he handed his phone over and showed it to Qin Jiao. The internet was almost exploding. Qin Jiao saw the scolding comments at the top of the page at a glance. F*CK, the screenwriter is stupid. Give me back my brother Qin Mu. He's clearly a gentle prince, but what's with the greasy uncle on the screen? My brother Jean is clearly steady and indifferent, but now he's looking down on everyone and killing everyone in his way. Is this really a novel adaptation? Are you sure you didn't rewrite the script yourself? After watching the trailer, I really want to beat this director to death. Stupid director. A fantasy film turned into a romance film. I'll beat you to death. Are the female leads' clothes and headwear serious? Pink sand sculpture. Is this a Disney fairy tale? What the hell? After watching the trailer, the changes are too big. As a fan, I can't accept it. I'm representing myself. I definitely won't watch this trash that destroys the classic in my heart. When Qin Jiao saw it, he felt cold all over, as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head. He quickly swiped the screen and scrolled through dozens of screens. What he saw were all negative comments and scolding. The hot search for the trailer of City Toppling Beauty had already exceeded 20,000 comments, but all of them were filled with hostility. Even Qin Jiao quickly opened her fan group and found that her fans were all in an uproar. He was playing the role of Gu Jin, and he was also one of the most criticized people online. There were also many fans of the novel, and all of them were protesting. There were even fans who came out to reprimand his manager. Why did he accept the script and role without reading the original novel? Why did he accept the script without knowing the original character? There were also hardcore fans and veteran film fans who had always had high expectations for Qin Jiao's acting skills. They even criticized him for being unprofessional. The administrator of the fan group even wrote a very long refuting paragraph. Jiaoda, I've always liked your acting skills, but I like your seriousness and rigor even more. But when did you change? Even the word disappointed wasn't enough to describe my feelings. As an actor, shouldn't the first thing he or she do after receiving a script be to study it thoroughly? If it was an adaptation of a novel, shouldn't he have read the original to understand the characters? Today, this remake is kneeling. The screenwriter is guilty, the director is guilty, but aren't the actors guilty as well? Xiaoda, you've really let down this novel and this character. Anyone who has read the novel wouldn't act like this. I never thought that the Prince Charming in my heart would be destroyed by the Xiaoda that I like. The pain in my heart can't be expressed in words. I'm sorry, I don't want to threaten anyone or scold anyone, but I really have no choice. Xiaoda, I've grown up, but you haven't. I'm officially announcing that I'm no longer a fan. Goodbye, I like the 6-year Xiaoda. His words were quickly echoed by many of the 11's members. For the last episode of Wife, Zhao Yu wanted to make a heartwarming version that people could reminisce about. Of course, he also knew that every family's situation was different. By combining the different personalities of the couple, they could create different scenes. However, he did not expect that Xianxia would give him a difficult problem and ask them to film at a high-class French restaurant. This heartwarming scene had turned into an online show of wealth: duck liver lollipop 500, creamy blue lobster 1500, black truffle steak 2000, 86-year red wine 12,000. The cameraman, Old Jing, took a picture of the menu in Yu Yaoyao's hand and almost suffocated. Director Zhao sucked in a deep breath as well. The production crew arrived very quickly. This place was very close to their office. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Yu realized that Xianxia had already asked her assistant, Shen Lin, to inform the owner of the restaurant that they would go in directly to film. As long as they did not affect the other customers, there would not be any objections. However, this price still made the entire filming crew sweat. Of course, to the rich, this meal was probably nothing. But soon, Zhao Yu heard Yu Yaoyao's distressed voice. "Hubby, is this steak so expensive?" Yu Yaoyao had seen the world now and was no longer someone who had no concept of money. "The last time little Cece brought me to eat, it was only $300. As soon as she said that, the little bun beside her started counting on her fingers. There was a difference between a 3-digit number and a 4-digit number. Xianxia smiled and said, "It's different. You can try it later. It's not bad." Yu Yaoyao had a lot of money now. The speed of her shopping was not as fast as the speed of her earning money. It could be said that if she were to spend it, she would not be able to finish spending it in a few lifetimes. This was because when she was not filming, she liked to stay at home. Because of her cold-blooded nature, she did not like to go outdoors when it was hot or cold. She liked to stay at home and enjoy the air conditioning. Unless little Cece brought her out. However, she liked to hoard her assets and money. Maybe it was because of her hibernation in the past, she liked to hide her surplus and save it for next time. This 5-digit meal made her feel a little bit of protest. But in the end, she took a bite and it tasted really good. Woo-woo. Heavenly beef, she smacked her lips and could not stop. In the end, she still wanted more. She licked her lower lip and squinted her eyes. It has a rich milky taste, salty and fragrant taste, like fresh mushrooms, but it doesn't. Hubby, the little cells in my mouth are all jumping. Qin Jiao wanted to look for Yu Yaoyao again. Last time, he did it out of selfishness, but this time, he wanted to invite her as an actor. Her sincere and pure acting skills completely moved and attracted him. Compared to other starlets and A-list actresses, Yu Yaoyao had a sense of sincerity that made it impossible for the audience to realize that she was acting. This sincerity made everyone unknowingly immerse themselves in the plot. As a best actor who stood out from many actors, Qin Zhao naturally had a good eye for talent. He wanted to work with her. Watching her performance gave him a sense of excitement that he hadn't felt in a long time. However, when Qin Zhao picked up his phone, he put it down uneasily. He was a little nervous, thinking that Yu Yaoyao would most likely reject him again. However, just as he was hesitating and thinking about what to say, his manager, Guoli, called. "Brother Jiao, you asked me to contact Sister Yao's chauffeur. I just found a chauffeur from the Shen family who recently moved and quit his job. I wanted to get the new chauffeur's contact information from him, but I got a big piece of news." "Big piece of news?" Qin Jiao raised his eyebrows. Yes. The other party seems to think I'm an entertainment reporter and wants 1 million yuan to sell this piece of news to us. Guoli reported the situation. Qin Jiao was stunned. Such a big sum? Is he asking for too much? In the industry, there weren't many pieces of news that were worth 1 million yuan. Unless it was an A-list celebrity or a popular celebrity, or even an established celebrity with a good reputation, there would be big news that could destroy their image or have a far-reaching impact. Otherwise, it would be a loss for the media to buy it for 1 million. Brother Jiao, the other party seems very confident. He said that as long as this piece of news is out, not only will Sister Yao's image be destroyed, but it will also affect Mr. Shin's reputation. If we don't buy it, he'll sell it to someone else. 1 million yuan is an exclusive piece of news, and he'll only sell it to one company. Qin Jiao immediately narrowed his eyes, his mind spinning. It would affect the couple's image and even destroy it. Could it be that Yu Yaoyao really had an affair? He clenched his fists. Tell him that 1 million yuan is fine, but if the news isn't valuable, he can forget about fooling us. Transfer the money to him immediately, then send me the news. Guili immediately did as she was told. Qin Jiao paced around the room, almost unable to sit still. His mood alternated between joy and sadness. If Yu Yaoyao was exposed as having an affair, she would definitely divorce Shinichong and return to being single. But who did she have an affair with? Qin Jiao raised his eyebrows. She had an affair, not only with Xin Yaoyao, but also with another man. The moment he thought about it, he felt a wave of panic in his heart. If that was the case, then he had no choice but to. She wasn't to him. Qin Jiao's thoughts ran wild. He paced back and forth in the living room for more than an hour. Qin Jiao's mouth was full of bitterness. There shouldn't be a problem with the source of this information. Guili had found Shinichong's lawyer's assistant and found the information. Even the contract they had signed had been photographed and sent to his cell phone. So they were still trying to hide it? Qin Jiao was still in a daze when Wanqing's Qianqing called anxiously. How was it? Was it a success? No. Qin Jiao directly told him the final result and skipped the conversation. When Wanqing's Qianqing heard the result, he sighed and said, if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. This is normal. We're fighting with Guangxin in other areas. It would be strange if Shinichong agreed to let his wife act in the movie. Ah Jiao, let's keep a distance from each other. We're like fire and water, so it's better not to get too close. When Qin Jiao heard this, he frowned. Was Wanqing warning him not to get close to Shinichong and Yu Yaoyao? If he couldn't get them to work together, then the two families would officially be at odds with each other. He sounded like he was going to do something big. Qin Jiao agreed helplessly. But when he returned to the study, he saw that the 8.3 rating drama had been given a 1-star rating by a large group of people. Lousy drama. Is it for idiots? The female lead is very bad. Appraisal complete. It's a mess. How did you get such high ratings? It's a long story. Stop fooling around. A female lead who plays truant can have more than 100 million views. How many young girls will she lead astray? This theme can actually pass the review? I strongly suggest you go offline. Qin Jiao looked at the comments and his heart skipped a beat. Was this Wanqing's work? Yu Yaoyao had just refused to act in first aid and refused to be bound to Wanqing's interests. Immediately, there were so many bad reviews. City Toppling Beauty had been wildly criticized before it even started airing. Now, Wanqing had come to take revenge on the popular drama that Shinichong had invested in. If she ruined the reputation of this web drama, not only could she disgust Shinichong, but she could also suppress Yu Yaoyao's recent popularity growth. It was obvious that Wanqing would have to step on Yu Yaoyao's shoulders if they wanted to find a new female lead. Thinking about it this way, Wanqing's actions were understandable. However, Qin Jiao frowned. As an actress, he knew very well that Yu Yaoyao's acting was not a problem. But this theme of a delinquent girl. As actors, what they were most afraid of was public opinion. A single comment could ruin a drama. Sure enough, it didn't take long before he received a lot of thanks for clearing the minds. I haven't watched it yet, but since it's so vicious, I'll leave first, and goodbye, goodbye. A bunch of passers-by were affected by the negative reviews and gave up on the show. Little Yao, I originally wanted to save you. Hardcore fan? Yu Yaoyao opened Weibo with a facial mask on her face. Ah, is this my wife is doing well recently? I remember him. He was the one who helped me last time. He exposed the shameless Meng Xiaohua's true colors and wrote a short essay that left a deep impression on her. She quickly read through the freshly written essay. This style of writing, it was strangely familiar. She felt like she had seen it somewhere before, but it didn't seem like the time with Meng Xiaohua. As she stared at the essay, Nie continued. Sis, the director of I'm a Killer wants to meet you. He wants to arrange a private audition for you. Although this project is funded by Guanxin and we have the final say, the director is worried that you won't be able to portray the ruthlessness of a killer. Therefore, he wants to meet you. If you have any difficulties, he can help you. You can take advantage of the preparation period and do some homework according to his method. Yu Yaoyao raised her eyebrows. Ruthlessness of a killer? She shrugged. Okay, you can arrange it for me, except for the weekends. Weekends were the time for her to spend time with the little bun and play with her husband. There are also many action scenes in this movie. Therefore, the director wants to talk to you about whether you want to use a stunt double or do it yourself. Is it a part of it or all of it? This was definitely the treatment of a sugar daddy. An ordinary female star wouldn't have such a right to speak. Therefore, on that day, I want to mix a few big action scenes with you. Also, you have to get in shape and train some muscles. Nie's last sentence was the main point. I found a gym coach for you and asked him to set up a training program for you. There's also a diet plan for 3 meals. Muscles? Yu Yaoyao was stunned for a moment. When she was choosing the script, she didn't read it carefully. Do I still need this? Sis, you're a killer. Okay, Nie wiped the sweat off her forehead. After calculating the time, the filming of Youth will be completed in a month. It doesn't matter if you grow muscles by then. Besides, you're a chef who knows how to toss a ladle. Even if you grow muscles, it won't be a problem. After hanging up the phone, Yu Yaoyao quickly received the schedule sent by Nie. Meeting with the gym coach, daily fitness, daily food chart, interview with the new director. Oh. Murderous intent was naturally a very important part of a killer's character. Other than being sharp and cold, a killer's gaze also had to have a sharp sense of attack. It made people feel the indifference and murderous intent towards life. Yu Yaoyao was a mother with a child. She looked beautiful and spoiled, and her eyes were watery. When she had just arrived, Liang Yujie had seen her from afar and felt that she was delicate. She had a kind of feminine charm that could soften steel. But this was not what a killer should have. At this moment, Liang Yujie was already thinking that when the time came for the makeup, he must make her facial features less exquisite and beautiful. Have you killed a chicken before? When Liang Yujie asked this question, he did not have much expectation in his heart. As a rich wife, it was obvious that it was impossible for her to kill a chicken herself. There were people at home who helped her. After confirming that she would be the female lead, he also watched some of her shows. Other than the big and small screen works, he also watched her variety shows. He wanted to fully understand her on-screen situation and the possibility of creating a character. He had also watched the cooking episode of Wife. She didn't even know how to scramble eggs, let alone kill a chicken or fish. You know that killers have to have blood on their hands. As Liang Yujie spoke, he frowned a little and was deeply worried. However, just as he was flipping through the script and was about to pick a scene for her to try acting, Lu Yaji, who was beside him, gently nudged his arm. Liang Yujie looked at her. However, Lu Yaji pointed at Yu Yaoyao's seat. Liang Yujie immediately turned his gaze away, but this turn of his gaze almost caused his neck to be choked. When he met Yu Yaoyao's beautiful eyes, Liang Yujie instantly felt goosebumps all over his body. Yu Yaoyao was very beautiful. She was a combination of innocence and charm. She seemed to be able to switch between different styles with ease. However, at this moment, her flawless face was expressionless. Only the corner of her mouth was slightly upturned. It was as if she had been called by Liang Yujie and was interrupted from lowering her head to drink coffee. Her gaze slowly moved up. Liang Yujie instantly felt a chill on his neck. What kind of eyes were this? He couldn't even use words to describe it at this moment. This didn't look like a human's gaze at all. At that moment, he felt as if he was facing a wild beast that could threaten his life. She was looking at him, but it didn't seem like she was looking at him. Instead, it seemed like she was looking at her prey. Xianxia swallowed his saliva. He wanted to speak, but he suddenly couldn't find his voice. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Xiao smiled wickedly and slowly bent her beautiful swan-like neck, making a tilting motion that didn't look human at all. Her beautiful face seemed to be filled with terror at this moment. The lower half of his face was smiling, while the upper half of his face was cold and expressionless. She seemed to be thinking. A ridiculous idea suddenly flashed through Xianxia's mind. The last episode of Wife was a huge irony to Xianxia. However, to the other viewers, it was a very reluctant farewell. It was broadcast every week for nearly 2 to 3 months. Many viewers were used to this show and treated it as a regular weekend relaxation program. In the last episode, almost everyone was spamming the bullet screen with "I can't bear to see it, when will the second season be?" and "I still want to watch it." Even the other two families, which were not very popular, had gained a lot of popularity after this period of time. In this episode, the three families had a total broadcast time of 183 minutes. The first two families had a total of 100 minutes, and the remaining 83 minutes were for Xiaoyao's family. Because of this, the fans of the first two families had more or less expressed some dissatisfaction. Since the first episode, Yu Yaoyao has had the most screen time. This is the last episode. Can't the production team be more fair? Are they spoiling whoever has the most traffic? Those who have no value will be placed last and have the least status? I'm not convinced. I want to say that everyone should be fair in the last episode. Each family gets an hour. Isn't that good? Is it because Boss Shen is rich? Is he sponsoring this show? If the last hour of YYY's family is not good, I'll send a blade to the production team. Many people were spamming the bullet screen, but they were quickly surrounded by more YY fans. Fortunately, the YY fans had always been very organized and disciplined. They endured it and did not argue with these people, nor did they scold them. They just started spamming the screen the minute De Yaoyao appeared. All kinds of praises for De Yaoyao instantly drowned out the negative comments. The key was that the wives of these two families were De Yaoyao's friends. The YY fans restrained themselves. They did not want to arouse the feelings of their best friends, nor did they want to cause conflict between the three families. They did not want to embarrass De Yaoyao. However, all of them did not feel good. However, in the first minute of De Yaoyao's segment, they threw their grievances to the back of their minds. What was a slap in the face? What was exaltation? Even through the screen, they felt great. For the first two families, one husband gave his wife a golden microphone for his concert, while the other gave his wife a 12-day tour of Europe. However, these gifts paled in comparison to Xianxia's gifts. From the very beginning, the director of Wife had said that the purpose of the program was to reveal the daily interactions between celebrity couples. He also hoped that the couples, who had been married for many years, would be able to find the feelings of being in love and newlyweds through the program. When they saw Yu Yaoyao accepting Xianxia's assets transfer, the audience's feelings were all indescribable. The audience and fans did not know if this couple had regained the feelings of love they had back then, but they could feel the sublimation of their love at this moment, especially the YY fans who chased after them. They felt like they had fallen into a sea of dog food and were unable to extricate themselves. I'm crying. I just flipped through the episode of Stage and De Yaoyao's declaration. She said that she wanted to become stronger like Boss Shen and not let public opinion defeat her. But this time, it's Boss Shen's turn to give her all. What kind of heavenly relationship is this? After watching until the end, I have the urge to watch the show from the beginning again. It reminds me of the part where De Yaoyao looked for a husband and De Yaoyao taught her children how to save money. 23333 Who said that there are no good men in the world? Giving might not necessarily be reciprocated. Sincerity can still be exchanged for sincerity. It's clearly a scene of flaunting wealth, but it's filled with pink bubbles and the smell of deep love. I can watch this show 100 times. The fans and even the passers-by screamed like groundhogs in the bullet screen. The audience who had been fighting for the duration of the previous two families were almost silent at this moment. With assets worth more than 1 billion yuan, whether it was a show or a sincere gift, was it not worth an extra half an hour? When Yu Yaoyao heard Shinichong shouting, she didn't react in time. Shenlin? She glanced around the room and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't come, hubby. She felt that her breathing was smoother and reached out to touch Shinichong's forehead. Are you okay? Only her assistant was in the room. Shinichong's handsome face twitched and he immediately ordered his assistant, Xianxia, give Shenlin a call. He clenched his chopsticks tightly. Yu Yaoyao felt that her husband's princess syndrome was acting up again. Let me do it. Xianxia is still helping me get my clothes ready. Shinichong nodded with a stiff face. Only he knew that he couldn't take out his phone to make the call. His hands were trembling badly. In the past 30 years, he had never been so nervous. Yu Yaoyao quickly called Shinichong. She was in a good mood and imitated Shinichong's anxious tone, which shocked Shenlin. Yu Yaoyao originally thought that there was nothing wrong, but when Shenlin came, his expression was worse than Shinichong's. Because he had been with Shinichong for so many years, Shenlin could tell that his boss was in a daze. Something big must have happened. After Yu Yaoyao forced herself to eat a few mouthfuls of white rice, she also realized that something was wrong with her husband. Hubby, are you really okay? Why is your face so pale and you're sweating? She reached out and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Shinichong squeezed her hand. Let's go to the hospital. Ah? Yu Yaoyao was shocked. Is it that serious? She didn't remember Shinichong being sick. He seemed to be in good health. Shenlin also thought that Shinichong was not feeling well and hurried over to help him. Yu Yaoyao also immediately helped him. Shinichong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His wife was so careless that she instantly pulled him out of the tense atmosphere. I'm fine. He supported Yu Yaoyao with a backhand and asked Shenlin to drive. Yu Yaoyao was confused, but her face was serious. She thought that this man wanted to save face and didn't want others to see his soft side. Immediately, she pressed her body against his. Put your weight on me, Xiao. Help me ask for leave from Director Liang. I'll send my husband to the hospital first. As she spoke, she forcefully supported Shinichong, whose lips were twitching, and walked out of the set. After Shinichong carefully put her into the car seat and the car drove away for less than 10 minutes, the whole crew knew about it. Boss Shen had been visiting her at work day and night. He didn't neglect his work and his wife. Suddenly, his body fell ill and he couldn't take it anymore. The little bun was not very satisfied with his father's attitude. His 2 chubby white arms were crossed in front of his chest, and his little face was tense. Dad actually hid it from him, at least for more than a month. He was unhappy. As a little brother, he actually found out about it so late. Dad, you said before that I'm also a family member and a little man in the family. I have to be responsible, endure difficulties, and take care of mommy, but you actually hid such an important thing from your family member? Why? Our friendship is gone. The corners of Shinichong's mouth twitched. But he was worried about Yu Yaoyao's situation. He was afraid that this child could not be saved because of the high-intensity action scene. At this time, he could not say anything. He did not want his son to fall into this kind of worry at such a young age. Now that his son had carefully observed and caught him red-handed, Shinichong's old face could not hide it. He was in a dilemma. On the other hand, Yu Yaoyao patted the little bun's shoulder and smiled to help her husband out of this situation. Baby, Dad didn't mean to hide it from you. Isn't your birthday coming up soon? Dad wants to give you a big surprise to make you happy, so I want to wait until that day. When she said this, Shinichong immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately followed his wife's words and nodded in relief. The little bun Shenrui looked at his father suspiciously and lowered his head to count his fingers. The next second, the corners of his pink lips could not help but curl up. There are still 3 days until my birthday. Dad, he pursed his lips and stretched out his little arms to Shinichong. He hugged his shoulders and patted him. Sorry, Dad, I misunderstood you. I thought Dad wanted to monopolize the little sister, secretly let mommy give birth and not let me play. The corners of Shinichong's mouth twitched again, but he still bent down cooperatively and hugged his son's little body. Dad is also wrong. The father and son reconciled in the blink of an eye. The little Bun Shenrue's mood recovered and immediately shifted his curiosity and anticipation to Yu Yaoyao's belly. He looked at it with his black eyes and wanted to reach out to touch it but did not dare to. How long will it take for the little sister to come out? Was I like this before coming out after I grew up in mommy's belly? Yu Yaoyao was a rich person now. Many people knew that. Once she said that, Wei Ming started to sweat. He was just a guest, but he was confused by this mother and son pair. Only then did he remember that her net worth was probably the highest in the industry, and she had a husband who could invest in her. Yeah, I'm just saying. As for the specifics, I don't know. Wei Ming wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yu Yaoyao nodded her head. I'll ask Xiaoxia myself. She didn't think much of it, and continued to let Wei Ming tell her all sorts of gossip and jokes. Just as Wei Ming was in so much pain that he wanted to die, and no matter how hard he scratched his head, Shinichong finally came back from his phone call. Only then did Wei Ming feel relieved. Even when Shinichong asked him to clean up the guest room, he ran as fast as he could without any complaints. As for Lu Qing, after washing the dishes, he had already escaped to the back garden to mow the weeds. What else was more painful than being forced to tell Yu Yaoyao jokes? The two of them didn't even want the camera, they just wanted some peace and quiet. Zhao Yu looked at the family of 3 left in the living room, and he was really bald. But once Wei Ming left, Yu Yaoyao didn't pester Shinichong to tell jokes anymore. Instead, she pulled his hand and asked about Dafu. Hubby, why didn't Xiaoxia tell me that she's in trouble? Her husband needs money, why didn't she look for me? Yu Yaoyao felt a little conflicted in her heart. This was human emotion. Best friends talked about everything, and she started to look forward to this kind of friendship. Shinichong covered her body with a blanket, helped her up, and put a cushion behind her. She might not even know, and even if she knew, she wouldn't be able to talk about it. Huh? Yu Yaoyao blinked. Ah, a man needs his face. Shinichong's mouth twitched. Dafu previously rejected a few roles in big productions. He wanted to become a behind-the-scenes director, and many people in the industry didn't think highly of him. Now that he's in trouble in his first movie, you can imagine how much pressure he's under. He's a strong-willed and stubborn person. Even if he encounters a problem, he doesn't want to turn back, and he won't ask for help from his friends. He wants to prove himself even if his head is bleeding. Yu Yaoyao puffed her cheeks. This way of thinking was obviously different from her own. Life was short and fragile, and there were more than 100 ways to die in nature. Every day, she faced unknown dangers and threats. What was the point of proving herself? She had to live. Being comfortable was the way to go, only by staying alive would she have time to prove herself. Besides, this guy still had to support his wife and children, what use was being stubborn? There were no normal people in Yu Yaoyao's family at all. Zhao Yu once again had a profound realization. He had been in the show for so long and had never met such a guest. At this moment, little Bun was lying on the table and writing flattery. His puffed-up little face was unusually serious. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room was increasing rapidly, and the tips were endless. On the other hand, Shinichong had already started to invest in stocks. The live broadcast room, which was originally attracted by Little Bun, was suddenly filled with screams of "Boss Shen is invincible" and "Boss Shen is mighty." He showed everyone the initial funds and then started to buy and sell stocks. The economy was not doing too well now, and the stock market was even more volatile. Almost everyone with common sense knew that they should not invest in stocks now, as it was easy to lose everything. However, everyone in the live broadcast room soon realized that after half an hour, the 5 stocks that he had bought started to turn red and rise. 10% was the upper limit. In less than an hour, 3 stocks had risen by 5%, 1 stock had risen by 7%, and 1 stock had risen by 7%. It's smoother than I thought. Shinichong was showing off online. His indifferent expression made it seem as if this was not a big deal at all. 100,000 yuan in profits should be reached in another 10 minutes. He looked at Director Zhao. His meaning was clear. He wanted to convert it into family funds. Zhao Yu gritted his teeth. No, Boss Shen. I just said that the money in your personal account cannot be used. The profits now are from your personal account, so it does not count. Our family funds can only be obtained through the live broadcast. Xianxia's handsome face was somewhat expressionless. He reached out and touched his chin. Yes. Originally, I wanted to give the profits to the staff of Welcome to My Home as a gift for their hard work. I only needed to take 10% of the profits as family funds. But now, I can only forget about it. Zhao Yu stared! Gift. His scalp went numb. 100,000 yuan. There were less than 30 staff here, including the driver and remote support staff. Boss Shen wanted to give them this sum of money. The travel expenses that everyone received were only 200 yuan per day. Before Zhao Yu could speak, he felt the resentful gazes of the photographers and assistants around him. Zhao Yu swallowed his saliva and glared back at them. Only. Then did he look at Xianxiang with a dry smile. Boss Shen, you're being too courteous. This kind of money is not earned through hard work. Hee, you can go home and use it. Xianxiang glanced at the phone screen and waved it in front of the camera. In an hour, they should all reach their upper limit. It's not impossible for them to earn more than 200,000 yuan in total. He glanced at the studio, then at Director Zhao, and then at the photography team. What a pity. Originally, everyone came out with our family on such a hot summer day and stood there for a few days. Previously, during the filming of Wife, there were also a few old faces who suffered a lot with me and Yao Yao. I want to give everyone a red packet so that you can buy some surprise gifts for your wives and children when you get home. Now, since Director Zhao has said so, on behalf of the production team, I will donate this money to the children of Project Hope. Xianxiang looked at Zhao Yu and smiled. Zhao Yu immediately wiped his sweat. In terms of ability to make money, Xianxiang was probably a level higher than Yu Yao Yao. After all, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the leader of the celebrities. Zhao Yu really did not expect Xianxiang to have such a huge bug. The feeling of helplessness from filming Wife once again enveloped him. 1534, Director. 1634, 1964, Zhao Yu could only smile bitterly. Xianxiang had called so many Guangxin artists to support her, and the production team did not need to bear the publicity fee. This was a good deal for the production team. However, it was also very sullen. Before the official broadcast of the show, the comments of the live broadcast and the new Weibo posts of the fans were full of sympathy and ridicule for the production team. K.O. Director Zhao, you still haven't learned. It's fun to fight with the heavens, it's fun to fight with the earth, it's fun to fight with Boss Shen, it's fun to fight with De Yao Yao, ha ha ha. Production team, we don't have a script, and even if we had one, they wouldn't use it. I want to say that my De Yao Yao hasn't woken up yet, haha. The destructive power of this family has only been displayed by half. In the midst of everyone's laughter, Xianxiang carried his son and rode on his shoulders. The two of them started to shop at the market together. The father and son's styles were exactly the same. The combination of a wife slave and a mommy's baby really made everyone burst out laughing again. Mommy wants to eat steak. Daddy, buy the most expensive one. Okay. Mommy likes to eat chicken wings and drumsticks. Daddy, buy them. Okay. Even when they met the boss of the seafood shop, Shenrui was quite good at chatting with him. Is this fish fat? Are there many spines? My mommy doesn't like spines. Okay, my mommy also likes big prawns. They're springy. Uncle Boss, my mommy wants to eat the fiercest prawns. In a short while, the father and son used up all the family funds in an instant. Yu Yao Yao liked to eat meat, but she had to replenish her vegetable fiber and protein. She also had to buy rice and noodles. He had to buy the best and most expensive things for her. He was even afraid that it wouldn't suit her taste. Xianxiang even bought 3 different types of steak. This part is more tender. It's a little chewy here. It depends on her mood. Sometimes she likes something that's more balanced, and sometimes she's delicate and doesn't want to eat something that's too strong. In response to Zhao Yu's confusion, Xianxiang explained. Zhao Yu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Although we have a lot of money, we shouldn't waste it. Yu Yao Yao was rich now. Many people knew that. As soon as she said that, Wei Ming started to sweat. He was just a guest, but he was confused by this mother and son pair. Only then did he remember that her net worth was probably the highest in the industry, and she had a husband who could invest a lot. Well, I'm just saying. I don't know the details. Wei Ming wiped his sweat. Yu Yaoyao nodded. I'll ask little Cece myself. She didn't think too much about it and continued to let Wei Ming tell her all kinds of gossip and jokes. Wei Ming was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Just when he couldn't think of anything, Xianxia finally came back from the phone call. Wei Ming was finally relieved. Even when Xianxia asked him to clean up the guest room, he ran quickly without any complaints. As for Lu Qing, after washing the dishes, he had already gone to the bathroom. Very consciously, he went to the back garden to weed. What could be worse than being forced to tell Yu Yaoyao jokes? The two of them didn't even want the camera anymore. They just wanted to be alone. Zhao Yu looked at the family of three in the living room and was really confused. But after Wei Ming left, Yu Yaoyao didn't pester Xianxia to tell jokes. Instead, she held his hand and asked about Da Fu. Hubby, why didn't little Cece tell me that she's in trouble? If her husband needs money, why didn't she look for me? Yu Yaoyao was a little conflicted. This was human emotion. Best friends talked about everything. She started to look forward to this kind of friendship. Xianxia, on the other hand, covered her body with the blanket, lifted her upper body up, and stuffed a cushion behind her back. She might not even know. Even if she knows, she's in trouble. Huh? Yu Yaoyao blinked. Yes, men want to save face. Xianxia's mouth twitched. Da Fu rejected a few roles in big productions and wanted to be a behind-the-scenes director. Many people in the industry didn't think much of it. Now that he's in trouble in his first movie, you can imagine how much pressure he's under. He's a strong and stubborn person. Even if he's in trouble, he doesn't want to turn back and won't ask his friends for help. Even if he's injured, he still wants to prove himself. Yu Yaoyao puffed her cheeks. Her way of thinking was obviously different from her own. Life was short and fragile. There were more than 100 ways to die in nature. Why did he need to prove himself? He had to live. Comfort was the way of the king, only by being alive would he have the time to prove himself. Besides, this guy still had to take care of his wife and children. What was the use of being stubborn? Du Jingyao was the second female lead in City Toppling Beauty. She used to be an artist in a small entertainment agency. The resources that the company could give her had never been good. She had always been a supporting actress. However, she was hardworking and diligent enough. She also had some acting skills. Her appearance was also very pleasing and beautiful. Wanxing gathered a circle of female artistes, and after doing market research, he decided to support her. He even poached her to the artiste management company under his film and television department, and circled her to be the female lead of The First Aid Moment. City Toppling Beauty was about to premiere during the summer vacation. It was a good time to promote it and increase the popularity of the supporting actress, Du Jingyao. Wanxing had a good plan. Chen Qing from the investment department had been depressed ever since he was defeated by Xianxia. He wanted to win back some of the city. However, he also knew that he couldn't blindly cause trouble. He had already learned a painful lesson before. It took the marketing department 2 months to collect a new batch of ghostwriters. This time, he didn't plan to use ghostwriters or marketing accounts to do anything. Chen Qing wanted to fight an open and aboveboard war. He personally felt that Du Jingyao only needed a little bit of traffic and highlight. As long as someone gave her a push, she would definitely become popular. Chen Qing went to the marketing department to discuss her character setting. During this period, they saw some tabloids and saw that Yu Yaoyao's enjoyment on the set was completely beyond the level of a top actress. This gave their marketing team the idea of promoting Du Jingyao and the origin of these 2 trending searches. We're not stepping on her to get to the top. We just happen to be better than her. Chen Qing said this at the meeting and smiled happily. There was no comparison, no harm. After reading the draft drafted by the marketing department, Chen Qing was very confident. Du Jingyao's crying scene in City Toppling Beauty was cut. It was delicate but not pretentious. With tears in her eyes, she looked at them for thousands of years. But in the end, when her tears fell, she turned around cleanly. Compared to Yu Yaoyao's crying scene in stage, it was more natural and clean. Her performance was flawless, and people were always immersed in her character's plot. Xianxia personally watched the video and came to the same conclusion as the writer. Not to mention, Du Jingyao's daily efforts and friendliness with the crew were above Yu Yaoyao. In City Toppling Beauty, Du Jingyao would always be the first to arrive at the scene no matter what order she was in. She would first put on her makeup and change into her costume. Then, she would silently wait for her turn or learn from her seniors' acting skills. On the other hand, Yu Yaoyao, who was said to be very popular, was simply the queen of the crew in photos. Her assistant and agent were like her servants at home. Not to mention, there was also an exposed photo of her lying on a chair with a blanket over her. Instead, the director and scriptwriter were standing while talking to her. It could be said that it was quite disrespectful and spoiled. "Boss Shen, can you bring her back to life again this time?" Xianxia smiled. "You have a way to unravel the conspiracy. What about overt schemes? Looks like I'm going to win fair and square this time." He paid more attention to the comments on the internet than anyone else. Throughout the night, the comments on this trending search became more and more frequent. It even became a big hit. Usually, Yu Yaoyao's fan base was a group of scholars who fought with words. But today, they didn't seem to have any fighting power. Except for a few people who asked the editor to stop talking nonsense under the trending search, the rest of the protests seemed to be drowned in the criticism of Yu Yaoyao and praise for Du Jingya. "I'm shocked. Didn't they say that Yu Yaoyao has a lot of friends in the industry? So everyone is saying good things about her for her husband's sake? Amazing. Even the director has to lower his head to talk to her." When they got home, Yu Yaoyao did as she said. She personally stuffed the basketball into Little Bowsy's oversized singlet and gave him 2 oranges to stuff in. Little Bun walked 2 steps and happily asked Yu Yaoyao to take a photo for him. But in less than 10 minutes, Little Bun's eyebrows furrowed together. He bent over to tie his shoelaces and the basketball fell out of his singlet. If he wanted to go to the room on the 2nd floor, he had to support the basketball in his stomach. He couldn't even reach out to grab the railing next to him. And when he went to bed, it was even harder for him to turn around comfortably like he usually did. Mommy's giving birth to a baby is really tough. Before Little Bun could eat lunch, he already felt uncomfortable all over his body. Usually, he wanted to play with big brother Depeng and little sister Xiaogua, but now he could only sit on the sofa and watch them play. If he moved even a little, he felt like the basketball was going to fall out. It was very inconvenient. "Alright, Zai, you've experienced enough. Mommy will help you get rid of it. You brought little sister and big brother to play. You're the little master, right?" Yu Yaoyao hurriedly helped him get rid of it. Only then did Little Bun return to normal. His serious face finally relaxed a little. Everyone burst into laughter at his antics. Everyone in the live broadcast room was saying, "Who said that a daughter is a mommy's considerate little cotton-padded jacket? Little Shenrui is definitely a super warm singlet." As for Shinichong and Dafu, it might be because they had experienced the experience of being a pregnant mother together, so after they came back, they felt a bit of sympathy for each other. In the afternoon, the two of them talked about the current situation of the film and television industry. Dafu also told Shinichong about the creative concept of his cute pet film. The two men had a deep discussion about the meaning of this theme and the relationship between supply and demand in the market. They had a mutual appreciation for each other and became closer to each other. That night, after the live broadcast, Shinichong coaxed Yu Yaoyao to sleep and asked Shenlin to prepare to invest in Dafu's stray cat project. He also asked the investment department to come up with a specific market research, investment budget, and rate of return analysis. The next morning, Chen Jiao received the news from Su Hong. The failure of City Toppling Beauty left a hidden gap in his relationship with Wansheng. Moreover, Emergency Doctor was still being filmed. There was still at least a year before it was broadcasted. It was impossible to get any returns in the short term. "Are you sure that Shinichong has the intention to invest this time?" Chen Jiao was a little suspicious of Su Hong. If Su Hong had not asked him to invest some money into City Toppling Beauty, he would never have trusted this person again. "I'm sure. Shenlin sent us an email in the wee hours of last night, asking us to conduct an investigation and analysis. This shows that Xianxia has the intention to invest, and the urgency is very high. In the past, this kind of urgency has only happened twice, and each time, the work was very popular. This shows that this is a project that he is very optimistic about. Su Hong also knew that his credibility was getting lower and lower. However, he had not been able to satisfy Xianxia in Xianxia. If he did not find someone to rely on as soon as possible, he might very well lose his job in his middle age. Su Hong paused for a moment and realized that there was no reply from the other side. He made another move. Brother Su, last time you and Wanqing invested first, so Xianxia must be suspicious of me. If you don't do something this time, I might not have the chance to send you a message next time. Also, popular works don't appear every year. Even if they do, they can't be invested just because they want to. Qin Zhao narrowed his eyes. Send me the investment feasibility analysis. I'll reply after I read it. Su Hong hurriedly agreed. Xianxia's perfectionist personality and wife-slave nature were on full display in the live stream. Everyone really thought that this family was too funny. Boss Shen was clearly a big boss, but he was like his mother. He was very careful about all kinds of small details, which was a sharp contrast to his usual domineering manner. This kind of life decryption shocked everyone and made them eat a mouthful of dog food. After Yu Yaoyao woke up, she happily ate her breakfast and went online. All the bloodshed last night had been suppressed by all kinds of flattery. In the trailer of The 7-Year Itch, she played a 36-year-old woman. She was almost 10 years older, and her family and career had failed. After the divorce, she felt that she was useless. It was only until she was awakened by her friend's scolding that she mustered up the courage to work hard to find a new life. When this trailer was released, the internet was full of praise for her. No one expected that a beautiful woman like her could act in such a show. But looking at the clip, people were completely convinced of this role. Whether it was the makeup on her pale face, the vicissitudes of her eyes, her drooping shoulders, or the way she dragged her feet, it made people immediately forget about her original image and get into the role. The comments section was full of people looking forward to the screening of the new movie. Thank you for your praise, I'll gladly accept it. Yu Yaoyao was in a good mood. But after scrolling through a few comments, she realized that something was wrong. The more she read, the more serious her expression became. Hubby, everyone seems to know that I'm pregnant. Did I sleep talk when you were doing the live stream yesterday? She reached out and grabbed Xianxia's sleeve with an innocent expression that said, I didn't say that. The live stream burst into laughter again. My De Yaoyao is really confused. De Yaoyao, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me who exposed it. Why are you keeping your pregnancy a secret? Is it because the baby is still unstable? The fight scene from before probably made the couple worried. They don't want to announce the news too early in case there are problems. Little baby Nguyen, all the best. Stay healthy. Xianxia patted her head and said, yes, you weren't talking in your sleep. I posted it on Weibo to tell everyone. Yu Yaoyao puffed up her cheeks and immediately yelled, you didn't let me post on Weibo or tell anyone about it, but you were the one who couldn't wait. Hubby, you're very dishonest. You don't mean what you say. Xianxia's face twitched. The audience in the live broadcast room saw his expression clearly. It's getting cold. It's time to bankrupt Wanqing. Should we just ban Du Jingya? Boss Shen, there are always unruly people trying to harm me. De Yaoyao, my husband doesn't mean what he says. It's not the first time he's been lying. The little Bun Shenrue's words expressed his confidence in his own appearance and his dislike of his father's appearance. Her words made Xianxia's face darken. Even more. After the little Bun finished speaking, he also felt that his butt was a little cold. He hurriedly rubbed against Yu Yaoyao's arm and hugged it tightly. He tilted his chubby little body and hit his butt. When he turned to look at Xianxia, the little Bun's dark eyes were filled with nervousness. Daddy, I'm not talking nonsense. The little Bun's desire to live was very strong now. You're a man. If the little sister looks like you, then wouldn't she be like a boy? As he spoke, his face was filled with worry that he couldn't dispel at all. She should look like mommy. If she really doesn't look like mommy, then she should look like me. He reached out and touched his cheeks. Then, he touched his slightly bulging belly. Looking at the fleshy vortexes on his chubby little hands, he nodded affirmatively. If she looks like me, she's cuter. If she looks like daddy, then she's not like a girl. The little bun felt gloomy as he thought about it. He had been looking forward to it for so long, but in the end, his little sister became his little father. What was going on? Even if his father wanted to beat him up, he had to say it. He wanted a cute and soft little sister. Xianxia took a deep breath and chose to turn and leave. Talking to his son would drive him to his grave. He went to prepare the fruit platter. Before he left, he only said one sentence. This is my daughter, not yours. If she looks like you, sure, but you can find a wife to give birth to her. This sentence almost angered Xianxia and the little bun. But the fans in the livestream room were screaming. Previously, the couple had not given any specific information. This was the first time they revealed the little cub's gender. Our little baby Nguyen is a girl. Perfect. Speaking of which, after going through so much, she's still so healthy. I always thought that she was a sturdy little son. I didn't expect her to be a girl. What a surprise. She looks like the gentle and beautiful boss Shin. Ha ha ha, awesome. I bet the little baby is very good looking. Looking forward to it, De Yao Yao has both a son and a daughter. I'm so envious. I hope to see the interaction between the four of them in the future. I'm guessing that our little warm bun's personality is more like boss Shin's. She's not squeamish at all. Hee hee, for some reason, I find the contrast adorable. Rui Bao, I'm so tired. In the future, not only do I have to take care of my father, but I also have to take care of my little sister. I can't carry him anymore. The fans were very excited and happy. Yu Yao Yao also comforted Xianxia, telling him that if he looked like his father, he would also look like his mother. He would definitely look a little like his little brother. Only then did the little bun feel a little relieved. But as soon as he turned around, little bun took out his tablet and started searching. Hashtag how to make the baby in mommy's belly cute. Hashtag he made a voice message, so the audience in the livestream could hear it. Many mothers were extremely adorable. The day before, Xianxia and Baozi had said that she was afraid of the hospital, but she had denied it. But the next day, she showed up. Ever since she woke up in the morning, Yu Yao Yao's little face was no longer as happy as before. She was obviously a little nervous. Are we going to draw blood again today, hubby? Xianxia didn't even need to check and nodded affirmatively. Yes. Yes. I just drew blood last time. Everything is fine. There are no problems. The situation is different every month. We can only know the subtle changes in your body when we draw blood. We have to draw blood. Xianxia was resolute. There was no room for discussion on this matter. Yu Yao Yao's eyes were suddenly filled with sadness. She didn't even have the slightest interest in her favorite sunny-side egg in the morning. It tasted like wax. Xianxia's face softened a little. He spent a lot of effort to think of a joke and told it at the dinner table to make his wife happy. Rensiki and Dafu had already suffered internal injuries from laughing the whole time. Baoshan's expressionless joke was really a horror story. In the end, Baozi stuffed a few mouthfuls of food into his mouth and comforted his mother. It's okay. It's just a mosquito bite. I'll sing for mommy next time. The audience in the live broadcast room finally knew why Baozi had to accompany her for the prenatal checkup. Yu Yao Yao, who seemed to be fearless, was really afraid of going to the hospital. She was afraid of all needles. Moreover, Baoshan really couldn't handle it. When his wife was afraid, Baoshan looked calm, but he was also very nervous. Yu Yao Yao going for a prenatal checkup was like him going for a checkup. His appetite also became worse. On the way to the hospital, Xianxia tried his best to divert Yu Yao Yao's attention. The funny thing was that Rensiki and Dafu even went with them. Dafu said that he knew a local doctor who seemed to be in the laboratory department. If he was on duty today, he could ask him to be gentler when he drew Yu Yao Yao's blood. Rensiki comforted her the whole time as an experienced person. Hubby, my legs are weak. Boo-hoo, I really want to unload the goods immediately. So it's so hard to be a mother. It's so tiring to be a mother. Before Yu Yaoyao got out of the car, she threw herself on Shen Yicheng's chest and cried for a while. Sigh, even my heart aches. Everyone, don't say that. De Yaoyao is delicate. I have a friend who faints from needles. Every time she goes for a blood test, her heart beats faster and her face turns pale. She's really scared. Afraid of hospitals, afraid of injections. Pregnant women do need to have their blood drawn all the time. I really didn't want to see the hospital during that period. Give me another chance, I choose to be a man. I can understand De Yaoyao. When I gave birth to my son, I was also very strong. However, when I gave birth to my second daughter, she was especially sensitive and fragile. It seems like it was caused by some hormone imbalance. If you were afraid of injections in the past, it will be more intense during this period. De Yaoyao is still brave. Although she's scared, she still wants to give birth to a baby. She's a super good mommy. Every time I go for a physical examination, my heart rate is above 100. De Yaoyao's look when she doesn't want injections is exactly the same as mine. I think Yaoyao was frightened by Rensiki the night before. She said that giving birth to a second child will be very painful. It scared Yaoyao and made her emotionally unstable. The live stream was especially lively today. When they got home, Yu Yaoyao kept her word. She personally stuffed the basketball into little Baozi's oversized tank top, and also gave him 2 oranges to stuff in. Little Bun took 2 steps and happily asked Yu Yaoyao to take a photo of him. But in less than 10 minutes, Little Bun's eyebrows wrinkled together. When he bent down to tie his shoelaces, the basketball fell out of his vest. To go up to the room on the 2nd floor, he had to lift his leg to support the basketball in his stomach. He couldn't reach out to grab the railing next to him. When he got on the bed, it was even harder to turn over comfortably as usual. Mommy giving birth to a baby is really hard. Little Bun didn't wait for lunch and already felt uncomfortable all over. Usually, he would play with brother Depeng and sister Xiaoxiaogua, but now he could only sit on the sofa and watch them play. When he moved a little, he felt that the basketball was going to fall out. It was very inconvenient. Okay, Zai, you've experienced enough. Mommy will take it out for you. You take your sister and brother to play. You're the little master, right? Yu Yaoyao quickly took it out for him. Little Bun returned to normal, and his dignified face finally relaxed a little. Everyone was amused by his appearance. Everyone in the live broadcast room was talking about who said that daughters were mommy's intimate little cotton-padded jackets. Shenrui Little Bun was definitely a super warm little vest. Shen Yicheng and Dafu, perhaps because they had experienced the pregnancy experience together, came back and appreciated each other. In the afternoon, the two talked about the current situation of the film and television industry. Dafu also told Shen Yicheng about the creative concept of his cute pet film. The two men had a deep discussion about the meaning of the subject matter and the relationship between supply and demand in the market. They appreciated each other and got closer. That night, after the live broadcast, Shen Yicheng coaxed Yu Yaoyao to sleep. She asked Shen Lin to prepare to invest in Dafu's stray cat plan. She asked the investment department to do a specific market research, investment budget, and return analysis. The next morning, Chen Jiao received the news from Su Hong. The failure of City Toppling Beauty left a hidden scar in his relationship with Wansheng. The emergency doctor was still filming and would be at least a year away from broadcast. There was no return in the short term. Are you sure Shen Yicheng is willing to invest this time? Chen Jiao was a little suspicious of Su Hong. If Su Hong hadn't asked him to invest some money into City Toppling Beauty, he definitely wouldn't have trusted this person. Definitely. Shen Lin sent us an email in the wee hours of the morning last night, asking us to conduct an investigation and analysis. This shows that Shen Yicheng is very interested in investing, and the degree of urgency is very high. In the past, this kind of urgent situation has only happened twice, and each time, the works were very popular. This shows that he is very optimistic about this project. Su Hong also knew that his credibility was less and less. However, he had not been able to satisfy Shen Yicheng in Guangxin. If he did not find a strong backer soon, he might lose his job in middle age. Su Hong paused and realized that there was no sound from the other side. He set down another heavy fire. Brother Zhao, last time you and Wanqing were the first to invest. Shinichong must be suspicious of me. If you don't do it this time, I may not have the chance to send you a message next time. And a project that is a big hit doesn't happen every year. Even if there is, it's not easy to invest in it. Qin Jiao narrowed her eyes. Send me the feasibility analysis of the investment. I will reply to you after I read it. Su Hong quickly agreed. Su Hong's face was ashen. Shinichong's words meant that he had found out that the data had been tampered with. Su Hong knew that it would not be easy to hide from everyone, but he did not expect to be found out so quickly. More than once, you have leaked the company's trade secrets. More than once, the investment department has neglected their duties in collecting the data. Go to the HR department yourself, hand over your work, and wait for the company's punishment notice. Shinichong said a few words and asked him to leave. Su Hong broke out in cold sweat. He knew that he was finished. For the past 2 years, he had not been able to satisfy Shinichong, so he had done a lot of things to protect himself and find a way out. But if the information was leaked, according to the employment contract at that time, he would have to bear the responsibility for breach of contract. It would be linked to the investment income, and he would not be able to afford it even if he sold his entire fortune. Boss, I didn't. Su Hong grabbed the table in the conference room tightly. I really didn't. Shinichong looked at him coldly. Naturally, the technical department will investigate. You can explain to them. Su Hong fell back on the chair and no longer had the strength to struggle. If they wanted to investigate him, they would be able to find clues on his computer, mobile phone, and the company's CCTV. Su Hong looked up and saw that many shareholders and department heads in the conference room were looking at him strangely. They were surprised and obviously gossipy. His face instantly turned the color of pig liver. He was done for. The scandal of him leaking the company's information would soon spread in the industry. In the future, no company in the industry would be willing to hire him. Su Hong immediately left before Shinichong asked the security guard to take him away. He did not have the face to speak anymore, and he did not dare to let Shinichong continue. After he left the conference room, he collapsed on the sofa outside. With trembling hands, he called Qin Jiao. Brother Lin, Shinichong found out that I leaked the information to you. I can only rely on you. Su Hong was sweating profusely. Brother Lin, I can help you look at investments in the future. The few projects that I'm interested in this year are all profitable. In the industry, I know many producers. If you want to invest and make money, I can definitely help you. Qin Jiao fell silent when he heard that. After a while, he said in a low voice, Did you misunderstand something? I'm just an actress. Su Hong was stunned and completely panicked. Brother Ben, you said before that as long as I provide you with information, you won't forget about me no matter what benefits I get. This was an accident. You also know that Shinichong is friends with the production director. Maybe they had already discussed it beforehand, and Shinichong was determined to invest. Benefits? Don't tell me you've forgotten how much money I lost because of your information? Qin Jiao's voice was strangely cold. I don't have anything to share with you right now. How much money did you make me? Mr. Su, did you make a mistake? Su Hong felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He was completely paralyzed. His legs were so weak that he could not stand up. Little Bun repeated the number 3 times, and everyone in the venue heard it clearly. Not only that, but many of the viewers in the live stream also recorded the phone number. If I call over, can I talk to Little Bun? I've remembered it too. Perfect. President Shen must be having a headache. President Shen, my son's homework is obviously far from enough. Increase the amount. This sister wants to invest. I'm crowdfunding to invest in a short film for my little darling. It's so cute, Shen Rue, because my little sister is about to be born. I need to earn money for milk powder and beautiful dresses for her in advance. Dad isn't doing well, so the family can only rely on me. What happened? My phone exploded? The YY fans in the live stream were all laughing, and they were in high spirits. Even the passers-by felt that this Little Bun was very interesting. Many of the opposing fans were swayed by Little Bun on the spot. It was really unprecedented for a child to come out and give an acceptance speech on behalf of his mother at an award ceremony like this. Fortunately, little Bun was quite sensible. After saying the important number, he took the initiative to say goodbye to Uncle Chi-heng. "I'm going to see if my little sister has come out, Uncle. Call me back later, let's chat." Chi-heng was stunned. He still wanted to talk? "Okay, go ahead, good boy. I'll see you in the future." Chi-heng also said goodbye to little Bun softly. Little Bun even waited politely for Chi-heng to hang up first. In the comments section of the live broadcast, there was another spamming of "tricking me into giving birth to a son." The passersby were asking, "Has this little Bun been on TV before? What videos can we watch?" The YY fans immediately gave them directions and told them to watch Big Yao Yao's new and old variety shows. Soon, the award ceremony continued. Nie, who was walking back and forth in the hospital, quickly realized that something was wrong. Previously, he went out to answer a call from the company and went to the corner to confirm that Yu Yao Yao's acceptance speech video was intact. Then, he returned to the delivery room and continued to wait with little Bun. However, he had only been back for a minute when his phone rang. Nie looked down. It was an unknown number. He frowned and went to the corner to answer. "Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Nie? Are you Big Yao Yao's manager?" It was a girl's voice that sounded a little timid and shy. Nie's call was specially for work. He immediately replied, "Hello, I am. May I know who you are? Do you have any work appointments, please?" Before he could finish, there was an excited scream from the other end of the phone that almost burst his eardrums. Sis, it's really Big Yao Yao's manager's number, ah." After the screening of the movie, many of the film critics invited by the organizers gave their comments. "This movie doesn't have strong love and hatred, nor are there any exciting action scenes. It looks like it's all trivial stuff, but every frame caught my attention. After watching it, 5 words appeared in my mind: this is life. In addition to the happiness that everyone wants, there are a lot of helplessness and hardships. It reminded me of my mother and wife. Thank you, director and screenwriter. The director made me cry. Every character in the movie is quite mature and their acting is natural. It made me feel like I'm in the story, following the fate of the characters and the ups and downs of my mood. The style of the movie looks very simple, but I can see that a lot of effort was put into the layout and color scheme. It's very exquisite." The female actors cried several times, which moved me. As a woman, I also felt sad. This movie is a very good social topic. It's worth thinking about. Many of the film critics gave good reviews. There were almost no negative reviews at the venue. The box office for the first day was soon revealed. It was 51 million. This result was almost in the upper middle of the unpopular literary films. Dubon's latest rating was 7.1. Many people called to congratulate Yu Yao Yao. Her second movie was once again a box office hit. It turned out to be an excellent result. Ever since she came back, there had been almost no mistakes. Almost all the movies she participated in were good. Yu Yao Yao was at home. Her hands were almost sore from receiving phone calls. They were all congratulatory calls and text messages from her friends. What surprised her even more was that many producers had even sent out a new wave of invitations for announcements. "I'm about to give birth." Yu Yao Yao stared and flipped through the thick stack of scripts and plans that Nie had sent over. "They're working so hard?" Nie was grinning from ear to ear. "They're willing to wait for you to finish your maternity leave. If you're willing to act in it, these projects can be started in 1 or 2 years. They're just sending us some of the preliminary scripts for us to see." Yu Yao Yao's mouth was also wide open. "They can do that? Wait 2 years for me? Sis, your value has risen again. Moreover, there are rumors in the industry that you're a money-sucking machine. All the productions that you're cast in are successful. You're born to be prosperous." Nie's chubby face was rosy and glowing. "Waiting for a year or 2 is nothing." This time, the literary film did quite well. Even many people in the company said that Boss Shen had sharp eyes. Back then, he had casually promoted Chen Jiao to become the best actor. Later on, he quickly got married. His wife was also a big star with a lot of popularity and acting skills. It was just a matter of time before she won an award. Even on the internet for the past 2 days, there were people saying that this couple was like a pair of lucky mascots. Wherever they went, there would be good luck. Wherever they passed, everyone could pick up money. Yu Yaoyao's pay had also officially squeezed into the top tier. She wasn't the best actress or best actress, but her net worth had surpassed theirs. There's also a new wave of endorsements. NIE found a few contracts. It's mainly for mother and baby products. There are also some household brands. The product companies were making use of every opportunity. Endorsements came in like snowflakes. Shen Rui was extremely careful. He didn't dare to use too much strength as he slowly pressed his little face against his mommy's belly. Because he had experienced it once before, he knew how hard it was to be a mommy. He knew how uncomfortable and fragile it was to be a pregnant mommy, so he was especially careful now. He was always afraid that he would accidentally hurt his little sister. Little cute sister, little pretty sister? Can you hear your brother? Hello, hello? It was as if he was talking on the phone. He even leaned in and said hello twice. But he didn't dare to be too loud. After a while, he looked up in frustration. Mommy, the signal doesn't seem to be very good today. Yu Yaoyao patted his head. The closer she was to giving birth, the more reluctant the baby in her belly was to move. The child was big, and there was limited space in her belly. She couldn't move as freely as before. It depended on her mood. Unlike before, she would be very happy inside as long as she touched her belly and interacted with her. Shenrui was a little worried about his sister recently. Yu Yaoyao coaxed him and said that the signal was bad. Sometimes, his sister couldn't hear him, so he felt at ease. At this moment, the little bun felt that the signal was bad. His sister didn't respond at all. Mommy, I'll talk to my sister when you change seats. He took it seriously. Yu Yaoyao immediately agreed. Let's go. Let's go to the garden outside to bask in the sun. Yes, yes. There's no roof over there. The signal is strong. The little bun immediately held his mommy's hand happily. Shinichong stood at the staircase and heard the mother and son's discussion. He pinched his eyebrows as he felt a headache coming on. His son liked to talk nonsense, but so did his mother. When the two of them got together, it really gave him a headache. One was talking nonsense, and the other was serious. Later, when the little one was born, he would lead the little one astray as well. Shinichong felt his headache just imagining that scene. He didn't go up to the second floor. He went downstairs directly to help Yu Yaoyao. He looked down at his son and pursed his lips. Have you finished your homework? Have you played the violin? Where's the drawing homework to be handed in this week? Shenrui was too energetic. Normal homework couldn't hold him back. Shinichong had no choice but to hire a tutor to teach him the violin and drawing one-on-one. If he were to teach a lesson, he would probably finish it easily. He could only hire a professional tutor to assign homework based on his learning level. Shinichong's task for the tutor was to make his son spend at least an hour every day on this matter, so that he wouldn't have to be a part of the adult world all day long. Sure enough, this move was still useful. When Shenrui and the little bun heard this, they pouted their cheeks. Everyone was amused by Yu Yaoyao's flirtatious actions. Even the organizers didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Clearly, they had never encountered such an action before. Generally speaking, if a celebrity couldn't make it to the venue, they would at most send a pre-recorded video. When the time came for the award ceremony, it would be broadcasted live. Yu Yaoyao's stickers, and 2 of them at that, were really quite strange. But this was just a small episode. After amusing the audience, it didn't bring any changes to the venue. When it was Qin Jiao's turn, he entered the venue in a suit with the female lead of City Toppling Beauty in tow. When he saw the red note on the signature wall, his expression changed for a moment. However, he quickly suppressed his strange expression under the flashes of the media. That pair of charming peach blossom eyes was still full of smiles in front of the camera. His handsome face was handsome and he looked to be in good condition. However, the audience in the livestream room had sharp eyes. A live livestream couldn't be photoshopped like a post-production photo. Today, the organizers were quite pertinent and didn't add any filters to the livestream. The condition of the celebrity's skin could be seen in the livestream room. Xianxia's fans immediately noticed something strange. What's wrong with my brother? Is he too tired recently? Have a good rest. Are the dark circles under his eyes too serious? Oh my god, has Brother Zhao been staying up late to film again? Take care of your body, everything else is secondary. I think I have pimples. Oh, is there a bug in my godly looks? I'm crying. Other passers-by were mostly there to watch the show. In an instant, there were comments such as Qin Jiao is old, movie King Chen is not as good-looking as a certain young hunk, and leaving Guangxin, he's losing his luster. The YY fans had always been more silent, except for when Xiaoyao's stickers appeared. But now that they saw Qin Jiao, they didn't hold back and started typing hard on their keyboards. Brother Qin Jiao, are you up to something again tonight? Can't you sleep properly? Listen to De Yao Yao, if you can't find a girlfriend, do push-ups. Thanks to Brother Zhao, my baby Nguan came half a year late. Sigh. For the past half a year, City Toppling Beauty has been losing money. None of the roles you accepted were good. Brother, why did you leave Guangxin? Are you so stubborn that you want to ruin your future? I don't understand. Leaving Guangxin will be the thing you'll regret the most. City Toppling Beauty City Toppling Beauty. You to create yourself and to make yourself look like a victim? You will want to die. What an ingrate. The YY fans is to him. Com to Ido YYYYYYYY, to S222. Never clarifying and protecting Yu Yaoyao's reputation, leaving Guangxin at its lowest point, acting in and investing in City Toppling Beauty, and later accepting the endorsement of Diamond Aristocrat to suppress Yu Yaoyao, the YY fans didn't have a good impression of him. Especially, the more they paid attention to Yu Yaoyao, the more they realized that she never left Boss Shin. In contrast, Qin Jiao's ingratitude and his sanctimonious and despicable nature made them feel even more ashamed of him. Qin Jiao's face was full of smiles. He didn't see the comments in the livestream. But in reality, he knew very well that his current situation was unbearable. After City Toppling Beauty was released, in just 2 months, 20% of his fans left him. It was a huge number. In the second half of last year, he took on an action movie. This time, he was nominated for the Best Actor award, but the chances were slim. As soon as the presenter finished speaking, the YY fans went into a frenzy, 666. Scattering flowers. Congratulations to Yao Yao. A gift for the heating pads. Thank you to the judges. The judges have great taste. This year's judges are super professional. The presenter's voice soon followed. We have selected a section of praise from the organizing committee and the judges to share with everyone. Yu Yaoyao's portrayal of a female character is representative of this era. It fully shows us that a woman who has fallen to the bottom and lost her safe haven can also explode with infinite power. Because she is an ordinary mother, and also because she is a woman who refuses to admit defeat. In the film, she cried 3 times. Each time, it was full of different meanings and reflected her different inner thoughts. The character was portrayed so vividly that it was as if she had come to life. Tenacity, hesitation, weakness, strength, endurance, pain, happiness, all appeared in her eyes at the same time. What amazing acting! The fans banged on their keyboards to express their agreement. Of course, it's a pity but also a joy that she can't be here today because she is about to become a mother. On behalf of everyone present, I would like to congratulate her in advance. The presenter smiled. But there is also good news. Just now, after the award results were announced, our organizing committee called her. It seems that the call has already been connected. Can we trouble the on-site staff to connect us? The YY fans, who originally thought that they would only be able to see the pre-recorded video, were all stunned and instantly became ecstatic. The presenter was also in the process of answering the call. He invited director Qi Heng to replace Yu Yaoyao on stage to receive the award. Qi Heng was left on stage to wait for the live call with Yu Yaoyao. Below the stage, Qin Jiao's expression was very ugly at this moment. Yu Yaoyao won the Best Supporting Actress award, which was not surprising to him. He had watched the film and also felt that her performance was above standard. She was completely different from the definition of a flower vase actress. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. The Best Supporting Actor and Best Supporting Actress awards were both from Guangxin Entertainment. As for the Best Actor and Best Actress awards, he immediately realized that the artists under Guangxin had also been nominated. It was very likely that they would regain the title of Best Actor in the first year after he left. Chen Jiao gritted her teeth. Later on, the Best Film Award was also nominated by Guangxin. Zhou Qiong, who was nominated for the Best Director Award, was a good friend of Xianxia. They had a close relationship. This time, the dark horse, Qi Heng, was also rumored in the industry. He and Xianxia also appreciated each other. Xianxia, Guan Xian, they were everywhere. Was it because he had good foresight, or was it just pure luck? Chen Jiao looked at the stage, and his face became more and more unpleasant. In retrospect, Xianxia's luck had been good in the past, but it was clear that her luck had gotten better recently. He had followed Yu Yaoyao everywhere to visit the set. He had made friends with the dark horse directors and potential newcomers in the industry, and more or less made them lean towards Guangxin. This time, Dafu's Q Pet investment project was also riding on Yu Yaoyao's wind. If it were not for her relationship with Rensiki, Xianxia and Dafu would not have had the opportunity to meet. If he wanted to invest, it would be the same for Xianxia. There was no bias in Dafu. If it were not for Yu Yaoyao, it would not be like this at all. Dafu was stubbornly set on Xianxia. The little bun repeated the number 3 times, and everyone in the venue heard it clearly. Not only that, but many people in the live stream also recorded the phone number. If I call, can I talk to the little bun? I'll remember it too. Perfect. Boss Shen must be having a headache. Boss Shen, my son's homework is obviously far from enough. Increase the workload. Sister wants to invest. Crowdfund a short film for the little baby. It's so cute, Shen Rue, because my little sister is about to be born, I need to earn money for her milk powder in advance. Also, money for a beautiful dress dad is not good enough, so the family can only rely on me. What happened? My phone is exploding? The YY fans in the live stream were all laughing and laughing. Even the passers-by thought that the little bun was very interesting. Many of his rivals' fans were swayed by the little bun. It was really unprecedented for a child to speak up for his mother at such an award ceremony. Fortunately, the little bun was sensible. After saying the important number, he took the initiative to say goodbye to Uncle Qi Heng. I'm going to see if my little sister is out, Uncle. Call back later. Let's talk. Qi Heng was stunned. Talk? Okay, go ahead. Good boy, I'll see you next time. Qi Heng also said goodbye to the little bun softly. The little bun politely waited for Qi Heng to hang up first. In the livestream comments, there was another wave of "you tricked me into giving birth to a son" comments. The passers-by were all asking if the little bun had been on TV before. What videos could they watch? The YY fans immediately pointed them to Yao Yao's new and old variety shows. Meanwhile, the award ceremony quickly continued. At this moment, Nie, who was walking back and forth in the hospital, quickly realized that something was wrong. Previously, he went out to answer a call from the company and went to the corner to confirm that Yu Yaoyao's acceptance speech was intact. Then, he returned to the delivery room and waited with the little bun. However, he had only been back for a minute when his phone rang. Nie looked down and saw that it was an unknown number. He frowned and went to the corner to answer it. Hello? Hello, are you Mr. Nie? Are you Yao Yao's manager? It was a timid and shy girl's voice. Nie's call was for work. He immediately replied, Hello, I am. May I know who you are? If you have any appointments, please. Before he could finish, an excited scream came from the other end of the phone, almost shattering his eardrums. Sis, it's really Yao Yao's manager. Ah. Yu Yaoyao won the Best Newcomer Award. She won a double yellow award. The fans were celebrating in all sorts of ways. They were afraid of disturbing others in the comments section of the livestream and making the public have a bad impression of them. Hence, most of the YY fans went back to the official YY fan group to celebrate after a few screams. Many YY fans who were watching the livestream seriously realized that many girls in the group were in a state of madness. The entire group was flooded with emojis of love, hugs, and kisses. The comments were not just about Xiaoyao winning the award. The people who had just entered the livestream were a little dumbfounded. "Oh, I just talked to Little Bun on the phone. God Bun. Little Bun is so warm. He just told me not to be sad because I'm heartbroken. He said that I'll definitely find a better brother. Sob sob sob, he's so warm that I want to marry Little Bun. I really want to steal Little Bun back. He just told me to sleep early every day and not to work overtime. It's bad for my health." 23,333 touching. I almost cried when I heard it. My little munchkin, sob. I heard his voice too. He even told me to keep exercising so that I can learn more efficiently. Sob, I'll definitely listen to him and focus on the physical education class that I hate the most. Rui's eye is such a warm guy. I'm so envious of you dialing. I called but the line was always busy. I'm really crying. I'm so envious. What else did Rui's eye say to you? Tell us quickly. Speaking of which, did anyone record it? Ah, I want to hear it. I can't get through the phone either. They were all fans who had dialed and screamed in surprise. The others were all envious and jealous. All of them had lost their minds. The people who had just left the livestream were also regretting it. They were dumbfounded. They should have called just now that more and more people were calling. Naturally, many people couldn't get through. Speaking of which, the organizers of the award ceremony were also lucky to be able to squeeze through a bunch of crazy fans to get through the phone. Rui's eye, Little Bun, appeared in the organizer's livestream again. This time, the video call allowed everyone to see the hospital wall behind him clearly and the nurses coming and going. Of course, Little Bowsy was still very sensible. He sat on the chair and obediently thanked everyone. This time, he didn't promote himself. He had received a lot of calls just now, which meant that Uncle and Auntie had taken down their numbers. This time, the call was from the director of Chaos, Zhou Qiong. He accepted the award on behalf of Yu Yaoyao. Zhou Qiong was already familiar with Xianxia. She had even seen the Little Bun and chatted with him before. In addition, Zhou Qiong's child was about to enter university, so she had experience in dealing with children. "Xiao Rui, how's your mommy?" Zhou Qiong asked a question that everyone was concerned about. The YY fans were very grateful to him. Little Bun shook his head. Not yet. He pursed his lips and looked like he was about to cry. His big black eyes were watery. The fans who were watching the live broadcast felt their hearts ache for her. This was especially true for the fans who had spoken to the Little Bun on the phone earlier. This time, they were even more shocked than him. Little Bun. Oh, you're so worried about mommy. You even comforted me just now. I want to hug the Little Bun and pat his head. Don't be sad. Hoo, your sisters are here. Little Bun, don't be afraid. Your sister's mother is a gynecologist. If it really doesn't work, I'll ask my mother to protect you online. Xianxia did not expect so many things to happen in one night. He accompanied the child's mother into the delivery room and left his son alone outside. He was worried, but he had no choice. His mother had divorced his father a long time ago, and they had not been in contact for the past few years. His father had also been recuperating abroad for a long time. Later, he married a mixed-race woman and had a child. Therefore, Shenrui could not rely on his grandparents, and his grandparents, Yu Yaoyao's parents, were not reliable either. Xianxia did not inform them at all this time. Shenrui was not familiar with them, and they did not have much intimate contact with them in the past. The reason why Xianxia brought the old butler and nanny, and even asked Shenlin and Nie to accompany him, was to make Shenrui feel at ease. However, he also knew that they could not replace the company of relatives. At most, they could only watch over his son and ensure that he was not in danger. Xianxia felt a little guilty toward his son for accompanying his wife during her labor yesterday. However, Yu Yaoyao needed him more yesterday, so he could not leave. He could only ask his young son to wait outside. However, he had never expected that his son, Xianxia, this little guy, would actually cause such a big incident in one night. After the hashtag steamed bun calling hashtag, there was the word explosive, and it became today's explosive news. Even after an entire night, the popularity did not die down. Xianxia knew the entertainment industry very well, so he understood the operation behind these trending searches at a glance. The top trending topics were Best Actress Gu Qianqian's Chaos and Best Actor Su Wenkai's Desert Rescue. In addition to the support of their fans, the organizers of the award ceremony and the two marketing teams behind them were also responsible for maintaining the top spot. If it were not for this level of support, hashtag steamed bun calling hashtag would have been the top trending topic. Xianxia clicked on the topic and took a look. The corners of his handsome eyes twitched. Hashtag yesterday, Yu Yaoyao received the Best Newcomer and Best Supporting Actress awards. Because she was in labor, her 5-year-old son spoke on her behalf. His childish words added to the joy and laughter of the award ceremony. Hashtag Yu Yaoyao's 5-year-old son is doing a live broadcast online, and he's asking everyone to call his agent's number, saying that he's been contacted for a job for a child, and that his acting skills are pretty good. Hashtag fans call at night and line up to be appeased by Little Bun. Hashtag Little Bun's emotional line, one button will help you solve your personal problems such as falling out of love, quarreling between husband and wife, and difficult homework and exams. Hashtag Little Bun taught the secrets of beauty and slimming online, claiming that a good man is worth having. Hashtag professional early education fans lining up to comfort Little Bun through the torturous night of his mother's labor. Hashtag Xianxia took a look and realized that her son had climbed to the top of the hot search list by himself. There was still a lot of internal storage. Many of the fans who called Little Bun entered their conversations into text or pictures and shared them. At first, he comforted his frustrated fans. Later on, it was his fans who comforted him, who was afraid and worried. In one night, Xianxia counted at least 20 conversations that were posted online. He turned and looked at his son, who was still holding onto the corner of the blanket and sleeping soundly with the white snake plushie in his arms. He couldn't help but relax his brows. He walked to the side of the small bed and tucked him in, including his little hands. Xianxia picked up his phone and personally organized the words to post on Weibo. Thank you for everyone's concern. My little baby Nguyen has been born. Mother and daughter are safe and sound. Yao Yao is doing well too. Thank you for taking care of my little son last night. Thank you for everyone's tolerance. He took a picture of his little daughter's little fist to accompany the picture. Yiyan looked at the previous Weibo records of My Wife Is Not Bad. She didn't think so before, but the more she looked at it, the more she felt that this guy must be from the entertainment industry. Not only that, he must be related to Guangxin. First of all, during the Meng Xinran incident, he even got hold of the edited footage that had not been released by the production team. Secondly, he and Guangxin's Shenlin sent her a message almost at the same time. Who was Shenlin? Those who had watched the variety show and those who had watched the live broadcast yesterday knew that Shenlin was Xianxia's personal assistant, Yiyan exclaimed in surprise. She then looked at Shenlin's invitation to Guangxin. She immediately covered her mouth. It can't be? My wife is not bad. This ID, they had always thought that this was a low-key hardcore Yao Yao fan, also known as a husband fan. Hardcore fans are usually in the group, but it seems that this person was invited many times before he joined the group. Yiyan finally realized what had happened. And he's not a fanatic. I don't usually see him like or participate in fan activities. The truth seemed to be obvious. Yiyan asked a few college girls who had more free time in the group and compared the time of Yu Yaoyao's livestream with them. In the end, they matched up. When Yu Yaoyao was working or livestreaming, this My Wife Is Not Bad ID would not appear. Even that day, when Yao Yao was being trampled on by others and was said to be a big shot with bad acting skills, Yiyan asked my wife to write an article, but he did not reply at night. Watching the livestream, it seemed to be the time when Yu Yaoyao asked Boss Shen to go to bed. Could it be so coincidental? Why would Guangxin's Shenlin, Boss Shen's personal assistant, notice her? And know her Weibo? She was usually active in the fan group. Usually, even if someone contacted her, they would contact her secretly. My wife is not bad, was Boss Shen. Yi Yan took a deep breath and felt that her speculation was too dreamy, but if that was the case, then it made sense. This secondary ID appeared every time when Yao Yao was in trouble. Why didn't he use his main account? This meant that his true identity was very likely to be exposed because of his big account. And this ID was almost always silent in the fan group. This time, he sent a red packet of more than 50,000 renminbi and even said, "Congratulations to everyone." Congratulations to everyone? Normally, only the master of the house would speak like that. Yi Yan picked up the cup and drank some water. Her hands trembled a little. After watching variety shows for so long, she had been chasing after Yu Yao Yao. She also liked the little bun very much, and slowly, she also regarded Xianxia as a work target. Xianxia's success and its thrilling survival from the jaws of death were all inseparable from this boss's courage and wisdom. More importantly, he had so much time to spend with his wife and son every day that he could do his job with ease. In terms of success, this family of three was really a model, which made Yi Yan admire them again and again. However, she was a rational person who chased after celebrities. She rarely went to live events and rarely bought accessories. She never expected that she would be so close to her idol, even when she opened Shenlin's private chat window. Her hands were trembling. "Hello, may I ask, why did you invite me? Did you see my resume somewhere?" After she sent this message, she was a little nervous and held her breath in concentration. As a personal assistant, Shenlin's reply speed was indeed very professional and was quite fast. Yi Yan never thought that one day, she would be so close to her idol, so close. She was no longer a little girl, she was a super calm and rational fan. She had never been like the little girls in the group, fantasizing about being Yao Yao's assistant or agent after graduating from university. She knew that these girls all had their own small groups, criticizing Nie, Yao Yao's agent all day long, thinking that they would definitely be more competent than Nie. But these discussions, she didn't want to see or know. Because, it was too irrational. Chasing stars was chasing stars, it was leisure and entertainment, it was a spiritual world. And work was another matter, it should be separated from interest, to show one's talent and ability. However, she didn't expect that the slap in the face would come so quickly. When she sat in Shenlin's car, on the way to the Shen mansion, Yi Yan didn't even know how to put her hands. She even looked at herself through the rearview mirror in the car and exclaimed, "What's wrong?" Shenlin glanced at her. The boss was in a meeting and he took the time to send her over. Soon, he would return to the company. Yi Yan's face was a little red. Nothing. Oh no, she went out today to see Xianxia, the future big boss, the husband of her idol, so, today, her attire was completely the standard for office women, a skirt, a shirt and a small suit. The color of her whole body was white and navy blue, even the high heels on her feet were black. And her makeup was even more low-key, daily nude makeup that would not cause any misunderstanding, with a little bean paste lipstick to enhance her vitality. But, if she went to see Big Yao Yao now, Yi Yan looked at the mirror carefully. The lipstick seemed to have faded a lot from the coffee she just drank. She needed to replenish it. The base makeup had also fallen off. The acne marks and dark circles under her eyes could be seen. She needed to replenish it. And this white shirt, it was too plain. If she had known earlier, she would have worn a small brooch no matter what. The navy blue suit should also be changed to a more amiable and soft-knitted coat, Yi Yan sighed. Her heart was beating faster, and her hands were even more nervous. She immediately touched up her makeup, but there was no way to change her clothes. She didn't know if Big Yao Yao's first impression of her would be deep. Would Big Yao Yao like her? When Yi Yan thought of this, she was not in the mood to look at the scenery outside the window. Special assistant, what does Big Yao Yao like? Do I have to bring a gift for my first visit? Oh right, does she know that I'm coming? Will I disturb her rest? Also, can you tell me what kind of difficulties she has been suffering recently? I can prepare in advance. She wasn't even this nervous when she was going for a job interview. When she saw Xianxia, she was more gossipy than nervous. But now, her heart was beating more than 120 beats per minute. If she couldn't help Big Yao Yao solve her problem, would she be disappointed in her and feel that she was useless? Yi Yan felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Oh right, does she have anything that she hates? Is there anything I need to pay attention to when I speak later? Yiyan looked at Big Yao Yao, who suddenly walked down the stairs. It was as if she was at the scene of the Cannes Film Festival, watching the magical and solemn feeling of a movie star walking the red carpet. Even though Big Yao Yao was wearing home clothes, there was still a little sweat on her face. But as a woman, Yiyan looked at Big Yao Yao with the most picky eyes. She also felt that wherever she went, there was a scenery. Even if she just stopped at the corner of the stairs, holding the railing with one hand and leaning her graceful body on the handrail, that figure was unforgettable. Not fat nor thin, just right. Even though she was wearing funny and cute pajamas, her flaws still couldn't obscure her beauty. One could see her usual slender and tall figure. Her pretty little face was slightly red, and her swan neck was snow white and moving. Yiyan couldn't help but be shocked when she saw it up close. Sorry for the embarrassment. Yu Yao Yao saw that she was staring at her, and she felt a little embarrassed. She was supposed to wear yoga clothes to practice, but just now, in order to do 9 consecutive family photos with Shen Rui, Little Bun, and his sister, she changed into the dinosaur clothes. Only when she was doing yoga did she remember that she should change. But because of her laziness, she didn't move. Yiyan didn't find it funny at all. She was nervous and excited, and didn't notice her blind spot at all. Are you Xiao Yunyun, who came to help me come up with ideas for variety shows? Yu Yao Yao walked down the stairs and quickly came over to greet her. Only then did Yiyan wake up. She didn't answer just now. Yes, I am. Big Yao Yao. Teacher Yu, hello. It's our first time meeting. Please take care of me in the future. She immediately reached out to Yu Yao Yao. Her heart was thumping. The people in the country all shook hands. Big Yao Yao? Yes, this is a good name. You can call me that. No one at home calls me Teacher Yu. Yu Yao Yao pulled down the zipper of her dinosaur suit and loosened it a little before reaching out to hold Ji Yan's hand. After holding it, she shook it hard, just like what she saw on TV. Please take care of me. Yi Yan's legs almost went soft. Big Yao Yao was holding her hand, her hands were so soft, and they were warm, idol's hands, goddess's hands, Yao Yao. Husband's hands, auntie, didn't you want to pee? Little Bun raised her head and looked strangely at Yi Yan, who seemed to have lost her direction and forgotten what she wanted to do after shaking hands with Yu Yao Yao. Gu Qianxian's tactfulness made many viewers in the livestream laugh and send her gifts. Of course, when they looked back, they felt sorry for the little Bun. Shen Rui, the little Bun, used to make a fuss about going on television with his mommy. But now that he was going on television, he lost interest because his mommy was not around. He just watched the tablet obediently and did not interact with the audience anymore. Obviously, he was not keen on performing in front of the camera. Previously, he had only requested to be on camera because he wanted to spend time with Yu Yao Yao. At night, the father and son interacted with baby Nguan in front of the camera. The viewers in the livestream could not see clearly, but they could see Yu Yao Yao's pink face and the little Bun in her arms. The father and son read stories and sang nursery rhymes, fighting to coax their daughter and little sister to sleep. Yu Yao Yao held her forehead and listened for a long time before she had to interrupt them. Xianwan is already asleep. You guys should rest too. The father and son paused, looking disappointed and depressed. The livestream was full of laughter. After everyone fell asleep, Shinichong finally came to Qin Jiao's room and knocked on his door. Qin Jiao was still awake, but he was a little surprised that Shinichong would take the initiative to look for him. Shinichong did not intend to stay for long. He leaned against the wall and did not even look for a chair to sit down. He took out a pack of cigarettes and narrowed his eyes. You don't mind, right? Qin Jiao gestured for him to go ahead and took out a cigarette. Boss Shen, can I borrow a lighter? He was an artist with a positive image. There were almost no photos of him smoking on the internet. But he smoked often in private. Day and night were often reversed when filming. Staying up late was a small matter. In the early years, when he had not made a name for himself on set, it was common for him to wait 4 to 5 hours for a scene. He could not hold on without smoking to keep himself awake. Shinichong did not say anything and threw the lighter in his hand to him. Qin Jiao took it and froze. Some memories of the past seemed to reappear in front of his eyes. They were all vivid in his mind, as if they were just yesterday. To be exact, the first time he smoked was when he learned from Shen Yicheng. No, it was Shen Yicheng who taught him personally. In his second year in the industry, he was 18 years old. Every day, he would rush to the set, but he would be an extra, a small supporting role without any lines, a character that would die in a second, and he would do everything. In the end, he finally managed to get a male supporting character with a few lines. However, some people said that he relied on his male charms to get close to the female director in order to gain her favor. No one acknowledged him, and no one thought that he could do it. Only Shen Yicheng had never abandoned him. When he was scolded by everyone as the director's lover, the female director also changed her role at the last minute for the sake of her reputation. Once again, he was reduced to an extra and a small supporting role. He was completely disappointed and wanted to give up, but Shen Yicheng stopped him with a cigarette in his hand. Qin Jiao lit the lighter. In the dark night, a ball of flame appeared between his fingers and lit the cigarette in his mouth. The faint light reflected in his peach blossom eyes made him lose his mind. Up until now, he still remembered the past. He remembered it so clearly that he thought he had forgotten it long ago. But now, he realized that he even remembered what Shen Yicheng said at that time. If you want to leave, then leave. Don't ever come back. Shen Yicheng did not urge him to stay. He did not even encourage him or say that he would definitely be able to make a comeback. However, he used these words to provoke him to continue staying in this ruthless entertainment industry. He continued to act as the third male lead, the second male lead, the male lead, until he won an award and became the best actor. Until today, he was really stubborn back then. Shen Yicheng asked him to leave, but he insisted on staying and fighting to prove to Shen Yicheng that he could do it. Qin Jiao was shocked by his own thoughts. He had done so much just to be praised. Was he an idiot? That's right, he was an idiot from head to toe. Now that Qin Jiao thought about it, he felt that he was extremely stupid. Shen Yicheng's net worth was more than 100 million yuan. He was famous in the industry for his connections, experience, foresight, and capital. How could he, an actor who had been popular for a few years, defeat him? Even the real estate giant Wanxin Group had given up on going against Guangxin. But he was still trying to hit a rock with an egg, and what was the benefit of going against Shen Yicheng? Qin Jiao felt dizzy. Previously, he had wanted to fight for Yu Yaoyao. Even this time, he had come for Yu Yaoyao. But she had already given birth to Shen Yicheng's second child. She had just finished her confinement. Didn't this mean that they had a good relationship? Why was he still pestering them endlessly? Qin Jiao's handsome face was as white as a sheet of paper. Shen Yicheng also turned around and was stopped by his shout. But Shen Yicheng's expression was very strange, as if he had heard something unbelievable. What do you mean? You don't want her freedom? Qin Jiao was instantly speechless. His head was going bald. Why did it sound like he was scolding him for being so cheap? But recently, he had done so many things to go against Shen Yicheng. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed to make Shen Yicheng regret. Regret that he didn't nurture him properly and even gave up on him in the end. Of course, Shen Yicheng snatching Yu Yaoyao away was also a very important factor. But Shen Yicheng stood in the corridor and frowned. Go back to sleep. It's late. You should go back tomorrow. Qin Jiao only felt a tightness in his chest. This person just didn't listen to him. Then why did he come to his room? He started a conversation and then left. It was always like this Shen Yicheng obviously didn't want to continue chatting with him. Now that Qin Jiao had established his own company, there was no point in discussing who was right and who was wrong in the past. Everyone had to move on. Moreover, Shen Yicheng had rekindled his old feelings for Yu Yaoyao. Shen Yicheng obviously didn't want to get close to a man who tried to seduce his wife. Continue to be friends and invite him to pursue his wife in the future. Shen Yicheng immediately eliminated this possibility. Originally, the day before, everyone in the live broadcast room clearly saw that Shen Rui, the little bun, did not like Qin Jiao, and even spoke to him very impolitely. But today, the little bun frequently glanced at Qin Jiao sympathetically. Qin Jiao's ears turned red. When he glanced at him and his handsome face became uneasy. If it were not for the age gap between them, the netizens would have misunderstood. But soon, Shenrui did not give everyone any room to think. While Shinichong went out to buy groceries, Gu Qianqian went to the vegetable field in front to pick 2 cabbages and came back. He secretly squatted beside Qin Jiao, who was wiping the floor with a cloth, and muttered softly. Uncle Diao, Dad is gone, and Auntie Qianqian is gone. It's just us. I'll teach you how to write a self-reflection letter. Qin Jiao froze in the middle of wiping the floor. The live stream was filled with question marks. Did I hear wrongly? The Diao wants to write a self-reflection letter? What happened that we don't know about? Is the little bun changing the path of the Diao? Keep watching. I feel like the little bun is going to do something big. Shenrui, the little bun, didn't do something big as everyone imagined. Instead, he secretly stuffed a pen into Qin Jiao's hand. Qin Jiao's body stiffened. Xiao Rui, Uncle doesn't, he was not a real child. If writing a self-reflection letter was useful, it would be too easy. He quickly shook his head and felt that he had nothing to say to a 5-year-old child. Uncle will continue to wipe the floor. You go and play for a while. The little bun puffed up his cheeks and pursed his lips. He did not continue to force him. He only left the pen and paper to him. Uncle, if you want to use it, you can write it yourself. Qin Jiao smiled bitterly. He took it but did not write it. The audience in the live stream was also a little disheartened. In the afternoon, Shenrui, the little bun, was scolded by Shinichong for playing with the earthworms outside the door. He cut them into pieces and wiped the mud on the sofa in the living room. The sofa belonged to the owner of the house. It did not belong to them, nor did it belong to the production crew. Don't damage public property or other people's property. Didn't the kindergarten teacher say that? Once Shinichong released her cold aura, she looked terrifying from head to toe. Not to mention Shenrui, even Gu Qianqian, who was eating fruits beside them, could not swallow her food. Shenrui, the little bun, was also a little bored. Just now, when he was high, he played too much and didn't notice. Shinichong knew that she could not be soft-hearted towards her son. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. Apologize to the owner. What are you going to do if we can't clean the dirty sofa? Little Bun lowered his head. His little mouth moved, but in the end, he remained silent and chose to accept his punishment. Gu Qianqian did not dare to interrupt the whole time. She was afraid that Shinichong would fly into a rage. Boss Shen, do you need to be so strict? Who hasn't dirted their furniture when they were young? After this episode of Welcome to My Home was broadcasted, it attracted the attention of a large number of netizens. Those who didn't have time to watch the live broadcast also saw the edited version of the show. Yu Yaoyao not being able to participate in the recording of the show was a great regret for many YY fans. There were even some extreme viewers online who thought that the show was a scam. Those advertising sponsors had come because of Yu Yaoyao's popularity. But in the end, she was pregnant and had to go through confinement and breastfeeding. In the end, she might not appear on the screen for at least half a year. This caused the advertising sponsors who had paid a lot of money to curse in their hearts. They didn't know whether they should say it or not. It was like spending money to buy A but getting B and C in the end. They simply wanted to curse and even wanted to return the goods. 20 minutes before the show was broadcasted, Zhao Yu was informed by his assistant that many of his business partners were quite dissatisfied. There were even some who called to ask about it. Will Yu Yaoyao participate in the next episode? Can she be guaranteed to appear in every episode for half an hour? Nowadays, variety shows usually lasted about 2 hours. It was equivalent to the sponsors only asking her to appear on screen for a quarter of the time. They were already very lenient. But Zhao Yu couldn't answer. This was not stipulated in our early contract. What? The sponsors and the show's chief planner were about to faint. Zhao Yu touched his forehead. He couldn't ask Yu Yaoyao to work when she was breastfeeding. Otherwise, Boss Shen would probably kill him with his gaze. Moreover, the relationship between husband and wife was good. Now that the two-child policy was relaxed, he had already expected that Yu Yaoyao would have a child. What was so strange about this? Don't worry, our ratings are guaranteed. The sponsorship contract has stated that if the audience's popularity doesn't reach the minimum standard, we will refund a certain amount of the sponsorship. This clause was also quite special. Ordinary shows didn't have the guts to do this, but Zhao Yu was very confident before and wasn't afraid of the number of clicks. Just wait and see. Although Yu Yaoyao doesn't have a lot of screen time in this episode, her popularity will still be very high. Zhao Yu didn't want to argue with these sponsors. Let's watch the show first. If there are any problems, we can discuss them. With that, he happily hung up the phone. His assistant, Xiao Huang, who had been following him, was a little worried. Is it really okay? Director Zhao, I heard from old Jing, who went to film Yu Yaoyao, that she doesn't really want to show her face. It seems like she'll be resting for at least half a year. Zhao Yu glanced at him. You can't ask the sheep to run and not let them eat grass. Guests and celebrities were all humans, so they had to enjoy the benefits that they deserved. Also, when she was pregnant, our show had the exclusive right to film and interview her during her pregnancy. Do you think there are any other shows or media that can invite her? His assistant, Xiao Huang, finally reacted. Zhao Yu turned off his phone. These sponsors had already made a lot of money when the number of clicks exploded. Yu Yaoyao's ability to promote goods is top-notch. Her performance has far exceeded their expectations and their previous returns on investment. Now that it's time for her to rest, even if the number of clicks drops, they won't lose anything overall. Now that she's just taking maternity leave, they don't agree. Are they so greedy and inhumane? Didn't they grow up on milk? Zhao Yu snorted unhappily. He now valued Yu Yaoyao's family very much. Because I'm at home, it affected the show's ratings. Yu Yaoyao suddenly understood. But she quickly glanced at the little warm bun lying on the pink little princess bed with a conflicted expression. The little bun was soft and tender all over. When she squeezed her little fingers together, it was a little white fist. She was indescribably cute. And every time the little warm bun opened her big watery eyes and looked in her direction, her heart would melt. She was so cute that she didn't want to leave this little bun at all, she didn't want to go far away. Although the confinement period was boring, she was satisfied to look at the little bun every day. She could even shop online at home and help the little girl find cute clothes and accessories of different styles. She could dress the little warm bun up into a little princess. It was a real-life version of the little game of miracle warmth. What should we do, hubby? Did we trick Director Zhao? Yu Yaoyao had thought that her husband could handle it. But after Xianxia's reminder, she quickly realized that it really didn't seem to be possible. After watching the real episode just now, Xianxia was really obsessed with doing housework, while the little bun was in charge of playing and doing homework. If Qin Jiao hadn't come, this episode would probably have been scrapped. The father and son didn't have much desire to show off in front of the camera. Yu Yaoyao held her forehead and felt a little helpless. But when she turned to look at Xianxia's cold face, she also shook her head. It was really too difficult to let her dear husband liven up the atmosphere and achieve the effect of a comedy show. Xianxia's handsome face showed a trace of a bitter smile when she glanced at him. If it weren't for his wife and child, he wouldn't even go on the show. It's not that bad. He rubbed his nose. Didn't you just say that it's lonely to be invincible? Well, you can think about the content of the next episode for Director Zhao. His wife had nothing to do. This was a big problem. Xianxia had never been a person who embezzled money from his family, nor was he a husband who forced his wife to go out to work. It was just that there were many cases of postpartum depression. A few days ago, there was news of a pregnant woman committing suicide. He clearly saw the loneliness in Yu Yaoyao's eyes just now. Qin Jiao's public apology, not only was she unhappy, but she also felt that it was a pity and regretful that there was no opponent to compete with. When Xianxiang thought, alarm bells rang in his heart. No matter what, he had to make Yu Yaoyao happy. She had nothing to do at home, so it was easy for her to let her imagination run wild. Since that was the case, why not let her help Director Zhao a little? You can think of something that doesn't require you to leave home, but can still make the show go smoothly and exciting. You can help Director Zhao get through this difficult time. Yi Yun had never thought that she would be so close to her idol one day, so close, she was no longer a little girl. She was a super calm and rational fan. She had never dreamed of being De Yaoyao's assistant or manager after graduating from university like the other girls in the group. She knew that the girls had their own group. They were always criticizing De Yaoyao's manager, Nie, and felt that they would definitely be more competent than Nie. But she did not want to see or know about these discussions. Because it was too irrational. Chasing after celebrities was a form of entertainment, and it was a spiritual world. Work was another matter. It should be separated from one's interests. It was to show one's talent and ability. However, she did not expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. When she got into Shenlin's car and was on the way to the Shen residence, Yiyin did not even know what to do with her hands. She even exclaimed when she looked at herself through the rearview mirror. "What's the matter?" Shenlin glanced at her. His boss was in a meeting. He took the time to send her there and had to return to the company soon. Yiyun's face was a little red. Nothing. Oh no, she went out today to meet Shen Yicheng, her future big boss, her idol's husband, hence, her outfit today was completely standard for office women. She was wearing a skirt, a shirt, and a small blazer. The color of her outfit was white and navy blue. Even the heels on her feet were black. Her makeup was even more low-key. It was her daily nude makeup that would not cause any misunderstandings. She added a little red lipstick to enhance her vitality. However, if she were to meet De Yaoyao now, Yiyin looked at the mirror carefully. Her lipstick seemed to have faded from the coffee she drank just now. She had to reapply it. Her foundation makeup had also fallen off. Oh, the acne marks and dark circles under her eyes could be seen. She had to reapply it. And this white blouse was too plain. If she had known, she would have worn a small brooch no matter what. The navy blue blazer should also be changed into a more intimate and soft-knitted jacket, Yiyin sighed. Her heart was beating faster and her hands were even more nervous. She immediately reapplied her makeup, but she could not do anything about her clothes. Would De Yaoyao have a deep first impression of her? Would he like her? Yiyin was no longer in the mood to look at the scenery outside the window. Special assistant, what does De Yaoyao like? Should I bring a gift for my first visit? By the way, does she know that I'm coming? Will I be disturbing her rest? Also, can you tell me what she's been through recently so that I can prepare in advance? She wasn't even this nervous during her job interview. When she saw Shen Yicheng, she was more gossipy than nervous. But now, her heart rate was estimated to be over 120 beats per minute. What if I can't help De Yaoyao solve her problem? Will she be disappointed in me and think that I'm useless? Yiyin felt that her heart was about to jump out of her throat. By the way, is there anything she hates? Is there anything I should pay attention to when I speak later? Yiyin looked at De Yaoyao, who suddenly walked down the stairs. She felt as if she was at the Cannes Film Festival, watching a movie star walk down the red carpet. Even though De Yaoyao was wearing home clothes, there was still a thin layer of sweat on her face. However, as a woman, Yiyin looked at De Yaoyao with the most critical eyes. She also felt that wherever she went, she would be a sight to behold. Even though she was just standing at the corner of the stairs with one hand on the railing and her graceful body leaning against the handrail, her figure was unforgettable. She was neither fat nor thin. She was just right. Even though she was wearing funny and cute pajamas, the flaws could not hide her beauty. One could see her usual slender and tall figure. Her pretty little face was slightly red, and her swan-like neck was snow white. Yiyin could not help but feel a little shocked when she saw her up close. Sorry about that. Yu Yaoyao felt a little embarrassed when she saw her staring at her like that. She was supposed to be wearing yoga clothes, but she changed into the dinosaur suit just now because she wanted to do 9 consecutive family photos with Shen Rui, Little Bun, and his sister. She only remembered that she should change after doing yoga. However, she did not move because she was lazy. Yiyin did not feel that it was a joke at all. When she was nervous and excited, she did not notice her blind spots at all. Are you little Yinyun, the one who came to help me come up with ideas for the variety show? Yu Yaoyao walked down the stairs and quickly came over to greet her. Yiyun was startled. She did not answer just now. Yes, I am. Dayao. Miss you, hello. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. She immediately stretched out her hand to Yu Yaoyao. Her heart was pounding. Chinese people always shook hands. Dayao? That's a good name. You can call me that. No one at home calls me Miss Yu. Yu Yaoyao pulled down the zipper of her dinosaur suit to relax a little before reaching out to hold Yi Yan's hand. After holding her hand, she shook it heavily as if she had seen it on TV. Please take care of me. Yi Yan's legs almost turned to jelly. De Yaoyao was holding her hand, her hands were so tender and soft, and they were still warm, her idol's hand, goddess hand, Yaoyao, her husband's hand. Auntie, didn't you want to pee? Little Bun looked at Yi Yan, who seemed to have lost and forgotten what she wanted to do after shaking hands with Yu Yaoyao. Hubby, how is it? Yu Yaoyao held the phone and acted coquettishly. Yi Yan's breathing almost stopped. She felt that she had unknowingly created a big show. Was this still welcome to my home? She felt that something was not right, but Yi Yan could not refute it. De Yaoyao helping Boss Shen to groom a newbie did not sound like much, but why did it make her so excited? It was like buying a lottery ticket and knowing that she would definitely win. She was just waiting for the prize to come out, father and son going into battle, creating a husband and wife team. Yi Yan's brain worked quickly. In the blink of an eye, while Yu Yaoyao was still on the phone, she had already come up with a few different implementation plans and started to analyze the feasibility and pros and cons. Just as she was about to take out a pen to write it down and tell De Yaoyao in detail later, Yi Yan heard De Yaoyao's coquettish voice on the phone. Hubby, can't we? Why can't we? Yi Yan's heart was also in her mouth. It was a very interesting project. Why couldn't they do it? What a pity. It doesn't match the theme of Welcome to My Home? Yu Yaoyao sounded a little regretful. So we can only do something related to daily life? Yi Yan sighed as she heard that. Indeed, she had thought of this fatal flaw just now. But in her excitement, she had forgotten about this problem. If this heartwarming family variety show was replaced with a talent show, no matter how they explained, the audience would think that the production team was selling dog meat under the sheep's head. Even the passers-by and fans would think that Yu Yaoyao was messing around with the variety show during her breastfeeding period just to make money and gain popularity. Yi Yan could only give up. But she still continued to perfect the few creative shows that she had recorded and made some adjustments on paper. Even if this variety show could not be used, did Guangxin have the ability to invest in a new type of show to groom newbies? She wrote down everything that she thought of and was going to organize it into a project document for Boss Shen and Boss Lu from the strategy department to look through. Yi Yan was very rational. But Yu Yaoyao was still struggling. Hubby, what should I do? Little Yin Yin said that I can help people realize their dreams. Can't I do it now? Shinichong said something on the phone and Yu Yaoyao sighed. Okay, then you can continue with the meeting. Yu Yaoyao hung up the phone and looked at Yi Yan pitifully. I can't. We can do another program to train trainees, but not in Director Zhao's program. Fang Qiuye was in disbelief. She and Yi Yan knew each other. Ever since she became a YY fan, she had been cheering for Yaoyao's husband. Later on, she became the president of the fan club and gradually became familiar with Yi Yan, the vice president. Although Yi Yan was 4 or 5 years older than her, their temperaments and personalities were quite compatible. After working together for a long time, they naturally became friends in private. Later on, when they found out that they were in the same city, they even went out to watch movies and eat together. Usually, when they had beautiful photos or new expressions of Yaoyao's husband, they would immediately share them with each other. Moreover, the two of them had a very distinct characteristic. They were not fans. Not only did they like Yu Yaoyao, but they also liked little Rui Bao very much. As they were all office workers, they were also very impressed with Boss Shen's ability. To put it bluntly, they were fans of De Yaoyao's family and liked to see the sweet and interesting interactions between the family. If they had to be ranked first, De Yaoyao would be first, and little Rui Bao would be second. Boss Shen was last, and he admired talents. Therefore, when Fang Qiuye stood at the door and saw Shinichong, she directly held the delivery box and screamed 3 times before she found the ability to speak with trembling hands. I'm on TV? At this moment, Yi Yan, who was watching the entire live broadcast, almost covered her mouth and laughed. Not only was she on TV, but she was also live broadcast. However, the production team was very considerate. As it was a normal person, they did not directly focus the camera on Xianxia. Instead, they very politely zoomed in and focused on her hand. If you don't want to, it will be edited later. The program assistant who followed Boss Shen immediately came out to explain. But we are live broadcast now. Maybe your voice will be broadcast for everyone to hear. If you don't mind, we can leave now. Xianxia looked at the staff member who spoke and then looked at the tall Boss Shen standing in front of her. He was a wife fan, and everything his wife said was right. In an instant, she stomped her feet excitedly. No problem. Come in and have a seat. The weather is hot, come in and have some tea before you leave. The staff member almost laughed. What was hot about the weather? The hot summer had long passed. However, Xianxia did not give up. She stuck her head out and looked at the corridor outside. Miss Yu is cooking at home, so she can't come. The staff immediately knew who she was looking for. Xianxia could not help but sigh in disappointment. Sigh, what a pity. But very quickly she is revived. In her hand she is holding the food that Yao Yao cooked. Boss Shen had sent it to her with the little buns on a plate. Is it good? Yes. It's super. Is it better than the food from restaurants outside? Of course. My Yao made it. Yao Yao's husband, even the white rice that she cooks is so good. The audience members who were interviewed by the staff and who managed to grab the food kept praising her. Many of them were YY fans. When eating food cooked by their idol, their sense of taste, smell, and even vision were all filtered. Even if Yao Yao didn't use much oil and salt, they still felt that this was a heavenly meal. Not only did they not think that it tasted bad, but they even felt that Yao Yao was extremely considerate, approachable, and considerate. After the interview, even the staff of Welcome to My Home, including Director Zhao, were a little confused. She was just cooking, and she could only cook for 10 people a day. In the middle of the meal, Yao Yao's cooking speed was also very slow because the baby needed to be fed or cried. Some people only received their food delivery at 3 or 4 o'clock. But even so, everyone still tried their best to say that Yao Yao was considerate of them. Yes, how did you come to this conclusion? Since Director Zhao couldn't figure it out, the staff had no choice but to ask this question. Director Zhao personally tasted the food. It tastes a little bland. Do you really think it's good? After eating the food, the fans who didn't mind being in the camera immediately answered fluently. If you eat too much oil and salt, your skin will become greasy, your pores will become rough, and your body will become swollen. Girls should control themselves. Yao Yao is doing this for our own good. Not only is she setting an example, but she also personally made healthy and nutritious meals for us so that we can become more beautiful. She's really too gentle. What kind of healthy and nutritious meal was this? Director Zhao was speechless at the fans' imagination. Director Zhao was unwilling to give up. He continued to ask the staff who went to the food delivery site. The food delivery was a little slow, right? That's because she's too gentle. Director Zhao's eyes widened. Were they sure that people who were late for food deliveries usually not complaining but praising them? He looked at the little girl who was speaking in shock. Yao Yao washes every vegetable so cleanly. Yao Yao gently caresses every piece of pork tenderloin. Boss Shen personally drives every takeout. What a gentle family. Our Yao Yao has high expectations for herself and treats us too well. That's why she felt that the food she cooked wasn't good enough, so she strictly remade it. That's why she took so long. The little girl said as she ate another mouthful of white rice with an expression of relish on her face. Director Zhao really had to hand it to these young fans. His daughter and son were almost at the age of chasing celebrities. Sigh. You're very gentle too. Director Zhao muttered softly. However, very soon, the phone of the young girl who was following the live broadcast rang. Shinichong couldn't hold back his enthusiasm for Yao Yao's English. He never knew that a person could learn English like this. Perhaps it was because his son Shenrui's studies had been too worrisome from start to finish, and his own studies had never troubled the teachers. So when it came to Yao Yao, he simply wondered if she had taken the wrong textbook. The little bun could also learn from the teachers online, starting with simple words and daily greetings, and gradually improving. Occasionally, when there was a word that he didn't understand, he would ask him. And even though Yu Yaoyao had a full set of textbooks from primary school to university, to TOEFL and IELTS, every time she asked a question, Shinichong's temples hurt. "Hubby, do you want to have a round tonight?" "Hmm?" The night was dark and the wind was strong. It was the sweet time. Shinichong was also a little moved. However, the next sentence came from Yu Yaoyao. "How do you say this sentence in English?" Suddenly, a basin of cold water, which seemed to be filled with chili oil, was poured over his head. He immediately felt nothing. Not only that, but he also had to help her translate. Otherwise, she would look at him excitedly and say, "Hey, hubby, so there are words that you don't know? Is it that you don't know how to translate the word come or that you don't know the word first round?" Shinichong could only hope that his little daughter wouldn't be like her mother. If she was unlucky enough to learn it, he could only pray for his future son-in-law. He couldn't help, as for his wife forcibly turning her English learning into a colorful essay. Shinichong was also helpless. He corrected her a few times, but she would only ask more strange questions. In the end, he gave up correcting her. It was fine as long as she was happy. After all, she was his wife. He had to bite the bullet and answer her even if he had to kneel. It was better than her asking an outsider. When the screening of The 7-Year Itch came to an end, all the major online platforms finally moved the film to their own VIP pay-per-view library. In order to create a wave of VIP purchases and turnover, these platforms also released previously unannounced behind-the-scenes footage. Director Chi Hang's daily NG routine, and the main actors and actresses treated NG as if they were making a living. It was a miserable daily life, until Yu Yaoyao's appearance. Everything changed. In the interview, the male and female leads Kai Wenfeng and Lu Qing both said that Yu Yaoyao was their savior. Chi Hang even expressed that she had opened up a whole new world for him. Among them, Wei Ming, who had acted with Yu Yaoyao the most, expressed his sincere thoughts. "It's impossible to pass a scene without at least 20 to 30 takes. There are indeed times when I'm not in the right state of mind." The director is also a perfectionist. Even sitting down and standing up requires at least 30 repetitions. At that time, I was already used to it. No matter how tired I was, there was nothing I could do. Until I acted with Yu Yaoyao. During that period of time, everyone knew that she was emotionally unstable and that something bad had happened to her family. But she still managed to overcome her emotions. When we acted together, she brought me into the role and completely immersed me in it. Later, Director Chi said that he wanted me to study hard with Yu Yaoyao. At first, I didn't believe it. Until I saw the notes in the textbook she was studying, until I saw the notes in her script. I truly realized that there is no end to learning and the path of acting is also endless. This was the first time that the fans had seen this behind-the-scenes reveal. No one would have thought that they would need to use English to order takeout. De Yaoyao really knew how to play. They thought that they were fully prepared, but in just a second, they were all kneeling down by her. Who would have thought of using English to order? Shredded pork with garlic sauce. What was that in English? Twice-cooked pork slices. What was that? The group of underachievers looked at the wooden sign in Little Bun's hand and almost cried. Did they wake up the wrong way this morning? Or did they start the live broadcast the wrong way? Who was the one who said that De Yaoyao's grades were not good and that she could only enter a drama academy? Who was the one who said that she was afraid of cultural studies? At that time, when No Regrets of Youth was broadcast, everyone had already discussed Yu Yaoyao's diploma and academic results. Who would have thought that today, everyone would once again fall into despair and fall into deep thought? What was wrong with De Yaoyao, a beautiful rich wife, an amazing actress, and an interesting soul? Why are they together with English practice today? Fang Qiuya, the president with a gentle temper, placed her hands on the keyboard and trembled. Damn it. De Yaoyao. Although she was a science and engineering major in university, she was someone who had passed the college entrance examination with her own ability. Her English was not very good, but she had no problem taking the exam. Later on, other than the first and second year English classes, and then the CET-4 exams, she, as a science and engineering major, did not have many opportunities to come into contact with English. Some of the professional books were also English textbooks, but she was really proficient in it. Her written exams were okay, her reading was okay, but her spoken English was terrible. She knew that she was not talented. Ever since Xianxia passed the CET4 exam, she had completely given up on English. In the last 2 years of university, she became addicted to novels and began writing for fun. Finally, she was lucky enough to be signed as a website author. She began to be obsessed with Chinese, which was broad and profound, and threw English to the side. After working for 2 years, she wrote part-time. At the beginning of this year, she quit her job that made her bald and was tired of being controlled by her boss. She wrote full-time at home. What was English, haha. Xianxia's face was extremely bitter. She had not spoken English for at least 4 years. A simple greeting was okay, but the name of the dish was really, "Are you ready, baby? Are you ready, baby?" Yu Yaoyao's words were quite smooth. She even gave a number in English. This was the number to call for takeout. Xianxia subconsciously heard the numbers and began to frantically memorize them. After the premiere, I Am a Killer would only be released in cinemas across the country 6 days later. The industry insiders, as well as the movie fans, who had seen the movie today, had a strong feeling that the trip was not in vain after watching the movie. I'll give it a high score. Although this melodramatic plot made me cry blind, Big Yao Yao had a baby in her stomach the entire time she was filming. There were so many action scenes and sad scenes. I'm so impressed I want to recommend other friends to watch it again. I heard that there were no stunt doubles in the entire movie. Big Yao Yao was in it personally. I wonder if there will be behind-the-scenes footage later. I'm looking forward to it. I knew it. Coming to the cinema was the right choice. My Big Yao Yao's face is impeccable, and her figure is also very good. I only remembered to watch the plot just now. I didn't pay attention to Yao Yao's stomach. I completely didn't notice if it was big or not. Sob sob sob, I'll watch it again after the 24th. The fans all expressed that the ticket price was worth it. Each and every one of them had red eyes and said that they wanted to watch it again. And professional movie critics, Weibo celebrities, and new media writers quickly gave their comments on this movie on the internet. I'll buy the ticket myself and watch it again after it's screened. Yu Yaoyao's micro-expressions and body language have been brought to the point of perfection. Her performance is even better than 7 years. If the wife who was abandoned by her husband was a trapped beast, then the killer here is a warrior who uses her flesh and blood to fight. Some of the cliché plots, I've already guessed the ending after watching the beginning. From the beginning to the end, my heart didn't waver at all. I knew that the female lead would die and the male lead would never marry. However, at the last 2 minutes, when I heard the last 2 sentences of Xiaoyi who was lying in a pool of blood, I don't know why my tears flowed out from the corner of my eyes. I'm not sad, but I cried. Hopefully, it will be the saddest movie of the year. It's okay if you don't love me, as long as I love you, it's enough. After watching the movie, I want to applaud Yu Yao Yao. She has always had a delicate appearance, but this time she had a big breakthrough. She showed this character's decisiveness, thunderous actions, and cold-blooded ruthlessness. There were a few action scenes with wires, car racing, and shooting scenes. It was very heroic and interesting. From today onwards, there will be an all-round female artist in China. The characters she created almost covered all types of characters from young girls to middle-aged women. It's amazing. The theme of the movie isn't new, but the script is clever. The director used a very new method to rewrite an old story. I think it's very good. It can be considered as one of the top literary movies this year. It wears the skin of an action movie and talks about the love between men and women in the world. After the premiere, almost everyone stayed up late to write the draft. They tried their best to beat their peers and be the first to get the news. When many office workers and students woke up the next day, they could already see the first batch of ratings on Douban. They could even see a lot of reviews that were released in the wee hours of last night. Hashtag a small number of spoilers, analyzing Yu Yao Yao's acting growth. Hashtag at the end of Xiaoyi's reform, I cried hashtag at the cinema, I cried like a child who lost his beloved toy hashtag unexpected surprise, I am a killer. Hashtag it's not an action movie, it's not a great romance movie. Almost all the people who like to watch movies read these articles. Many even reposted them on their WeChat moments. The fans who really loved movies and had to go to the cinema every week were completely aroused. And the fans of the main actors couldn't wait to support their idols. The box office of the premiere was released. Many people's jaws almost dropped, 150 million. This result directly surpassed all the literary movies in the history of that year, breaking the domestic record. And many fans and movie buffs were still shouting, "I want to book tickets, but the seats in the nearby cinemas are all full after work. I can only book for the weekends. Increase the number of screenings." Even on the weekends, many cinemas in the central areas of the first and second-tier cities were almost fully occupied for the primetime filming. This kind of result made a large wave of marketing accounts seem to have caught on to the hot news and wrote about it in big letters. All kinds of miracles, all kinds of glory, and all kinds of exaggerated writing came one after another. Everyone wanted to get a wave of hot news to attract fans. As for Yu Yaoyao's fan group, it was even more lively every day, as if it was the new year. Finally, there was a work of the female lead that was screened. Most of the fans went to watch it, and they were pushed to tears. Every day, they discussed Big Yaoyao's acting skills in the group, and they discussed Little Nuanbao's strength. At that time, with such support from all sides, the box office of The Killer exceeded 290 million in the first week and 500 million in the second week. Fang Qiuye was shocked. Yi Yun was also shocked. One of them had a high IQ and EQ, while the other had a high IQ. However, they couldn't understand Yu Yaoyao's words. Especially Fang Qiuye, who was at home. She started to doubt her life. She reached out her trembling hand and grabbed Yi Yun's arm. "Sister Yun, did I hear wrongly? Am I hallucinating from writing too much? De Yaoyao asked me to be a teacher. Did I imagine it?" Yi Yun's mouth twitched. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. However, De Yaoyao quickly repeated herself so that everyone could hear her clearly. Fang Qiuye rolled around the house. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. Was such a lucky thing a distortion of human nature or a loss of morals? Should she go against her conscience and agree to De Yaoyao's request? I am willing, but, Fang Qiuye gritted her teeth and chose to be honest in the end. She could lie to anyone. She could even lie to her mother and earn $300 a month. However, she couldn't lie to De Yaoyao, her idol who had always been so honest and sincere. Otherwise, her conscience would hurt. However, just as she was about to confess that she was a real bad student and a fake top student, the staff member intervened. "Friend, we'll contact you later. Our follow-up friend is about to call in. We have to hang up first." Fang Qiuye exclaimed. He didn't even have the chance to say the but truth. "Bye-bye then." De Yaoyao waved at the camera. Fang Qiuye also stammered a goodbye. The call ended with a bang. The takeout was a success, but she seemed to have gotten into big trouble. "Oh, Sister Yun, what should I do? What should I do? I really want to meet De Yaoyao. I really want to eat her cooking. I really want to be her teacher." Fang Qiuye's voice became softer and softer as she spoke. She hugged the pillow that had fallen to the ground and rolled to Yi Yun's side. "Do you think I can be a teacher with a level 4 English standard? I'm going to start revising high school grammar now. Can I have a breakthrough?" Yi Yun was speechless. This was probably fate. Or was it that fortune favored fools? Looking at one of her best friends being obsessed, she understood and felt helpless. "Actually, I think that maybe you can confess to De Yaoyao. She might even invite you to her house." "Huh?" Fang Qiuye stopped rolling. "How is that possible?" was written on her face. "Actually, I've already been there." Yi Yun's second sentence was like a heavy bomb dropping down. What? After the summer break, the total box office of The Killer reached 1.79 billion yuan, directly setting a new record for this year's box office. Before the screening ended, the fans were already lamenting that De Yaoyao would definitely be nominated for the Best Female Lead at the Golden Rooster Awards. The Golden Rooster Awards was the most authoritative and professional film award in the mainland. If she won this award, it would mean that her status as the best actress would not be questioned. However, it was a pity that the Golden Rooster Awards were not held every year, but only once every 2 years. They could only count on their fingers and look forward to the big harvest next year. The fans' expectations did not add to Yu Yaoyao's burden. She started to prepare for the new script, 30 Days of Madness. Director Lee revised the script and the storyboard many times, which gave Yu Yaoyao time to polish the role. From the end of July, when the role was first confirmed, to the actual filming, Yu Yaoyao had been in seclusion for more than half a year, except for variety shows. It was not until the end of the year that Director Lee officially started filming and gathered the actors to join the production. Because of the filming location, Yu Yaoyao needed to stay overnight for the first time. This time, Xianxia had no choice but to stay at home to look after little Nguyen, and he could not personally accompany her to the production set. This was the first time the husband and wife were separated from each other in the past 3 years. Fortunately, little Xianrui was already in primary school. As it was going to be winter break, he had reported in advance and applied to Xianxia to follow mommy to the production set. Little Xianrui obviously could not bear to leave his adorable little sister Nguyen. Until the day he left home, he still had a bitter look on his face. However, all the more he could not let mommy leave alone. As the only man in the family who was learning Taekwondo, he had to protect the girls in the family. Daddy would follow by little Nguyen's side and take care of her daily life. Then he would be responsible for staying by mommy's side. Little Nguyen had long been weaned off milk, and she could even speak simple words. When Yu Yaoyao was about to board the nanny van with little Rui's bag, she was also made to cry by the little fellow. Mommy. Fei, Nguyen. Little Nguyen was still at the age where she could repeat words. She probably learned it from her older brother. However, Yu Yaoyao immediately understood these childish and incoherent words. Mommy, we're going on a plane, and we have to bring Xianwan along. Yu Yaoyao did not have much emotion at first. This time, she had left home for 14 days, and it was a novel experience for her. The only thing that she was worried about and reluctant to part with was that Xianwan was going to be the bag. At this moment, she heard Xianwan's soft cry. Although she was in Xianxia's arms, her 2 little arms were desperately reaching out toward her, and her body, which was wearing a little skirt, was already leaning toward her. Her tears instantly fell. Xianwan, mommy can't bring you along. Can you stay at home and accompany Papa? Papa, Fei. Older brother, Fei. Little Nguyen turned around to look at Xianxiang and Xianrui with determination. Hubby, my back is sore. I didn't know that mopping the floor was so tiring. Boo-hoo. Yu Yaoyao, who had never done any housework before, couldn't take it anymore in front of the camera. She was leaning against Xianxiang, and her face was indeed a little pale. Xianxiang immediately put a large hand on her waist and said in a low voice, "Don't move. Go lie on the sofa for a while." Little Bun also held a small cloth nervously and poked his head over. Mommy, rest. Don't do any work. Leave it to me and Daddy. Yu Yaoyao was a little listless. If that's the case, you'll be too tired. In order to do a real guest welcoming program, she asked the butler and the maids to go to the second floor to rest. Other than the confinement nanny who was looking after Bao Nguyen, everyone else was given a long break. She wanted to try being a normal housewife, but she didn't expect her back to hurt before she even got started. She felt a little apologetic for letting the father and son do the work while she lay down. Mommy, it's okay. You have to conserve your energy and study hard later. Xianrui placed the cloth on the table considerately and washed his hands to massage her back. Although she didn't know if he rubbed the right spot, his little face was unusually serious. Did giving birth to a little girl hurt your back? Mommy, I'll help you blow on it and touch it. Yu Yaoyao looked at little Bun with gratification. Okay, mommy will be done in a while. It's all thanks to little Rui's little hands. It feels good once you touch it. Xianxiang stood at the side and picked up the cloth that little Bun had thrown down. He threw himself into the cleaning work. Hubby, our house is too big. We can't clean it ourselves. Yu Yaoyao let out a soul groan. When we buy a house in the future, let's buy a smaller one. My old back is going to break on the floor. Her coquettish look was broadcasted all over the live broadcast. This kind of delicate appearance that would make many people jealous was not attacked by the audience this time. Most of the people who were stationed here today were Yao Yao fans, and many of the passers-by who were watching the show were also watching the trending topics. Who was Yao Yao? She was the woman who tried to snatch the reclining chair from the director during filming. After standing for a while, her legs would get sore, so she had to lie down. She was a proper spoiled brat, but she relied on her strength to be spoiled. Even the reclining chair was obtained with her strength, therefore, when she complained that her back was sore in front of the camera today, not only did she not get scolded, everyone even started to praise her for being true to herself. Director Zhao was really impressed as he watched from the side. If it were a female artist, she would definitely be scolded until she cried. Even last time, when Xianxia worked a little slower, there was a small hot search saying that he was lazy and pretentious. Director Zhao felt that Yu Yaoyao's success was a model for other female artists to learn from, but no one could learn from her. If she imitated her lying down and acting coquettishly, she would definitely be scolded for being a green tea bitch and a white lotus. Director Zhao's thoughts drifted away, but he soon looked at the comments on the live broadcast and showed an indescribable expression. My sister's back is sore, but she still has to clean the house for the president. She is so respectful to her teacher and is a good example for little Rue and little Bun. She is really a good mother. Giving birth probably hurt the nerves in her back. Lie down and don't move. My poor Yao, Comrade Xiaofeng's hands and legs were weak. She thought that she had always been a tough girl. Because she wrote full-time, she even moved out of her home and hid the fact that she didn't have a job from her parents. So, she had to do everything herself. She even learned how to change light bulbs and carry boxes, but she didn't expect that when she saw Yao Yao, she would instantly become a mess. In the end, she was almost supported by Yao Yao into the house. Yao Yao's body was fragrant and soft. Feng Qiuya's eyes were shining. Boss Shen was really lucky. If she was reincarnated as a man, she would definitely find a wife like Yao Yao. After entering the entrance, Feng Qiuya changed into the slippers that Yao Yao had personally chosen for her. Two, I specially prepared this for you, pink unicorn slippers. In front of the slippers, there was a soft pink spiral horn. It looked like a young girl's heart was bursting. Feng Qiuya almost lowered her head and hugged the slippers in her arms to kiss them. This was specially prepared for her by Yao Yao. Happiness came too quickly and too fiercely. Come, let me introduce you. Yu Yao Yao hooked her hand, like a close friend, and pointed to Xianxia, who didn't say a word. This is my big brother. He's like a brain. Hubby, Datu's body is covered in sweat. Where are our tissues? Xianxia, who was like a brain, nodded at Feng Qiuya and said welcome. He personally went to get a packet of tissues and handed it over. Feng Qiuya's hand trembled and she almost didn't catch it. A big shot with a family fortune of more than 100 million, no, more than 1 billion yuan, handed her tissues. Sob, sob, sob. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you and become a teacher. Instead, I went to write web novels. I made a big mistake. Thank you. Datu, what do you want to drink? Do you like tea, coffee, or juice? No, don't bother. I'll just have plain water. She wanted her idol to make her coffee. Sorry, just thinking about it made her want to die. Eh? You only want plain water? Yu Yao Yao patted her shoulder. You're so healthy in reality, Feng Qiuya, who had to order milk tea, make coffee, or drink happy fat otaku every day as she wrote her story, smiled against her conscience. Learning from you, Yao Yao. Good health, good skin. Yu Yao Yao waved her hand. I don't like plain water. Every time I finish the ration that my husband gives me, I won't drink anymore. Milk tea, coffee, cola, and fruit juice are the right way to drink water. After drinking plain water for nearly 200 years, he was already sick of it. However, Xianxia gave her a daily quota, so she had to finish it. At this point, she shrugged helplessly, pointed at the Evian mineral water bottle that Xianxia brought over, and complained tearfully. Feng Qiuya's face was already red. It was as if there was a boiling kettle in her head, and the lid kept rising. What's wrong, big head? Why is your face so red? Yu Yaoyao looked up and saw that Feng Qiuya's expression was abnormal. She reached out and touched her forehead. Are you having a fever? Are you feeling unwell? Feng Qiuya was already speechless. Her idol was reading her novel, and now she was touching her forehead. This wouldn't do. Was she dreaming? I want to go to the bathroom? After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Yu Yaoyao laughed heartily. I see. So you're blushing because you're shy? Ah, going to the bathroom is a major event in life. Let's go, I'll take you there. Feng Qiuya followed behind her, fluttering. At this moment, she couldn't even hear the sound of the world. She wasn't a talented author. She had never thought of becoming famous overnight. All these seemed to have nothing to do with her. But she firmly believed that she could do what she liked, indulge in happiness, and support herself and her parents at the same time. Failure after failure, and low statistics from the author's back end, couldn't shake her. She kept telling herself that she could continue on her path. But she didn't expect that today, she would receive De Yaoyao's approval. Go in, my dear. Yu Yaoyao brought her to the door and whispered mysteriously. If you want sanitary pads, they're in the drawer next door. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. Feng Qiuya hurriedly walked in, her face flushed red as she hummed in agreement. When the door was closed, the first thing she did was walk to the sink, turn on the tap, and rinse her face, then she reached out and patted her cheeks. Wake up, she had to wake up, she couldn't get too carried away. She still had an update to write today, but, sob, sob, sob. Feng Qiuya looked up and saw herself in the mirror. She immediately covered her mouth to prevent herself from screaming out of excitement. Mom, your daughter can really write well, even if she can't be a guru, she can still be a diligent author with good character. The moment she saw the comments section, she got a shock. Feng Qiuya was in a daze for a long time. After she updated every day, she would secretly peek at every reader's comments. She would take in all the suggestions and see if she had caused any public outrage. She was a genius at clipping chapters, driving fake cars, and sometimes even overdoing it, afraid that she would be beaten into a pulp. Therefore, she was familiar with almost every little cute reader who often left comments. She could even remember which one of them went missing on a particular day. Why? This ID was even more familiar. On one hand, it was the same as De Yaoyao's ID. On the other hand, this reader left comments almost every day, but there was a period of silence in between and she disappeared for a few months. At that time, she thought that this YYY reader had either abandoned the book or lost track of the new chapters. However, she did not expect that this reader would come back last month and leave comments every day. Every time, his opinion was very sharp. He could even guess the plot later. This was actually De Yaoyao's real identity. Feng Qiuya widened her eyes. She had never thought of this possibility. She had never imagined it at all. Not only did De Yaoyao leave comments for every chapter, but she even threw deep water at her. Oh my god, was she dreaming? Ouch, Feng Qiuya pinched her arm. It hurt. She finally looked at Yu Yaoyao, her eyes glistening. De Yaoyao, have you not read novels for a while? She took a break for at least half a year. Yeah. Speaking of this, Yu Yaoyao's face turned bitter. A few months before I gave birth to Xianxia, my husband didn't let me read it. He said it was bad for my eyesight, bad for prenatal education, and there was radiation. Feng Qiuya blushed instantly. Yu Yaoyao also felt that she was extremely pitiful. I only installed the app back after I unloaded it and was out of confinement. I almost forgot the password. Shinichong is such a scammer. Feng Qiuya touched her nose. It was true. De Yaoyao was her reader, and she was also a cute reader. Feng Qiuya finally handed over her WeChat QR code with trembling hands. Yu Yaoyao immediately came over and scanned it. Moreover, she was very down-to-earth. After scanning, the first thing she did was look at Feng Qiuya's WeChat moments. When she saw it, Yu Yaoyao was shocked. Eh? Big head, you're De Cheng's reader too? Wow. You're actually helping Cheng promote his novel by sharing the cover page and links to his works on WeChat moments. Compared to you, I'm a fake reader. No matter how thick-skinned Feng Qiuya was, she couldn't resist her praise. This wasn't helping, but self-promotion. I'm such a shameless person. The filming for this episode was coming to an end. Xianxia looked at the little baby with a fair and tender face. She opened her eyes wide and started blowing bubbles. She even extended her little hand to her. Xianxia felt extremely satisfied. She felt like she was floating from head to toe. The little baby was wearing a pink butterfly onesie. Her little hands and feet were covered with kitten gloves. She looked soft and tender. Xianxia, who had never written about children, suddenly felt that she could consider letting her male and female leads have such a soft daughter. She would look like the female lead and be the male lead's lover for life. Just imagining it made her feel happy. She couldn't wait to go home and write the rest of the plot. She would immediately drive on the highway and hit the jackpot. She would have a baby. Xianxia looked at Boss Shen, who had turned cold the moment he entered the room. She felt that it was time for her to leave. She had to go home to write her story, and Big Yao Yao and CEO Shen should spend more time with little Nguyen Bao and each other. She had been a third wheel for most of the day. I should go. Xianxia solemnly said her goodbyes. She didn't care if the production crew had filmed enough scenes. Because De Yao Yao's every move was a film in her heart, she didn't need to edit it at all. Before she left, she honestly confessed to De Yao Yao. Her face was red. I'm sorry. Actually, I found external help. My English, big head, you don't have to apologize. I learned very well today. I'm very happy to have met you. Thank you for taking so much time to accompany me. Yu Yao Yao hugged her arm without hesitation. Otherwise, how am I going to spend the long days? Studying is so boring. You're the only one in the family who can talk to me about novels. Xianxia's face turned even redder. Her heart was beating faster. She felt like something in her chest was broken. She had mild social anxiety. Usually, she couldn't communicate well with strangers for the first time. But today, she didn't feel that way at all. De Yao Yao seemed to have known her for a long time. They were like friends who discussed the plot together. They shared book lists with each other and complained about authors' bad endings. In the future, you should come and play often when you're free. Big head, your English isn't good. That's not bad. This way, we can learn together. Call your external help over to be our teacher. Yu Yao Yao and Xianxia really formed an English team. A full-time housewife and a full-time writer were unexpectedly able to work together at the same time. Although director Zhao didn't record new tutoring content, they still studied, translated, until the end. Xianxia didn't succeed in convincing Mr. Gong to translate in person. Instead, she received a bunch of original English reading materials from him, ranging from world-famous novels to domestic-famous English translations. His meaning was clear. He begged them to read some thoughtful books. However, Yu Yao Yao wasn't interested in famous novels. The reason was simple. She had already read them in the zoo in the past. The ones she liked had already been cooked several times because of the long years. She couldn't find the joy of reading them again. It was better to read novels. Xianxia naturally prioritized her idol. Although she felt ashamed to read her own work, as long as De Yao Yao was happy, it was fine. To be able to make her idol happy, she also felt that her words had become valuable. Therefore, the two of them translated until the end. They didn't do live broadcasts or programs, just to learn happily. Wow, dear De Tu, don't you think that the female supporting character at the beginning of De Cheng's book is a little too retarded? Ugh, I wish I could slap her. Hey, De Tu, look at De Cheng's typos here. After De Cheng reached chapter 5, he started to write better and better. The female lead became more interesting. Yu Yao Yao looked back and sighed. Xianxia wished she could write down every word in a small notebook and edit it behind closed doors or think about how to overcome her previous shortcomings next time. The two of them really worked hard and translated all the free chapters at the speed of a turtle. Xianxia had a bachelor's degree and had a certain foundation. With the help of Baidu, she finally translated a draft. Every day, she would post it on her secondary Weibo account and only her friends could see it. Xianxia didn't want to take advantage of De Yao Yao anymore and help promote herself for free. Her Weibo friends were basically good coders and readers who followed her. She didn't have more than 100 fans. The secondary author Weibo account was just her own account. Just like that, the days passed. Their English proficiency had improved to a certain extent. Soon, it was time for Yao Yao's I'm a Killer to be released. This time, the producers directly set a hot summer slot, as if they were very confident. Director Xianxia also called to ask about Yao and little baby Nguyen, and to confirm if she could attend the premiere. After getting a negative answer, Xianxia had no choice but to ask Yao to record a short video to greet the audience, industry experts, and actors. In fact, Yao wanted to go, but she had no choice. Recently, when it was 9 o'clock in the evening, it seemed to know that Shin Desheng was going to update, and it began to cry like an alarm clock. This little dumpling would only be quiet when it was in her arms. The premiere was also at night, which directly conflicted with the biological clock of the little heating device. Yao could only regretfully stay at home. However, as the female lead, the character she created was far more important than the previous movies. She had more scenes, so it was undoubtedly a pity for many fans that she couldn't attend the premiere. Yao was afraid that her fans would stay up all night to buy tickets or pay a high price to scalpers. When they arrived at the premiere, they would find out that she wasn't there and suffer a big loss. So, she announced her absence on Weibo in advance. Sure enough, the YY fans all cried out loudly. Yao had never doubted anyone. Her way of thinking was simple. As long as she could eat, drink, sleep, and have fun, it was already wonderful. She didn't know how to think about the deeper problems. For example, she liked to read romance novels and liked a certain author, but she would not follow the author's Weibo, nor would she want to join any novel discussion group. As long as the author obediently updated, she would feel happy enough, so, when she studied the author has something to say, she was a little dumbfounded. She had always regarded this place as the place where the leave application appeared. Su Desheng rarely gave spoilers and rarely explained the plot. Sometimes, she would not even take it as a sentence and directly skip it. But today, after being reminded by Xianxia, she realized something was wrong. "Hubby, lend me your phone." Yao did not say anything and snatched her husband's phone. Xianxia raised an eyebrow and let her do as she pleased. The fingerprint unlock also recorded her fingerprint. She also knew all his passwords. There were no secrets on his phone. But Xianxia was still a little curious about what his wife wanted to do. He followed her for a while. In the end, he saw Yao put two phones together. She downloaded a Xinjiang app on Xianxia's phone and then subscribed to all of Su Desheng's novels. Xianxia's mouth twitched when he saw that. At the same time, she opened her WeChat, clicked on Big Head's contact name card, and then checked her WeChat moments. She even puffed up her cheeks and spread out a piece of paper on the table. Starting from the latest chapter, she checked the content of the novel and WeChat moments one by one. 7. 13 Big Ching went to a cafe, and Big Head's WeChat moments showed a beautiful photo of the cafe and a computer screen. 6. 25 Big Ching got stuck in a haircut to change his mood, and Big Head's WeChat moments showed a selfie with a new haircut. 5. 15 Big Ching had a hot pot dinner, and Big Head's WeChat moments showed a photo of him eating hot pot together. 4. 13 Big Ching had a cold and asked for leave, and Big Head's WeChat moments showed a photo of him queuing up for the outpatient clinic. It was shocking. Oh my god. Hubby. Yao had only compared for less than half a year, and she had already scared herself. Her little face was full of surprise, and she hurriedly waved for Xianxia to come take a look. Xianxia had been there the whole time, and he had just seen her write these things. But, it had been almost a year or two, and she only realized it now, and she was so shocked. So, at this moment, should he cooperate with her and also pretend to be shocked? Otherwise, he would be an accomplice in hiding Feng Chuya's real identity? Hubby. Big Head is a person of status. For the first time, Yao felt the magic of having her super beloved author so close to her. After the premiere, it would be 6 days before I'm a Killer would be released in cinemas nationwide. The industry insiders, as well as the movie fans, who got to see the movie today, all felt that the trip was worth it after watching the movie. I'll give it a high score. Although this melodramatic plot made me cry my eyes out, Yao had a baby in her stomach the whole time. So many action scenes and sad scenes, I'm really impressed. I'm going to recommend other friends to watch it again. It said that there are no stand-ins in the movie, and Xiaoyao did it herself. I wonder if there will be behind-the-scenes footage later. I'm looking forward to it. I knew it was the right choice to come to the cinema. My Xiaoyao's face is impeccable, and her body is good too. I only remembered the plot and didn't pay attention to Xiaoyao's stomach. I didn't notice if it was big or not. I'll watch it again after the 24th. The fans all said that the ticket price was worth it. They all said that they wanted to watch it again with red eyes. Professional film critics, Weibo verified accounts, and new media writers quickly commented on the movie online. I'll buy my own ticket and watch it again after it's released. Yu Yaoyao's micro-expressions and body language are perfect. Her performance is even better than 7 years. If the wife who was abandoned by her husband is a trapped beast, then the killer here is a warrior fighting with flesh and blood. There are some old-fashioned plots. I can already guess the ending after watching the beginning. My heart was calm from the beginning to the end. I knew that the female lead would die, and the male lead would never marry. However, in the last 2 minutes, when I heard Xiaoyi say the last 2 sentences while lying in a pool of blood, I don't know why tears flowed out from the corners of my eyes. I'm not sad, but I cried. It's hopeful to be the saddest movie of the year. It's okay if you don't love me. As long as I love you, that's enough. After watching the movie, I want to applaud Yu Yaoyao. She has always had a delicate appearance, but I didn't expect her to have such a big breakthrough this time. She showed this character's decisiveness, thunderous actions, and cold-blooded ruthlessness. A few action scenes with wires, car racing, and gunfights are actually very heroic and very worth watching. From today onwards, the mainland has one more all-round female artist. The characters she portrays include almost all types of young girls to middle-aged women. It's amazing. The theme of the film is not new, but the script is ingenious. The director used a very new method to rewrite an old story. I think it's pretty good. It's one of the best literary films this year. It's an action film, but it's about the love between men and women in the world. After the premiere, almost everyone stayed up late to write their drafts. They tried their best to beat their peers and be the first to receive news. When many office workers and students woke up the next day, they could already see the first batch of ratings on Douban. They could even see many movie reviews that were released in the wee hours of the previous night. Hashtag a few spoilers, an analysis of Yu Yaoyao's acting growth. Hashtag when Xiaoyi turned over a new leaf, I cried hashtag at the cinema. I cried like a child who had lost his beloved toy hashtag an unexpected surprise, I'm a killer. Hashtag a literary film that's not an action film, not an excellent romance film hashtag almost everyone who liked to watch movies read these articles. Many people even forwarded them on their WeChat moments. Movie fans who really loved movies and had to report to the cinema every week were completely interested. The fans of the lead actors couldn't wait to support their idols. When the box office results of the premiere came out, many people's jaws almost dropped, 150 million. This result directly surpassed all the literary films in the past and broke the domestic record in one fell swoop. Many fans and movie fans were still shouting, I want to book tickets, but the seats in the nearby cinemas are full after work. I can only book for the weekend. Increase the number of screenings. Even on the weekend, many cinemas in the center of first-tier and second-tier cities were almost full of seats for the primetime filming. Such results made a large wave of marketing accounts seem to have caught the hot news and featured it in capital letters. All kinds of miracles, all kinds of glory, and exaggerated writing were endless. Everyone wanted to ride on the hot trend to attract fans. Yu Yaoyao's fan group was even more lively every day, as if it was the new year. It wasn't easy for the female lead's work to be screened. The fans basically went to watch it and were urged to tears. Every day, they discussed Yaoyao's acting skills in the group and how strong little baby Nguyen was at that time. With such support, Killer broke 290 million yuan in the first week's box office in only 3 days, and 500 million yuan in the second week. Yu Yaoyao was full of confidence. Shen Yicheng's expression was rather subtle. Where's your Sharaway? Director Li was not just a little embarrassed. Yu Yaoyao's personality was still the same as when she came to the set of Queen. She was straightforward and did not change at all. Oh, he went out with Shenlin and Nie to pick flowers for his little sister. There's a big black dog in the garden next door. He likes it so much that he plays with it every morning when he goes out to pick flowers. These two people had become his playmates. Director Li heard and nodded. Children do like cats and dogs. Dafu's new movie still has a chance to be a hit. After all, it's the first pet movie with special effects in the country. I heard that they're looking for a male lead. Has the cat's image been confirmed? Is it set to be released next year? I'm also a little excited to see how far Dafu can go. He already had a lot of ideas when he was on set. He was almost talking about the movie every 3 sentences. He was already a little obsessed. Yu Yaoyao was very aware of the progress. She had been communicating with little Cece and sometimes went online to check the situation. She was very concerned about the movie that she was determined to invest in. She even gave some suggestions for the cat protagonist. She had been in the zoo for the longest time and knew what kind of species humans liked the most and what kind of actions they liked the furry animals to do. That was to act cute to the end, show its belly, retract its claws, roll around on the ground, and then look at humans with watery, slightly drooping eyes like a baby. This was what the stupid panda next door did every day. Next was to act tsundere. It wanted to eat bamboo, but only the tender core inside. It did not eat the hard ones outside and threw them away. Xianxia even said that she was delicate. She really could not compare to half of the lazy panda's delicacy, but that was how popular this thing was. Its head was round, its body was round, its butt was round, and even its short tail was round. It was simply sinister and cunning. Looking like this was cheating by acting cute. Little you're quite experienced? Li Bo looked at her with a complicated expression. Xianxia's mouth also twitched. Of all things to compete with, you have to compete with a panda? His ambition was really lofty. Yu Yaoyao then realized that she had unknowingly said it out loud. He must have been infected by bighead, cough, I'm not wrong. She pouted, indicating that the giant panda was her lifelong rival. Anyway, this time, Dafu's cat movie must win against that giant panda. The cat-sucking tribe must surpass the cloud-sucking giant panda army. Using another method to defeat the shameless guy who acted cute, Xianxia pinched her eyebrows. Li Bo's face was clouded in confusion. He felt that it was a little funny, but he didn't know what it was. After the summer break, the box office of Assassin was as high as 1.79 billion yuan, setting a new record for this year's art film. Before the movie ended, fans were already thinking that Di Yaoyao would definitely be nominated for the Best Actress award at the Golden Rooster Awards. The Golden Rooster Awards were the most authoritative and professional film awards in China. If she won this award, it meant that no one could doubt her status as the Best Actress award. Unfortunately, the Golden Rooster Awards weren't held every year. They were only held once every 2 years. They could only count their fingers and look forward to the next year's harvest. The fans' expectations didn't burden Yu Yaoyao. She started to prepare for the new script, 30 Days of Madness. Director Li revised the script and storyboards many times, giving Yu Yaoyao time to polish the role. From the first confirmation of the role at the end of July to the actual filming half a year ago, Yu Yaoyao was in seclusion except for variety shows. It was only at the end of the year that Director Li officially started filming and gathered the actors to join the cast. Because of the filming location, Yu Yaoyao had to stay overnight outside for the first time. And this time, Xianxia had to stay at home to look after little baby Nguan, so he couldn't accompany her to the set. The couple was separated for the first time in 3 years. Thankfully, little Shenrui was in primary school. Because it was winter break, he reported in advance to Xianxia to follow his mommy to the set. Little Shenrui obviously couldn't bear to leave his cute little sister Nguan. Until the day he left home, he still had a bitter look on his face. But he couldn't let his mommy leave alone. As the only man in the family who was learning taekwondo, he had to protect the girls in the family. Daddy would stay by little baby Nguan's side and take care of her daily life. Then he would be responsible for staying by mommy's side. Little baby Nguan had stopped drinking milk long ago and could even speak simple words. Yu Yaoyao took little Rui's bag and was about to get into the nanny van when the little guy made her cry. Mama. Fei Fei, Nguan Nguan. Little baby Nguan Nguan was still muttering words. She probably learned it from her brother. But Yu Yaoyao immediately understood these childish and incoherent words. Mommy, you're going to take the plane. You have to bring Xianwan along. Yu Yaoyao originally didn't have much emotion. Leaving home for 14 days this time was also a novel experience for her. The only thing he was worried about was the little warmth bun. Although Shinichong was holding Xianwan in his arms, Xianwan's arms were reaching out towards Shinichong, and Xianwan's body was already leaning towards Shinichong. Tears immediately fell from her eyes. Xianwan, Mommy can't bring you along. Can you stay at home and accompany Papa? Papa, Fei Fei. Big brother, Fei Fei. The little warm bun resolutely turned around to look at Shinichong and Shenrue. Li Bo didn't expect that after 2 years, not only had Yu Yaoyao improved her acting skills, but her ability to teach others how to act had also improved to the point of perfection. She seemed to have a strong charisma and leadership ability. All the actors in the crew were tied up tightly by her. Our slogan is no end machine. Our slogan is go home early. Repeat after me. Occasionally, Li Bo would arrive at the set half an hour earlier than usual, and he would be shocked by Yu Yaoyao's roar. Before he could enter the director's lounge to put down his things, he heard the uniform and loud shouts from outside. It was as if they were in military training. Not only that, Yu Yaoyao also organized everyone to go for a morning run. Keep your spirits up. Look like you did yesterday. You want to be scolded by Director Li again. Maintain a strong physique. We won't take sick leave. We won't be absent. Don't fall down until the shoot is over. Concentrate and tell yourself that I am the character, and the character is me. Tell Director Li that us faces, old fresh meats, young fresh meats, and extras can also perform well. Li Bo, Yu Yaoyao was quite vengeful. Back then, he had called her a vase. She still remembered it clearly. The male lead, Lu Qing, was running first behind Yu Yaoyao. He raised his eyebrows when he heard that. Who's the old fresh meats? Xiaoyao, you're not talking about me, right? Huh? My mental age is only 18. My skin doesn't need wrinkle removal injections. Beep. A whistle sounded from the side. Shenrue, little bun, was outside the running circle. He stood on a wooden box and immediately waved a red flag. Uncle Lu Qing, don't talk. Run seriously and shout the slogan seriously. Lu Qing immediately looked at him with resentment, just like a little wife. Yes, coach. The coach, little bun, nodded in satisfaction. Continue. Li Bo watched from the side and was simply amazed. He didn't expect that the spirit of the crew could be trained like this. It made him, who was in charge of the crew, feel ashamed. After watching for a while, he shook his head and went to the side to direct the scene. When the actual shooting began, Li Bo discovered that this kind of devil morning exercise did indeed have a unique power. After a whole morning, everyone's focus, concentration seemed to have increased again. Furthermore, after being brainwashed by the slogans earlier, every actor seemed to have a subconscious that had been ravaged by the demonic sound. I am the so-and-so in the script. Their acting made them feel alive. In the past, the average number of times the crew used the end cameras had dropped. Li Bo felt like he was in a magical dream. Generally speaking, the shooting of a comedy film would make many actors laugh easily. But now, none of the actors seemed to be smiling. When they all became the comedic characters in the script, they immersed themselves in it and did not get out of the show. All of them were immersed in their own lines, so naturally, there was no laughter. Li Bo felt like he was dreaming. This shoot was a little too worry-free. Even when the end machine appeared, the actors were even more anxious than him. F***CK, did I use up my end machine's quota today? Since there was no wine to drink, he could only accept Sister Yao's whip? Don't. I still have one more chance, one last chance. Next time I must pass. Brother, don't drag me down. Otherwise, I'll fight it out with you. Kitty was on 5 hot searches during its release. As a cute cat with a dream, it quickly conquered the vast number of netizens and poop pickers by interacting lovingly with the author and poop pickers. I wonder what my little Belle's dream is. My fat tiger also lies on the sunbed every day, thinking about his life in the sun, exactly the same posture. Every time I scratch our little princess's fluffy head, it will turn over and let me rub its belly. Ha ha ha, Little Black in the movie is also very realistic. Little Black standing in front of the mirror and looking at itself is also very funny. Is it thinking about how it is going to lick its fur today? Ha ha ha, I gave my lazy cat a mid-parted fringe last time. Everyone was convinced by the cat protagonist, and even a few small stray cat models and big pillows around the movie quickly sold out, whether it was the main investor, Guangxin, or the director, Da Fu, they all received good reviews in the industry. It even tempted many viewers to want to raise a cat, and for a while, it set off a pet craze. During this time, Yu Yaoyao continued to stay at home happily after work. When she saw a script she liked, she would accept it. When she encountered a variety show that invited her to be a flying guest, if she didn't stay overnight, she would go. If she didn't join the crew, she only worked for 1 or 2 days a week, and really lived a happy life. Thinking back to when she was in the zoo, she had to work every day, and there were no weekends or holidays. Now, it had changed dramatically. Hubby, I feel so happy now. Yu Yaoyao hugged Shinichong's arm and concluded with a smile. Shinichong's mouth also twitched, showing a handsome smile, and hugged her small waist. Little Shenrui was next to them, teasing his sister to crawl on the ground. Hearing this, he also raised his head, and his pair of black eyes were full of joy and satisfaction. I also feel so happy, Shinichong's mouth twitched. This is the happiness of the couple. Why is this kid joining in the fun? But very quickly, the coldness on his face completely disappeared. His black eyes followed his pants and looked down. He saw little Nuanyuan, who was wearing a light purple princess dress and trying her best to hug his thigh. Her 2 snow-white and tender little chubby hands grabbed onto his trousers. She raised her round head and threw her entire body onto him, trying her best to climb up. Shinichong smiled. He scooped up his soft little daughter with his big hands and held her in his arms. Papa, little sister Xianwan likes to crawl on the ground. Moreover, she needs to walk more. That way, her legs will have more strength, little Shenrui immediately protested. I'm playing a game with her. The loser has to walk over to get the toy. Although Shenrui had grown taller, he was still not allowed to carry his younger sister while walking. He had always been jealous that Shinichong could carry little Nuantuan for a long time. Every time Shinichong carried Xianwan away, he would try to interfere. Enough. Shinichong waved her hand. She just walked 1 round. Take a rest. The old father, who had no principles and bottom line, directly rejected his son's protest. Shenrui immediately puffed up his cheeks and looked at his mommy for help. But Yu Yaoyao could only spread her hands. Let Xianwan rest for 10 minutes before she starts walking. Shinichong turned around and glanced at her. Yi Yun and Feng Qiuye immediately guarded the screen, maintaining the order of the fans while waiting for De Yaoyao to appear. The other fans were also in position, cheering for their idols. Soon, cars stopped in front of the red carpet, and one by one, celebrities in bright clothes appeared on the stage. The reporters on both sides pressed their shutters with all their might, and their cameras flashed. Xiaoqi's dress is a little beautiful. Wow, my brother Wei's suit. My nose is bleeding. Old Master Chen is still so majestic. Everyone was quite interested in the red carpet, and fashion experts began to analyze and comment on each person's outfit, which designer, how much it cost, and which fashion show it would appear in. Feng Qiuye and Yi Yun squeezed in front of the screen and couldn't help but start to talk. It wasn't easy for our Big Yao to attend an award ceremony and get nominated for Best Female Lead. How beautiful is she going to be this time? I can't imagine. Will she be the finale? Not only them, but the YY fans were also full of anticipation. Finally, the cast and director of I'm a Killer entered the venue and walked on the red carpet according to the announcement. The flashes suddenly lit up the entire sky. The door opened, and the male lead of Killer, Yu Bin, was the first to get out of the car. Amidst the screams and screams, he bent down like a gentleman and held the hand of the exquisite woman who was still in the back seat of the car. The group of reporters at the scene was a little excited, and many of them stretched out their long cannons. The fans in the live broadcast room were even more excited. Her slender and beautiful legs that were half hidden in the diamond-inlaid dress stepped out of the car first. She reached out her hand and elegantly grabbed Yubin's arm, and slowly got out of the car. A pair of thin straps and bright gold high heels tied around her ankles stepped on the red carpet like a lotus blooming with each step. She stood in the middle of the light, raised her head slightly, and brushed her bangs that were blown by the wind with her fingers. Her exquisite and beautiful face was completely exposed in front of everyone. The slim skirt had a slit at the side, and both sides of the skirt were inlaid with diamonds. It was as if the Milky Way had fallen on her slender and moving legs, and the drooping silk fabric also revealed her perfect figure without a doubt. She wore a diamond necklace on her chest, and the V-shaped dress on her back accentuated her beautiful back lines. Her swan-like neck, peachy butt, coupled with her enchanting facial features and eyes that seemed to hide a clear lake. This scene was enough to make many people go crazy. Goddess-level awe. After giving birth to baby Nguyen, sister's figure has also recovered. Isn't she too easy to deal with? My God, did she give birth to 2 children? You made me fall for you with just one look. The way she looked at the camera just now was really flirtatious. He knelt down. Look at his face. Let's not talk about this anymore. From today onwards, I'll follow De Yao Yao's secret formula and do yoga and jogging every day. This skin, sob 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 sob, water is coming out of it, this assassin is quite beautiful. Yu Yao Yao gracefully hooked her arm around Yubin's arm, stopping from time to time for the reporters on both sides to take photos. She even waved at them and nodded with a smile. The atmosphere at the scene reached its peak, and the security guards felt a little nervous. When she reached the signature wall and let everyone see her beauty up close, the comments in the livestream almost covered their eyes. She took the pen from the host and smiled as she rummaged through her gold-rimmed handbag. She took out a small round piece of paper that many fans were so familiar that they almost screamed. That was the piece of paper she had asked the 2 directors to bring to the signature wall for her when she was absent from the 100 Flowers Awards 2 years ago. When Shen Nuanyuan was 2.5 years old, Yu Yao Yao and Shenrui Big Bao conspired to send Shen Nuanyuan to the nursery. Little Nuanyuan already had some communication skills. If she had any problems, she could look for the teacher or communicate with her classmates. Moreover, she knew how to go to the toilet on her own. She even knew how to pull up her skirt beautifully after going to the toilet. She even played with Big Bao's toys quite well. Basically, she had no problem going to the nursery. I don't know if your father will agree. Sigh. Yu Yao Yao expressed her worry from the bottom of her heart. Sigh, Dad probably won't agree. Shenrui Big Bao also sighed sadly. But if little Nguyen doesn't leave the house, Dad will play with her until she breaks. The mother and son looked at each other and sighed at the same time. But soon, Yu Yao Yao waved her fist and said, Little Rui, let's go and apply to your father. Let's persuade him together. Hence, the mother and son went to the living room hand in hand. Before they went downstairs, Yu Yao Yao had already seen Shen Yicheng hugging her daughter, Shen Nuanyuan, and refusing to let go. She held a document in her left hand and her daughter in her right hand. Papa, gua gua. Shen Yicheng threw away the document with her left hand and used her right hand to pick up a small banana and stuff it into her daughter's mouth. Papa, pretty pretty. Shen Yicheng threw away a toothpick and stuffed a Barbie doll into her daughter's hands. When Yu Yao Yao saw this, she covered her temples with her hands. Shenrui Big Bao also had a toothache on his face. As long as Shen Yicheng was at home, he would hold his daughter and would not let go of her no matter who came. She had told him many times that the child had to walk and crawl and slowly become independent, but he insisted on holding her. He took good care of her in everything and she did not have to worry about anything. Even when it came to bananas, Nuanyuan had never eaten a whole one. Yu Yao Yao suspected that Shen Nuanyuan might not even know what a banana was before she started school. She might only know how to cut it into pieces. Shen Yicheng spoiled his daughter so much that even Yu Yao Yao wanted to stop him. Hubby, I asked Shenlin to choose a few reliable nursery schools. The teachers are all good, and the children's entertainment programs are also very rich. I want Xianxia to go. The moment Yu Yaoyao arrived, she snatched little warm dumpling from Shen Yicheng's arms. She stuffed the little warm ball into Shenrui's big bag. Shenrui and Big Bao hurriedly took the little dumpling to the children's slide on the ground and started to play. As he led little sister Nuan away, he glanced at Shen Yicheng with lingering fear. Father, this is really too scary. Last time, he even saw his father trying to get on the children's slide and slide down with Nuanyuan nursery. The first day at Nuanyuan's nursery ended with Shen Yicheng being late for work and Nuanyuan missing her first class. According to Shenlin's report, Shen Yicheng finally hardened his heart. After accompanying Nuanyuan for 16 rounds, he realized that his daughter had indeed been spoiled by him. She also began to be afraid of unfamiliar things that ordinary children could accept, including friends, teachers, and unfamiliar environments. For the sake of his daughter's future, Shen Yicheng learned from this painful experience. He sent the teary-eyed Nuanyuan to the nursery and handed her to the teacher. He personally asked all the teachers in charge of the class for their contact numbers and WeChat. He even asked for the nursery director's communication method. Only then did he feel relieved and go to work. After all this trouble, he left for work at 7 o'clock. By the time he arrived at work, it was almost 10:30. Only in the evil capitalism could the boss be willful. Lady boss, the boss also asked me to draft a new personnel plan today. Shenlin did not forget to report the main points. After so long, as the special assistant, he had seen the power of Yu Yaoyao's unwillingness to listen. If he wanted to make Boss Shen happy, he had to make her happy. In addition, since the last transfer of shares, Yu Yaoyao was now the company's largest shareholder. Therefore, he had to inform her of the insider information in advance. Huh? What's the situation? Yu Yaoyao was still participating in a parent-child game at Shenrui's school. She had just won the two-person three-legged game. What did he do this time to make everyone complain to the heavens? Shen Yicheng was the impartial boss in the company. Many people were afraid of him. No, it's a good thing. The boss just announced that as long as the employees have children, from today onwards, they can enjoy the flexible working system for 15 days a month. Flexible? Yes, so that everyone can send their children to and from school. If the children move slowly in the morning, the employees won't be late for work. They can control when they go to work and when they get off work. They just have to clock in for 8 hours a day. After Shenlin finished speaking, Yu Yaoyao opened her mouth. She did not know whether to laugh or cry. Therefore, in just one day, Shen Yicheng experienced the difficulties of being an ordinary parent. In the past, he didn't notice it at all. But today, little Nuan had cried and refused to go to the nursery, seriously making him late. This directly triggered him. Hence, he opened the doors wide for all the parents in Guangxin. That's not bad. She's only late 15 times a month. He can't possibly indulge Xianxia anymore. Yu Yaoyao nodded. In the afternoon, she had just finished her yoga routine when she received a call from Shen Yicheng inviting her to pick up little Nuan together. Yu Yaoyao looked at the clock on the wall and wiped her sweat. It was only 3 o'clock. Did the nursery open so early? However, she was also worried about her own daughter. After all, it was the first day of collective living. He heard that the nursery had to take an afternoon nap. He didn't know if the little warm dumpling could get used to the new blanket. Yu Yaoyao agreed and told Shen Yicheng not to go home either. They met at the nursery to pick up Bao Nuan and then pick up Bao Rui together. The boss of a flexible working system immediately agreed. However, when Yu Yaoyao asked the driver to send her to the entrance of the nursery, she only saw the tightly shut door. There was not a single parent waiting outside. On the surface, Shen Nuanyuan appeared obedient and crybaby, but on the inside, she was very much like Yu Yaoyao. This made Shen Yicheng both love and envy her, but more than that, it was a headache. Yu Yaoyao, on the other hand, felt more at ease and proud. The pride of the continuation of her bloodline made her very happy. That night, she read Shen Desheng's novel again in a good mood. She also urged him to update. Big Ching is getting lazier and lazier. He used to write 10,000 times a day, then 6 times a day, and now 3 times a day, sigh. Yu Yaoyao sighed helplessly as she looked at the latest chapter. She really wished that Big Qing could finish writing the ending in one day, then immediately start a new book the next day, release 1,000,000 words, and finish it on the same day. Just thinking about it made her happy. However, Su Desheng's author's message at the end of the chapter said that she was preparing to move, so the speed of the update could only be slowed down for the time being. Sigh. Yu Yaoyao sighed again and held her phone helplessly. Yu Yaoyao, who had a lot in common with Big Head, discussed what other novels were good to read now, and sighed about Big Cheng's update. Only then did she feel a little better. Then, she clicked on her WeChat moments and browsed through everyone's updates. Little Cece's family of 4 went out to the wildlife park. TSK, they even took a picture of the big tiger. This was one of her former nemeses. She did not dare to provoke them. Yu Yaoyao's finger continued to scroll down. Soon, she saw Director Li's health post on WeChat moments. Hashtag pay attention to these during the dog days, liked a 99 hashtag. Yu Yaoyao shook her head and did not click on it. She gave Director Li a like. She scrolled down and soon saw Big Head's latest update. She took a picture of a cardboard box. Hashtag moving is the best way to lose weight. I'm so happy that I've lost weight. I'll reward myself with hot pot tonight. Hashtag Yu Yaoyao blinked. Big Head moved too? Why didn't I hear her mention it? She raised her phone and rolled into Xianxia's arms. Xianxia hugged her waist. Hubby, a lot of people have been moving recently. When are we going to live in other villas? At that time, in the divorce agreement, you said that you would give me several houses. In the end, I didn't even see a brick. Yu Yaoyao whined, indicating that she also wanted to move to a new house. Recently, Xianxia had suffered a blow from Shen Nuanyuan and realized that his wife was the most adorable person in the world. His daughter was such a two-faced person. The more he taught her, the more out of shape she became. In the future, he would most likely have to hand her over to his son-in-law to teach properly. After figuring this out, Xianxia never slacked off on his wife's request. Yu Yaoyao had never doubted anyone. Her way of thinking was simple. As long as she could eat, drink, sleep, and have fun, it would be wonderful. She didn't know how to think about the deeper issues. For example, she liked to read romance novels and liked a certain author, but she would not follow the author's Weibo and would not want to join any novel discussion groups. As long as the author obediently updated the novel, she would feel happy enough. Therefore, when she looked at the words "the author has something to say," she was a little dumbfounded. She had always treated this place as a place where she could ask for leave. Su Desheng rarely revealed spoilers or explained the plot. Sometimes, she would not even see it as a word and just skip it. But today, after being reminded by Xianxia, she realized something was wrong. Hubby, lend me your phone. Yu Yaoyao did not say anything and snatched her husband's phone. Xianxia raised his eyebrows and let her do as she pleased. He unlocked the phone with his fingerprint and also recorded her fingerprint. She also knew all of his passwords. There were no secrets on his phone. But Xianxia was still a little curious about what his wife was going to do. He also followed her to watch for a while. In the end, he saw Yu Yaoyao put the two phones together. She downloaded a Jinjiang app from Xianxia's phone and ordered all of Su Desheng's novels, which made Xianxia's mouth twitch. Then, she opened her own WeChat and clicked on Datu's contact card. Then, she checked her moments. She even puffed up her cheeks and spread out a piece of paper on the table. Starting from the latest chapter, she checked the content of the novel and the time of the novel, 7:13. Decheng went to the cafe. Datu's moments showed a picture of the cafe and a computer screen. 6:25. Decheng said that he was going to get a haircut to change his mood. Datu's moments showed a selfie with a new hairstyle. 5:15. Decheng had a hot pot dinner. Datu's moments showed a hot pot photo. 4:13. Decheng had a cold and asked for leave. Datu's moments showed a picture of the queue at the hospital. It was surprisingly consistent. Oh my god. Hubby. Yu Yaoyao had only been comparing for less than half a year and she was already shocked. She was surprised and quickly waved her hand to ask Xianxia to take a look. Xianxia had been there the whole time. And he had been watching her write these things. But it had been almost a year or two, and she only now, and she was shocked, so, should he play along with her and pretend to be shocked as well? Otherwise, would he be an accomplice in concealing Fang Qiuya's true identity? Hubby. Datu is a person. For the first time, Yu Yaoyao felt that her beloved author was so close to her. End of chapter 206. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.